The male protagonist from an ancient world unexpectedly transmigrated to the Earth world of the modern 4.0 era, full of novelty. He appeared with several flying swords hovering eerily in midair. Two young men sat in a helicopter, cameras in hand, recording this scene for a live global broadcast. One asked, "Are we getting it?" "This is a global live stream," his teammate replied. "We're recording." The camera captured the image of the male protagonist hovering in the distance. The young man then began introducing the program. "Dear viewers, 2 hours ago, a very strange young man suddenly appeared in the sky above N City. This young man had very long hair, wore strange black clothes, and his eyes seemed like those of a demon from hell. I don't know where he came from, but I only know that in just 2 short hours he has consecutively defeated 26 superheroes. Since the appearance of heroes several centuries ago, evil forces have gradually diminished. Such a magnificent scene is almost no longer seen in this era. Here I would like to thank this young man, cheer him on, and also cheer on our superheroes. Will justice continue to triumph over evil? This is the live stream page for you. If you want to know more information, please follow our Weibo MC Yishao Naishen on the live stream. Comments from the online community erupted for the male protagonist. Who the hell is this kid? He's so powerful, he's so handsome, damn hit him. I've been annoyed with those stupid heroes for a long time. Young man, I support you. On this side, the demigod-level hero Plastic Superman had obtained information about the male protagonist. He immediately flew to where the male protagonist was engaging in battle. While flying in midair, he rapidly transformed. He jumped down from the tallest building. He even went straight through a tall building that was in his way. With a loud bang, a massive explosion erupted, igniting a corner of the skyscraper. Plastic Superman landed on the ground, and simultaneously his armor system's reminder sound rang out. Opening system 10%, 40%, 90%. The system successfully opened, which was also when Plastic Superman successfully transformed his iron armor, meticulously encasing his body. The MC's voice on the live stream echoed again at this point. Half an hour has passed. Which hero will challenge this young man next? No sooner had he finished speaking than a flash of light shot by, like lightning accompanied by a loud shout. "Get out of the way." Plastic Superman successfully advanced to confront the male protagonist. Seeing the rising tension of the scene, the MC also shouted excitedly, "It's Plastic Superman." Dear viewers, Plastic Superman, a demigod-level hero, has come to challenge. Unexpectedly, the one who came to fight was the 5th-ranked superhero among the demigod level in this world. Since Plastic Superman's debut, he has possessed immense power. This young man is finished. Let us observe 3 seconds of silence for this young man. We hope Plastic Superman won't be too heavy-handed. The male protagonist with folded hands politely introduced himself. "I am the sect master of Tenjin sect on Zhuan continent. May I ask where this place is?" "Sir, Plastic." Superman said disdainfully, Armor. Power upgrade." The armor system announced, "Please enter power." Plastic Superman roared, "Maximum power, boom, boom." Plastic Superman's armor, upon receiving the command, began to react violently. The MC yelled into the mic, "Oh my God, is Plastic Superman going to use his ultimate move right away? He really has no intention of going easy on his opponent at all. He's even increasing his combat power to the highest level, upgrading the armor's power first, then focusing his strength into his arm. This is Plastic Superman's ultimate move, Storm Fist. This punch can penetrate 300 meters into the ground. No one can withstand this punch and remain unharmed. It seems this battle must end soon. The male protagonist frowned and angrily asked, "Sir, do you not understand human speech?" Plastic Superman replied, "You in a duel. There are no rules. The one who talks more will die the most miserably." He clenched his fist, strength fully gathered, followed by chaotic wind streaks, then said dismissively, "Do you know how those who dueled with me died because during a duel? I never talk with that Plastic Superman fast as lightning lunged and closed in on the male protagonist from behind, still fiercely saying, "You've talked enough." However, with a simple elbow, the male protagonist lightly struck him directly in the face. Plastic Superman hadn't even clearly seen the counterattack before he was defeated. Just like that, Plastic Superman fell helplessly and freely through the air like a kite with a broken string. Having dealt with another one, the male protagonist let out a light humph. This venerable one merely asked for directions. Why must you seek death? The MC on the broadcast was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered, Lost, he lost. Quick call for reinforcements. Plastic Superman has fallen too strong, truly, too strong. The young man defeated Plastic Superman with just one punch. Dear viewers, our peaceful lives are about to end. The world's strongest villainous faction has been born. Centuries ago, the great globe was still a dark place. Various monsters, beasts, and evil scientists appeared in the world. They rampaged tyrannically across the globe, destroying everything. Until the heroes appeared, and all of them, the heroes, finally relied on their own willpower to defeat the monsters. 11 years later, the world was completely peaceful, and the heroes also retreated into seclusion. The remaining beasts all became pets of the heroes. Some heroes couldn't even find work to sustain themselves. The young man holding the camera pointed straight ahead and shouted, "Stop talking, look, who's that?" Ahead, a large muscular person wearing a superhero outfit had appeared. The MC on the live stream gasped, shouting, "Oh my God, a God-level hero, dear viewers. It's the God-level hero Mighty Superman who has arrived. This is a God-level hero previously. Superheroes like this wouldn't show their faces. I can't believe he's here today. This duel will definitely be incredibly dramatic. I never expected such a high-level hero to come. I'm so excited, I'm so lucky to be here to witness it all." Overwhelmed with excitement, he leaned forward to get a clearer view of Mighty Superman, unintentionally blocking the camera, which annoyed the other young man who gently reminded him, "Hey, stop talking. You're blocking the camera." The male protagonist curled his lip, thinking another one has come. Mighty Superman said, lightly, "I've always adhered to the principle that if you can fight, there's no need for much talk, so I won't waste words on you. You're not my opponent. Your ability to defeat Plastic Superman has earned my admiration for your strength, but we are not on the same level. If you agree to be my pet, my ranking will go up another tier, and we'll save a lot of trouble." The MC heard this and shrieked, "Viewers, did you hear that Mighty Superman has extended an invitation? It seems Mighty Superman has no intention of fighting and wants to directly recruit him as his monster pet. Now it's up to this young man to decide if he agrees Mighty Superman's rank will increase by another level." The male protagonist didn't hesitate to mock him with a few words. "A pet, you mean dual cultivation? I'm sorry, I'm not interested in long yang. Modern people call it playing gay." Upon hearing the answer, Mighty Superman said in a deep, threatening voice, "Your decision isn't very wise." Having spoken, he vanished from the spot. A fierce wind rose. The MC gripped the helicopter door, his face full of shock. There's killing intent. This young man rejected Mighty Superman's invitation. It seems Mighty Superman is very angry. Is this the aura that a God-level hero emits? Even the helicopter can't get close. Mighty Superman's voice rang out again. "If you're so ignorant, then the problem is very easy to solve." The male protagonist hastily asked, "Solve how?" Superman Deluo flew at an astonishing speed, intending to fight until the male lead submitted. A terrifying punch instantly arrived before the male protagonist. Nevertheless, the male protagonist was still the male protagonist. He swung his hand, and his fist, coming from behind, went straight through Mighty Superman's abdomen. Mighty Superman's eyes widened, tears and snot streaming down his face. He flew backward even faster than he had arrived, crashing into the helicopter not far away. He even went through a nearby skyscraper before finally stopping. Mighty Superman was officially defeated, sitting motionless against the wall, unable to continue. The male protagonist looked at his pathetic state, raised an eyebrow, and quietly thought, "Indeed, no matter what world I go to, there are always these strange, crazy types of people." With that, he immediately shot into the air. The MC on broadcast frowned and shouted, "Dear friends, I didn't see anything just now. Our helicopter was also destroyed. This young man also vanished from our sight. What on earth happened? Where is Mighty Superman?" 2 months later, the male protagonist sat cultivating on a foggy mountaintop. He slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the distance, deep in thought. "I am Yan Sen, 2603 years old this year, from a middle-tier cultivation sect on Xuan continent. I inexplicably arrived in this world 2 months ago and have gained some understanding of this place. This world is called Earth, a blue sphere. Although this place is very small, the number of people here is more than 10 times that of Xuan continent. I have always been very puzzled as to why the people here don't need to ride swords to fly, nor do they need to use various magical artifacts to run quickly on the ground. I only hear them call these two things airplanes and cars. Women in this place even go out without wearing pants. Fortunately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is quite dense. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to survive in this world. Suddenly, beneath the thick forest at the foot of Yan Sen, loud shouts echoed. A girl seemingly injured leaned against a tree root moaning. The blonde girl was using magic to heal her, constantly encouraging her senior sister bear with it. A little longer, the bleeding is almost stopped. A moment later, with the bleeding controlled, the girl slowly regained consciousness. Her body and face were pitifully covered in grime, but having salvaged her life, she was overjoyed. Phew, thank you. The two girls supported each other out of the forest. Why, thank me, we're all classmates. Once we cross this mountain pass, we'll be safe. Ahead on the mountain range, 3 characters were clearly carved: Suo Xianlo. The blonde girl walked closer, her face blank, reading in wonder. Suo Xianlo. Is this a tourist attraction? That name sounds so silly. Oh, there's Shuishan Hot Springs here. Let's rest here for a bit. After helping her senior sister sit down safely, the blonde girl said, I'll go find something to eat. You wait here, okay? The blonde girl left to find food, seeing this. Her senior sister looked back, concerned and cautioned. Be careful. The blonde girl replied, I know. Meanwhile, the senior sister turned her attention to the hot spring. Then she put her foot in. Suddenly she was stunned. Just a few seconds later, the wound on her leg disappeared. She rubbed her leg, wondering. The wound disappeared. Can this hot spring really heal injuries? She stood up and walked around the spring. There probably isn't anyone in this wild mountain area, right? Then she began to take off her clothes one by one. Her dress and then her underwear were also removed. But unexpectedly, in the distance at the hot spring, Yan Sen was also bathing right there. Because of the rising steam, he couldn't be seen from the shore. The senior sister, without hesitation, jumped into the hot spring, her naked body striking our eyes directly. She still couldn't help but wonder, how strange, isn't this a volcano crater? Why is there a hot spring here, and it can even heal injuries? Yan Sen, unaware of what was happening, was still diligently bathing. Very quickly, the two drew close, their shoulders gradually touched, and they realized something strange. Both turned their faces, their eyes meeting. Yan Sen grimaced uncomfortably and asked, Who's there? He picked up a few small stones and threw them towards the senior sister, straightforwardly shooing her away. Get lost. The senior sister's face was blank, her eyes wide, unable to say a word, her cheeks flushed. The blonde girl, hearing the loud noise, immediately ran over and asked what happened. At this moment, Yan Sen slowly approached. The senior sister began to feel afraid, stammering, Who are you? What do you want to do? Yan Sen walked closer to her and said softly, Miss, I won't pursue the matter of you entering this place by mistake once you're done bathing. Please leave this place quickly. The senior sister was still curious and pressed, Who exactly are you? By what right do you make us leave? Yan Sen stepped ashore, putting his clothes back on. A little displeased before you came here. Didn't you see the name written on the stone tablet? This place is my home. The blonde girl awkwardly scratched her head. So this is your home? We thought it was some tourist attraction. Yan Sen still said coldly, Well, now you know. The senior sister remained immersed in the hot spring. She looked at the blonde girl, her tone a little annoyed. Xiaoying, get my clothes? Let's go. Xiaoying stammered awkwardly, nodding repeatedly. Okay. After putting on their clothes, the senior sister and Xiaoying quickly left. After a few steps, Xiaoying stopped and pulled the senior sister's arm, saying, Why are we in such a hurry? We could have asked him if we could rest here for a bit. I think he's probably not a bad person. He won't do anything to us. It's just that his way of speaking and the clothes he wears are a bit strange. The senior sister replied, He clearly has no intention of helping us. Why stay here and be a nuisance? At this moment, a helicopter also flew in. Yan Sen frowned irritably. Xiaoying looked up at the sky, wondering what's that sound. On the helicopter, the MC holding the mic looked down at the spring and shouted, Found him. A month ago, a young man appeared in the sky above N City after he defeated more than a dozen professional heroes. He suddenly vanished without a trace, and today we've found him in Juishan Canyon. I wonder if anyone else will step forward to challenge this young man. Then he whispered, Is that okay to say? Superman Gao from inside the helicopter pushed open the aircraft door and smiled lightly, replying, It can be quite perfect. He grinned, saying, As long as I deal with this guy, I'll be known throughout the continent. The MC then asked, So do we need to wait for your team now? Superman shook his head. No need. I'll go meet him first with that. He flew straight down from the helicopter. A strong landing shattered the ground and rocks there, his sharp gaze fixed directly on Yansen. The two girls looked at Superman Gao a bit startled. Is he a professional hero? Xiaoying pulled her senior sister's hand, running towards Superman Gao. We're saved. The senior sister worriedly stopped her. Don't go over there, don't you see they're about to fight? And it's Superman Gao, ranked in the top 10 among the world's god-tier heroes. Who is this young man that such a high-level hero would come to challenge him? Yansen and Superman Gao stared intensely at each other. Superman Gao chuckled softly. I've been looking for you for a month, and I finally found you. I admit being able to defeat those plastic supermen. You are indeed very strong, but that look in your eyes still makes me quite uncomfortable. I can't fly, but as long as I'm on flat ground, I can hang them up and beat them. My friend, underestimating others will lead to pain. Yansen, a bit displeased, shouted loudly, Shut up, Superman. Gao still added, All right, it seems you can fly too, right? But as long as you're willing to fight me fairly on flat ground, I can let you make the first 3 moves as soon as he finished speaking. Yansen's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in front of Superman Gao delivering a powerful kick. Superman Gao was kicked so hard his eyes widened and he flew far away, body bent. Yansen's eyes, sharp as daggers, gently chastised. Why do you always refuse to listen to others? The senior sister's eyes widened completely at the sight. The live stream host was also stunned in disbelief. This is Superman Gao taking a heavy hit and getting injured. He knelt on both knees on the ground. Xiaoying turned to say, Senior sister, did you see that? Just now, his speed was so fast, the senior sister pondered silently. Although that kick was somewhat of a sneak attack, his speed and strength clearly surpassed level 7. Where did he come from? How can he have such powerful superpowers? Xiaoying exclaimed, This young man is too strong. It seems he has a very good chance of winning the long-haired, black-haired girl. With a judging gaze, quietly added, That's not quite right. Although the power of that move surpasses level 7, it's not enough to defeat Superman Huajia. I heard that Superman Huajia's strength on this continent has already reached the top 10 of the god tier. Superman Huajia recovered, gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, You are indeed very strong. If Plastic Superman were kicked by you, he'd probably soil himself, but it's a pity that I am a top 10 god-tier hero, saying that he tilted his head back. At this moment, a super large and modern fighter jet appeared in the sky. A pink-haired girl sitting in the jet said, This is Superman, Huajia's internal team. Currently, the Superman's functions are working well in all aspects and can transport armored vehicles. Superman Huajia heard that and replied, Very good, kid. Now I'll show you my true strength. Transforming, the young man swung his hand and a beam of light flashed from the red belt on his body. He shouted, Superman Huajia. After he spoke, a massive amount of energy began to converge from all directions. Yansen simply watched, letting this guy do whatever he could. In his hand, Superman Huajia held something like a transforming phone. He attached this item to his belt. In a flash, the two things intertwined. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a beam of light centered on Superman Huajia shot up into the sky. The long-haired, black-haired girl who had been hiding behind a large rock observing everything thought to herself, I still remember seeing this scene on TV when I was little. I can't believe I'm seeing it with my own eyes today. In the helicopter in the sky, the bespectacled reporter still commented, Viewers, did you see that Superman Huajia has transformed? It's been 11 years, and we're seeing the strongest armor on Earth again. I still remember 11 years ago. Superman Huajia became famous by defeating hundreds of super monsters in one battle thanks to this armor. If this young man can push Superman Huajia, then this battle will definitely be very exciting to watch. Superman Huajia had finished transforming and was ready for battle. All right, let's fight. Let's continue. Yansen breathed lightly. All right. If you are so persistent, then I will accept this challenge. Then he drew out his heavenly sacrifice sword, his destiny flying sword. Only then did he slowly speak, I am Yansen, a half-immortal body at the peak of Foundation establishment cultivation. I seek guidance. Superman Huajia was also ready to meet the challenge. Yes, this is how it should be to be interesting. Come on. Yansen clasped his hands. Let's fight. The two figures flashed forward, and in less than a breath, they clashed. Boom, boom. Collisions constantly occurred. The speed was too fast for the naked eye to see. The two fought from the ground up to the high sky. Then they fought from the high sky back down to the ground. Superman Hua Jia was ecstatic, ha! I've finally met a worthy opponent. I've never been this excited. Superman Hua Jia. But before he could revel in his joy for long, Yan Sen grabbed him by the head. With one throw, he was slammed directly into the ground. Boom. The ground shattered, forming a deep pit. Yan Sen landed. The flashy Superman was stuck headfirst in the ground, legs pointing skyward. The black-haired girl hiding behind the rock was speechless at this sight. However, in less than 3 seconds, Superman Hua Jia stood up again, ready to continue fighting. The reporter's voice rang out again. Did you see that, everyone? What an extraordinary battle, truly too strong. They shot up into the sky by several thousand meters in an instant. This is definitely the most dramatic battle in the last 10 years. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Superman Hua Jia's mind. What just happened? I didn't see anything at all. He clearly looks very weak. But why does his aura make me feel an unprecedented fear? He tried to reassure himself, no, I, Superman Hua Jia, am the strongest armor on this continent. No one can make me afraid, no one. At this moment, lightning flickered around his body. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll open your eyes to my unique ultimate technique. Laser fog bomb. His arm stretched out, the armor transforming into a gun barrel pointed directly at Yan Sen. A loud bang echoed as the bullet fired. The dazzling light made it impossible to look directly. When the smoke cleared, Yan Sen still stood there defiantly. It turned out that a layer of sword chi protected Yan Sen's body. The bullets couldn't even touch his clothes, which were shredded by the protective chi. At this moment, Superman Hua Jia could only stare in shock, wondering how he blocked it behind the rock. The black-haired girl and Xiao Ying were also stunned. Xiao Ying said, This is Superman Hua Jia's strongest ultimate move, isn't it? Yes, the black-haired girl silently assessed. Perhaps this young man can truly defeat Superman. Hua Jia, he blocked the plasma fog bomb currently. Superman Hua Jia can't do anything to this young man. Once Superman Hua Jia is defeated, it will definitely cause a global shock. Superman Hua Jia bent over and stood up, gritting his teeth as crackling sounds emanated from his glowing belt. Xiao Ying worriedly asked, What is he trying to do? The people in the giant jet also shouted, Danger, stop immediately. This move is still in the testing phase. You can't control the direction of the force. Your body won't be able to withstand it. The pink-haired girl in the jet was extremely worried, but Superman Hua Jia was determined, no, I must defeat this arrogant brat. I must make him understand that this is the world of heroes in this world. Heroes are invincible. Yan Sen still stood there defiantly, his face expressionless at this moment. The sky had turned gloomy. The reporter continued his commentary. Dear viewers, the battle is becoming increasingly fierce with both sides, evenly matched. But what is the fire and electric light on Superman Hua Jia doing now? Could it be a new ultimate move that Superman Hua Jia just developed? The pink-haired girl warned, Stop immediately. The concentrated power has exceeded your body's endurance limit. Superman Hua Jia, you don't have enough energy to control this force right now. It will lose control. Do you want to kill that young man? Intense rays of light emanated from Superman Hua Jia's body, which was now glowing brightly. Originally, this move was still in testing, preparing for the Rainbow Superman team. I didn't expect to have to use it today. Well, let's test it in real combat. Then you are very strong. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Super speed plasma. A powerful beam of light shot out. Yan Sen was very calm. His fingers came together, pointing out the sword. Ki transformed into a finger. His finger lightly touched the beam of light. That beam of light flew back, striking Superman Hua Jia. Directly, all that was heard was a tragic scream. All the armor on Superman Hua Jia's body was ripped off, flying in all directions, leaving him completely exposed. Boom! That beam of light split the ground in two, creating a deep indentation before shooting up into the sky and disappearing. When the smoke cleared, only Yan Sen stood defiantly between heaven and earth. The battle had truly ended. At this moment, the two girls hiding behind the rock were utterly stunned, asking each other what just happened. Why didn't I see anything? Me neither. The bespectacled reporter also shared their shock, staring blankly. At this moment, Yan Sen looked up at the sky and sighed. Can't withstand a single blow. Somewhere in the northern hemisphere, many people gathered and discussions erupted. Who is this person? Why did he fall from the sky? It seems it's Superman. Hua Jia. Wasn't he just fighting a duel? At this moment, Superman Hua Jia looked very battered and weakly said, I lost. As night fell, a bonfire and a few grilled fish. Yansen sat silently around him. There were whispers. What's wrong with this person? He's been sitting there all day, not eating or speaking. Is he not hungry? Bring him a portion, all right? Yansen was cultivating when he heard a voice. Brother. You've been sitting here all day, eat something? Yansen opened his eyes. It was the blonde girl, Xiao Ying, calling him. He said coldly, I'm not hungry at this moment. Xiao Ying sat down next to him and asked, You're not from our world, are you? Yansen's face showed some helplessness. How do you know? Do you even need to guess with your strength? You could walk freely in our world, such immense power, yet no one knows about it. This clearly indicates you're not from our world. Where exactly are you from? How are you so powerful? Yansen let out a light sigh. I am Yansen from Zhuan continent. I am a cultivator from that place. At 6, I established my immortal family. At 10, I reached the peak of martial arts. At 12, I reached the peak of qi refinement. At 16, I refined qi into spirit. At 17, I refined qi into void in my adulthood. I refined void into Tao and established my immortal foundation. In less than 100 years, I became a hegemon of a certain region in the celestial realm, from celestial immortal to golden immortal, then to void immortal and profound immortal. I used 100 years to traverse what would take others 1,000 years. 10,000 years is also a path that cannot be fully walked. In my old age, I became the sect master, imparting martial arts and the path to immortality within the sect, until one day, I sensed some changes between heaven and earth. I understood that I had touched the strongest barrier of the celestial realm, sacrificial immortal. For the sect to have infinite continuation, I chose to enter seclusion for cultivation. I just didn't expect that this seclusion of mine would take so long that I couldn't pass through the barrier. During my seclusion, the opposing forces led by Gui Yao colluded with the demon race to massacre my sect in order to seize the sect's ultimate treasure, the heavens-suppressing halberd. Even though the disciples in my sect resisted fiercely, willing to die to protect the sect. Unfortunate things happened. They massacred my sect and humiliated my disciples. The corpses of my true disciples were hung by them in front of the sect's main hall, exposed there for 300 years. After I emerged from seclusion and became emperor, although only a half-step, immortal emperor overall, no one in the entire celestial realm could be my opponent. Seeing the tragic devastation of my sect and the bones scattered everywhere, I could not suppress the anger in my heart. With one flick of my hand, I destroyed half of the living beings in the celestial realm because the revenge method was too brutal. I was jointly punished by the immortal demon and monster races of the celestial realm. They gathered in one place, forming a formidable army intending to kill me in an unknown place. Ultimately, they paid the price by sacrificing 5 venerable profound immortals and 1,000 years of void immortals to finally seal me in the immortal locking tower. They also jointly threw the immortal locking tower into a spatial rift so I could never turn over a new leaf. By the time I woke up, I had already arrived in this other world. At this moment, Yansen noticed the girl sitting beside him, lost in thought. His face showed much helplessness as he asked, What's wrong, Xiao Ying, as if awakening from the story, murmured with sleepy eyes. The story is full of youthful colors. I love it, lol. Meanwhile, the calm, black-haired girl tilted her beautiful head and asked, So what are you going to do now? Yansen frowned and replied initially, I intended to re-establish the sect in this world. Once my primordial spirit recovers, I will reopen the gate to the other world to return to my original world. However, this world is more complex than I imagined. The black-haired girl wondered how complex Yansen replied. Because this world has something called technology, so there's no need for cultivation anymore. Xiaoying innocently giggled. Brother, you're mistaken. This world needs powerful strength like yours. Yansen suddenly asked again, Really, why would I lie to you? We ourselves are students of Jiaxia Ability Academy. If you're interested, you can come to our school to be a teacher or something. Didn't you want to re-establish your sect? Then learn about this world first. We can help you with that. She handed him a business card with the school's emblem printed on it. Yansen accepted the card with a skeptical expression. Xiaoying added, Sister Mengqi's father is the principal of the academy. She can help you with the procedures. Actually, you don't need to answer immediately. You can think about it for a while. Yansen resolutely replied, No need to think, I'm going. Xiaoying squinted, agreed so quickly I wasted all the explanations I prepared. Mengqi turned her back to everyone, her gaze fixed on the distance. It must also be said that you have successively defeated 2 superhero champions. I suggest you change your appearance if you go out dressed like this. Now reporters will surely surround you. Yansen asked, with a bewildered appearance. Xiaoying happily replied, Good, let's just decide happily. School starts in 2 weeks, remember to register, we'll be waiting for you at school. Time flew like a dog running across a field. 2 weeks passed very quickly, and so Yansen, in order to re-establish his sect, went to become a teacher at the place called the Superpower Academy. To get there, he boarded a train. The announcement stated the next station is the Superpower Academy. Please take good care of your luggage. At this moment, Yansen's mind was still pondering. I've lived for several thousand years, and I never expected to have to go back to a private school to teach today. If I have to teach them the path of cultivation in this magical foreign world, I really don't know where to start. Suddenly, a rather pretty girl approached today. Her hair was tied in 2 ponytails, further enhancing her fair skin and beautiful deep blue eyes like the ocean. The girl found a place to stand, not forgetting to glance and think, this old man looks so strange. Meanwhile, Yansen also looked at her, secretly evaluating her, a beautiful young girl. No, she has spiritual energy on her. At this moment, 2 hands suddenly wrapped around the girl. A rough-faced pervert approached her from behind him. A despicable laugh also emanated. Yansen glanced over as well. With just a few basic moves, the man had restrained the female student, his filthy hand even touching her fair, delicate thigh. Yansen was caught off guard, and only had time to think, what the hell, a pervert in broad daylight in front of so many people daring to be so immoral. The female student couldn't resist, only letting out faint cries for help. Someone help me, save me, save me. But her pleas were met only by Yansen's cold indifference. He thought to himself, years of experience roaming the Zhuan continent have taught me not to meddle in too many affairs. The female student was a little startled by this scene. Doesn't this guy have the concept of a hero, saving a beauty? On the other side, watching Yansen's indifferent attitude through the surveillance camera, Lan Chi appeared extremely angry. Damn it. I absolutely will not let this idiot become a hero. A 4-eyed young man next to her quickly advised Sister, Lan, please don't get agitated first. He's the one who Meng-Chi introduced here. Besides, he's even defeated a god-tier hero. Lan Chi resolutely refused to listen, crossing her arms over her chest, defending her viewpoint. So what, with this attitude, he still wants to get a hero certificate from me to teach at the academy? No way. Currently, the unemployment rate for this profession is so low, 8 out of 10 are probably looking for someone to help them defeating a god-tier hero. It's all fake. I don't believe that rotten guy has this kind of strength. The 4-eyed man wondered. No way, Lan Chi retorted fiercely. Why not those god-tier heroes even take on toilet unclogging jobs, spending a little money to boost their reputation? Isn't difficult, is it? The 4-eyed man continued. But he was introduced by Hu Meng-Chi after all, just dismissing him like, this isn't very good. Lan Chi gaining momentum, even started scolding Meng-Chi. She really introduces all sorts of people. I don't know how many times this is. I don't even know his true strength. There's no way I'm opening a back door for him. She contacted her teammates on the other side, ordering them to find a wolf for him. The pervert in the subway replied, Okay, immediately. The pervert spat out a lump of phlegm, sticking it directly onto Yansen's leg as a challenge. This indeed had an effect, causing Yansen's face to darken. The 4-eyed man observed through the screen, his eyes expectant. Lan Chi forced a smile. He's angry. Come on, let me see your true strength. Seeing him stand up and approach the pervert, Lan Chi secretly rejoiced. He stood up. Is this the power that can defeat a god-tier hero? But contrary to everyone's expectations, Yansen truly knew how to disappoint people. He did retaliate, but he didn't hit. Instead, he returned the lump of phlegm onto the pervert's face. After that, he coldly turned his back and walked away, leaving the pervert and Chen Kai-shan rooted to the spot, astonished and dumbfounded. The 4-eyed man was speechless. After witnessing this scene, Lan Chi face beside him darkened, trembling with rage. She rolled up her sleeves and shouted, I want to cripple this bastard, this kind of superpower user. Damn it, this is the first time I've encountered one. The 4-eyed man tried to dissuade her sister Lan. You can't do that. He's the Academy Dean's daughter's acquaintance. He has connections. Lan Chi waved her hand, delivering a slap that made the 4-eyed man's face turn. Get out of the way in this life. I hate connections the most today. No one can stop me. If I don't cripple him today, I'll get married and retire. The four-eyed man watched Lan Chi-Chi's retreating back in a daze, wondering is she going to find that guy? Oh no, there's going to be a murder. Lan Chi-Chi, full of momentum, walked along, muttering, "If you don't intend to reveal your own strength, then I'll test you myself." The four-eyed man remained flustered, saying, "No, I have to think of a way to stop her when this woman gets angry. She can do anything." On the bus, the pervert cried loudly, "Wah! I'm a girl too. Why did he treat me like that?" Chen Kai-shan beside him comforted him. It's okay. Just comfort him." Honey, the test of loyalty ended tragically. The four-eyed man called on the walkie-talkie. "You all stop talking. Sister Lan is furious. She's gone to find that kid and fight him. We have to stop her. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble and get fired." Chen Kai-shan was dumbfounded today. Is Sister Lan's shift? This is really going to be a disaster. The blue-clothed girl next to him widened her eyes and asked Four Eyes, "What should we do now?" Four Eyes urgently ordered, "I'll go stop that young man. You two go stop Sister Lan." The two responded in unison. "Got it." Four Eyes ran frantically, saying, We need to be quick. Let's split up." Activating superpower plus a large amount of breathing. Whoosh! After he finished speaking, he used his power and instantly disappeared from the spot. Returning to Yansen, he stood dazed by the lake, pondering, why did I keep feeling like someone was staring at me just now? This weather and they want to fight. Just then, Four Eyes caught up. He waved his hands and shouted, young man, please wait a moment." Four Eyes stood panting in front of Yansen, finally catching up to him. Yansen, bewildered, pointed at himself and asked, "Are you calling me?" Four Eyes nodded repeatedly. Yes. He gestured wildly, panting as he spoke. Pant, it's, hero, blah blah blah. Did you understand what I just said?" Yansen was dumbfounded. He shook his head and replied, "Brother, I don't understand anything. If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Four Eyes patiently said to Yansen, "How can you not understand what I'm saying? Since it's like that, then let me explain it again." Yansen suddenly struck out with a palm, stopping just before Four Eyes. He gasped in shock. "Oh, what is this? Oh, my physical strength has recovered. Do you also have healing superpowers? However, if you are a healing-type superpower, then you can't beat Sister Lan. Sister Lan is a genuine combat-type superpower. Let me explain to you again what just happened." Yansen waved his hand. "No need. I know everything. So it turns out someone was really staring at me. The magical artifacts of this world are truly powerful. I couldn't even sense a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy." Four Eyes' mouth dropped open. "What, you can even read minds? Oh my god. One person can have so many superpowers." Yansen replied, "This is called super soul art. I'll conveniently transmit a bit of spiritual energy to you." Four Eyes exclaimed in awe. "You have so many superpowers. You can definitely get a superhero certification. It's just that Sister Lan over there is not easy to deal with right now. We should take a detour." Yansen wondered, why did that little girl agree to let me go to that academy to be a teacher? This is the first step for me to re-establish my sect. Four Eyes explained, well, if you don't have a superhero certification, you can't be a teacher at the academy. Wait until the next shift change, and I guarantee you can get your superhero certification, please. I'm begging you," seeing Four Eyes' sincerity. Yansen reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll take a detour." Four Eyes jumped up with joy. "Really, thank you. Thank you very much." Their joy didn't last long as Lan Chi-Chi caught up. She raised her leg high, her eyes fierce, and stomped down hard on the ground with a bang. The stone pavement within a 5-meter radius instantly cracked, followed by a booming sound. Four Eyes asked in a panic, What is this trick?" Lan Chi-Chi shouted, "I heard everything. You'll never get a superhero certification." Four Eyes' eyes widened as he saw her crying out, "Why is she so fast? Damn it!" A moment later, Chen Kai-shan trudged over shouting Four Eyes. Four Eyes asked, "Kai-shan, didn't I tell you guys to stop her? How did she get here so fast?" Chen Kai-shan and the blue-clothed girl, pretending to be bruised and disfigured, said, "Look at us. Can we stop her?" Four Eyes sweated profusely, muttering, "This woman is too vicious. No, I can't let her go crazy, otherwise I'll really lose this job." He turned to persuade Yansen, "Brother, we don't need the superhero certification anymore. This is not a joke. You can't beat her." Hearing this, Lan Chi angrily yelled, "Shut up, Four Eyes, or I'll beat you too." Four Eyes trembled like a leaf, not daring to utter another word. Yansen looked at Lan Chi, puzzled. "Miss, what do you want?" Lan Chi resolutely said, "Fight talk less, come here." She clasped her hands together, and a winged heart shape appeared between her palms. She muttered, "Transform." A blue star suddenly appeared under her feet. Golden rays of light wrapped around her body. Her body gradually turned yellow and her eyes closed tightly, just like Sailor Moon in the movie. When she opened her eyes, they also turned blue. Her body floated lightly like a cloud. After 749 steps of Lan Chi's transformation sequence, it was finally complete, unmistakably Sailor Moon. Yansen's face was short and dumbfounded as he asked what kind of magic is. His Four Eyes cried out in despair at the sight. "Oh my God, she's going all out right from the start. Does she need to be so aggressive?" He said to Yansen, "Brother, although I don't know how you defeated a god-level hero like Superman Hua, whether it was exaggerated or real strength, this god-level one in front of us is different. I've said all I need to say. You handle it well yourself. I'm getting out of here with that." Four Eyes ran as fast as his legs could carry him as far away as possible. Yansen looked at the world with doubtful eyes, asking himself, "Special, it feels no different from the ones before." Lan Chi arrogantly challenged, "Come here. Let me see how strong your true superpower is. Not many can make me serious." Yansen still appeared clueless, saying, "Why are the martial artists in your world so strange? Either they don't listen to others, or they rush into a fight right away. Can't we be a bit peaceful? If there are conflicts, we can discuss them." Lan Chi scoffed. "Discuss what, your sister? This is a world of superpowers, a society that worships power. Only fists are the best way. Didn't you see the attack before you came here?" Yansen crossed his arms and asked, "You're not going to be like that Hua guy and start shooting energy waves, are you?" Lan Chi retorted, "Then I suppose I'll have to disappoint you. I am a close combat mage," seeing her attack him. Yansen simply dodged to the side successfully, avoiding the blow. Lan Chi extended her hand, unleashing magical power. A magical explosion, seeing this. Four Eyes told his two teammates, "Quick, get out of the way." Sure enough, a second later, a booming explosion occurred. A mushroom cloud soared high into the sky. From amidst the dense smoke and dust, Lan Chi leaped out. Yansen said, "I know how to shoot waves too." He swung his hand, unleashing a powerful torrent of fire like a tornado towards Lan Chi. Both sides, water and fire, collided, creating a powerful aftershock. The water shield Lan Chi created was immediately shattered, forming raindrops that fell heavily to the ground. Four Eyes exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God." Lan Chi said with an excited expression, "That's a bit interesting, my friend." Yansen now also acknowledged the opponent's strength. "You are indeed much stronger than those guys from before." Lan Chi laughed smugly. "That was just a warm-up." Four Eyes said to Chen Keishan next to him, "I was wrong. I didn't expect this man to be so strong. He can even ignite Sister Lan's fighting spirit." Chen Keishan wondered, "I know Sister Lan will beat up some people who come to apply for superhero certification. But why is her temper so bad?" Four Eyes recounted, "You two just came to help, so you probably don't know 3 years ago when I first met her. She wasn't like this. 3 years ago, she was a 100% pure magic system maiden from today. Onwards, we are colleagues for the purpose of finding and cultivating a new generation of superheroes. Let's work hard together." In these 3 years, Four Eyes and Sister Lan met all sorts of different superpowers, but not a single normal one. What with people whose heads can pierce walls or cannons that suffocate the air, all kinds of superhuman talents came from that. Compared to them, my skill of increasing the amount of air in my lungs is actually quite good. For a long time, Sister Lan changed, beating up all the weirdos who came to apply and even saying one thing. "Who says a magic system maiden must be cute? For this kind of person, I'll hit every single one who comes." The blue-clothed girl listened and said, "No wonder her temper is so bad," Chen Keishan added. "But looking at Sister Lan's appearance, she doesn't look like a mage at all." Lan Chi then flexed her arm muscles tightly and laughed sinisterly. "You've got me excited, my friend. 3 years? It's been 3 years? Finally, I've waited for a superpower who can fight?" Yansen eagerly asked, "Miss, can I get my strange person certification?" Now Lan Chi challenged, "Then show me your full power." Yansen's face showed boredom. "My true strength. I'm afraid it will scare you." Lan Chi burst out laughing. That's quite arrogant. I'm this old and have never been scared by anyone. Then scare me. As she finished speaking, she clasped her hands together, crackling with lightning. She threw them forward with all her might. Watch this. The lightning bolts moved at an incredibly fast speed, zooming forward. Lan Chi followed closely, unleashing 100% of her magic power. Yansen raised his hand. Then I apologize for this. As he finished speaking, a crisp pop sound rang out. Lan Chi's face was distorted by the blow. After hitting her, Lan Chi thought to herself, immortals are not easy to fight. A boom exploded, sending shockwaves in all directions. Four Eyes stammered, unable to speak. Chen Keshan asked blankly, Sister Lan, is she still alive? After Yansen's strike, a large hole was formed. Lan Chi was buried deep in the pit. She trembled as she struggled out, stuttering Heya healing magic. Then she powerfully shot up onto the bank. Lan Chi's entire body was covered in wounds, and tears welled up in her eyes. She muttered a curse. Damn it, you hit my face. Seeing Lan Chi's body regenerate, Chen Keshan asked Four Eyes with an amazed expression, what kind of superpower is this? Four Eyes' sister Lan also has this kind of skill. Four Eyes replied, this is healing magic, which Sister Lan hasn't used in many years in battles with top-tier heroes and monsters. A superpower like Sister Lan has always been highly valued by teammates. She relies on borrowing normal attacks with critical damage to harm ranged magic, and can also buff teammates' health. She's extremely famous in the superhero world. After the superheroes win, she also receives the title of God-level hero, and a large number of superheroes pursue her. The blue-clothed girl wondered that good Four Eyes, why are you still trembling when you speak? Four Eyes replied, if Sister Lan uses this skill, it means the situation is very difficult to resolve. The opponent is not just strong. One could say this opponent is incredibly strong beyond imagination. After a moment of silence, Lan Chi gritted her teeth and said, 1% of my power can't defeat you, so I'll use over 100% of my power to see what happens. But before she could even make a move, Yansen had already teleported in front of Lan Chi. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, what, so fast this speed has surpassed my perception range. Just now I jumped out at least 500 meters away from him. It took him less than 0.01 seconds to get here. This speed has already broken the sound barrier, and I didn't detect any anomalies at all. This doesn't make sense scientifically. Yansen said to her, let me explain a bit. Without finishing his sentence, he struck Lan Chi with a punch. Pow! Lan Chi shot into the air like a rocket. She screamed miserably, damn it, damn, but it didn't stop there. Yansen instantly caught up. Yansen raised his hand and muttered spiritual pressure. Lan Chi only felt a colossal and majestic hand before her. Then she was once again pushed straight down. But Lan Chi was not a pushover after stopping. She once again flew back at an incredibly fast speed. Magic Super Overload 500% power. Boom! When this attack collided with Yansen, the sky was enveloped in a dazzling purple light. The other three huddled in a corner, clutching their heads in fear, begging, please stop fighting. Lan Chi continuously launched fierce attacks at Yansen, but failed. She panted heavily, didn't hit, disappeared in an instant. Yansen had already flown beyond the universe at that time. Observing from a very far distance, he raised his hand and unleashed a move, pouring 1000% of his spiritual power into it. Then he swept his hand across the earth. Below the ground shook violently, rumble, rumble, and then rumble again, as if an earthquake had occurred. Glasses clattered loudly the road, and the river were split in two. Chen Keshan looked at everyone and asked, Four Eyes, is everyone okay? Four Eyes was so scared he stammered, if we got hit by that, we'd be dead, wouldn't we? Lan Chi slumped to the ground, cursing stubbornly. Oh, damn it! She looked at the gash beneath her feet, completely terrified. If that had sliced through my body, I'd surely be meeting my ancestors by now. Yansen descended and said to Lan Chi, Miss, did I scare you? Lan Chi stubbornly refused to admit defeat, standing up and retorting, no, you didn't. I'm nowhere near being scared by you. After saying that, she trembled and burst into sobbing tears, but didn't forget to curse. Damn it! Yansen looked at the strange woman in front of him with a puzzled, wide-eyed expression. Four Eyes poked his head up, urging Sister Lan, stop fighting. This guy is a monster. Lan Chi refused to back down, stubbornly saying, I won't. We heroes have come this far, relying on this belief. The world has peace now. If you want me to surrender, come back in the next life. If 500% power isn't enough, then 600%. If that's not enough, then 1000%. As long as I still have faith, I won't surrender. Let's fight again. Jansen quickly raised his hand to stop her, all right. Having passion is good, but I'm past the age of wanting to fight. In Xuan continent, if you meet an opponent stronger than yourself, you must learn to run away when you can gang up, never fight alone. Relying solely on faith and passion won't clarify reality and the gap between you. If you were in my world, you absolutely wouldn't survive more than 2 hours. Lan Chi retorted, "This place is called Earth now, not your world," Jansen helplessly said. "All right, it seems my puny foundation establishment strength still can't convince you, then I'll show you my true strength." The other three stared, their heads full of question marks. His true strength. Four Eyes secretly thought that surprise attack just now had such strong destructive power, and he still looked so relaxed and at ease. What would happen if he used his full power? I don't dare imagine Lan Chi was overjoyed. "Finally, I can see your true strength." Jansen answered vaguely something like that. "A small part, I'll just form a golden core." Everyone gasped in surprise, exclaiming in unison, "Golden core." Chen Keishan curiously asked Four Eyes, "What's a golden core?" Four Eyes speculated, "Perhaps it's a superpower that emits a golden light bomb." Jansen concentrated his spiritual energy, muttering, forming the core. The nearby tower suddenly let out a cracking sound, as if about to be crushed. Dark clouds gathered rapidly. Four Eyes wondered what's going on. Why did the sky suddenly turn black? Jansen reminded her, "Miss, whatever happens later." "You must be mentally prepared," Lan Chi asked in confusion. "What's this electric current?" Jansen explained, "This is called heavenly tribulation, not an electric current. Don't worry, there'll be a bigger one later." At the same time, in Class 1 of Jiaxia Superhero Academy, a young man ran in frantically shouting, "Everyone quick, come outside and see something's happening." Outside, a student in the class asked, "What's going on? It looks like eating poop." The young man replied, "You'll know if you go outside and see." Hu Mengqi also looked over upon hearing the news. In the hallway, students were discussing, "Oh my God, what is this? Is it the end of the world? Although we see this often, we've never seen one this big." The sky at this moment had a thick, huge lightning bolt descending, illuminating the entire area. A sharp-eyed male student pointed panicked look, "Quick, there's even a person inside the lightning." A short-haired female student immediately said, "Are you stupid? Such a huge lightning bolt would kill even a god-level expert." Hu Mengqi casually grabbed the tie of the young man next to her and asked, "Is Sister Lan on duty for certification today?" The young man replied fearfully, Yes, class monitor, what's wrong?" Mengqi muttered, "This is bad. Sister Lan probably got into a fight with that guy named Yan Sen." She pulled the ring from the young man's hand and continued, "Lend me your equipment for a bit." The curly-haired young man called after her, "Hey, class monitor. That's my transformation weapon." Mengqi jumped off the railing, casually replying, "I'm in a hurry to save someone." She held the ring forward and shouted, "Transform." The male youth stubbornly asked again, "Who are you going to save?" Mengqi flew away, replying to save Sister Lan. At the same moment, in another place, lightning and wind filled the sky. Jansen's slow voice echoed the so-called lightning. Tribulation is an unusual phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by the formation of a golden core in the body after reaching foundation establishment and becoming an immortal. It's also called core lightning. This lightning is 6,000 zhang wide, and each bolt can destroy 37 million mu of land in an instant, striking 9999 times. The core will be formed within 10 breaths. The three hiding behind the rock cried out, "Ah, so terrifying. Why are we all kneeling? I can't stand up." Four Eyes spoke tremblingly. "There are many types of power in this world. I've never encountered a type of power with this kind of pressure before. I can feel that if I just lift my head, I'll be struck dead by this energy." Lan Chi had also knelt down, but still stubbornly said, I'm not scared. As a world-class hero, I won't be afraid." But why can't I even lift my head to look at him? Am I really that weak in front of him? Since that's the case, then explode with all my power magic value overloaded by 10,000%. Lan Chi stubbornly lifted her head to look up. Damn it! She saw Yan Sen transform into a giant, gently holding her in the palm of his hand. At this moment, Lan Chi finally understood that what this man said was true in the face of overwhelming power. One must learn to run away and not do some meaningless things. For the first time, she felt how foolish she had been to challenge this man. This battle with such a vast disparity could not be called a battle. She was like a speck of dust on his shoulder. With a gentle breath she would disappear, or perhaps she wasn't even as good as a speck of dust. At this moment, Lan Chi's fighting spirit completely collapsed. When Meng Chi approached, the sky had also returned to clear blue. She blurted out, "The thunder has stopped. That powerful atmospheric pressure has also disappeared. No, I must hurry." 10 minutes later, Meng Chi finally arrived at the scene. She exclaimed in joy, "Ah, I see it. What's that?" A rescue vehicle. As she landed, she saw Lan Chi lying on a stretcher. Meng Chi asked worriedly, "Sister Lan, what happened?" "Sister Lan, why did she become like this?" The doctor next to her replied, "She experienced extreme fright, leading to a lack of blood in her brain. She'll probably have to stay in the hospital for over half a year." Meng Chi asked in disbelief. "Over half a year? Good or bad, Sister Lan is a world-class hero. Your entire hospital has over 1,000 high-level healing-type superpowers, and there's no way to cure her." The doctor looked at the medical record and shook his head again. "There's no way. The superpower she used today was several times the total of what she'll use in the next 10 years, plus the excessive fright. It's already a miracle that she's alive." Four Eyes exclaimed, "Monster! He's truly a monster. Not even a monster is so unconventional like him." Meng Chi angrily questioned Yansen. "What did you do to Sister Lan? She's a hero after all." Yansen was puzzled. "Hey, why are you talking like I'm a bad guy? She was the one who kept pestering me to see my strength. I only formed a tiny golden core. And I didn't expect that after just 2 bolts of lightning, a little bit of golden core aura leaking out would scare her like this." Meng Chi's body involuntarily trembled, although she didn't know what he was saying. Looking at his expression and tone, she knew it was very scary. "Ah, well, forget it. It's good that nothing serious happened. Have you passed the assessment yet? You need to get a superhero certification to teach at the academy. I forgot to tell you last time." Yansen turned to look at Four Eyes, unsure. "Let me ask, hey, can I get my strange person certification?" Now, Four Eyes, still terrified, sat huddled and replied, all right, please go quickly. I don't want to see you anymore." Yansen continued to ask, "All right, I got it." "What then?" Meng Chi replied, "You don't have a place to stay right now, so I'll take you to the teacher's dormitory first. That's where the teachers live. You can start working tomorrow." Chen Kashan timidly approached the 2 girls and whispered, "Class leader, let's go together." Just as Meng Chi finished her task, she nodded. Is that Chen Kashan?" Yansen stared at Chen Kashan with a look of existential doubt, and she, seeing him, fearfully hid behind Meng Chi. The 3 of them continued their walk back to school. Meng Chi wondered, "I have a question. Why do you always fly to this clueless question?" Yansen coolly replied, "If I can fly, why would I need to walk? Let me ask you something. I haven't been in this world long. What do you mean by the levels you mentioned?" Meng Chi explained, "In this world, the abilities of heroes are tiered based on their superpowers. Normal superpowers are divided from level 1 to level 10. Above level 10 are half-god, god sub-god, and great god levels. The great god level represents the strongest heroes currently in this world. You've already defeated 3 of them." Yansen slightly raised an eyebrow. "Then the ability users in your world are too weak. I could single-handedly fight all of them with just a minor foundation establishment. Like the core formation aura just now, it could have shocked a whole group to death." Meng Chi continued, "I know you're very powerful, but the people of our world aren't as weak as you imagine. The books say there's still a type of hero above the great god level." Yansen questioned, "There are still more?" Meng Chi nodded. "Yes, they're called ancient superheroes. Their abilities are unlike other heroes who rely on equipment or mutations. It's said they can control time and can use the power of spirit and the sun, and they can even create a higher dimensional space world." Yansen became much more interested. "That's a bit more intriguing. Mortals actually possess the power of laws. I suddenly want to capture one for research." Meng Chi continued, "That's a legend from historical texts. They were the earliest group of humans on Earth to awaken superpowers. They might be considered the ancestors of our ability users." Yansen nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is. No wonder you don't even know what cultivation is. Mengqi continued. Anyway, let's not talk about that anymore. Last time you said you wanted to re-establish your sect, meaning you wanted to rebuild your homeland, right? You're so powerful. Why do you still care about these things? Yan Sen confided my master entrusted me with this. Before his lifespan ran out, I still clearly remember what the old man said to me back then. Yan Sen, although you've entered the immortal venerable realm, your power just now was still a bit lacking. Yan Sen knelt at the old man's feet, full of reverence. Thank you, master, for showing mercy. The old man added, I, your master, have roamed the immortal realm for a lifetime, yet I haven't been able to fully comprehend the Tao of the Emperor. Immortal now, my body can no longer absorb more spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and I'm about to depart. Yan Sen reassured him. Master, no. That's not true. A venerable is eternally born, an undying emperor. Master is the supreme venerable of this entire immortal realm. You won't die. The old man shook his head, but eventually everyone must die, only by becoming an emperor. An emperor among immortals can one truly not die. Now, I pass on the position of sect master to you. I hope you can lead the sect to true eternal life. Remember, do not scheme against others as an immortal. You must always leave a path for others. Hearing this, Yan Sen's tears streamed down. Yes, master, I will obey master's teachings. The old man gently stroked his long beard and continued. All right, you may go down first. I, your master, am a bit sleepy, now returning to reality. Yan Sen said to Mengqi. My master told me that back then, ultimately, it was my oversight that led to the destruction of the sect, so I want to rebuild it and fulfill my master's great wish. Actually, there's another way to rebuild the sect, Chen Keishan asked curiously. What other way do you have? Yan Sen continued. For example, I could shatter this entire immortal tower, then find a place to create a world and produce a group of humans who upon birth are already at the golden core stage. Restoring the entire sect would only take 2 seconds. Chen Keishan's eyes widened in astonishment. Create humans? Yan Sen chuckled delightedly. It's just that it would be too shameless. Rebuilding the sect with my own artificial beings feels very disrespectful to my master. Hu Mengqi exclaimed, You're not joking, are you? You can create life? Yan Sen replied, I'm not joking at all. A venerable has the ability to create countless grand myriad worlds for an emperor, immortal to create a few nascent soul golden core or soul transformation cultivators is no big deal. Hu Mengqi immediately said, You've activated cheats to come to our world. You're already so powerful. Why were you sealed by others? Yan Sen's face darkened at this. He could only force a laugh. Hey. It's a bit inconvenient to say, I had just achieved emperorship and had some grudges, so it was hard to avoid being a bit hot-headed at the time. Yan Sen recalled the scene from back then. A venerable looked at him and said, This is the legendary emperor among immortal emperors in this entire continent. There are fewer than 20 venerables, including immortals, devils, and demons. A single palm strike from him killed 5 people and severely injured 10. Damn it, and countless more casualties below the venerables. The heavenly realm is doomed. That damned Kui Duo. What the hell were you doing destroying other sects? An older venerable walked to where Yan Sen was standing, holding a pagoda in his hand. The old man said, Brat, although you've become an emperor immortal, it doesn't mean you can do anything you want. This golden tower artifact is a product of my 2 billion years of refinement in the heavenly realm. Once you enter it, you absolutely cannot come out. Yan Sen looked disdainful. Old scoundrel. You want to trap me with just this piece of junk? The old man provoked. Then go in. I'll go in then, Yan Sen said and flew towards the tower. Seeing Yan Sen enter, the old man from before shouted, This brat took the bait. Quickly closed the door. Brothers, open the heaven. The old man opened a spatial rift and threw the pagoda inside. Go and don't ever come back. All the venerables joined forces to close all the gates leading to other realms. Lol, that's why Yan Sen was thrown to earth. That's right. That's why I don't understand how I ended up here. They also hid the heavenly realm within countless small worlds, making it impossible for me to find. He clenched his fists in anger and said, Those old scoundrels dared to trick me. Just wait until I recover my strength and see how I deal with them. As they spoke and walked, they soon arrived at the school. Mengqi immediately said, Ahead is our school. The teachers' dorms are behind the school. At this time, outside the school gate, many reporters were present. They discussed animatedly about the upcoming exams. In a few days, It will be the Academy's graduation exam and we'll have more news to write about. Do you think they can successfully graduate this year? The female reporter replied to her colleague, Probably not. This year's examiners are top heroes on the great god level. Leaderboard students from this academy haven't successfully graduated for over 6 years. A male reporter surprisingly pointed ahead and said, Look. Quickly, who is that? Oh my god, isn't that the young man who punched a great god-level hero all the way to the northern hemisphere? Hu Mengqi said exasperatedly, It's this group again. I told you to change your appearance. Yansen replied, Why should I change? I haven't done anything bad. The reporters immediately rushed over. Quick, go interview him. Hello, I'd like to ask you something. You've defeated so many superheroes. How do you feel now? What was your first impression of superhuman, Huajia? Did you feel pressured, fighting against a great god-level hero? Currently, your global fanbase has surpassed 1 billion. Do you have anything you'd like to say to them? Yan Sen, confused, asked, What's he talking about? What's a fan and what's your name? Where are you from? Yansen calmly replied, I am Yansen from the Zhuan continent, also known as the Heavenly Realm. So is your superpower a type of physical enhancement? How are you so strong? Yansen stood there answering each question. This isn't called a superpower. This is called immortal arts. The reporters then asked, What are immortal arts? Yansen continued. Immortal arts are A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, and so on and so forth. Chen Keshan pouted, looking at the surrounded Yansen, and said, This is the first time I've seen someone with such patience. Hu Mengqi added me too. His temper is super good. Suddenly a sound echoed from afar, and the reporters immediately turned to look. A male reporter shrieked. He stammered this is the Rainbow Task Force, the 5 Super Sentai brothers. Chen Keshan and Hu Mengqi were equally surprised, the Rainbow Task Force. Everyone who heard this turned to look, exclaiming in shock. The Rainbow Task Force is here. Only Yan Sen was bewildered. What task force? The world's top 5 great god-level heroes. They are ranked 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th among the great god levels. The 5 of them stood in the distance looking at the reporters. One of them said, Am I not blind? The reporter from before, bursting with excitement, rushed forward and said, Charge, I want to be the first journalist to interview the current top heroes. Suddenly, the 5 Super Sentai brothers of the Rainbow Task Force began to gesture. Red shell, black shell, blue shell, pink shell, yellow shell. We are the Rainbow Task Force. Yansen, Keshan, and Mengqi were all speechless, nearly blinded by this greeting. The male reporter exclaimed emotionally, The Rainbow Task Force is still just as special as before. Red Xiao was currently being interviewed. He said, although the times have changed, the rules cannot change. The reporter continued to ask, Is the Rainbow Task Force appearing this time for the graduation exam of the Superpower Academy? That's right. We are the main examiners this time. We hope these juniors can take up our big banner. The responsibility of protecting Earth in the future will depend on them. Hearing this, Chen Keshan wearily said, What heavy responsibility of protecting Earth? The powerful monsters have all been wiped out. Are you guys just too idle with nothing to do, so you've come out for a stroll? Hu Mengqi painfully added, Even though I've seen it many times, it's still so undignified. The reporters clamored, Oh my god, it's really true. I never expected you to be the examiners. How strong are the monsters you're keeping this time? And what superpowers do they have? Also, will the students participating in this test be able to last more than 10 seconds? And the reporters continued to ask without stopping. Yansen looked at them and said, Are you all crazy? What's wrong with the people in your world? Everyone is so strange. Chen Keshan replied, You've just arrived in our world, so of course you don't understand. She explained many years ago, there wasn't just this Rainbow Task Force, but also Sister Superhuman Huajia and various other heroes. They were all once the protagonists of this world. They used their unwavering faith and spirit to protect this world. Whenever Earth was in danger, they were the ones who went to the front lines, they defeated the Monster King, and finally the world achieved peace. That's why their popularity is so high. Those journalists are naturally very excited to see them. The world is peaceful now, but there are still some evils. After peace, many heroes had nothing to do. Some stayed home as shut-ins, some used their superpowers to work in the city. But combat-type heroes found it quite awkward to pass the time. They kept the remaining small monsters as pets. High-level heroes like them, such as Superhuman Hua Jia and the Rainbow Task Force, often have private competitions later on. Because heroes never give up. This kind of scene is very common over time. Our world has become a world that worships the strong. I never expected them to be the examiners this time. This test is 1000% impossible to pass. That's right. Even the God-level hero test is impossible to pass, let alone the great God level, Chen Keshan said tearfully, and painfully, it seems graduation is hopeless in this life. Yanzhen heard this and said, the test you're talking about is similar to our sex assessment over there, isn't it? This is a bit interesting, Hu Mengqi replied. Basically, yes. Only by passing the test can you graduate and become a hero. According to the Super Alliance regulations, a student's superpower must exceed level 10 to be eligible for the hero occupation graduation test. The content of the test is that the hero occupations release their own pet monsters. If we defeat that pet, we will be considered to have successfully graduated. Actually, my superpower has long surpassed level 10. My unleashed power is at least half God level, but they still haven't allowed me to graduate smoothly. Yanzhen looked at her and said, that's too inhumane. Clearly, your ability has already reached the standard. Chen Keshan sadly added, isn't it just that they're competing for enrollment rates? Can you imagine how far these heroes have fought even for students? Yanzhen was speechless. The people in your world are really strange. Hu Mengqi covered her face and said, last year's students who couldn't graduate dropped out a lot this year, I guess. My dad will be worried to death again. Yanzhen heard this and said with interest, since I've come to your place to teach for the sake of rebuilding my sect, I should also contribute. These are all small matters. Another day. I'll teach you a move that will definitely allow you to pass the test. Hu Mengqi asked in surprise. Are you serious? Yanzhen replied. Of course, an immortal doesn't joke. Red Xiao looked at the three of them and said, Captain, look at the person in front. He's been very popular in the news recently, the black-clad youth who instantly killed quite a few superheroes. Blue Xiao immediately retorted, the news isn't reliable. It's not the first or second time they've hyped up heroes. Yellow Xiao also said, currently his combat power in the superhuman world is still a mystery. Black Xiao continued, but superhuman Huajia also lost. Red Xiao boasted superhuman Huajia is ranked 10th among the great god levels. Which of us couldn't just hang him up and beat him? Yellow Xiao, check his combat power. Yellow Xiao replied, understood, activating superpower combat system. The system immediately displayed Yanzhen's stats, height 192, weight 82, 8 kilo. Age unknown, superpower, none system, none combat power 5. Yellow, Xiao said in surprise, he doesn't have any superpowers. Black Xiao puzzled asked, he's still flying in the air, is your superpower system having issues? Yellow Xiao replied, no, even if he's relying on equipment, he'd need a superpower to maintain kinetic energy. My superpower system can detect the existence of superpowers. He truly doesn't have any superpowers at all. Black Xiao said, then it's probably a drone powered by a battery as expected, it's just hype. Blue Xiao looked at Red Xiao and asked, boss, should we say hello? Red Xiao replied, no need, we have other things to do. Here the three were entering the school together. Chen Keshan asked, can your superpower truly be learned? Yanzhen answered, yes. So was what you just said about teaching us a move really that powerful? Can it really help us pass the test? Yanzhen nodded. Probably no problem. Let's head into the school first. The three of them walked in together at this moment. Red Xiao and Yanzhen bumped into each other, their sharp gazes meeting. This scene excited everyone. The reporters buzzed with chatter. Oh, there's going to be a good show. Now tomorrow's news will definitely sell out. Who do you think will be the first to enter the school? It's unclear everyone here wants to be first in this era. This kind of clash between strong individuals isn't common. Mengqi said they can bump into each other like that. That's too fake. They won't fight, will they? After you, Yanzhen said, extending his hand forward. Red Xiao immediately responded, let's go. The crowd was stunned. What kind of move is this? I've never seen it. He actually yielded. This is something that fundamentally can't happen in our world. The reporters discussed animatedly. Even if someone else yielded based on the Rainbow Task Force's personality, shouldn't he have scoffed at them? This isn't the Rainbow Task Force I know. Hu Mengqi looked at Yanzhen and asked, I thought you two were going to fight just now. Yanzhen replied, the bearded guy leading them is very strong. Meng-Chi gasped in surprise. Oh, he continued, that guy in red is the strongest person I've met since coming to your world. Meng-Chi's eyes widened. This is the first time I've heard you say that about someone else. The others looked at Red Xiao in confusion, saying, Captain, what's wrong? You're completely silent. That's right. When he met that young man just now, the captain didn't say anything. The captain wasn't like this before. Yellow Xiao turned to look towards Yansen. Could it be because of the young man behind him? He's not that bad, right? Red Xiao heard this and angrily said, Don't turn around, you'll die. Yellow Xiao was startled. Captain, what are you saying? Are you talking about that young man? Red Xiao nodded. Yes, he's very strong. I'm not his opponent. Blue Xiao froze. What? Pink Xiao immediately added. Boss, you're not kidding. You aren't his opponent, Captain. You're the second-ranked superpower user in the world. Blue Xiao, disbelieving, approached the captain and asked again. I probed him. Just now. He doesn't have any superpowers. Red Xiao replied, My combat instinct tells me this person is extremely dangerous. Numbers and superpowers cannot describe his power. Although I'm a bit unwilling, I truly can't beat him. Yellow. Xiao, unwilling, loudly said, I don't believe it. The captain must be trying to scare us. My superpower system has never been wrong. If that's the case, I'll calculate it again. Yellow Xiao turned around once more. She met Yansen's sword-sharp gaze. She turned away with a hint of fear. Oh, never mind, I'll probe him next time. Let's go. After dealing with that crowd, Yansen observed the school grounds. He said the etiquette in your world is too heavy. It seems that before learning cultivation, one must first learn the most basic etiquette. Thus, Hu Mengqi brought Sect Master Yan to the teachers' dorms and explained the basic principles of becoming an heroic instructor, and the benefits in this world. The morning of the second day was Sect Master Yan's first day of work. The doorbell rang. Yansen was sitting on the bed motionless. Hu Mengqi, outside the door, called out loudly, Teacher Yan, are you awake? Yan Sen went out to open the door. He looked at her and said, Immortals don't need to sleep. Meng-Chi was dazed for a moment, then said, There are two things. First, you've received your superhuman certificate. You've successfully pushed Sister Lan down and become the 7th-ranked Great God-level superhero. Also, your reputation is ruined. They're hyping up heroes, saying their strength is all fake. Taking the hero certificate to read, Yan Sen said, It's fine. Let them talk. I don't care. Oh, right. How many people are in the class now? Meng-Chi replied, A total of 42 people, 22 male students and 20 female students. Yansen opened the Great God certificate and read 7th-ranked Great God-level superhero, black-clad Superman. Yansen. Oh, what a strange fate. What a weird name. Meng-Chi then said, Your name is actually fine. Who told you not to state the hero name you wanted when you passed the test? Also, you're the only person in our world who didn't defeat a monster king to save the world and then become a top 10 Great God-level hero. I've told your classmates that everything in the news is fake, so you'll have a lot less trouble. Maybe I can help you deal with those nosy journalists that way. The speed at which you rebuild your sect will also increase a bit. Yansen looked out the window and said, No need. A cultivator doesn't need to be too hasty. I've prepared well for the matter of rebuilding the sect. I plan for it to take a few thousand years. Meng-Chi heard this, and her face went blank. Unable to speak after a moment, she finally spoke. I'm going back to class. First, I'm too lazy to listen to you ramble. I've already told the education teacher that you don't need to report. You can just go straight to class. In Superpower Class 1, everyone was excitedly discussing the new teacher. Have you heard? Our class is getting an incredibly strong teacher. This is the first time I've heard that superpowers can also be learned. That's right. Class leader said that everything in the news is fake. His superpower seems to be learnable. At the back of the class, a male student named Ranzi Hao slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, It's been 10 years I've been studying in this godforsaken place for a full 10 years, and I still can't graduate. I hope the new teacher can bring me some surprise. Another male student named Lan Bin, sitting behind him, spoke up based on your meager superpower. Do you think if a particularly powerful teacher comes, you'll be able to graduate smoothly? This time it's the assessment of a Great God-level instructor. Ranzi Hao angrily turned to look at Lan Bin and shouted, You four-eyed chicken, are you tired of living? Sun Xiaolu next to them interjected, You guys argue less anyway. There's no hope of graduating in this lifetime. It's the same. No matter who comes, As long as they're handsome, it's fine. It was time for class to start. Everyone in the class whispered, "Is this the new teacher? He's really tall. This is the first time we've had a top 10 great god-level hero as an instructor in our school, right?" Yan Sen began to speak from the podium. "I am Yan Sen from today onwards. I am your sect master. I have come here to make it clear that you have a destiny with the immortal path. I hope everyone will let go of their impatience and strive to become true immortals. In the first lesson, as the first disciples of the Tianchen sect, you must learn the most basic etiquette manners and also master the sect rules." Time flew by like a dog running through the fields. A week passed in a flash. I am Ran Zihao, a student in Superpower Class 1. I originally thought this very mysterious teacher would bring me some hope for graduation. I just never expected that for this entire week he would constantly make us copy sect rules. I've copied them over 200 times. He even said that to train our temperament, this copying of sect rules would continue indefinitely. What is this? Even? Everything has changed since he arrived. This is our classroom, a state-of-the-art classroom. After he arrived, it instantly transformed into a space from a bygone era. Our uniforms also changed into Taoist robes. To train my temperament, I endured all of this. I'm a young person who should accept modern education. However, the first lesson he taught completely shattered my imagination. Everyone knows that during our education, our entire world of perception is round. After the first lesson, the teacher will tell the students that our world is flat. Furthermore, it's divided into 2 layers distinguishing between 2 types of people, mortals and immortals. He also blabbered on, and on saying things we couldn't understand. The so-called mortals and immortals are divided into 4 stages, in total. 1 is Qi, refining. 2 is Qi refining. Transforming into spirit. 3 is Qi refining. Transforming into emptiness. 4 is Qi refining, merging with the Tao. Next is foundation establishment to become an immortal. Immortals are also divided into 4 ranks. Foundation establishment to become an immortal golden core, to become a golden immortal. Nascent soul to become a void immortal, and soul transformation to become a profound immortal. Above, profound immortal. They are no longer called immortals but venerables. The students listened, then looked at each other in confusion, saying, "What is he talking about? I don't understand a single word." "Teacher, what is an immortal?" Yan Sen calmly explained the so-called immortal is someone who can ascend to the heavens, enter the earth, and even destroy heaven and earth. This is called an immortal. As long as one can become an immortal, they can live as long as the heavens and be eternally youthful. He asked everyone why cultivate immortality to graduate and become the strongest hero in history, another female student said with determination. He used the book to tap the student's head. Wrong. Cultivating immortality isn't about fighting to become the strong, but for the pursuit of the grand Tao, the pursuit of eternal life and the Tao of immortality. Another female student heard this and immediately asked, "Teacher, you said that after becoming an immortal, one can be immortal and live as long as the heavens. Why still continue to cultivate immortality?" He turned to say, "Then I ask you, what if there were no more heavens?" She stammered, unsure how to answer. Ranzihao's face darkened. He didn't understand a single word for graduation. "I'll endure it." Yan Sen continued, "Although venerables can create heavens and spiritual energy, they will also die. For example, that year, I killed 5 people with 1 palm strike." Zihao was extremely annoyed, but gritted his teeth. I must endure. Yan Sen, unaware, continued to lecture enthusiastically. Only by becoming an emperor among immortals can one truly be immortal and indestructible. "I can't take it anymore." Ran Zihao angrily stood up and shouted, "Since the beginning you've been talking nonsense here, not teaching us anything useful and making us copy those sect rules in our world. The poor rely on mutation and the rich rely on technology. Ordinary people like us have to put in even more effort, and as our teacher, you should be teaching us how to use our superpowers, not babbling about immortality or whatever." He angrily threw the things on the table to the ground, cultivating immortality. "I'm not learning anymore." The male student next to Zihao, seeing him walk towards the door, asked, "How? Where are you going?" Ran Zihao, in a fit of rage, turned his head and shouted at the male student, I'm going to flirt with girls. Can you control me? Bang, the door slammed shut. Everyone looked at Zihao, leaving in a daze. Hu Shenshu said Zihao finally couldn't take it anymore. Huh? Shenque immediately replied, That's right. For him, being able to endure for a week is already amazing. Perhaps he wants to graduate too much, Shenshu interjected. But still, the teacher is a 7th-ranked great god-level hero doing that in class. Any other teacher would be angry. Yen Sen remained indifferent. All right, let's continue the lecture. Oh my god, isn't the teacher angry? That's right, he doesn't care at all. Lan Bin chuckled with delight, just based on Zihao's willpower. He wants to graduate. It seems I'm a bit stronger than him in terms of willpower. Everyone around heard this and looked at each other, discussing in our class. Only Lan Bin would say that about Zihao. Right, after all, their strengths are comparable. But in terms of willpower, Lan Bin is indeed a bit stronger. Soon it was dusk. Class dismissed. Class dismissed. Yan Sen and Hu Meng. Qi walked to the back of the academy. She said, This is the back of the academy. This large, empty plot of land is specifically used for students and teachers to unleash their superpowers. Don't blame Ran Zihao for what he did, he just wants to graduate too much. Yan Sen was curious, why would I blame him? Actually, cultivating immortality also depends on one's own immortal destiny. Others cannot force it. Meng Qi seemed to understand. No wonder you're so nonchalant here. You said before you'd teach me a move. Is it really that powerful? Can it really help me pass the test? Yan Sen calmly said, Probably no problem. This is an immortal family cultivation technique that even ordinary martial artists can unleash. It's even more suitable for you to cope with the test. Meng Qi excitedly said, Then teach me. The test is in 1 month, Yan Sen replied. But at the very least, you must first sense spiritual energy. Meanwhile, not far away, Ran Zihao angrily threw stones into the lake. Damn it. 7th-ranked great god, it's all fake. I'll never believe you're that powerful. The class leader actually lied to me. I don't need him. I can graduate on my own. Suddenly, the figures of 2 people not far away caught his attention. Who are those 2 in front? Isn't that the class leader? What are she and the teacher doing at the back of the academy? Sneaking around it looks abnormal. At first glance, let's follow and see. Ran Zihao hid behind a rock and peeked out. Meng Qi in front shouted, It's so difficult. Ran Zihao wondered, what are they doing? At this moment, Meng Qi excitedly grabbed Yan Sen's arm and said, I sensed spiritual energy. Teacher, I sensed spiritual energy. Yan Sen calmly replied, It's because the spiritual energy in your world is unusually dense. Otherwise, it would take at least over 10 years for an ordinary person to sense spiritual energy. It's so amazing, it's glowing. Our world actually has such a miraculous thing. Teacher is spiritual energy, a type of air. Yan Sen replied, In the heavenly realm, many people think it's the air used by immortals. In reality, it's their life. Ran Zihao was bewildered. Why are they standing there motionless? He was clueless, because he couldn't sense spiritual energy. Meng Qi on this side continued, I sensed spiritual energy. What next? Then watch me. Yan Sen unleashed his magical power, his palms swirling, and 2 taiji symbols appeared before Hu Meng Qi's astonished eyes. All things in the world have yin and yang. Use your sea of qi to sense the yin and yang changes in spiritual energy. Then combine them, and they will transform into true life. A huge dragon made of spiritual energy was soaring in the sky. The fuck, Zihao exclaimed in horror. What is this thing? Meng Qi looked at the flying dragon and exclaimed in surprise. It can actually be seen. Yan Sen replied, This is the appearance of spiritual energy when it transforms into life. Ran Zihao was trembling with fear at this moment. What kind of superpower is this? I've never seen it. Yan Sen pointed forward and said, Scatter. The dragon formed from spiritual energy instantly shrunk to the size of a marble. Seeing this, Meng Qi asked, What are you doing? Teacher, just firing some fireworks with that. Yan Sen extended his hand and flicked it gently. The small marble instantly transformed into a stream of light, a giant phantom dragon rushing straight forward. What just flew out? Zihao wondered. Yan Sen then shouted, Explode, boom. The light dragon just now crashed into a structure and a dazzling light appeared. Rumble, rumble, deafening noises resounded continuously. A huge gust of wind was generated. Meng Qi and Zihao were both blown away. Ran Zihao clung to a rock, shouting, Mom! Hu Mengqi screamed, "Teacher, save me. This isn't something a normal person would do." The classroom at this moment also shook from the wind. Everyone inside fearfully said, "Oh no, an earthquake, what's happening?" A male student pointed out the window and shouted, "Everyone, look outside the window." Boom! A mushroom cloud rose. No one could describe the scene before their eyes. They were terrified and wanted to curse. Is that a nuclear warhead?" Lanbin said, "I want to go home." Mengqi looked at the scene before her teacher. "Are you a devil? This is too exaggerated." Yan Sen calmly said, "That's precisely why the power will be that great. That was just a tiny bit of my master's. Sea of Qi Hu Meng." Qi swallowed hard, then continued, "Teacher Yan, please don't say anything for a moment. Let me calm down." The peanut gallery, Ranzihao hid behind the rock, his face blank and speechless. Yansen continued, "The key to this move is that it doesn't require using one's own Sea of Qi or Dantian to activate the cultivation technique, but directly borrowing the life force of spiritual energy to form an external component to unleash enormous energy. As long as the Sea of Qi can sense spiritual energy and grasp the yin and yang transformations, it can be unleashed." Mengqi next to him heard this and immediately said, "I still don't understand how to do it." Yansen took out a scroll and handed it to her. "Take this and read it. You'll understand." She took the book and read, "This is the Qi Sea Dragon Transformation Art, a pinnacle immortal family secret art. No spiritual energy in the body is needed, yet it can unleash an invincible heaven-defying cultivation technique that consumes no physical strength and no spiritual power. Is this harmless technique not written by teacher Yan? I wrote it when I was 5 or 6 years old. At that time I had just been brought back to the immortal family by my master not long after the sect's inner disciple assessment was conducted. I hadn't even cultivated Qi yet, so I was forced to write this rogue cultivation technique." Mengqi was speechless. "Finally, I understand why your master didn't allow you to compete and fight with others. It's because he was afraid you'd kill them." Meanwhile, Ran Zihao was still standing behind them, bewildered and motionless, like a statue. The next day, everyone saw Zihao carrying a large banner kneeling at the classroom door. The banner read, "Teacher, I was wrong. Please teach me cultivation." Everyone was stunned. What's wrong with Zihao kneeling at the classroom door and looking like he's admitting his mistakes? Didn't he say yesterday he wouldn't learn? This means we can't get into the classroom. Zihao looked up and angrily said, "What does it have to do with you? If you don't want to turn into roasted chickens, use the back door." The others didn't want to argue and said to each other, "Let's go. Let's go." Zihao continued to bow his head to the ground. Showing his sincerity, a figure approached. Thinking it was those male students still standing around gossiping, he shouted, "Aren't you going? Do you really want to turn into roasted chickens?" Zihao, "What are you kneeling here for?" Zihao saw that the person who arrived was Yansen and Mengqi, and he broke out in a sweat. "Oh, teacher, why didn't you say anything about coming?" Yansen didn't pay any mind and stood up. "Get into class quickly. Disciples of the sect don't need to kneel." Ran Zihao's tears flowed down his face as he said emotionally, "Teacher, you are truly a good person. All right, get into class." Zihao stood up and opened the classroom door respectfully, saying, "Teacher Yan, please." Yan Sen also happily replied, Young ones are easy to teach." Hu Mengqi then turned to ask Yan Sen, "Why is he so obedient today?" He replied, "He must have seen us cultivating." Ran Zihao sat in class, but his mind couldn't leave the scene from yesterday. Too powerful, just moving a finger could unleash such enormous energy. The explosion last night is still lingering in my mind. No, Lanbin cannot know about this. I must graduate before him. The young man sitting next to Ran Zihao saw him and covered his mouth secretly, chuckling, "How bro, you stink!" Ran Zihao shouted, "Shut up. Yesterday in my anger I threw all my clothes into the trash when I went back to look for them. They were gone. I searched for them all night, then washed them clean. They only dried this morning. No new smell." 2 other young men in the class whispered to each other, "That's not right based on his personality. He wouldn't come back on his own. Things aren't that simple. You should know that Zihao was kneeling at the door all morning before the teacher let him into class." The other bespectacled young man seemed to realize something, uttering a mysterious "oh." After that the class began. Yansen appeared again holding a book. All right, I've had everyone copy the sect rules so many times. I'm sure you can all recite them now. Right, first, everyone no longer needs to copy the sect rules. The students heard this and excitedly cheered. Finally, we don't have to copy those damned sect rules anymore, haha. At this moment, the immortal hero teacher Yansen became stern. Everyone dictation. I see that when you copied the sect rules, you no longer needed the original. Therefore, please write out all 3,600 sect rules in reverse order. Ran Zihao's face went blank. Thus sect master. Yan made his disciples write them in reverse once more, not long after they completed all their lessons and took their graduation exam. In an extremely lively atmosphere, green and red fireworks soared into the sky, and a huge crowd gathered at the academy. The host's voice suddenly boomed, "Lol, this is BB Livestream. Welcome everyone to watch our show today. Is a day when the masses are extremely excited, and it's also the graduation exam day for the Superpower Academy." The speaker was none other than the bespectacled reporter. His reappearance made the host frown in annoyance, but the bespectacled reporter enthusiastically shouted, "What's that called? Where there's a fight, there's me." In this peaceful era, a battle that ignites passion is very rare. Therefore, even student battles cannot be ignored. I will also use my life to live stream for everyone. Please follow my channel. Also, this school hasn't had a student successfully graduate in 21 years. I guess the students must be desperate to graduate. If no student graduates today, the school will set a new record in the hero world, becoming the laughingstock of the hero world. The school is also on the verge of bankruptcy. The reporter prattled on, spewing judgmental remarks about the Superpower Academy. At this moment, Principal Hu of the Superpower Academy was so furious, his entire body trembled. His hands were clenched into tight fists. 2 streams of tears ran down his face. He angrily muttered, "Daughter, you must fight for your father." The reporter, still prattling on, asked, "So what are your thoughts on this year's students? How do you feel about them? Do you think they'll graduate successfully?" "I don't think so. First of all, this time it's the Rainbow Task Force conducting the test, which will definitely be the most difficult graduation test." As he spoke, he held up a newspaper with the headline, "Fear Strength is Fake" on it, were images of teacher Yansen and Red Superman. Also, the teacher of this year's graduating students is the one whose reputation is that of a hero who bought his fame, the black-clad Superman. Yansen. If students can pass this test, they'll have truly seen a ghost. The bespectacled reporter seemed to finally understand. "Oh, so that's how it is." Remembering that battle, his mouth curved into a smirk. "I witnessed his superpower with my own eyes, yet some people still think he's faking it. Truly unbearable idiocy. It seems coming here was the right choice." Afterwards, they sat in the commentators' chairs and discussed together. "I remember when the black-clad Superman Yansen debuted. You live-streamed it from the scene. How do you feel about his combat power? Is it fake?" The blonde man disdainfully replied, "What are you talking about? Whether it's fake or not, it's fake. I only care about the live-streaming." He continued, "The graduation test is about to begin. Why haven't we seen the Rainbow Task Force yet?" On a distant cliff, Red Superman held a stopwatch beep. The stopwatch began to run. Then Black Superman appeared. Blue Superman soared into the sky. Blue Superman unleashed a kick. "Come on. I've been impatient for too long." He's Blue Shao, ranked 3rd among great god levels, but in just a flash. Black Superman kicked him, sending him flying into the sky. That Black Superman is Black Shao, ranked 4th among great god levels. Black Shao looked really cool at this moment, even yelling. "Even though we're all brothers when it comes to fighting, I won't hold back." Not stopping there, Black Superman leaped high and then delivered a direct downward kick. Bang! Blue Superman was kicked down and a small explosion appeared. Pink Shao also made her move, controlling mini missiles to attack. This is her mini bomb superpower. Covered in firepower, the mini bombs quickly approached Black Superman. Boom, boom, boom! 5 consecutive explosions rang out. Black Superman was unharmed by the explosions and aimed directly at one of the mini-missiles. He kicked it back at her. Pink Superman stared blankly as the missile approached, then bang, another earth-shattering explosion buried her. Yellow Superman couldn't sit still either. She used her ability to help Blue Superman activate his superpower combat system, enhancing his attack. Blue Superman's muscles instantly swelled, brimming with surging power. With enhanced strength, Blue Superman charged again, unleashing a powerful enhanced punch. He delivered a punch, but Black Superman stood firm, completely unaffected. He even calmly said, "Even though Yellow Shao enhanced you in my eyes, your punch is still like cotton. My superpower is body enhancement, even a nuclear warhead. I can withstand a meat shield like me, wouldn't dare not block a reinforced attack. A speed-type superpower user like you clearly could have resisted it head-on. Sometimes if a superpower is strong enough, you don't need to look at the system. Get out of the way at this moment." Yellow Superman was hiding behind a large rock. Helpless Black Superman stood with his arms crossed, looking down. "Found you. Yellow Shao, your system is truly a nuisance in combat." Meanwhile, the Sky Blue Superman was still dazed. Where did he go just now? Yellow Superman waved her hands. "No more fighting, no more fighting, you win." Red Superman, who had been timing them, finally turned off his stopwatch and spoke before it was 10 seconds. Now it's 3 seconds. Black Shao has really improved a lot. Yellow Superman looked at Black Shao. "You've improved even more. You're clearly much stronger than the three of us. Why are you still ranked 4th among great god levels?" Black Shao replied, "Blue Shao is older than me and ranked 3rd among great god levels, so he should sit there." Red Superman took out a card and threw it in a flash. It transformed into a black spherical object. Last month there was a huge explosion in the Pacific. The local military said they weren't responsible and wanted us heroes to help investigate. Did you find anything? That black spherical object is a great god-level monster eye robot. 10 years ago, it was subdued by the Rainbow Task Force. It has many superpowers, like laser beams and a precision targeting system. It said, "I've investigated all the Earth's surveillance cameras, and from the combat records of laser beams, I can somewhat tell that it was man-made." Red Superman seemed to have grasped some information, but still asked, "Oh, what exactly happened?" The Black Eye robot replied, "I'll just play the video for you." Then a projection screen appeared in the sky showing images of the immortal hero teacher, Yan Sen and Meng Chi. Seeing this, Red Superman was a little startled. Why is it him? What is he doing? Then, a towering column of fire erupted on the screen, surrounded by thick smoke, like the destructive power of an atomic bomb. Red Superman forced a bitter smile and said, "This man is much stronger than I imagined. That was just a tiny bit of his power." His words didn't sound human. The one-eyed monster asked, "What should I do? Now, I still need to investigate. What he used doesn't seem to be called a superpower. It seems to be called cultivation." The Red Superman also turned away in annoyance and left. "Send this to the hero department and tell them the investigation result is that some hero was setting off fireworks. Also, don't monitor him anymore. Be careful not to get killed." At this moment, the 4 Supermen, Black, Yellow, Blue, and Pink, had gathered in one place. Yellow Superman asked, "The graduation test is about to begin. Whose pet are we releasing this time?" Black Superman raised his hand. "Release my pet. I've investigated the students of this school. Most of them are combat types. They won't pass the test." Yellow Superman muttered, "Sigh, it's the nightmare graduation again. They're still students. Can't you go a little easy?" Black Superman turned and calmly said, Don't dream I enrolled when I was 5 and still haven't graduated in 20 years. They've only been here for 10 years. How could it be that simple?" His words were truly arrogant, like someone who has been hurt wanting to hurt others. Yellow Superman was furious. She bared her sharp teeth and yelled, "You call that revenge?" Red Superman approached from afar. "All right, stop messing around. The graduation exam is starting. Everyone get ready," the others replied in unison. "Yes, boss." At this moment, the atmosphere in the stadium became even more excited and lively. The annual student graduation exam was about to begin. 20 large television stations were broadcasting simultaneously. The whole world was witnessing the birth of future superhuman heroes, keeping us eagerly anticipating. At this moment, the stadium was incredibly crowded. The long rows of seats were packed with spectators. They cheered, applauded, and shouted in excitement. The energy in the stadium was higher than ever. A bald teacher yelled excitedly, "This year's graduation competition awaits a generation of heroes. You are the future saviors of the world." The commentator didn't understand what nonsense they were talking about. The reporter calmly regained his energy and yelled, "All right, enough with the wasted words. Let us invite out this year's graduating students along with their instructors." Then a group of students walked out from the stands. Leading this group of students was our Yan Sen. As he walked to the center of the arena, many people commented, "Look, who's that? It's black-clad Superman." Yan Sen, when the male protagonist heard this nickname, he could only sigh in exasperation. What a strange name. The fans in the stands also noticed. Isn't that the hero who recently gained fame for faking it? I never expected him to be the teacher of superpower class. Do you think his students can pass the exam? Another person also looked down at the stands and clicked his tongue, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? Even if he's not faking it and is very strong, can the students he teaches really pass the test? Don't you see who the examiners are this time?" At this moment, 5 familiar figures suddenly appeared on the podium. Many sharp-eyed people noticed. "Everyone look over there. They've appeared. They are the Rainbow Task Force. The Rainbow Task Force is here. Everyone hurry and take pictures. This is the first time I've seen the real-life Rainbow Task Force. Before they only saw models." The members of Superpower Class 1 discussed, standing so tall. "It's really cool. I've seen this kind of scene for 10 years. Red Superman with his arms crossed said this time is different from before. Before it was solo. Now we'll change to team combat. 4 people per group class. 1 and Class 2 can form a team together." The reporter heard this and yelled loudly, "I never expected it to be team combat this year anyway, since it's the Rainbow Task Force." Choosing team combat is also very normal. The Rainbow Task Force also discussed giving the students a special offer this time, a time limit of 3 minutes. As long as they can hold out for 3 minutes, they'll pass the test at this moment. The students preparing for the graduation exam were also excited. Oh my goodness. According to the rules, only half-god level monsters can be released this time. It's not only team combat, but also a time limit. If we can hold out, we can graduate. Haha, this is great. There's hope for graduation. Ran Zihao next to him heard this and yelled, "Shut up! Are you stupid? If it were that simple, we would have graduated long ago." The 2 young men then seemed to understand. "Oh, you're right," Mengqi said, "Teacher. I'm so nervous. Mastering yin and yang in that cultivation technique is truly too difficult. I still haven't succeeded even once. I don't know if I can pass this test." Yan Sen quietly said, "Cultivators don't need to be impatient. What's called cultivating? The Tao means you have to cultivate to become an immortal first. If it doesn't work this time, then wait until next year." Mengqi was startled and replied, "But this year is the most important." Yan Sen patted her head to comfort her. "It's all right. Perhaps when you let go of your obsession, something you never expected will happen with such a sudden intimate gesture." Hu Mengqi blushed with embarrassment. After a moment of awkwardness, Mengqi was surprised. "I'm not as nervous as before. Was he trying to relieve my stress just now? Everyone in class says he's a demon king, but isn't this rather gentle?" Yan Sen once again stepped forward to encourage all his students. "All right, disciples as immortals. You all don't need to be impatient from now on. This test is nothing. If not this year, then next year. If not next year, then the year after that. I believe that in 100 years, everyone will pass the exam." When the male students heard this, some had nosebleeds, while others burst into tears of overwhelming emotion. This was probably the most damaging encouragement they had ever received from their esteemed teacher. Just 5 minutes later, some students from Superpower class, to another class also participating in this exam, came to greet them. "Hey, Xiaolu, Xiaoyi, I heard your class's teacher is very strong. Is that true? Did you learn anything useful?" The guys from Superpower Class 1 could only show off their meager achievements in a daze. "I learned how to copy 36,000 sect rules. I can copy them 5 times a day. Another guy wasn't far behind. I can copy them 10 times, even in my dreams. I'm copying sect rules." The guys from Superpower Class 2 were dumbfounded upon hearing this. What the hell? "All right, it's fine, if you learned that. I can also roughly guess what spirit beast the Rainbow Task Force will release this time. Let's form a team. Our superpower system happens to counter that monster. As long as we can last for 3 minutes, we can definitely graduate. Of course, I can stay up for 3 days and 3 nights working on the Rainbow Task Force's test questions. I've been researching this time. I absolutely cannot be wrong. Really, the Rainbow Task Force's pet monsters number at least over 1,000. Are you sure you can guess it?" "Lol. Let's go. Let's go. We have to be the first group of students to graduate. All right? Don't push me." Immediately after, the reporter's voice rang out. Again, the exam is about to begin, and the students have chosen their teams. What monster will the Rainbow Task Force release? Not just me. Everyone is very curious. All right, enough rambling. Let's watch the battle. The exam begins. At this moment, Black Superman released a monster forward. Everyone was very curious about this monster. Some even hoped that the students would last more than 5 seconds. The reporter continued to commentate. The first battle is a team formed by 2 pairs of twins from Superpower Class 1 and Superpower Class 2. Their names are Xiaolu, Xiao Yi Hu Shen Kui, and Hu Shen Shu. However, I'm very curious. As far as I know, their systems have almost no offensive capabilities, Xiaolu asked. Class 2, are you sure the Rainbow Task Force will release that monster? This time we've put all our capital into cooperating with you 2 chickens from Class 2. Shenwei replied, Don't worry, you guys absolutely no mistake. The monster had appeared by now, and had actually opened its mouth and spoke human language before these stinking brats graduated and became heroes. I had to give them a beating as a monster. This battle is my chance to make a name for myself. It was a monster, with a glossy green body, a perfectly round head, with huge eyes and thick lips. It spoke, Hello, darlings. Yansen's eyes widened. What kind of monster is this? Mengqi recognized it, and couldn't help but exclaim, This is... The nightmare of physical combat systems is the explosive green-haired turtle, also known as the green-haired turtle. Yansen asked again, the nightmare of physical combat systems. What does that mean? Mengqi replied, It's a monster that superpower users with combat systems find very difficult to defeat. For example, fire-type superpowers find it very difficult to defeat water-type superpowers. This is called system suppression. This green-haired turtle's superpower is to absorb oxygen into its body, then turn it into carbon oxidation. Finally, upon contact, a large explosion occurs. Then it uses cell regeneration to quickly recover to its original state. This combat method is fundamentally unbeatable. Yansen also understood, so you can't touch it. It will explode if you touch it. Mengqi nodded. That's right. It's so shameless to release such a disgusting monster. Our school is almost entirely combat type, so we basically have no chance of winning. The fans in the stadium also couldn't help themselves. Hey, it's actually the explosive green-haired turtle. It seems this year's graduating students are out of luck. That's right. The MC shouted loudly, Dear viewers in front of your TVs, have you seen it all? The Rainbow Task Force actually released the explosive green-haired turtle this time. The students are in big trouble, it seems. This year's graduation test is quite difficult. The guy from Superpower Class 2 heard this, clenched his fists, and said that commentator up there is really talking nonsense. We're definitely gonna win. Xiaolu, Xiaoyi. I wasn't wrong, was I? It's the explosive green-haired turtle, haha, reliable. The monster squinted at the laughing and joking guys. Then it opened its mouth and began to suck in air. Great explosive no-range difference in a flash. Its body swelled like a balloon ready to explode at any moment. The guy from Superpower Class 2 was startled. The timer hasn't even started yet. Boom, boom, boom. A mushroom cloud rose high into the sky. The blonde MC was blown away, but didn't forget his duty. My goodness, dear viewers, I never expected this monster to unleash a large-scale explosion as soon as it came out. The explosion spread so widely that even the referee's stand 100 meters above the ground was blown away. And besides, this is fundamentally not the power a half-god level monster can unleash. Is this a joke? This power is no longer half-god level. Ha, this explosion will have aftershocks. Everyone in this stadium will be in danger. Yansen saw the situation getting out of control. He narrowed his eyes and reached out his hand. He struck forward with his palm and a wave of fire shot straight out. Mengqi watched this scene in horror. Yansen's single move actually disintegrated the shockwave from the explosion into nothingness. With the 2 of them at the center, a gigantic vortex appeared. The vortex swept through the 5 Super Sentai brothers, making them unsteady. Fortunately, Red Superman wasn't a vegetarian and held his teammates back, wasn't it? Just an explosion. What's happening now? And Black Xiao, you released the green-haired turtle and hurt the audience. Black Xiao replied apologetically, I never expected it to be like this. But at this moment, the power is even stronger than the previous explosion, blowing away even the aftershocks. Where did this storm come from? At this moment, Red Superman could only silently look in one direction, sweating. A moment later, the storm passed and the sky cleared. We're saved what just happened. Hey, Xiaolu, you're the only wind-type superpower user here? Was it? Yu Xiaolu angrily replied, how could it be me? If I had unleashed that storm, I would have graduated long ago. Sun Xiaolu, the wind-type superpower user, looked towards Meng Qi. Didn't anyone see it? The entire stadium. Only the class leaders and the teachers' spots weren't blown away by the wind. It definitely wasn't the class leader. So it could only be him. The broken glass made the commentators fall left and right. Only the blonde MC was still overflowing with enthusiasm, even though he himself was injured. Dear viewers, the power of this explosion has surpassed the half-god level. This test question has exceeded the students' range of abilities. At this moment, the explosive green-haired turtle spoke humans up there, explaining, I haven't surpassed my ability range yet. Currently, I am truly a half-god level monster. I'm just getting started. To make a name for myself in the monster world, I let Black Xiao throw me into a swamp full of poisonous gas. That nauseating smell still lingers in my mind. I'll give you a little eye-opener to the explosive power I've accumulated over the past few months. Ha ha, all they saw was the monster flexing its muscles, rippling. Come on, let me give you a satisfying beating. The audience couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of muscle state is this? I've never seen it. That's right. This Maogui actually has this ability. It seems that in the graduation exam, not only do the students need to put in effort, but even the monsters are trying hard. In that case, it's truly limitless. In front of the monster was a mound of earth from which a voice came out. Hey, you damn turtle head. What are you babbling about? We're gonna graduate making a name for yourself. What a joke. Get ready for a bad reputation to spread far and wide. Lol. Xiaolu and Xiaoyi had the petrification defense superpower system. That mound of earth was formed by their combined efforts. Xiaolu whispered, You two from class 2, stop flapping your mouths. Although I can merge with the surrounding rocks and earth, it still hurts a lot when it explodes on this ground. The twin brothers from class 2, who were healers, replied calmly and confidently, Don't worry, don't we have us two to heal you? If we can last for 3 minutes, we'll be able to graduate. The MC, ignoring the pain on his body, screamed, That's too smart. Have you all seen it? I never expected the students to have been prepared so early. They seem to have guessed what monster the Rainbow Task Force would release. The only 2 pairs of twins in this school. One for healing and one for defense. This team is simply too perfect to deal with the green-haired turtle. It seems they really have a chance to graduate. The audience cheered. Oh, the most spectacular part is here. It looks like this team is quite formidable. If they keep holding out like this, they'll be able to graduate. Meng Qi nodded. These 2 pairs are quite powerful. I always thought they were just random passers-by. Yansen continued. If this monster came prepared, perhaps it could have guessed. Seeing this, the monster gave an ugly smile and said, Ha ha, you guessed early today. I'll show you my new move with that. He inhaled, and then spat out an arm, which then turned into a smaller green-haired turtle. The audience covered their noses. Ugh, so nauseating. Why does this move look so familiar? I think I've seen it in a comic book before. The spat-out monster wiped its mouth. Oh, so have you ever seen this before? Then it began a scene of inhaling and spitting. Spitting, spitting, spitting again. The audience's expressions at this moment were very unique. What the hell is this? What the heck is this? Is it a Matryoshka doll? Is this a joke? Inside the mound of earth, Lu Yi looked out in horror. What the hell is that? Don't look anymore. Something weird is coming. The monster commanded its newly spat-out minions go get him. The small green-haired turtles rushed to the mound of earth and continuously self-detonated. Booming, 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 the Lu brothers could only wail. It hurt so much the Shen brothers, while healing, comforted them. Xiaolu, endure. I'm here, you'll graduate very soon. Xiaolu gritted his teeth. You two good-for-nothings, you're not the ones getting hit. Hearing this, the Shen brothers were a bit smug, who said, I'm a nanny, hey hey. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. A tiny green-haired turtle had somehow burrowed in and was striking a pose. Xiaolu's eyes were about to pop out. Then the green-haired turtle gave a sly grin. Next boom, the defensive bunker was bombarded, and the people inside were thrown left and right, flying out. Mengqi was surprised, wasn't it? Fine just now, what happened? Yansen calmly said it seems they lost. At this moment, the 2 superpower class 1 students could only cry out, your healing basically had no effect. If we had known, we wouldn't have teamed up with you two, good-for-nothings. The MC, seeing this scene, loudly announced, Will to fight, lost test, failed, will to fight. Lost test failed. But what happened? So the test failed, they were just praising them. A moment ago, the audience watching the match also wondered what happened. Just now, the test ended before we even saw clearly. This monster is too strong. That's right. Even though it's only half god level. The power it has accumulated over the past few months, even a god-level hero would probably find it hard to resist. Currently, the problem isn't whether they pass the test or not, but how to avoid being beaten to death. The green-haired turtle stood proudly, its mouth curled up, inviting the next contestant to come and get beaten. Just like that, more than half of the students failed the graduation exam throughout the morning. Because the green-haired turtle almost completely dominated the exam, it was clearly very boring. The audience was also bored. It was almost all instant defeats with no suspense. I want to go home and watch the replay. It seems that this test will have no students graduating and not even anyone capable of putting up a fight. This green-haired turtle monster is too strong. Their strength is not on the same level. Let's go. It's lunchtime break. Even if we can't watch the fight, we still have to eat the free lunch provided by the school. During the lunch break behind the school, fireworks come out here. Ranzihao was trying his best to sense spiritual energy to unleash that move. Yansen and Meng Qi beside him were speechless. Whether I can graduate depends on you. Damn it, why is this move so hard to learn? Ah! Yansen, seeing this, was also speechless with this student. If he could unleash it like this, it would truly be a miracle. Suddenly, a hand offered a box teacher. This is the lunch I made, please try it. Yansen happily accepted the lunchbox. Alright, it seems eating isn't just about filling your stomach. While eating, Yansen felt eyes staring at him. He looked over suspiciously. He saw his students staring at him with eyes like they were looking at an idol helplessly. He asked, Is there something? Speak. Mengqi asked, Teacher, that move of yours is too difficult to learn. I know you have powerful cultivation techniques that are simple and easy to learn. Can you teach them to us? Ranzihao heard this and turned around. There are more cultivation techniques, Yansen replied. As for cultivation techniques that don't consume spiritual energy, there's only this one in the entire heavenly realm. Other cultivation techniques all require spiritual energy, and currently you students can't even learn qi refining. Meng Qi was truly exasperated at this point. No way, teacher. You're someone who's lived for several thousand years. You can't have only written this one cultivation technique. Are you just going to stare with wide eyes as your students lose face in front of the whole world? Zihao also added, Then teacher, please, write another cultivation technique that doesn't consume spiritual energy with your intelligence and talent. You'll definitely be able to write a cultivation technique that we can learn in an instant, and it'll be incredibly powerful. Yansen nodded. Currently, I can indeed write a powerful cultivation technique that can make you students immediately pass the exam. Truly. The two students were happy to hear this. Really? Haha, that's great. I knew Teacher Yan wasn't a simple character. Yansen then said, But my master once warned me not to write any more cultivation techniques. The words of my elder I, Yansen, always engrave in my heart, and dare not disobey. Meng Qi was dejected. Teacher, how can you be like that? You're not allowed to badmouth your master behind his back. After all, he's your master now. Zihao then asked, Why did that elder not allow you to write cultivation techniques? Flashing back 2,000 years ago, old Venerable Liu. This is the cultivation technique that my newly accepted Tao disciple just wrote. It consumes no spiritual energy or physical strength, and it can be unleashed infinitely in this entire heavenly realm. There's only this one book. And my disciple here is only 6 years old. It seems my disciple is several thousand, tens of thousands of times stronger than all your great sect disciples combined. Seeing Yansen's master showing off like that, his friend angrily threw the scroll onto the table and cursed, I'm sick of this shameless old man. You, the great sects next to us, recruit Tao, disciples who are geniuses, demonic talents and prodigies, yet you recruit a pervert. Aren't you afraid of what will happen in the heavenly realm later? Yansen's master spoke with a carefree air. Why bother with it as long as it's strong? That's all that matters. Sect master. Liu angrily left. Go play chess with your perverted disciple. Don't come looking for me again. Yansen's master waved Sect Master Liu. Next time I'll bring little Yansen to pay a visit. At this moment he suddenly remembered something was wrong. The cultivation technique had vanished. He screamed, "Where's my disciple's cultivation technique?" The result was that my cultivation technique threw the mortal realm into chaos. Even the flames of war spread to the heavenly realm. Some audacious mortals, after learning it, a few times ascended to heaven and fought with the immortals. The order of the cultivation world was completely chaotic. This chaos continued for several hundred years, and the number of destroyed living beings was even greater than when I annihilated everything with a wave of my hand back then. Afterwards, my master forbade me from writing any more cultivation techniques, and refused the Zhuanhuang brush cultivation technique I wrote. I also considered that, because I was young and full of power, I brought a lot of destructive calamities to the living beings of the heavenly realm. I am a sinner, so don't even think about it. Disciples, I won't write any more cultivation techniques. But it was useless, no matter what Hu Mingqi and Ran Zihao said, they couldn't sway sect master Yan Sen. The powerful yet easy-to-learn cultivation technique lingered in their minds. Thus time passed, little by little, and the second half of the exam was about to begin. Welcome back, everyone. This is BB Livestream. After the basic morning battles, Lu Maogui has achieved overwhelming victory. For the safety of our audience, the Rainbow Task Force has released the Great God-level Eye robot monster, which used a laser to seal off the arena, preventing any aftershocks from escaping. It's really too cautious, but the students inside will be in danger. All right, enough with the unnecessary words. This team consists of the Academy's outstanding students, the 4 strongest students personally selected by the Dean. It seems the principal wants to give it his all. The principal was still aggrieved and tearful. At this moment, these scoundrels, they actually released this kind of monster. Who are the 4 strongest students of the Academy? They are Ran Zihao, Lan Bin Sun Xiaolu, and Hu Mengqi from Superpower Class 1, who control fire, ice, wind, and matter respectively. The monster Lu Maogui, upon hearing these names, uttered a truly emotionless remark. Are they the strongest representatives of this school? After defeating you, I can go home and eat. The peanut gallery whispered to each other. It's strange, if a full combat system can beat Lu Maogui. Brothers, look at their current state. Are they preparing to give up after that? They quickly disbanded and left. Oh well, I'm going home to watch the replay. Let's get out of here. On the arena, Hu Mingqi tried to encourage her teammates. Everyone, don't give up. Let me think a bit more. Lan Bin, gripping his hands tightly, anxiously said, Think about what class leader are you, stupid? Don't you know about system suppression? Hu Mingqi remained calm. Give me 1 minute. Ran Zihao turned and asked the class leader, Do you want to unleash that move? Hu Mingqi nodded gently. Sun Xiaolu asked, with a dazed, confused expression. That move, Hu Mingqi explained. I'm not sure if I can successfully unleash it. I can only risk it. Ran Zihao clenched both hands, resolute. All right, then we'll risk our lives to buy the class leader. 1 minute. Bring out the nuclear warhead. Lan Bin was stunned, his eyes wide open. Nuclear warhead. What's that? The others in the stands couldn't help but turn to each other. Hey, look. Those 4 from Superpower Class 1 aren't giving up yet. This stance means they're about to fight. They probably know about this system, suppression. Are they crazy? Then Zihao in the arena stepped forward and directed, Prepare to begin. Class leader, stand back. Lu Maogui bared its teeth and roared, Still want to prepare. Come back next year. It snapped its fingers and countless parasitic-shaped projectiles flew towards the 4 students of Class 1. Kids, go get 'em. Ran Zihao spread his legs. To maintain balance, Xiaolu conjured wind next. Zihao tensed his body, unleashing his superpower. Wind and fire abilities intertwined, forming a small tornado to counter the attacking green-haired turtle clones. The MC, mic in hand, shouted loudly, speaking at an extremely fast pace, adding to the climax of the match. The battle we've been waiting for has arrived as expected of Superpower Class 1's combat system. This reaction speed is truly impressive, and they're very intelligent, using fire to neutralize the explosion. The wind power can even amplify the power of the fire-type superpower system, forming an even taller firewall. But a straightforward combat system being forced into a defensive system is truly a bit pitiful. I wonder if they can last for 3 minutes. If they can just last for 3 minutes, they'll pass the exam and become the first top students in over 20 years of the school's history. They won't just make history for the school, they'll also make history in the heroic records. Let's all cheer them on. Lu Maogui pursed its lips and chuckled softly. Let's see how long you can last. He tilted his head back, inhaled a large amount of air with one breath, then spat out hundreds and thousands of little brothers in a flash. He was surrounded by his crowded clones. But Ranzihao, seeing the overwhelming situation, opened his eyes wide, his tongue hanging out, and yelled, "Oh my God!" The MC was also stunned, his voice lowering to a vulgar level. The people in the stands also grimaced, expressing their displeasure. This number is a bit too much. Under Lu Maogui's attack, Ranzihao's fire volume gradually receded. Hu Mengqi looked up with worried eyes and reminded him, "Hey Ranzihao, your firepower is shrinking." Ranzihao still tried his best to resist, but it seemed he was powerless. Looking at Lan Bin, he yelled, "Hey Lan Bin, are you just standing there waiting for an award? Even though we don't get along when it comes to graduation, we have a common enemy, hurry up and help." Lan Bin waved his hands frantically, bewildered. "I want to help too, but I also have to respect science. Once I unleash water, your fire will be extinguished. My superpower is to turn the surrounding air into ice, but currently releasing upstream gaseous forms would injure myself. My ability has become a nuisance." Lu Maogui on the opposite side chuckled softly. "All right, as a monster with many years of experience being tormented by heroes, if I can instantly kill you with one move, I won't need a second move." He tilted his head back again and took a deep breath. Lu Maogui's body suddenly became huge and muscular like a giant. "Little chicks try the exam again next year." Ranzihao was surprised again. "It wants to unleash a large-scale explosion, right?" Sun Xiaolu shook his hands helplessly. "I can't withstand this move." Ranzihao quickly turned back and asked class leader, "Not yet." Hu Mengqi inside the protective sphere stretched out her arms and legs, calming her mind and letting go of her obsession. She recalled her conversation with Yansen teacher Yan. "What should I pay attention to when practicing this cultivation technique?" Yansen replied, "What's needed? Talent." Hu Mengqi then asked, "So how can I tell if I have talent?" Yansen suggested if you let go of your obsession, you'll be able to see. Following Yansen's advice, Hu Mengqi gently closed her eyes, relaxed her mind, and completely let go of her obsession. A moment later, she opened her eyes. Before her now appeared a magnificent and majestic platinum dragon. Hu Mengqi looked at the platinum dragon in front of her and couldn't help but be surprised. This is the cultivation technique you wrote. Teacher, such a giant life force. Does this mean I have talent for cultivation?" Yansen also stood in the stands watching the crowd around him continuously argue. This wind overwhelmed everyone, couldn't see anything. Why hadn't their class leader made a move, yet wasn't her matter? Control superpower, easier to stop the monster. Yansen gently smiled, praising truly extraordinary talent. The audience continued to cheer. "Hey everyone, look at that monster, it wants to unleash a high-density attack. The damage will be even higher than before. Students will be severely injured." Lu Maogui laughed loudly, smugly. "You little chicks, before you become future heroes, eat my shitwave first." Ranzihao was furious and yelled, "Lan Bin, WTF, are you fighting or not?" Lan Bin also got provoked to madness. "I don't care. Activate full superpower." Sun Xiaolu tried hard to stop him. "Hey Lan Bin, the class leader is still behind you." Boom, boom, boom. Ice sculptures formed by Lan Bin's superpower. Then countless ice pillars shot straight up into the sky, shielding Hu Mengqi inside. When the ice barrier just formed, boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion created by that green turtle monster. Luckily, there was a barrier. Otherwise, the audience would probably be completely wiped out. The audience trembled, tears and saliva flowing freely in fear. That black sphere then emitted a voice, "Don't worry, humans, with me here, you won't get hurt." Yansen stood there momentarily wide-eyed, helpless and speechless. In the thick white smoke, no figures could be seen, only voices echoing with such high density, nothing will happen to the students inside. Right, this mist makes it impossible to see anything. The young man sitting inside the camera rig also curiously poked his head out to observe under this power. No one will pass the exam, right? I wonder how the students are doing now. The smoke gradually dissipated. The class 1 students on the field were completely safe and sound. Ranzihao said, "Lan Bin, your skill was unleashed just in time. Otherwise, we would all be down. Although being frozen hurts a lot, it's still better than being severely injured by an explosion." Lan Bin knelt down, hands on the ground, and whispered, "This is all my stamina. I can't unleash any more." Sun Xiaolu then angrily clenched his hands and yelled furiously, You two good-for-nothings. Is this protecting the class leader or protecting yourselves when unleashing your skills? Didn't you think about the class leader who was still behind you? Lan Bin then realized, stunned. Right. This explosive range is too terrifying in my panic. I completely forgot about the class leader, the airflow and wind combining to form ice. The class leader definitely couldn't avoid it. As he was worrying, Ran Zihao pointed and yelled, "Look, it's the class leader." Hu Mengqi stood in front, completely safe and sound. Ran Zihao was stunned again. She's fine. Lan Bin also couldn't escape his surprise. This is not scientific. Sun Xiaolu then said, "I knew you two weren't trustworthy before the explosion. I used my last bit of strength to surround the class leader." Lan Bin turned and continued that way. The airflow turning into ice, along with the explosion, wouldn't hurt the class leader. You're thinking? Xiaolu was quick. The audience in the stands watched with mixed emotions of joy and worry. Oh my God, the students are fine. It seems they used all their stamina to neutralize this explosion. But now less than a minute has passed. What will they do next? That's right. All their stamina has been depleted, and there are more than 2 minutes left. How will they fight now? Lu Maogui frowned. Oh, they're fine, but my power has been accumulating for several months. This widespread explosion can only be unleashed once. It hadn't finished speaking. Hu Mengqi took light steps forward, letting go of her obsession. Yin and Yang, merging the audience in the stands, excitedly reached out and pointed directly at the arena. Look, their class leader. Hu Mengqi waved her arms wide, activating 2 streams of yin and yang energy, the Qi Sea Dragon transformation art. Ran Zihao was surprised. Class leader, you succeeded. At this moment, 2 white Qi dragons coiled, looking at Lu Maogui. He was terrified, his eyes wide, his mouth agape in fright. The audience on the side was stunned. What is this? Is it a superpower? Never seen it. The young MC at the broadcasting booth began his work again. Dear viewers in front of your TVs, the class leader of superpower. Class 1 Hu Mengqi seems to have created something very formidable. Is this a superpower? It seems no one here has ever seen it. The principal sitting in the VIP room was also surprised. He turned to his assistant and urgently said, "Secretary Liu, go get my family's genealogy book for me." He quickly flipped through the pages of the genealogy book, searching his face, unable to hide his astonishment. Strange. My family's genealogy has no record of anyone with this kind of superpower. Ran Zihao then yelled, "Class leader, don't act cool anymore. Take his life while he's surprised." Lu Maogui regained its composure, frowning and grumbling, a moment of surprise, a moment of fear. But this student likes to do useless things to scare people if there's still time. Then let me see what this move really is. Hu Mengqi concentrated her spiritual energy into a single point, the corner of her mouth curving up. If you're brave enough, then stand there and don't move, she thought to herself. Will this destructive power destroy this place? But with teacher here, it should be fine. Lu Maogui confidently accepted the challenge. No moving. Then no moving among the 4 combat types. You're the weakest. Can you even fly to heaven? Zihao continued to yell, a warning. Class leader. Don't waste words on him, show him some fireworks. Hu Mengqi didn't waste any more time, either firing the concentrated energy orb forward. I can send you to heaven. A wave surrounded by 2 white yin and yang dragons aimed directly at Lu Maogui, facing Hu Mengqi's attack. He wasn't scared at all. Ha. So it's just a wave. Before he finished speaking, a loud voice suddenly echoed from behind. Get out of the way, you idiot. Lu Maogui instinctively turned his face, frowning, and asked what. But when he turned around, he only saw a divine dragon bearing its fangs and claws, pouncing on him and tearing at him. The audience in the stadium also panicked and fled. Get out of the way. The barrier is about to break. Even the black one-eyed monster was impacted by this group and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Boom! A massive explosion, shaking heaven and earth, erupted, sending waves flying outwards, soaring tens of kilometers into the sky. The fighting arena and the square were dug out, leaving a large hole. The 2 young livestream presenters had their mouths agape, trembling in fear. The remaining audience also shared the same image, mouths wide open in astonishment. The explosion was no different from a mini atomic bomb sweeping in all directions. Black Superman and Blue Superman gaped when they felt this surge of power. Is this power something a student can unleash? Hu Mengqi's father was also speechless with astonishment. The MC trembled but still tried to speak to dear viewers, since I started my career as an MC over 20 years ago. This is the first time I'm speechless. The audience was also horrified. She's still just a student mom. I want to go home on the field. Hu Mengqi still had her hand outstretched, releasing the large, powerful wave. Lan Bin stood frozen like a banana tree in the middle of the field. His voice trembling so strong, Hu Mengqi frowned, gritting her teeth in annoyance. A mistake. I originally intended to make it explode inside the stadium. Ran Zihao ran over and yelled, "Class leader, what are you doing? Why didn't you make it explode inside the stadium? Teacher is here. What are you afraid of?" Hu Mengqi innocently replied, "I don't know. This move is very fast. I haven't even reacted yet. I still have to move my hand to make it explode." In the thick smoke, a distant voice echoed. Ran Zihao and Hu Mengqi exchanged glances and turned to look. Surprisingly, Lu Maogui had only lost half of his right side. His remaining hand was clenched, and his face was now full of hatred. "Ah, I actually can't recover. If it wasn't for Pink Xiao reminding me to dodge, I would have died here today." Hu Mengqi retorted, "It's because you feel your head is very hard. What does that have to do with us?" Indeed, it still didn't hit the direct front. Lu Maogui gritted his teeth and roared, "I'm angry now." Ran Zihao quickly turned and said, "Don't argue with him anymore. Class leader, can you unleash it one more time?" Hu Mengqi confidently replied, "No problem. It doesn't consume stamina. Anyway, unlimited releases just give him one more hit." The blonde MC continued the narration as a commentator. "I no longer have words to describe this battle just now. Class leader Hu Mengqi unleashed a nuclear bomb, but it only hit half of Lu Maogui's body. Currently, there's still a minute and a half of battle time left. It's gradually reaching a climax." Wait a minute, what did she just say? She said unlimited releases. Lu Maogui heard that and panicked. What unlimited? The audience in the stands clearly showed skepticism. Is she joking? Ran Zihao clenched his hands confidently. "Haha, this is the effect we want." Class leader quickly hit their faces. Suddenly, Hu Mengqi lost strength and fell to her knees, crying out. Ran Zihao anxiously asked class leader, "What's wrong?" Hu Mengqi's face looked a bit tired, and she replied, "I don't know." The audience saw her abnormality and had something to gossip about. Brothers, quickly look, the situation with Class 1's class leader isn't quite right. She looks very uncomfortable. What's wrong with the class leader? Is it a side effect after unleashing the nuclear bomb? Yansen, standing nearby, explained, "It's not a side effect. It's just that unleashing this move requires always maintaining a calm mind. Just now she wavered, leading to damage to her QIC. It's nothing, adjusting it for a year or two will be fine." A student surprisingly turned and asked, "How do you know?" Because he always diligently copied the sect rules, all the students didn't know that this move was created by teacher Yan Sen. Lu Maogui laughed proudly. "Haha, can't unleash it anymore, right? Unlimited release, what, trying to scare me? My explosion is the unlimited release." Hu Mengqi trembled, gritting her teeth. "Damn it, if it could have exploded head on. Just now I'd like to see how arrogant you'd be." Ran Zihao again anxiously asked class leader, "Can you still unleash it now?" Hu Mengqi also had some doubts and said, "I don't know if I can still unleash it. It's just that my current state of mind isn't stable. Gathering spiritual energy will probably take time." Ran Zihao clenched his hands, annoyed, and yelled, "Oh, my class leader, what time is there for you to gather now? By the time you're done gathering, the exam will be over." Hu Mengqi lowered her voice. "Just now, I was able to successfully transform into a dragon. I thought it was over. I didn't expect it still needed a calm mind. It's my arrogance. I'm sorry." Lu Maogui again pouted his lips and inhaled deeply. He tilted his head back and inhaled more air to nourish his energy. His mouth still didn't forget to provoke it. "Seems this battle is destined for me to win." Sun Xiaolu smirked and said, "Is that so, you damn turtle? I suggest you take back what you just said." Ran Zihao and Lan Bin both turned to look at her and asked Xiaolu, "What are you saying?" As if remembering something, both of them widened their mouths and yelled, "Could it be?" Only to see Sun Xiaolu also successfully learned the yin and yang qi si technique, just like Hu Mengqi had just unleashed. Her sharp eyes stared straight at Lu Maogui like a threat. Lu Maogui lost all arrogance, his mouth agape in astonishment, yelling with all his life and rising fear. Originally, this graduation exam battle had no suspense at all, but because of class leader Hu Mengqi's explosion, it added uncertainty. Currently, the scene is extremely chaotic. Everyone at the scene is speechless about the situation unfolding before their eyes. Ranzihao angrily yelled, "What, you know this move too?" Lan Bin also couldn't contain his surprise. This is not scientific. Sun Xiaolu crossed her hands, concentrating her power to regulate her yin and yang. Qi Si. She smiled lightly and said, "It's not extremely difficult, I knew it at first glance. It's just still a bit unfamiliar." Ranzihao and Lan Bin yelled in unison, "Please speak human. I couldn't learn it in front of the teacher and you knew it." At first glance, Sun Xiaolu pointed out their weakness. Two people not calm one with too deep an obsession. Teacher Jensen said that cultivators cannot rush. You've copied the sect rules so many times, haven't you awakened yet? Ranzihao finally realized, so Xiaolu didn't care about the graduation exam at all, plus her cold personality. No wonder she learned so quickly. Since that's the case, I'll try to unleash it once Lan Bin also agreed and said me too. Before he could recover, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly appeared next to Ranzihao. He glanced to his right. Spiritual energy. Angrily, Ranzihao yelled again, "Spiritual energy is emanating from you, do you know it too?" Lan Bin smiled slyly, seeing him win this secretly, sneakily. It was already abnormal. I had already seen this cultivation technique, I just didn't expect it to be a human-powered nuclear bomb. Ranzihao cursed loudly. "I won't lose to you." Lan Bin gently reminded, "You should let go of your obsession first." Hu Mengqi also joined the dispute, "You guys, I won't lose either." Yan Sen looked at his 4 stunned students and pondered to meet 4 people who are all top geniuses. I never expected that in my lifetime, everyone could learn that cultivation technique that fell into the human world in such a short time. It's not impossible. I've picked up treasures. However, it must also be said that beginners are still beginners. Gathering spiritual energy to transform into a dragon takes time, and the enemy won't give them a chance to stand there and unleash a great wave. Lu Maogui tilted his head back and inhaled. I inhale, inhale. Yansen looked on a little worried in his heart. No, these kids can't get hurt. Future immortals cannot be hindered by an assessment. The young MC's voice echoed again. Dear viewers, the battle before us has reached a critical stage. Both sides are concentrating their power currently. There are less than 30 seconds remaining. Will they finally be able to pass the exam? Lu Maogui again yawned and pouted his lips. Damn you malicious students, let me see who's faster, you or me. As he was about to make a move, a white cloth floated down near the arena. Lu Maogui was stunned and wondered, what are those things flying in the air? A white silk ribbon flew with the wind. The young MC yelled loudly, announcing Class 1 has surrendered. Class 1 has forfeited the right to compete. Test ended. Lan Bin was stunned, looking up at the sky-white cloth. Ranzihao was indignant and complained. Teacher, are you serious? Janssen simply said, come again next year? The audience all showed signs of disappointment. It ended just like that. It's a bit surprising. I won't come to this school's exam again in the future. Lan Bin angrily refused to accept defeat. You surrendered. Ranzihao scratched his head in frustration. I was almost there. Sun Xiaolu agreed. Oh, well, come again next year. Waiting a year is fine. Lan Bin sighed, so calm. No wonder you could learn so quickly. Sun Xiaolu crossed her arms over her chest and turned to face the 3. You guys are stupid. Can't you use your brains a little? This move is powerful, but for us it takes too long to unleash this. Lu Maogui will definitely be faster than us. Teacher just doesn't want us to get hurt. But Lu Maogui still stretched out and yelled, great unlimited range explosion. The MC at the broadcasting booth loudly reminded, hey, the exam is over. Class 1 has surrendered. Boom, a loud explosion in the stadium. A sea of fire erupted, engulfing everything. The audience hugged each other in fear. What is it trying to do? What the hell is this? The MC's face was full of worry. The students are still inside. After a burst of energy release, Lu Maogui smiled brightly. Excited, so comfortable, he looked up at the 4 Class 1 students. They had completely vanished from the field. The 4 were protected by a shield floating in the air. Hu Mengqi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, oh my God, we're completely fine. Ranzihao pointed forward. Look, it's Teacher Yan. Sen did teacher protect us. Each step Yansen took onto the arena, the force from his body caused the stadium to shake violently. The audience in the stadium was also affected, shaking and bumping into each other. Everyone's faces were terrified, screaming, Mom, earthquake. The stadium shook more and more violently. The audience in the stands swayed and bumped frantically, Worried what's happening. Why is there an earthquake now? It doesn't feel like a normal earthquake. On the field, Lu Maogui felt the pressure most clearly. What's going on? What kind of power is this? I can't breathe. Yansen on the opposite side still calmly exhaled, trying to suppress his anger. Lu Maogui continued to be surprised, wondering, suppressed to the point of not being able to breathe by this aura. How powerful is this? The ground and rocks began to crack at this moment. The cracks spread wider and wider. The audience fearfully ran for their lives. Hu Mengqi looked at the chaotic scene, her eyes wide with fear. Teacher is angry. Ran Zihao was stunned. This is killing intent. The ground below is all cracked. Yansen glared, questioning, why did you not comply with the rules? Lu Maogui at this moment realized his mistake. He screamed with all his might for help. I was wrong. Little Red, save me. The superhero team simultaneously turned their heads and looked back. Not good, quickly retract it. Yansen reached out and pointed directly at Lu Maogui, emphasizing, you can die. Just this one lift of his hand, the pressure bore down. Lu Maogui was flattened to the ground. The scene at the stadium at this moment was even more chaotic. Difficult to observe, the audience in the stands were shaking their heads, dizzy, constantly roaring, what's happening? Ah! The 4 Class 1 students were also affected, panicked, and fell in midair. Black Superman yelled loudly, my 5-star system monster. The arena at this moment was crushed to pieces by that lift of the hand. A door on the card opened, retracting Lu Maogui. He now looked exactly like a lingering soul being transcended. Collecting the last bit of residual image, seeing his monster shattered from 5 stars to less than 1 star. Black Superman then angrily yelled, 5 stars, turned into half a star. This is crippled. He was furious, clenching his hands. Why did it become like this? This combat system nightmare was something I spent a long time subduing and cultivating. It's all because of that guy. Black-robed Superman Yansen. Do you know you have violated Article 1653 of the Hero Law without permission? High-level great god heroes are not allowed to launch any attacks against other heroes. Pet monsters you are provoking. This is a serious act of defiance. Yansen lightly replied, we immortals always value reciprocity. Injuring my disciple is a capital offense. Sparing your life is already an act of mercy from an immortal. Black Superman continued to reason. What are you talking about? There are superpower healing system users here. Nothing could possibly happen to the students. Yansen coldly snorted. I can also heal, but the time consumed when the QIC is damaged cannot be compensated. Telling you wouldn't understand, too lazy to explain to you. If you're not convinced, you can come down and fight. Black Superman clenched his hands. Accepting the challenge, fight, then fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Blue and pink Supermen saw Black Superman's agitation and immediately covered his mouth to stop him. Ha ha, sorry, he's just kidding. Just pretend you didn't hear what he just said. Ha ha. Lan Bin said, slightly surprised. This is the first time I've seen teacher get angry. Ran Zihao made a judgment. I understand teacher is covering up flaws. The young MC again juggled the mic and loudly said, Dear audience, dear people sitting in front of your TVs, have you heard the world's 7th-ranked black-robed Superman? Yansen has issued a challenge to the Rainbow Team. Not only that, the Rainbow Team has also accepted black-robed Superman Yansen's challenge. This is a scene rarely seen in 10 years. Yellow Superman angrily yelled, What the hell is that commentator above doing? He's provoking, not challenging. Besides, when did we accept the challenge? The live audience became even more curious and excited. Oh my god, I also heard it just now. Next, there's fun to watch. Haha. To be able to watch the Rainbow Team fight, this ticket price is absolutely worth it. The MC also excitedly clenched his hand and shouted, Let's all shout the name of the Rainbow Team. The audience in the stands enthusiastically responded, cheering in unison, Rainbow Team, Rainbow Team. Yellow-robed Superman gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. I want to skin this commentator. The MC commentator sitting in the booth smiled brightly, smugly, finally seeing an opportunity. The stadium was incredibly lively. Cheers and applause continuously echoed. Rainbow Team, Rainbow Team. The 5 Supermen in the team were momentarily stunned, not knowing how to resolve it. Black Superman again complained. Truly, don't understand if you don't fight. How will you know if you can't win? Captain, let me go down and fight him. Red Superman not only disagreed, but also yelled loudly, Shut up. He'd beat you to a pulp relying on your three-legged cat. Superpower would just be seeking death. Black Superman, being scolded, gritted his teeth and sullenly turned his face away. Yellow Superman anxiously asked Captain, "What should we do now?" before the question. Red Superman fell silent with no answer. The match commentator continued to add a few more words. "This is a battle of great God-level heroes, dear people at the scene, and in front of your TVs. We are about to celebrate National Day. Early." The audience in the stands immediately took out their phones and contacted their sons at home. "Son, quickly turn on the TV, watch channel 233. Something big is happening." The other end of the line asked, "What's wrong? Isn't that channel for student exams?" The father immediately said, "It's not anymore, it's a high-level battle of great God level." The son heard that and immediately turned on the TV to watch his face agape with astonishment. Frozen, "Is this the Rainbow Team? What's going on?" The commentator on this side was operating at full capacity. Based on the numbers displayed on this channel, our global live stream viewership has broken records, and the number is still continuously increasing. I believe that after another 5 minutes, the eyes of the whole world will gather at this place of ours. People at home couldn't wait and immediately opened the live stream channel to watch this dramatic battle. Quickly open. Channel 233. The student exam. Live stream has had something big happen. Quickly. Open channel 233. Welcome everyone to watch the afternoon news. This is a new news channel. According to our channel's news, the 7th-ranked great God-level hero, black-robed Superman, Yan-sen, has issued a challenge to the Rainbow Team after the student exam ended. The Rainbow Team also accepted the challenge from black-robed Superman. "We will always broadcast for everyone." The director couldn't help but remind. "All right, no more talking. Broadcast the scene quickly." In a certain hospital, looking at the live broadcast on the TV screen, Lan Chi-Chi, covered in injuries, watched intently. In the northern hemisphere, through a large outdoor TV, people gathered in front of the screen, continuously raising their hands and cheering, "Rainbow Team, Rainbow Team." A blonde man in leaf pants. Isn't this the plastic Superman who was sent flying all the way here? His injuries have completely healed now. He's closely watching the battle. 2 other Supermen sat in a room holding full beer mugs, drinking and watching on the large TV screen. Below the stands, the heat still didn't subside. Hands continuously raised, shouting, "Rainbow Team, Rainbow Team, Rainbow Team," currently in a dilemma. Yellow-robed Superman gritted his teeth, furious. "It's all because of that damn commentator. I'll cut his tongue." The commentator in the room stuck out his tongue excitedly, joking. "Superpower tongue, resurrection." Black Superman's heart was still burning with fighting spirit. "If we are afraid this time, then our reputation will be ruined. Fight." Yellow Superman turned and asked Captain, "What should we do now?" Red Superman remained silent with no response or action. The commentator added more fuel. "I'm very curious, who will the Rainbow Team send to fight?" Red Superman then spoke, "Let's all go up." As soon as the order was given, all 5 Supermen advanced together. The 5 quickly stood in the middle of the arena, ready for battle. A loud voice rang out. Again, "The Rainbow Team is all going up together. Is this a council plan?" Little Red, ranked 2nd Great God level. Little Black, ranked 4th Great God level. Little Green, ranked 3rd Great God level. Little Pink, ranked 5th Great God level. Little Yellow, ranked 6th Great God level. Ranked 7th Great God level, black-robed Superman Yan-sen. The audience in the stands argued loudly. Every member of the Rainbow Team is ranked higher than black-robed Superman. That's right, yet the Rainbow Team is going up together. I remember the news saying that Yan-sen's strength was only a mere trick. Does he need to be so serious? It's unclear now how strong black-robed Superman actually is. No one knows. Ranzihao angrily clenched his hands. "They're all going up, teacher, you have to be careful." Yan-sen stood opposite the 5 Supermen, lightly challenging you. "Go first." He started to squint at the male Supermen, full of danger. Yan-sen pointed 2 fingers directly at the Rainbow Supermen. Black Superman yelled, sensing danger, "Protect the healer quickly." Green Superman immediately stood in front of Yellow Superman, blocking that attack. As a human shield, my body can withstand bullets. But in just a few short seconds, the destructive power from Yan-sen's move completely ripped apart Green Superman's clothes. The force from that blow not only stripped Green Superman naked but also sent him flying backward, hitting Yellow Superman. The 2 flew backward several tens of meters, hitting a structure before they could stop. Falling hard to the ground, foaming at the mouth miserably, Black Superman also sensed the killing intent and immediately wanted to run. But there's no escaping fate. Yansen's speed was faster than the speed of light. With just a gentle flick of his hand, he tightly grasped Black Superman's head. He squeezed hard, making Black Superman moan in pain. What kind of power and speed is this? No. He raised his hand before I even unleashed my superpower. Did he already know where I wanted to dodge to? This guy isn't human. Yansen casually threw Black Superman to the other side without expending any effort. The commentator couldn't help but run to the door of the room, anxiously yelling, "Shao Black, are you okay?" Pink Superman crossed his arms, unleashing mini-bombs. After that, it transformed into a giant super missile, a super bomb. Using all his might, he threw it straight towards Yansen. "Try this." The audience was even more stunned. It's Shao Pink's giant cluster bomb." Yansen gently blew a breath towards the incoming bomb. Immediately, the bomb changed direction and flew back towards its owner. "Yellow Superman!" Shao yelled in fear. "Damn it! Boom!" A loud explosion erupted, illuminating the entire sky. Pink Superman, Shao fell from the air to the ground before the eyes of all the audience. His landing posture, it must be said, was his butt in the air and his head in the ground. Yansen crossed his arms over his chest and instructed, "Learn from you can fight, you won't lose. I am adapting to local customs." Ranzihao and the other 3 students stepped onto the stands near their classmates, asking Xiaolu, "How's Xiao Yi? Has the battle started?" Xiaolu pointed at the arena and replied, "It's over." Both Ranzihao and Lan Bin were stunned. All crippled in less than 3 seconds, the entire rainbow team except for the captain was instantly killed. This has completely exceeded our imagination. The audience is only now realizing who the hell said it was a trick. Yansen stood in the middle of the arena, asking that person in red clothes, "Are you not going to make a move?" Red Superman. Xiao was worried. Careless. This person is not only very intelligent, but also has extremely rich combat experience. I just didn't expect Yansen's thousands of years of combat experience to instantly make Red Superman Zhao a bit unprepared. Red Superman Zhao originally thought that if all 5 cooperated more or less, they would be able to contain and balance Yansen. Red Superman Xiao's mind was full of thoughts, not to mention his very strong speed and power. His combat experience was also superior to mine. I guess I can only fight him for 2 moves, but in the end I will still lose. I am not an opponent of the same level as him. Yansen again provoked, taking this opportunity. "Let me see what the highest combat power in this world is like. Come on, let's fight, Red Superman." Xiao smiled calmly. "Haha, no." Yansen was momentarily stunned, not understanding Red Superman Xiao's meaning. "Red Superman," Xiao continued, "I can't beat you and I won't go up to die." The audience cheered again. "Hey, have you heard Red Superman?" Xiao said. "He can't beat him." "That's right. I also heard Red Superman Xiao is one of the strongest combat representatives in our world. If he says he can't beat him, is this black-robed Yansen really that strong?" Ranzihao angrily turned his face to the stands and scolded teacher, "Yansen is naturally very strong. Only you people are blind." Hu Mengqi turned to him and thought, "I remember your eyes were blind at that time too." Yansen asked again, "Are you saying you're admitting defeat, Red Superman?" Xiao replied, "Admitting defeat as a hero of this world. Even if there's only one last breath, I will absolutely not admit defeat." Yansen asked again, "So why is this Red Superman?" Xiao immediately replied, "My side. Heard the iRobot say you're not using superpowers but something like cultivation, right? Cultivation, have you ever heard of ancient superheroes? Red Superman." Xiao's words left both the audience and the commentators stunned. Ancient superheroes. Yansen calmly responded, "I've heard of them. They're a combat power level above immortals in your world." Red Superman. Xiao flicked his hand, activating 4 streams of Qi to activate cells. Immediately, this Qi surrounded and healed the 4 defeated supermen. Yansen was a bit surprised to see this. "So you also know how to heal, Red Superman?" Xiao smiled lightly. "It's nothing major that year. I swore not to unleash this, unless it was a last resort. This is the 2nd time I've unleashed a great tide." Immediately, the 4 supermen stood up, flew, and lined up. Black Superman was the first to speak. "Captain, are you serious right now? We still can't control that thing." Pink Superman, Xiao also said. "The captain said to go up together, so he had a plan all along." Yansen widened his eyes, surprised again. "Red Superman," Xiao confidently said, "Well then, I'll let you witness a bit of the highest combat power of our world. Jansen innocently asked, you guys aren't going to transform like those idiots from before, are you? The 5 supermen united and responded in unison. We stopped playing with things like transformation. 20 years ago, they all took out their control phones and united their power. 5 colorful cards were drawn. Then a series of operations. A magic array was also quickly formed. The audience was stunned. What's happening? A giant armored Superman was formed. Its 2 hands were solid steel joints. The ancient super mecha appeared right in midair in front of the stadium. Its giant body was many times larger than the stadium. The audience, with their eyes wide and mouths agape, looked up without blinking. Oh my God, super, super, super. The commentator also shouted and yelled, increasing the drama. Ancient superheroes. So what was written in the books was true. Jansen looked on, not only not scared, but smiling with delight. Oh, a bit interesting. The commentator frantically grabbed the mic, screaming with all his might. Dear audience, I clearly remember the books saying that this thing was used in the great decisive battle. 10 years ago, after peace, it never reappeared. Not even video footage exists. The true people who encountered it were probably only the top heroes in the world. I just didn't expect this big guy to be a product of ancient heroes. Dear people at the scene, your tickets today are too valuable. The audience was still astonished, continuously cheering. So big, Ranzihao also stood frozen. This is the first time we've seen this, Hu Mengqi loudly reminded teacher Jansen. Be careful. Jansen pulled the black cloak he was wearing. Forget it, this is the power of an immortal. Your world, is it that good? I also want to see which world's immortals are more powerful. Too much spiritual energy. It's time to consume some. He turned to the students in the stands and instructed his disciples look closely. This is the divine power of cultivation formation complete. Small flags flew from somewhere. Arranged in staggered rows according to a rule, the stadium began to shake violently again. Everyone at the scene couldn't stand firm. Hu Mengqi clung tightly to the barrier, continuously yelling in confusion. What is teacher doing? The audience was also panicked and scared. Why is there an earthquake again? The giant spiritual formation called forth a sword immortal. A huge, massive figure also appeared, even larger and more destructively violent than the Rainbow Team's ancient super mecha. The audience's mouths were wide open, as if they wanted to split in half. Their eyes bulged in terror. The commentator was no exception, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The sword, Immortal Ming, loomed before the screen, causing online viewers to be stunned. Everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open. Lan Chi and those in the northern hemisphere were also stunned to see it. He also summoned a great hero. The size of the sword Immortal Ming was probably 100 times the size of that arena. The commentator was sweating profusely. He was also too shocked to speak. What is? This is it? A monster or an ancient hero? Dear friends, black-robed Superman, Jansen seems to have summoned something very formidable. Everyone at this moment seemed to feel threatened. They fearfully said to each other, we'll be trampled to death here, won't we? A group of students also stood there, stunned. Is this the power after cultivating? So teacher Jansen is that strong? I've already told you guys and you still don't believe me. The sword immortal. Ming, with eyes full of determination, said, Thank you. Supreme Immortal, for summoning this king. Does the Supreme Immortal have any orders? Jansen replied. No need for formalities, seeing the name in front of him he hadn't yet. Charge and deal with him. At this moment, the 5 superhero brothers also panicked, so he also knows this kind of skill. Red Superman just smirked bitterly. I knew it. The ancient super mecha spoke. It's been so many years. Shall Red, you guys have remembered me too. Red Superman loudly said, Didn't we not have an opponent before now? We do. Ancient super mecha and sword Immortal Ming faced each other. Both had identified their opponents. Jansen's sword. Immortal Ming spoke very confidently. Rest assured, this king only needs one strike to kill the 5 supermen's ancient super mecha was not to be outdone. Give me 1 second, I can cut him in half. The situation at this moment was truly beyond the organizers' plan. Seeing the fierce battle about to unfold, the organizers panicked. This isn't a joke. Is it? Someone go stop them. But the commentator was very excited. He directly slapped one of the organizers and yelled, Get lost, even if it's the end of the world, this battle cannot stop. He was so excited that he stood on the table and continued his work. Life doesn't stop fighting, doesn't stop tomorrow. Call all the heroes of the architectural system to work as a professional commentator. I will use my life to bring everyone a commentary on this special battle. Furthermore, the audience at the scene will be in life-threatening danger. All audience members at the scene please quickly evacuate the commentator, spoke his heart out. But when he finished, he looked at the empty stands and was startled. He was dazed, wondering where are the people. Without waiting for that commentator to speak, everyone had already started running. Did the commentator still need to say? A few minutes earlier, the mayor of City Y had called for all citizens to evacuate to the safe zone, so the city's citizens and students were now in a place quite far from the area where the battle was about to take place. Everyone couldn't understand it was clearly an exam. How did it develop into this? The commentator still didn't forget his job. Dear viewers in front of your TVs, the fighting hasn't started yet, but the situation is already very shocking. The ancient super mecha said, in our world, there's a saying, if you can unleash a large move with a wire, you absolutely don't fight one move at a time. Sword Immortal Ming replied, I agree. Both finished speaking, and the mecha opened full throttle and charged. Sword Immortal Ming released all his spiritual energy and rushed forward. The crowd gathered outside observing this development panicked and quickly lay face down. Sword Immortal Ming swung his sword and a devastating slash was unleashed, while the ancient super mecha unleashed its primal key iron sword, striking with one chop. Two undefeated, evenly matched powers zipped past the commentator's head, causing a tuft of his hair to separate from his head, stay on head hair. Goodbye. This scene was truly beyond everyone's imagination. The mountain was cut in half. The sea parted in two. The group of students was still mesmerized and exclaimed, "Oh my God, oh my God." After that blow, Sword Immortal Ming smiled with delight, not injured at all. This big guy is really interesting. The ancient super mecha coldly replied, if one chop didn't kill him, then add another chop. Both sides continued to furiously clash. The commentator seemed oblivious to his hair, still passionately commenting, "Ah, dear audience, the scene at the venue is incredibly grand. The great moves of the two of them just now leveled an entire mountain range, but their massive bodies were not damaged. Their speed also wasn't slowed down by their massive bodies. Every movement split the sound barrier. This has surpassed the range of combat that humans can achieve." Both sides clashed, disregarding that they were trampling over the entire vast city. The innocent citizens who saw this scene had tears in their eyes. They painfully said, "Our city, I still have rent to pay." Perhaps they won't stop until one person loses. The ancient super mecha gained strong momentum and jumped, aiming directly at the Sword Immortal. Both massive bodies clashed again. Boom! A terrifyingly loud explosion. After that, the swords in both their hands fell out and plunged deeply into the heart of the city. The ancient super mecha yelled loudly, "Give me more energy!" The male Superman received the order and immediately supplied more energy to the ancient super mecha. Thanks to this, it launched a high jump, soaring over the head of Sword Immortal Ming and flying into the air. Yan Sen watched, but his demeanor remained calm. He ordered Sword Immortal Ming, "No need to ride the sword, I'll help you fly, fight for me." Sword Immortal Ming obeyed closely, following behind. The two continued, one chasing, one fleeing, flying out of Earth's atmosphere. Yellow Superman was shocked to see Sword Immortal Ming fly, his mouth agape. He can fly too. This speed is too fast. This battle, though, life-threatening and extremely brutal, was still intently watched by everyone when no one was visible on the screen. Everything became chaotic. Where are they? Why aren't they on the screen anymore? A red-haired guy rudely yelled, "We want to watch the fight. Who's live streaming? I'll punch them now." Everyone looked around, scrambling to find the iRobot. Their only goal was for it to live stream that exciting battle. The iRobot, seeing such human behavior, asked humans for the sake of watching a fight, "Do you no longer care about your lives?" There was no reply. It could only activate its super-powered combat tracking ability and finally connected. But what surprised everyone the most was that the battle had already reached outer space. The crowd watched, wishing they could cultivate immediately. Back to the battle. Pink Superman felt the speed of Sword Immortal Ming. She yelled, "That's too strong. Is that guy even human? He's about to catch up." The ancient super mecha suddenly stopped. Then, don't run. The primal Kui iron sword, a stream of sword energy, slashed backward. Sword Immortal Ming raised both hands to defend, a little surprised he still has a blade. Sword Immortal Ming quickly used protective spiritual energy to deal with the ancient super mecha's power, too busy. The power from that stream of sword energy was no joke. It sent Sword Immortal Ming tumbling and retreating, continuing to fall straight back to earth again. The crowd below loudly cheered someone's falling. Just as Sword Immortal Ming seemed about to hit the ground, it stopped. Yansen looked at Sword Immortal Ming with suspicious eyes and asked, "Are you capable or not?" Sword Immortal Ming rallied his spirit and landed hard, shaking the entire city violently as if it wanted to split in half after this landing. The mayor witnessed this scene and cried out, "My city!" then collapsed unconscious. The guards ran over anxiously asking Mayor, "What's wrong, Mayor? You can't die." The mayor said nothing, just lay there trembling. Sword Immortal Ming returned to space again. He threw half a city like a giant rock at the ancient super mecha. Truly unbelievable. Sword Immortal Ming isn't human. More than half the city was thrown out of the atmosphere. The ancient super mecha remained unfazed, coldly laughing petty tricks, and then unleashed another sword slash, cutting the large rock in half. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, he was unexpectedly attacked by Sword Immortal Ming. Take this show off. And that's not all taking this opportunity. Sword Immortal Ming grabbed the ancient super mecha's leg and tossed him flying several times in the air, then used momentum to throw him hard downwards. Boom. He was thrown from space to the ground. Sword Immortal looked on mockingly. The ancient super mecha softly said, "Nurse, help me paint it." Yellow. Xiao responded blankly, "Yes." After being healed, the ancient super mecha stomped hard on the ground and bounced high up. The people in the city below looked up. What are they doing? Is it about to explode? If it's an ancient hero, it must have some special ability. The commentator yelled, "Don't make noise. I'm flipping through the book according to the book. The Rainbow Team. A type of armor. This mecha's ability is non-nuclear transformation." Just as he finished speaking, a heavy battleship emerged from beneath the sea. Pink Xiao yelled, "Enough, number 01. The mecha still yelled, "Not enough. Gather all the nuclear warheads in the world's superpowered non-nuclear transformation. Try this." The people standing around heard that and screamed in fear for their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, missile warheads began to fire, flying across the sea and then changing direction, launching straight into the sky. Hundreds of warheads flew up together. Sword Immortal Ming created yin and yang shapes around himself and replied, "So it's an explosion. This king has that too. Key Sea Dragon transformation technique." Ran Zihao's group exclaimed in horror, "Cannon." Sword Immortal Ming spread his arms wide and then unleashed a palm strike straight towards Earth. Sword Immortal Ming's palm strike energy spheres flew swiftly near the atmosphere. The MC's voice rang out, "Ah, dear audience, they've placed nuclear warheads outside the universe and the entire sky is lit up." Ran Zihao was dazed, speechless. Hu Mengqi said, "If you keep fighting, we'll die." The people around angrily began to vent their anger on the commentator. "It's all his fault." The commentator calmly replied, "All right, everyone don't mind it anymore. Aren't we still alive?" Back to the main topic, dear audience, according to the book, this mecha is called number 001 because the Rainbow Team rarely brings it out, so we know very little about it. That is a genuine ancient hero, because 001 is a robot. It has existed from ancient times until now. The book also says that this is a collection of the Rainbow Team's magnified unlimited superpowers. It can also be said that 001's superpower has only one. The illustration is 5 members of the Rainbow Team combining with each other, plus activation, hardening, teleportation bomb, and healing to create the mecha. At this moment, the mecha continued to launch missiles. "Where's Xiao Black?" Xiao Black replied, "Understood." Xiao Black controlled the mecha with a super-powered fast attack skill. The mecha teleported behind Sword Immortal Ming. The Rainbow Team excitedly said, "We win." But in a flash, Sword Immortal Ming also teleported behind the mecha and kicked, "You're too naive." But then Sword Immortal Ming also attacked thin air. The mecha had already teleported away. The surrounding space became silent. The people on Earth looked up blankly. Where are they? At this moment, the mecha and Sword Immortal Ming were fighting with incredible speed in another location. One person wondered, how long have they been fighting? Aren't they losing strength? The person next to them yelled. MC quickly read the book. The commentator was dazed for a moment and then said, "Yes, all right." High above, both sides continuously fought for a while. Then they separated. Then once again, they charged towards each other at maximum speed. The mecha yelled, "Shao Green." Shao Green replied, "Understood." The super mechanical hardening was unleashed. Sword immortal. Ming wasn't a pushover either. I know this weak attack too. The two clashed head-on. On Earth, the ground also shook from the aftershocks. Both sides were pushed back again. At this moment, inside the mecha's cockpit, Xiao Black said, "This is difficult." Xiao Pink said, "Is that guy's stamina also limited?" Red Xiao was silently contemplating. Below on Earth, the commentator exclaimed, "Oh, I found it. It's Xiao Red's ability to activate cells and function as an engine for number 001. Someone standing behind him heard that and said, "So that's it." The commentator continued, "Dear audience, the reason Xiao Red can become a superpower in the world is because his ability is completely different from others. Superpowers and stamina are both the same. Both have a maximum limit, but Xiao Red's cell activation has no maximum limit. It also means that if Xiao Red acts as the engine for 001, then the 001 mecha will have unlimited energy. But I don't know why the guy opposite has been fighting for so long without losing strength." Yan Sen smiled faintly. "The spiritual energy in my body will not run out even when your lifespans are exhausted. It's okay. Take your time and fight." Xiao Red suddenly spoke. "Number 001. I agree to fuse," the mecha exclaimed. Xiao Red, "Are you serious?" Pink. Xiao also intervened. "Captain, you can't. What if you can't come back?" Black Xiao also said, "That's right. This is just a fight. It's not necessary to have a life or death duel." Xiao Red was serious and said, "Excellent mecha. Come here." Xiao Red pressed a button activating some function. A great power was unleashed along with a scream that left Sword Immortal Ming stunned. Yansen also exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is the person on Earth. Wondered what is this move?" Commentator answer. Quickly, the commentator replied, "It's not written in the book." Behind the mecha appeared a large halo. It was an energy sphere. Like the sun, the mecha said, "Superpowered, controllable nuclear fusion cultivation. It's time to end." The commentator exclaimed in surprise, "Huh. I understand the sun itself is an energy body formed by nuclear fusion stronger than a nuclear bomb released from nuclear fission. After Xiao Red and 001 fuse, it will produce extremely powerful energy to control the sun's energy." An overly enthusiastic citizen grabbed the commentator by the collar and yelled, "You still have the nerve to speak, we're about to die," like a shining star illuminating the entire space. The mecha opened a cannon muzzle and said, "Immortal Destroyer, count to 3. Sword Immortal." Ming replied, "All right, how can I refuse such a kind invitation? Supreme Immortal? We don't mind." Yan Sen watched with interest and said, "Good, give him all the spiritual energy. Remember not to kill anyone." Sword Immortal Ming replied, "Understood," then began to unleash his skill. 2 red Tai Chi diagrams rotated. A dazzling sun was also created by Sword Immortal Ming. Even this sun had 2 dragons flying with it below on Earth. The commentator and the citizens exclaimed in fear, "Oh my God, we're doomed." Nuclear fusion energy storm, along with the most basic and common attack of a foundation building, Heavenly Immortal. They were not strong, yet simultaneously launched towards each other, powerfully clashing, creating a brilliant halo. Then from the sky, an object was descending at very high speed, surrounded by a layer of white smoke. The shattered mecha still tried to speak. "Sorry. Xiao Red, Xiao Black and you guys. I lost Sword Immortal." Ming's hand trembled. His entire body was shattered. His left hand was crippled. Sword Immortal. Ming said, "Truly, sorry, Supreme Immortal, I have lost." Yan Sen suddenly felt something and said, "This little bit of spiritual power couldn't hold on. Tell me who actually won." "Forget it. Go back and rest." Well, after saying that, Yan Sen turned and left, leaving 2 shadowy figures behind. The object just now fell next to the deep pit. This scene was also broadcast on the TV screen. The people watching the news on TV were also bewildered. Who actually won, after all? In the area behind the city, someone yelled, "Is everyone okay?" A person dug out of the dirt stood up and said, "Oh my God, we're actually okay. If I had known earlier, I would have taken refuge underground. What's the point of watching the battle on the surface? I almost died here." The commentator held up a picture and said, "Dear audience, let me explain a bit. According to science and technology, when 2 energy sources collide, they will explode with even greater destructive energy. There are no waves. In other words, under such a powerful attack, we are still alive. It's truly a miracle." The robot eye flying in the distance heard that and angrily exclaimed, Without me, you would have died long ago. Sun Xiaolu was helping Hu Mengqi to safety. Hu Mengqi said, "It's too scary." Luckily, they fought in outer space, Lan Bin said blankly. It was originally an exam, but it turned out like this. An entire big city just disappeared like that. Zihao gave a forced laugh. Isn't there still a bit left? Our school is very far from the exam venue, so it's probably still there. Lan Bin was still blankly replying, but my house is gone. Someone in the distance asked who actually won. We still don't know. Yet, someone looked through binoculars and exclaimed, "Look over there, it seems like they've come down." The commentator yelled, "iRobot, quickly, take me to the scene and check on your master." Behind him, a group of people also came forward and said, "I'll also go over and see what it's like over there. We can't fly ourselves. Let's go find a classmate and borrow a flying device." The iRobot didn't like this, but still allowed the commentator to cling on and move. The commentator said, "Can you fly a little faster?" The iRobot yelled, "Shut up." A moment later, the commentator looked down and said, "They're here." "Huh, what's the rescue vehicle doing here?" Before he could even land, the commentator asked, "Why are you here so fast?" A doctor came out and said, "Saving people is the duty of our healing system. This time we're even considered slow seeing." "Xiao Red on the stretcher," the commentator exclaimed in alarm. The doctor then said it's because of the attack leading to decreased intracranial pressure, sharply increased acetylcholine levels, and decreased cholines activity, with elevated potassium concentration. The commentator asked blankly, "What does that mean?" The doctor explained, "It's a brain injury. It's nothing, 2 years in the IQ room and they'll be fine. Everyone into the ambulance." The doctor ordered them to be taken away. Only the commentator was left staring blankly behind them. Yansen had just flown down to land, and the students also flew over teacher Yansen. Yansen asked, "Are you all okay?" Ran Zihao yelled, "Teacher, what kind of move was that? It was too powerful. Is that guy also an immortal like you? I want to learn too." Yansen replied, "It's just a type of summoning formation. It belongs to the sword spirits of the heavenly realm. You can learn it. Just wait 40 years to lead QE into your body and become QI refiners. First, then we'll talk. This formation requires a huge source of spiritual power as a foundation to be unleashed." The student said blankly, 40 years to lead QE into the body. Lan Bin then asked, "Who actually won?" Ran Zihao yelled, "Are you blind?" "Of course, teacher, Yansen won." Yansen said, "Winning or losing doesn't matter. You have to learn to respect your opponent. They were also very strong. They could even summon spirits and fought on par with sword. Immortal Ming. The red one must be considered the most formidable person I've met in your world, right?" Yansen and the students left. Ran Zihao still asked teacher, "Yansen, did you really say it takes 40 years to enter the QI refining stage?" Yansen said that depends on your aptitude. I only took 3 days back then. Behind him, the commentator and the iRobot were utterly bewildered. In the end, this battle, based on a small ordinary attack from teacher Yansen, made those two large figures disappear in the blink of an eye, ending this epic confrontation. From this moment on, no one in the world dared to doubt or question the teacher's strength anymore. They no longer called him a trickster teacher. Yansen also successfully knocked the Rainbow Team down, becoming the second-ranked super divine hero. On the second day, the whole world rushed to report the news. Big news agencies had. Tan Van Sa, small ones, had flyers, advertisements, and so on, announcing that the whole world now knew the highest combat power in the world, black-robed Superman Yansen. The joyful thing is that the attack was still a distance from Earth. Our school, located in the most secluded part of the city, was preserved. The majority of students chose to set up tents in the school, waiting for the architectural heroes to restore the city. There was an announcement that class was starting, that the new year was here. Hu Mengqi said, "Teacher, these are the clothes you dropped earlier." Yansen replied, "Okay. We will continue our lecture in a few days. We will change to a new classroom and new teaching assistant for you all." Sensing the strange atmosphere, Yansen asked blankly, "What's wrong, everyone?" All the students in the room stood up. One male student knelt down, then others followed. Everyone knelt down. The students in the class said in unison, "Please, teacher Yansen, teach us cultivation." Yansen replied, "Stand up. Everyone disciples of the sect don't need to kneel. I eagerly await the day you can roam the horizon with your master. And so after that incident, teacher Yan Sen became the hero with the highest combat power in our world. Hu Mengqi's father, who is also the principal of the academy, not only gave him the highest salary, but also entrusted him with all the academy's authority. Yan Sen stood beneath the newly revised academy signboard, Tianshan Sect Huajia District Shouxian Academy. Move that. Shen character 2 cm to the right. Please adjust it a bit to the left. The staff adjusted it like this. This time to the right. Again, please adjust it a bit to the left. Thank you. The staff corrected it again. Like this, Yan Sen pondered. Leave it in the old position for me to see. The staff yelled, "UTF, you're so strong, it's just a matter of raising a hand. What do you need us for? Can't you just point yourself?" Yan Sen calmly said, "Every world has its own order. You are the same. The division of labor is different. I will not interfere in others' work." The staff snorted. "You stinky fart. If you weren't so strong, I'd want to shock you with a laser." The other staff member advised, "All right, the customer is king. Besides, he's paying us double the labor cost." The other person reluctantly accepted. "Is this?" "Okay." Yan Sen unceremoniously said, That Tian character seems a bit off." The staff fell silent, just like that teacher. Yan Sen seemed to care greatly about the sect. After he gained authority, he continuously modified the classrooms these past few months, including the teaching building cafeteria, main gate and roads, all underwent renovation. Our school also began to transform from the Huajia District's Superpower Academy into the Tianshan Sect's Shouxian Academy. After learning about the teacher's powerful strength, everyone no longer had much objection to having to copy the sect rules, but the teacher still made us persist in copying for another half a year. Finally, today, we are happy to enter the next stage of cultivation. Yan Sen stood at the podium. Everyone has worked hard these past 6 months. Receiving power also requires double the effort. Welcome everyone to the cultivation dharma. From now on, your eating, sleeping, and daily life will all be managed by your master. The students were startled. Yan Sen continued to help everyone always maintain inner peace. "I have decided to change the location of our classroom." He snapped his thumb. The students didn't understand what was happening. The entire classroom had been moved onto a large spaceship floating among the clouds. 8 students' mouths dropped open a spatial displacement. Where is this place?" Yanzen told them. "Starting today, we will teach at this place, 12,000 emmers above ground. I hope everyone will practice diligently." Ranzihao's heart was like ashes. Mom, you don't need to worry about me skipping school anymore." And so teacher Yan Sen moved our classroom to an altitude of $12,000. From then on, our intention to secretly climb over the wall to play was completely eradicated. In the late afternoon in Antarctica, Yan Sen urged them to run use force to run. Starting today for 12 hours straight, continuous training, 1 week, 3, 5, 7, morning run, 10 kilometers, afternoon, run, 10 kilometer evening, run, 10 kilometers. Train your instincts to the limit of humanity. In the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, Yan Sen lay with his head propped on a boat, reading a book just like running, 246 morning swim, 10 kilometers afternoon, 10 kilometer evening, 10 kilometers. If you want to gain the power to move mountains and suppress seas, then you are not allowed to stop. Lan Bin screamed, "Teacher, your method of encouragement is too harsh." Ranzi Hao struggled. "I must be stronger than you." Lan Bin both had ropes tied to their shoulders, pulling small boats continuously swimming. Lan Bin retorted, "Dream on, you're just a good for nothing." Sword Immortal Ming on one side taught swimming not wrong, just alternately stretching his legs like that. Chen Keishan groaned, "Learning to swim is too hard." Sword Immortal Ming said, "Don't rush the time after cultivation is very long." Sun Xiaolu and Hu Mengqi were admiring themselves. "Xiaolu, how did your figure get so good after all we've been training for so many days? You're the same." Sword Immortal Ming shouted, "If you ladies don't train, your perverted Yan will come over and beat me." Mengqi replied, "Come here." When it was time for theoretical class, Yan Sen began, "Today's lesson will tell everyone what a martial artist is and what QE refining is. A martial artist is someone who masters martial arts, swordsmanship, spear techniques, and various forms of martial arts. You students are currently ordinary martial artists. What is called a mortal practicing martial arts for health can live to 150 to 200 years old. When you successfully lead QE into your body and use Ki to maintain your physical body, you will be able to live longer. The condition to become a Ki refiner is to reach the peak of martial arts. The peak of martial arts is the limit of humanity. Speed, strength, and mental power all need to surpass the limit to lead spiritual energy into the body. That's why I told you to train yourselves every day. Everyone has what is called a dantian after reaching the limit. The dantian will have enough reserves to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth creation. That is what is called Ki, refining mortals in that world of your master. Call the Ki in their bodies, true Ki. In fact, it is spiritual Ki. And so days passed by. We didn't know how long we had been cultivating. The knife moved smoothly on the cutting board. Yan Sen called the class monitor. "Hand me the salt jar over there." Hu Mengqi replied, "Yes." Chen Kashan carried the food to the table, couldn't help but scold the students sitting and eating. "Teacher, you cook for us every day. Why don't we help you?" The others mumbled, "I don't know how to cook, and can't cook as well as the teacher." Chen Kashan felt an urge to splash soup on their faces. On the other side, a guy spilled food from his classmate's hand. "Are you crazy, teacher?" Yan Sen said during the cultivation period. "Don't eat strange foods." The classmate looked pitiful. "It's been so long since I've eaten. I just want to taste a piece of chicken hamburger." His friend remembered the two who were punished to stand in a horse stance. The teacher once said that the food he made all helped with cultivation. Last time Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi were punished to stand in a horse stance all night for drinking more than half a sip of Coca-Cola, did you forget? While the teacher isn't paying attention, quickly, pack it up, eat it after cultivation is finished. The classmate worried. "Won't it get burned?" Yan Sen looked at the students smiling. Still a bunch of kids. Sun Xiaolu held her chopsticks, her eyes closed, meditating peacefully. The other students looked at her confused. Xiaolu. "What are you doing?" Sun Xiaolu quietly yelled. "Everyone shut up!" Ran Zihao boomed. "Xiaolu, you're too extreme. You need to keep your mind calm even when eating." Sun Xiaolu's eyes were sharp. Her arm swung decisively. A small fly was neatly caught between the two chopsticks. The other three's eyes widened, mouths agape, horrified. WF. Sun Xiaolu was satisfied, considering it a success. The fly was disgusting. Yan Sen looked over. Oh, the first peak martial artist in our class, hearing that the other students eagerly slammed their hands on the table. Full now. "Teacher Yan Sen will continue training this time. I'll swim 30 km. Lan Bin refused to give up. "I'll swim 40 kilometers, Yan Sen said casually. "No, wasting food, eat first, then train." The two immediately obediently stayed and finished their meal. And so, although teacher Yan Sen's training was very strict, he occasionally took us to hot springs. Teacher Yan Sen said, this was medicinal bathing, an aid to cultivation. We also conveniently experienced bathing at an altitude of over 12,000 downers. What it felt like, just a little scared of falling down. Just as we were diligently cultivating in some part of the world, very small changes were occurring. A hole appeared in the sky. Blades shot out from within. Someone witnessing this scene stammered that the sky was torn open. In the depths of outer space, spaceships were gradually approaching. Someone shouted, "Long live the Empire!" on the screen. The target Earth was displayed distance 130 million light-years. At the Superhero Alliance headquarters, Huajia, machines operated day and night. Danger to Earth, request to awaken. The top-ranked Great God level agreed to awaken. The tightly shut door opened. A pair of red-shod feet stepped out. 2 years later, excited shouts echoed, "Yeah!" Ran Zihao sped, running back and forth across the stadium for more than 10 laps in 1 second. This is what it feels like to lead Shui into the body. It's so exhilarating. Lan Bin shot past him. "Chicken." Ran Zihao was unconvinced. He's clearly slower than me, yet he calls me chicken. He accelerated. "Lan Bin, you little brat, stop for me." Those who hadn't yet entered the QI refining stage couldn't help but be envious. Is this, the legendary talent is good talent, really? That great? I also want to lead QI into my body. Xiaolu was the first in our class to lead QE into her body, becoming an early QE refiner, followed by class monitor Hu Mengqi. What I hated most was that I actually succeeded in leading Qi at the same hour, same minute, same second as this cold-faced guy. It's so humiliating. Hu Mengqi sat in the first corner, using her true qi to spread throughout her body, and then Hu Mengqi trembled. Damn it. Why is this shadow qi bewildering step so hard to learn? Although the class monitor's talent is higher than ours, her understanding of cultivation techniques seems a bit insufficient. Like some people who can never learn math well in their lives. Sun Xiaolu flattered teacher, open your mouth. Yansen glanced over, oh son. Xiaolu still held an apple in front of him. Yansen very cooperatively bit into the apple. Son? Xiaolu said, this is fruit. I asked my family to send over. How is it? Teacher Yansen. Yansen replied, it's all right, tell me what's wrong, I can see it's off. Sun Xiaolu squinted teacher, you're too smart. Hey, all right, enough flattery, let's talk business. Sun Xiaolu then put on a worried expression teacher. The shadow, qi bewildering step looks bad when running. Do you have any other cultivation techniques? Yansen took out a scroll called sword riding technique. You're a clever one. Take it. Sun Xiaolu opened it and read, using one's true qi to propel the sword body to float. What does that mean? Yansen replied, it's sword riding technique, with it you can fly. Lan Bin and Ran Zihao, who were competing, stopped what sword riding technique. Hu Mengqi was also attracted fly. There are so many fun things to play, I can't rush. I have to learn the shadow qi bewildering step first. But damn it, why is this cultivation technique so hard to learn? I also want to learn sword riding technique. Yansen reminded, that's stepping on the sword to fly. Be careful not to fly too high. Be careful not to fall. Lan Bin and Ran Zihao came to join the fun. Xiaolu, let me borrow it. Don't snatch it. Give it to me, give it to me. Time gradually passed. Although cultivation was very arduous, it was unexpectedly fun after becoming a qi refiner. After having qi in the body, various strange cultivation techniques could be used. Not only that, after qi refining. Besides gaining personal skills, there were also team skills. Every day when the teacher taught us how to use cultivation techniques, he also taught us how to arrange formations, such as the lightning summoning formation, the 8 trigrams illusion formation, and other miraculous formations. Because these formations consume a huge amount of spiritual energy, we need to team up to unleash them. Yansen's teachings on formations are based on the inherent positions of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, arranging formation flags to change their concentration and order, thereby gaining the ability to control wind and rain. Ran Zihao was hit by the teacher with a stick for placing it in the wrong spot. He cried out, ouch! Yansen threatened, if you place it wrong again, I'll hit you. Ran Zihao admitted he was afraid. Lan Bin covered his mouth, giggling. Yansen scolded, what are you laughing at? It's the same for you when unleashing a formation. You absolutely cannot place the formation flags incorrectly. Placing them incorrectly will cause a backlash. So everyone must be very careful. The students who hadn't yet led qi into their bodies were training their physique by running 1-2-1-2. Some were sad people without talent like us. I wonder how many years it will take to lead qi into our bodies. Chen Keshan was constantly panting from exhaustion. Yansen was instructing a student, correct, place it like that. Someone shouted, teacher. Yansen. Chen Keshan fainted. He immediately flew over. What's wrong? The student reported. It seems to be due to overexertion. The male lead carried the girl. The training I make you do is all within the extreme limits. Perhaps she secretly trained when I wasn't paying attention. You all continue running, I'll take Keshan to rest. When the girl regained consciousness, he asked, feeling any better, why didn't you train according to the method your master set out and even secretly cultivated on your own? Chen Keshan was a little embarrassed. I've been training for 2 years among the whole class. The weakest person is also a mid-stage martial artist, but I'm still an early-stage martial artist. I don't want to fall behind, Yansen said softly. But it also has to be moderate. Chen Keshan looked dejected. Last time during the spiritual root test in class, I knew you didn't want us to lose our will to fight, so you didn't say anything. I know. My spiritual root is very poor. Is it that people without talent are not suitable for cultivation? Yansen looked at the girl. Indeed, people like Chen Keshan are everywhere in the heavenly realm. Although they can spontaneously emit spiritual energy, their spiritual roots are dilapidated in the language of the heavenly realm. This type of physique is almost incompatible with cultivation, but these things are not a big deal to me. He confidently said, don't worry, as long as you are my student. No matter how poor your aptitude, your master will not reject you. Low spiritual root, damaged spiritual root, no spiritual root, your master can solve it all. Chen Keishan really. Yan Sen absolutely. There's nothing I can't do. Chen Keishan was dejected again, but the teacher once said that the path to cultivation must be walked by oneself. Using power, given by others, will definitely not last long. Yan Sen smiled. What I said doesn't entirely mean that do you know your master's master. Chen Keishan was curious. Teacher Yan Sen's teacher. Yes, that's right. At that time he was invincible at the same level, the strongest existence in the heavenly realm. His master's youth was much more miserable than yours. Your master's physique is almost identical to yours. You at least have a damaged spiritual root. He had nothing at all. Even though your master suffered many setbacks, was kicked out of his home, and had his engagement broken off, he never gave up on cultivation. In the end, your master step by step reached the strongest position in the heavenly realm. In your world's terms, he is the main character you talk about, so if you don't have talent, you can't cultivate. I don't agree with this point at all. Chen Keishan regained her spirit. So amazing. How did teacher Yan Sen's master cultivate the male lead? Replied he found what is called his own forte, and then developed it to its limit. Chen Keishan clapped her hands. I understand, it's like a skill book. Find the skill that belongs to you and then max out the points. Yan Sen nodded. You could say that. Chen Keishan respectfully thanked teacher Yan Sen for enlightening and guiding her. Her previous bad mood was completely gone, and there's one more question. What is teacher Yan Sen's skill quality? The male lead pondered. It can't be detected. He was dazed. Just like that, the story of teacher Yan Sen's master spread throughout the class, also dispelling the concerns of students with insufficient talent. But regarding teacher Yan Sen's unexplainable power, everyone could only express speechlessness. Shadows fell over the academy grounds. A student looked up. What's that? When he saw what was in front of him clearly, Lan Bin shouted, Ah! Ranzihao yelled. Why are you so surprised? By the time he looked up, his eyes widened. Huge spaceships appeared in the sky. The alien Imperial fleet had arrived very close to Earth. The 1316th attack on Earth? This time, with our Galaxy King here, we can definitely level this planet that once caused us aliens countless humiliations. Looking at the blue planet in front, the subordinate spoke. King, this is Earth, sir? The king crossed his arms. Oh, a planet. With very low technological content, the subordinate reported. Yes, there's also a group of perverted fighters here who specialize in wearing tight suits, so this time we had no choice but to invite the king to act. I have investigated. No one on this planet can be the king's opponent. He drew his light sword. I am willing to be the king's vanguard, leading the 7th Fleet to pave the way for the king. A punch landed on his face. Is there something wrong with your brain? The subordinate was punched so hard he slammed into the wall. What era is it, and you still need to land troops one by one? No need for greetings directly. Unleash the ultimate move. All warships heed the order. Star-piercing cannon. One shot will annihilate all humanity. The plasma cannon core at the head of the mother warship began to charge, preparing for a fatal blow. A few minutes ago, at the Superhero Alliance headquarters, a warning of alien civilization invasion. Warning of alien civilization invasion. The alarm continuously blared. The disaster Xiao Red warned about informed all God-level heroes to gather in City H, preparing for battle. Please ask if this is the XX Superman Affairs Department. At the office of the top 10 God-level heroes. Hello, is this Tianshen Sect's Huajia Cultivation Academy? Yes, the enemy's battleship is incredibly huge. We can't contact Black Superman Yan Sen. The president stood by the window muttering big trouble. The principal on the other end of the line replied, I also don't know where he is right now. Teacher Yan Sen, along with my daughter and the first grade class, have been missing for over 2 years. The other person urged him to think of another way. Ending the call with the principal, the staff reported that the president still hasn't been found. This isn't the first, second, or third time aliens have invaded. Is this really that serious? The president replied, Our world's main combat power is concentrated in the top 10 God-level heroes. Among the top 10 God-level heroes, currently 6 people are still hospitalized. 1 person is missing at present only. Black Superman Yan Sen can save us. Furthermore, on this mother warship, there is also a very terrifying character at Hospital 001. Is this true? It's true, a guy with a very powerful dark energy source on the far right of the mother warship. Black Superman gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, I want to fight." Yellow Xiao yelled, "Me too," 001 scolded. "What are you going to fight with? Are you going to fight with your head? Becoming a vegetable for 2 years, standing up, already wanting to fight. Look at everyone's current state. Who can they even fight?" The 5 Power Rangers were speechless. Green Xiao said, "Well, I can't just sit and watch." Black Xiao agreed. "That's right. Which city do they plan to land in this time?" 001. "Guessed, I feel. This time they won't make landfall. This leader is not simple." At the place where Yansen's group practiced, the principal, after some effort, managed to call Hu Mengqi daughter. "We finally got in touch with you all. Where are you all?" "Now." Hu Mengqi replied, "We're at school. We just got back, not long ago." The principal yelled, "Quick, look at the news. Something big has happened right now. Only your teacher Yansen can go out into space. Currently, only he can save us." On the helicopter, the blonde MC appeared once again, broadcasting live. "Dear audience, just as everyone is seeing outside in space, at least nearly 1,000 battleships of the alien search army have gathered." The robot said inside, "There's an incredibly powerful one. I think we should still hide." The blonde scolded, "Hide your sister." "Currently, a large number of heroes are gathering towards City H. If they dare to come down here, we can guarantee to beat them into a pulp." The robot said, "I have a feeling this time they won't come down here to fight us fairly." The Imperial subordinate announced, "The Stellar Cannon King has completely charged." The king ordered fire. The accumulated energy from before shot out a path with terrifying heat. The MC and the superheroes were terrified. "Ah, what is that thing? How shameless. Oh my God." The energy cannon shot straight towards Earth. The president gritted his teeth. "It's all gone. No, no." A forced activation. "Damn it, I knew it." Just at this moment, there was another figure that rushed out. This hero in a red cape, slightly hunched. He shot up at light speed, blocking the extremely powerful energy cannon. The shockwave that burst out caused the people on the ground to tremble violently. That figure actually managed to block that destructive blow. The subordinate reported, "King, quickly look, unknown flying object." This guy was slapped hard. "Get out!" The ship was pierced through its body by the external object. After a few seconds, it exploded into shattered pieces. Without stopping, that unknown flying object also made a beautiful curve. Everywhere it went, the Imperial battleships caught fire and exploded. The subordinate was heartbroken. What on earth is that to our battleships? That unknown flying object stopped. It was a hero in underwear with a red cape and flying engines under his feet. The blonde shouted, "Oh my God, what happened? Such high energy waves. We're actually fine." The robot's eyes quick. "See who saved us." The robot replied, "I'm capturing images. I'll have a visual shortly." The students below hugged their heads. "Ah, it's over. Ah, we're fine with teacher Yansen here. What could possibly happen?" Ranzahao saw the male lead's posture ready to strike and was stunned. "Ah, wasn't it teacher Yansen who took action?" The male lead replied, "Uh-huh." Ranzahao looked at the constantly appearing light spots. "It seems they've gotten their lives back. But speaking of it, who was it really?" The president was dumbfounded. No way, a top-tier deity." 001 folded his arms. "It seems we have to go out and welcome an old friend." Xiao Hong asked, "Who is 001? Who else could it be? The top-tier deity Superman Guangbu." Hearing the answer, the 5 siblings were all shocked. What, that damn naked pervert, didn't he die? Xiao Hong recalled old memories, Guangbu pressing down on her. "Xiao Hong, you are the most beautiful girl I have met in this world. Don't just thinking about it makes her curse that scumbag. He's actually still alive. The aliens were in a mess. Ah, save me. Ah, killing aliens. Over 1,000 search battleships instantly vanished. Mom, Earth is too scary. I want to go home." Guangbu angrily cursed loudly. "That brat just came up and already likes to use big moves, so I'll show off a bit. Super ability, take out 001%. Since you've arrived, don't go back, unleash infinite light energy." In that instant, the group seemed to have seen the cycle of reincarnation. The people below were also shocked by this dazzling light. The king panicked. What? In an instant, he was blown away. The universe returned to being clear. Robots stammered, "Annihilated, annihilated." All the alien battleships were annihilated. It's Superman, Guangbu, the top-tier deity. The blonde was stunned. "What, you, the top-tier deity, didn't? You die." In the dark space, a cough echoed. "Cough, cough." The king wasn't dead. I was careless. There are still such powerful people on Earth. Guangbu lowered his glasses, still alive. Pretty good resistance. No wonder he's a king, but to me, he's still too weak. Facts prove that Earth is the most advanced civilization in the universe. Ren Zihao's mouth gaped. It's actually the top-tier deity. He's still alive. The blonde MC yelled, dear audience, it's the top-tier deity hero. He's not dead, he's back. The citizens asked each other, hey, is it really the top-tier deity hero, Superman, Guangbu? He's not dead, so it turns out he's always been secretly protecting us. Amazing Superman. Guangbu, we love you. At the Cultivation Academy, WTF, it's this guy for real. I watched his live-action cartoon when I was little. The classmate next to him scolded. Your sister, haven't you heard of his great contributions in the industry? Yansen asked. Who is he? Why are you students so excited? Ran Zihao replied. Teacher. Yansen. He is the top-tier hero of this world, one rank higher than you on the leaderboard. I heard that the top-tier deity hero, Superman, Guangbu, is the most modern robot in the world after real person modification. The energy in his body can rival or even surpass the power of ancient heroes. Because in the Great War with the Beast 10 years ago, Endless Return, along with the King of Kings of the Beasts, the world finally found peace, so everyone thought he was dead. Janssen understood. So that's how it is. The people of your world are really strange. 001 looked into the distance. What do you mean? Surpass ancient heroes? You guys fundamentally don't know the terror of ancient heroes. Xiao Green interjected. You're also an ancient hero, but you couldn't handle him. 01 was annoyed. It's because you guys are too weak. I lost because of insufficient energy. I'm clearly a nuclear power core, yet I lost to an oil-powered engine. Just think how embarrassing that is. If Superman, Blackie, and Sen were my master, I wouldn't need you guys anymore. The 5 Power Rangers fell silent. People all over the world cheered, top-tier deity, top-tier deity, top-tier deity. The cheers from billions of people echoed throughout the universe. Guangbu sat cross-legged in space. I wonder if this entrance was cool enough. Why can't I kiss my own face? Suddenly Guangbu looked into the distance. Where is that alien king? The 2 aliens were running away with all their might. Eat dirt, you big idiot. The subordinate stuck out his middle finger. Mocking brute is a brute. Wait until we return to rest and recuperate next year. We'll come back again. Guangbu panicked. Not good, he quickly pursued, but the 2 villains had already gotten into their spaceship. The king angrily cursed. Damn it, I didn't expect the people of this planet to be so strong. The subordinate advised Your Highness. No need to be discouraged. We failed over 1,000 times before. Losing this time is nothing. Next time we'll level up and come back to fight them again. Performing a space jump. Goodbye. Brute Guangbu saw the situation and couldn't catch up, cursing, I'll be damned. I WTF damn it for a moment. I was dumbfounded and let these 2 escape. Hu Mengqi shook Yensen's arm. Teacher. You can't let them go. If one day they launch a weapon of destruction from tens of thousands of light years away, we won't be able to defend ourselves. Sun Xiaolu chimed in. That's right, class monitor is right, teacher. You can't let them go anyway. Yansen looked up with his eyes that didn't care about worldly affairs. The king asked, Is that brat following us? The subordinate reported no. If he knew about the space jump, he wouldn't have such a look as if he ate dirt. They came out from inside the space gate. We just performed the jump. By the time that brute reacts, we'll already be tens of thousands of light years away from him. Guangbu saw the spaceship glide past him and wondered. He was stunned. What is he doing? Is this an international joke? The 2 aliens also fell silent. They screamed, Didn't you say this guy wouldn't follow? What kind of assistant are you? The subordinate pressed the red switch hard, activating the space jump countless times. The spaceship once again entered the jump. Didn't he not know about the space jump? The subordinate stammered just now. I think I saw Earth. It's not that he's following. It's that we've been spinning around the same spot. Has the spaceship malfunctioned? Everything is normal, though. The subordinate shifted gears. I don't believe at full throttle the spaceship once again performed a jump. But they still returned to the same spot. What? No way. Why can't we escape this place? Guangbu looked at the ship's appearance location with suspicion. What is this? He couldn't immediately understand the strange sight before him because a pair of gigantic blue eyes were staring at the alien spaceship. How could they escape from Yansen's palm? Superman Guangbu also realized something and fell silent. The General Headquarters assistant cursed. "Damn it," Row 1 whispered. "He's taken action." Humonki reminded teacher Yan stop playing. Yansen nodded. "It's good and polite, fellow." He pointed, "Apologize first, then go." A beam of light shot straight up from below Earth. Sword key materialized. The spaceship was cut and exploded. Guangbu was stunned. The two aliens were pushed out by the fire. Their clothes disappeared. WTF, there are still masters. They screamed, "We're sorry, we were wrong." Guangbu was lost in thought. No space was shattered. There are still such strong people on Earth. Why didn't I know? He looked at Earth, a vast silence. Yansen stood with his arms crossed, looking up indifferently. 01 spoke up. "No need to watch anymore. It's over." Black Shao wondered, "Is that it?" 01 said, "It seems this black-clad Yansen is much stronger than we imagined. If I had known he was here, I would have gone back." Yellow Shao was surprised you've become his loyal fan. Hu Mengqi asked, "Is it over?" Yansen ordered, "All right, continue training," Renzihao shouted loudly. "Ha-ha, still!" Teacher, Yansen, awesome. Guangbu flew down from the sky carrying two people. The two aliens were tied up. Earth is really too scary. Sob, sob. Guangbu threw the two onto the ground. The president rejoiced. "Xiao Guang, is that you?" "Oh my God, you're still alive," Guangbu greeted. "Oh, it's the president. These two on the ground are for everyone." The president told the assistant to take them to prison, then turned to ask Guangbu, "What exactly happened before everyone thought you sacrificed yourself?" Guangbu replied, "Because of some unexpected events. I'm still alive, speaking of which, who was the one who just shattered space?" The president replied, "Perhaps it was a skill unleashed by the second-ranked top-tier deity." Guangbu asked, "Xiao Red?" The president denied not. "Xiao Red, she's a newly ascended hero." Guangbu stroked his chin. "Interesting, so that big hero also lost. I need to find an opportunity to spar a bit with that new hero." The president yelled loudly, "Don't mess around, it's been 2 years and half the city is still flying in space. You destructive brats, can't you fight internally less?" Guangbu reassured, "It's not me. Wasn't I just joking? Besides, I still have some things to do outside." The president was curious. "What else do you need to do, looking at female heroes from which family?" Again, Guangbu forced a smile. "Look at you, President. Do I look like a scumbag?" The president replied with too indifferent. "Heh heh." Guangbu seriously said, "President, is the global monster catching competition about to start?" The president replied, "Yes. Monsters attack every 3 years. The monster competition will be in 2 months, besides being a carnival for heroes. It's also the day when the hero rankings are adjusted and refreshed. Why, as Superman Guangbu, the dual top-tier deity, do you also want to participate?" Guangbu said, "I suspect there will be an incident, because this time the system reminded me that Earth will face danger. That's why I awakened President. Guess who it is?" The president was vague. "What danger? Wasn't the danger just now resolved? You mean these two in front of me?" "No, it's not them. They're not as strong as the monsters from our motherland." The president mused. "Not aliens, wait a minute. Xiao Guang, are you perhaps talking about Guangbu?" Praised president, "As expected, your quick wit. If I'm still alive, then that guy must not be dead. The king of kings of beasts." 2 months later, the monster hunting competition is about to take place. At Lianhua Milk Supermarket NO1, the ticking sound of the checkout machine kept ringing. The cashier announced, "Hello, your groceries cost a total of 17,000 yuan. Yansen took out his phone to scan the code. Fans behind him kept taking photos. "Quick look, it's Superman Black." "Yansen, really, sir? Do you think he'll participate in this monster hunting competition?" "You don't know. Do you? The internet is going crazy right now. Who's stronger? Superman Black, Yansen, or Superman? Guangbu." "I feel Superman. Guangbu is a bit stronger. No, I feel Superman. Black Yansen is stronger." The two turned to argue. "Superman, Guangbu is stronger. Superman Black Yansen is more formidable. Is more." Yansen, meanwhile, raised his hand and put all the big and small bags he bought into his storage ring. The two others were dumbfounded. "What is this?" The loudspeaker blared, "Monster hunting competition, monster hunting competition." Trumpets and drums resonated everywhere. Yansen looked at everything. "What's with this world? It's like this every day." The reporter chattered, Dear audience, as you can see, the triennial monster hunting competition is about to begin. Every time. At this time, it's a carnival day for heroes, and also the day to reset the hero rankings once again. This week of Wild Combat, we will cooperate with over 1,000 television stations globally to broadcast simultaneously. The cameraman shouted, "Quick look, it's Superman Black. Yansen." The reporter turned his head. What, where? Yansen was already hovering in the sky at this time. The others couldn't find him. What's going on? He was just here a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, he's gone. Did you see wrong? He won't participate in this monster hunting competition. Yansen looked down thoughtfully. The monster ranks are no different from hero ranks. All are divided by their inherent power. Demigod level, God level, sub, God level, great God level. There's only one difference above the great God level. There's the Monster King level, and above the Monster King there's a King of Kings. The president said, because it only appears once our understanding of it is getting less and less. The assistant held a cup of coffee. President, are you still studying the monster's combat power with a great God level top ranked here? This time you don't need to worry too much. The president looked at the report. But that cuckoo isn't simple either. If we're not careful, our world will be destroyed. The assistant worried. So what should we do? The president instructed send invitations to the Superhero Alliance so that the top 10 great God-level heroes also come to discuss battle strategies, how best to find that cuckoo monster King of Kings, and then join forces to destroy him. The assistant accepted the order. All right, I'll go send the invitations right away, but I don't know if they'll come. We haven't held a collective superhero conference in a long time, the president replied. They'll come, just say it's an urgent situation. On the other side, the students were clamoring grilled stag beetle, monster skewers, grilled stag beetle, monster skewers, 10 dong for 3 skewers. Classmates, do you want to try some? Sun Xiaolu stepped on her flying sword hovering and reading. The normal students yawned. When can I finally guide Qi into my body today is another 20 kilometer. Ran Zihao yelled, get out of the way quickly. A classmate controlling a flying sword was stomped on by 3 heartless guys. You good-for-nothing brats. You used to scratch cars, now you're scratching swords. Super heavy. Ran Zihao cheered. Come on, you're almost there. Hu Mengqi asked, has teacher Yansen bought enough food for the next outing? Yansen showed his storage ring. I've bought enough. I went around all the food supermarkets in the city, bought everything I could, just enough to fill your storage ring. Hu Mengqi pestered teacher. You must have clearly understood the order of our world by now. Right? Yansen replied, I've basically understood it. And what are you looking at? Hu Mengqi replied, Oh, I'm looking at someone who likes to brag. She held her phone up to her teacher's face. The screen showed, this is morning news. We are very happy to invite the top-tier deity hero, Superman Guangbu, to be our honored guest here. It's said that Superman Guangbu will participate in this competition. Guangbu, with an arm around each, spoke up. That's right. This time, I will lead my little sisters to participate in the competition. The host forced a smile. Hey. Then this time, your little sisters will probably achieve quite good results, huh? Guangbu confidently said, That's natural. They will definitely make it into the top 10 of the competition rankings. MC asked, Is Superman Guangbu's revival this year mainly to deal with the alien threat? Guangbu replied, It's not them. Those rookie aliens are just tools for my appearance. It seems it's better not to let them know that a Monster King will appear. This time, the MC quoted also currently, there's a heated debate online who's stronger, you or Superman Black, Yansen, the second-ranked top-tier deity. What does Superman Guangbu think about this? Guangbu arrogantly said, I've never fought him. How would I know fighting is boring compared to fighting him? It's better to take him to enjoy life. Hu Mengqi showed a mysterious smile. Yansen angrily raised an eyebrow. He threw the phone to Hu Mengqi and walked away. Sigh. Why is this world of yours so strange now? Even early in the morning they're clamoring about some competition. It's like a festival, Hu Mengqi explained. It's an activity of our monster hunting competition here. Yansen asked again. What activity? Hu Mengqi explained. It's that every 3 years a monster will invade, just like you taught in class. Like the mortal tide you mentioned, it belongs to a beast tide invasion. Yansen indifferently said, I understand you don't call it a beast tide, you call it hunting. Hu Mengqi thought about it and trembled with anger. The hateful thing is that in the last competition, our school was second to last. I was even almost chased and beaten by a monster. Yan Sen was surprised you guys went last time too. Hu Mengqi cried, last time was a nightmare. Not only were we chased and beaten by monsters, but we were also humiliated by the Super Ability Academy next door. Teacher Yan Sen, this time we've made some small achievements in cultivation. Please let us participate this year. This time we want to grind the Super Ability Academy next door into the ground. Yan Sen refused fighting is not beneficial for cultivation. Do you have many other schools here? Hu Mengqi replied. Of course, in this world there are over 1,000 Super Ability Academies alone, and public schools are countless. Those academies all represent the future of our world, including the top 10 great god-level heroes. All used to be students of these academies. Moreover, our combat system is also divided into 4 different types of energy separately managed in 4 places on Earth. The Eastern Ninja Super Ability Academy specializes in training some combat ninjas, for example, the Rainbow Battle Team. And the Western Magic Super Ability Academy specializes in training combat mages. And in the North, the strongest Superman Academy in the world, specializing in training combat perverts who wear tight clothes. And then there's us in the South, the weakest in the world, the Super Ability Academy. For ordinary people, before you came, we were always very weak. Teacher Yan, please allow us to participate. Yan Sen refused. It's not good for cultivation. Hu Mengqi lured. Furthermore, if we get first place globally, we'll build a large-scale statue for you in the center of the world. This will represent our cultivation system as the strongest in the world. Last time it was Superman Guangbiu's academy that came first. This time, it should be our turn. Jensen Ode Mengqi continued, not only that, by then, the world will make all kinds of models of you, and there will be toys, jewelry, and cosplay, just like the Rainbow Battle Team before, and Sister Lan and the others also have them. By then, your gold will not be counted by weight, but by tons. She excitedly said, how about it, teacher? Let us participate. Jensen coldly said no. Hu Mengqi cried. Jensen reminded, cultivate well. Hu Mengqi didn't give up, but Jensen interrupted, all right, don't think about these useless things anymore. From the horizon, shouts and cheers echoed. The child sitting in the airplane pointed out the window. Mom, look outside. The witch riding a broomstick behind shouted, Ye Rong, wait for us. Ye Rong looked back, you guys are flying too slowly. Before us is the southern region. Have you heard anything? Their academy has changed to a cultivation academy. It looks like a new combat system. Ye Rong replied, it doesn't matter. A strong teacher doesn't mean the students are strong. This time some students in our class have mastered physical magic, who will get the top spot in the academy. Rankings is still unknown. Let's go. Senior sister has probably been discharged from the hospital. Inside the patient room, a scream echoed. What sister you want to retire? Lan Chi said, that's right. I've decided to retire. Starting today, I will withdraw from the hero world. Ye Rong anxiously said, no, Sister Lan. You are the only full-function combat mage in our academy. If you retire from now on, our academy will fall to the second tier of academies. The others also chimed in. That's right, Sister Lan. You can't retire. Lan Chi softly said, you guys don't need to persuade me anymore. I've already submitted my resignation to the Alliance, and my assistant has also arranged my retirement. 2 witches looked at each other. This someone asked Sister Lan. After all, you are one of the top 10 great god-level heroes, one of the main combat forces of the world. If you retire like this, what if the world faces danger? Lan Chi replied, the world is already peaceful. What danger is there? The so-called monster invasion is just to give us bored heroes something to do, Ye Rong urgently said. But we heard that the top-tier deity's revival was mainly to resolve this danger. Lan Kiki wondered, wasn't the alien threat already resolved? Ye Rong shook her head. It's not aliens, sister. When have they ever won when invading Earth? The blonde girl chimed in. That's right, a hero who hasn't fought aliens isn't called a hero. It's lucky we don't invade them. So what is it? Ye Rong leaned into her ear. My brother is the president's assistant. When they were talking, I occasionally overheard about the king of kings of beasts. Lan Chi was stunned. What? Is this true? Is this news reliable? Ye Rong affirmed. I heard it with my own ears. 4 Eyes said, it's probably true. Before the Alliance president called me and said he wanted to hold a superhero conference. He said it was urgent. Lan Chi thought to herself, if that's the case, then it's big trouble. That great monster is not something a top 10 great god-level hero can solve. No, we must resolve this great monster. Thinking this, she said, you guys go back to school first, then wait for my news. The witches rejoiced, Sister Lan. You're not retiring anymore. Lan Chi replied, I'll say when I find a boyfriend. She called Four Eyes. He asked what's wrong. Lan Chi said, come with me to a place. Four Eyes hummed. The two of them arrived in front of Yansen's academy. Four Eyes shrieked, ah, danger ahead. Is hell, Sister Lan, don't go. He hugged Lan Chi's leg. This is where that pervert lives. Sister Lan, let's go back. We'll die here, Sister Lan. You were in a coma in the hospital for over 2 years. Have you forgotten? Lan Chi firmly said, let go. I'm here to ask for his help, not to fight, as long as he takes action. The King of Kings will just be a pile of mushy meat. Four Eyes stubbornly refused. No, I feel that. Just looking at him will kill me. Lan Chi dragged her foot. Let go! Four Eyes cried. I can feel that this place has been covered by his evil power. As long as we step in, we will die completely. Lan Chi shook her head. I truly admire you, isn't it? Class time now, there's no one here. She saw 2 students in the distance. She called, hey students. Hushin Shu and Hushin Kui turned their heads. It's Sister Lan. Why are you free to come here? Lan Chi asked. I came to find your teacher. Yansen, where is he now? The Hu brothers replied, oh, sister, go to class. 1 teacher. Yansen is mainly in charge of class 1. Four Eyes asked, so what are you doing now? The 2 replied, we are class 2 teacher. Ming Wang is our homeroom teacher. We are copying 10,000 rules last month. We just finished copying over 1,000 times, preparing to hand in the assignment to teacher Ming Wang. The other 2 were speechless. The Hu brothers turned and left. We're going to hand in our assignments first. Lan Chi was dumbfounded. He teaches superpower students like that. Four Eyes was also stunned. This is the first time I've seen this. It's terrifying. As soon as the 2 left, Meng Chi flew over on her sword and called out loudly, Sister Lan. The flying sword stopped right in front of Lan Chi and Four Eyes, startling them slightly. Meng Chi landed in front of them and continued, Sister Lan. Long time. No see. Lan Chi stammered. What is this superpower? Meng Chi explained. Oh, this is sword riding technique. Looking up at the sword circling overhead, Lan Chi inquired, you knew we were coming here. Meng Chi put her sword into her storage ring and nodded. Teacher Yansen said, there were 2 people sneaking around outside. He told me to go check Lan Chi, and Four Eyes froze completely upon hearing this. Seeing that the 2 said nothing, Meng Chi boldly guessed, looking at this. It seems you 2 came to find teacher Yansen. He's inside. Let me take you in. Lan Chi stammered. Okay. The 2 followed. Meng Chi inside, a sense of tension enveloped them both. Goosebumps gradually appeared. Lan Chi swallowed continuously to relieve the tension, while Four Eyes' body was already trembling uncontrollably. Seeing their somewhat strange appearance, Meng Chi innocently asked, what's wrong with you 2? Lan Chi forced a smile and shook her head. No, nothing. Meng Chi reassured Sister Lan. Don't worry. Teacher Yansen's personality is very good. He's not the type of person who would beat someone to hospitalization just because they don't get along. Let's go. He's probably in the professor's office right now. The office is a green and watery building 15,000 malers above the ground. Stepping into the office and taking a sip of the hot tea, Lan Chi exclaimed, delicious. The previous anxious and restless feeling has disappeared. What is this? Yansen replied, this is clear mind. Tea. It has health-preserving effects. As long as you maintain a clear mind, you can live longer. Drink 1 more sip, and you can live 30 more years. Lan Chi's eyes widened in surprise. What? Is that true or false? Give me some more, and can I pack it to take home? Yansen bluntly refused. No, this is tea for guests. It's rarely taken out normally a fraudulent guest like you. On the contrary, this is the first time I've met. Lan Chi forced a smile. Her face twisted. I just want to take it back to analyze a bit and see what ingredients are inside this thing. Is really that miraculous? Then if I drink it for a few meals, won't I be able to live forever? Yansen replied, you're thinking too much. Mortals can only live up to 200-300 years. Only after cultivating qi and transforming into a deity can they extend their lifespan. Lan Chi continued. Although I don't know what cultivating qi and transforming into a deity means, you seem to emphasize etiquette. Yan Sen sipped the tea in his hand and replied, It's just the basics of cultivation. You came to find me about something, right? Lan Chi nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. I almost forgot about the main business. On Meng Chi's side, after taking Sister Lan to meet the male lead, she took Four Eyes to explore the academy at a pavilion floating in mid-air. Four Eyes shouted, where is this place? Meng Chi gently introduced, This place is the inner sect of the academy teacher, Yan Sen's small world. Originally, this place was somewhere on Earth. Then the teacher transformed it, like this. There's a barrier here, so it can't be seen from the outside inside. Over there is the teacher's cave dwelling, and over there are the students' rooms. Since teacher Yan Sen transformed this place into a small world, the space here has become several times larger than Earth. Teacher Yan Sen also said that the floating rock mountains here are formed naturally by rotating spiritual energy. To form such a super large mountain range would take at least over 10,000 years. After we build our foundation and become immortals, we will have our own cave dwellings. Four Eyes was amazed upon hearing this. This place of yours is the most exaggerated academy I've ever seen in the superpower world. Meng Chi burst out laughing. Haha, teacher, Yan Sen likes to do these strange things. Four Eyes pointed to the right and asked, Is that the teleportation gate behind there? Meng Chi enthusiastically answered, Almost. This is the heavenly profound gate. Through this gate, you can travel anywhere in the world. Let's go. The teacher told me to take you guys on a tour of the school. We're not done yet. Let's go check out that side. Back to the male lead, after hearing Lan Chi explain the situation, he nodded and said, So that's how it is. Lan Chi continued, That's right. The King of Kings of Beasts is the greatest enemy of our world. Before you came, we all saved the world from the King of Kings to earn the title of Top 10 Great God, level you as the second-ranked Great God level. I hope you can also contribute a bit of your own strength. Yan Sen replied, Of course, since I've come to your world to re-establish my sect, I should also abide by the rules of your world. If we just resolve this, King of Kings, will the world be peaceful? Lan Chi nodded firmly. Yes. Hearing her firm affirmation, the male lead unhesitatingly agreed. All right, then I am willing to expend a bit of my weak strength. Lan Chi eagerly asked again, You agree to participate in this competition? Sipping his tea, Yan Sen replied that on the contrary, no need for such trouble, I can resolve him. Right now, do you have any personal belongings of this King of Kings? Lan Chi sadly shook her head. No. That year, the top-tier deity died with him and nothing was left behind. The male lead continued to kill his divine sense. At least, you must find it. The techniques your world uses have no spiritual energy, fluctuations, and you don't have his personal belongings. Even if you know what the King of Kings looks like. If he conceals his appearance, it would be very difficult to find him with just eyesight. Lan Chi stroked her chin and nodded. That's right. We don't know where the King of Kings is, let alone killing him. At this point, the male lead changed his mind. If that's the case, then I'm very sorry, I really don't want to participate in that boring competition. I still have many lectures to write. Lan Chi frowned and thought to herself, This person doesn't like money, doesn't like fame, doesn't like women truly flawless. Doesn't he care about anything? Wait a minute, isn't it? The sect. Thinking of this, she slyly smiled and said to Yan, Sen hey, black-clad. Yan Sen, as long as your school gets good results in this competition, it will greatly help with recruitment. By then, won't your school's scale be able to expand several times? Yan Sen resolutely maintained his stance. Cultivating immortality depends on one's own immortal destiny. If they want to come and learn, I won't stop them. If they don't want to come, then I can't do anything further. Not everyone can become an immortal. Lan Chi secretly cursed in her heart, Is this the legendary Buddhist-style recruitment? Damn it, I wish you bankruptcy soon. As if understanding Lan Chi thoughts, Yan Sen exhaled. I'll ask you one more time, if the King of Kings is dealt with, will no one bother me anymore? Lan Chi firmly affirmed, That's right. Once he's dealt with, the world will definitely be peaceful. By then, you can enjoy a quiet life. Yan Sen changed his mind, instantly agreeing with Lan Chi. All right, I and my students will all participate in your competition. I will follow you and listen to your arrangements only this one time. Lan Chi excitedly stood up abruptly. You're serious? Yen Sen nodded slightly. A gentleman's word is his bond. Consider it serving as a strong arm for your world for a period of time. Lan Chi cheered happily. That's great, Superman Black Yan Sen, rest assured. Once this King of Kings is dealt with, whoever comes to bother you, I'll beat them first. And so, Sectmaster Yan, not wanting to be disturbed while rebuilding his sect, agreed to Lan Chi's request until the end of the competition. Sectmaster Yan will always follow Lan Chi's arrangements, and thus Lan Chi successfully recruited this top-tier strong arm, Yan Sen. Immediately after Yan Sen and Lan Chi went to the headquarters together, Lan Chi introduced, "This is the headquarters of the Superhero Alliance. They are the ones who create the hero rankings. This time they are in a panic, heroes. I guess it's also to resolve this matter because the conference regulations state that unless there's a special reason, everyone must dress neatly to attend the conference. Thank you for your trouble." Yan Sen shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." Lan Chi walked towards the conference hall. "Let's go this time." They invited the top 10 great god-level heroes, and all high-level combat-type heroes. Currently, perhaps only we haven't arrived yet. The banquet table was fully prepared. Many people were already present. Lively chatter filled the air. So the King of Kings of Beasts is still alive. It seems we have to fight again. The person with a flower on his head spoke up. That's right. No wonder the Alliance bothered to gather so many high-level combat heroes. Guang Bu saw the Rainbow Battle Team members and approached, taunting, "Oh no, you were beaten so badly. I heard you were in a coma for 2 years. You really are weak." Xiao Red of the Rainbow Battle Team couldn't help but speak up. "If you're so good, why don't you try?" Guang Bu still arrogantly mocked. "Weak is weak. Where do you get so many excuses?" Suddenly his eyes widened. His attitude changed instantly. He looked at Xiao Hong gently and said, "Hi, long time no see." Xiao Hong blushed a little and even got goosebumps, gritting her teeth, and hissed, "You!" From above, the young man standing next to the president sighed, "Can't these heroes stop infighting?" The president continued, "Just vying for superiority. It's just talk. When external forces invade, they are still very united. Who else hasn't arrived?" The young man looked at the list and replied, "Superman Hua Jia is missing. Early this morning, Sister Lan submitted her resignation. Black Robe. Yan Sen also couldn't be contacted, so 3 of them are still missing." Just then Lan Chi and the male lead arrived. Whispers began to buzz. "Hey, quick, look, they're here!" I can't believe Black Robe Yan Sen from his appearance to ranking 2nd great god level. It hasn't even been half a year. Don't talk about him anymore. Be careful not to draw attention. Guang Bu also turned to look at the male lead, and Lan Chi, is that him? It's strange, how could you lose to someone without any superpower, whose combat power is only 5 red Superman behind, reminded him to quickly get out of the way. Seeing Lan Chi walk past, Guang Bu being a flirt, then hit someone, snatched the flower from the green hat nearby and rushed over. He knelt and held up the flower in front of Lan Chi. Lan Chi, long time no see, you've become even more beautiful." Lan Chi said nothing, directly flicking a petal as a warning. That petal actually cut the banana on a nearby plate in half, then firmly stuck into a wooden pole. Lan Chi pointed and loudly said, "Get out. If you come near me again, that will be your fate. Don't think all girls are fools looking at the banana cut in half." Guang Bu was scared. Stood up fearfully, clamped his lower body tightly, not daring to utter another word. From above, the president held the mic and announced, "All right, everyone quiet down today. I've called everyone here because I have something important to say. I think everyone knows already the King of Kings of Beasts is still alive." The yellow hat nodded indeed. The green hat next to him picked up the flower and put it on his head, continuing another problem. The president continued, "The purpose of today's meeting is to find this King of Kings of Beasts and kill him." The male lead below listened, stunned. At the same time, somewhere outside, thunder and lightning rolled in. The monster had appeared. A black-cloaked boss observed through a smart panel, mumbling, "The aliens lost." A 2-horned monster chimed in. "They definitely lost, so bold daring to land right in Earth's sky, truly tired of living." Another one also spoke up, "Our war with those heroes has been going on for centuries, and we still haven't won. My great-great-great-grandfather died at the hands of those heroes, relying on their pathetic cat scratch. Kung Fu, they want to invade Earth, truly foolish." Another one agreed, "That's right, against those cheating heroes we must use schemes." A monster that looked like a lizard, who was the King of Kings, spoke up. "Stop complaining, what we need now is unity. Currently, besides the four kings, all the others have been scared by the heroes. We need to help them regain their confidence." Simultaneously, outside the demon clan's main headquarters, two beautiful maidens gradually appeared. The green gate-guarding demon raised his spear and said loudly, "Excellent, it's humans." The pink one next to him pulled the green one's arm and whispered, "Wait a minute. Judging by their appearance, it doesn't seem like it." Inside, one asked the King of Kings monster hunting competition. "Their organizing is about to begin. When do we make our move?" The red-eyed one bared his fangs resentfully. "Hearing about this competition, I feel hatred. Centuries ago, people in this world called this a monster invasion. By our era, it has become a monster hunting competition for us monsters. It's truly humiliating." The one-horned one interrupted. "Stop complaining. If you have time, why don't you go find a hero to fight? Tell me the truth. How many times have you been beaten by the Rainbow Battle Team and Superman Guangbu?" Red Eyes was speechless upon hearing this, only grunting. The King of Kings spoke up. "How are your investigations going? Have you found anything we can make our move 2 days after the competition begins?" According to tradition, when the competition begins, heroes from all over the world will be distributed in various places to capture monsters as combat pets. The 4 major academies' combat-type pets will appear 2 days later. Usually, every time the competition starts, the students of these academies will fight among themselves. First, we can wait for them to be in chaos before making our move. The King of Kings praised, "Very good, this invasion. We must completely destroy the hero world." Red Eyes raised his hand determinedly this time, "With our King of Kings here. All heroes are just decorations. Victory belongs to us." Everyone present chanted in unison, destroy heroes, King of Kings invincible." A moment later, the pink guarding demon ran in sluggishly to report, "Lord King of Kings, 2 new monsters have arrived outside and wish to see you." The King of Kings looked surprised. "Oh, we're short on henchmen right now, quickly call them in." When the 2 maidens entered, the green monster enthusiastically said, "This time, new monsters have also been born. We are short on numbers, although you are very weak for this special period. We should be more united. More strength means more chance of victory. They're here. Our king is inside discussing how to deal with human heroes. You go greet them." The 2 female monsters said nothing coldly, walking inside according to the instructions. As soon as they saw them, the monsters inside began to chatter. Lively. "Ah, these are new monsters. They look so much like humans." "That's right. This is the first time I've seen human-like monsters. They look so cute. I wonder what their combat power is." Red Eyes raised his voice. "Hey, newcomers, what type of monsters are you?" The 2 women replied, "Parrot, we are not beasts." The hooded boss searched for information on the smart panel about the 2 girls' unknown monster-type superpower system, combat power, 5. He read aloud for everyone to grasp the information. They don't have any superpowers. Their combat power is only 5. The system also can't find what type of monsters they are. The monsters above started discussing again as expected. "They're even weaker than us. We can only keep them as mascots." The King of Kings said loudly, "Silence everyone, we are currently short on people. A combat power of 5 is also combat power against heroes. We need to unite all usable strength." The 2 girls looked at the King of Kings and suspiciously asked, "You are the king of this place?" The King of Kings confidently replied, "Yes." The woman with hair tied in 2 buns coldly mocked, "Too pathetic." She gently drew her sword. In just a blink of an eye, an unknown number of sword strikes were unleashed upon the King of Kings. Not stopping there, bang, another purple ki blast shot out from the other girl's body, directly hitting the King of Kings. The monsters present watched this scene and couldn't help but get goosebumps in a blink of an eye. Their king was gone. When the smoke dissipated, only bloodstains remained. Even the sky was torn open with a huge hole. 3 seconds later, the monsters gradually regained their senses, mouths agape, eyes wide. On the ground, only the 2 girls stood there. The King of Kings had been blown away, not even a trace remained. The girl with 2 braided pigtails announced, "Starting today, I am your king." Red Eyes had not yet recovered. Stammering, Who are you? Us, we are the great transformed demons. On the male lead side, the president was still speaking, so we must find this king of kings, completely kill this monster that could pose a danger to this world. He had no idea that the king of kings was now dead. Humanity was facing a completely new opponent. The yellow hat whispered to his teammate, "Look at the president's tension. Does he need to be so serious?" Flowerhead nodded. "That's right. It's not the first time the king of kings has appeared. If we could deal with it once, we can deal with it a second time." The male lead stood below intently sniffing something. Seeing his strange expression, Lanchichi turned and asked, "What are you doing?" Yansen replied nothing, just a familiar scent. Lanchichi was puzzled familiar. Yansen nodded slightly. Roughly 2,000 years ago, I encountered this thing. I was still young. Then I encountered too many things. I can't remember what exactly it was. Back to the monsters after the King of Kings was swept away and destroyed by the two unknown women. The henchmen were still in shock. Our king is gone, not even a speck remains." Red Eyes slumped to the ground, crying, "It's over. It's truly over." The woman with a single braid said to her companion, "And Anne, if you're going to be king, why kill it?" And Anne bluntly replied, "It's too ugly." And Anne raised her sword threateningly. "Kneel and call me Demon Queen. Is there anyone else who dares to disobey?" The demons didn't dare to breathe, swallowing nervously. All knelt down to the ground in unison. "Long live the Demon Queen." And Anne smirked, put away her sword, and said, "Very good." The girl next to her spoke up. "The beasts in this world are too weak. Being king here doesn't feel like any achievement at all." I looked around. Besides the one I just cut down, those four standing above can barely compare to the strength of giant beasts in our world. Only four over there. We can easily catch a group of giant beasts. Never mind, it's boring. Seeing her companion open the teleportation gate, and Anne replied, "Whatever you want." Red Eyes ran towards them, frantically shouting, "Queen, you can't leave, sob, sob!" He hugged, and Anne's leg, crying, "You can't leave. If you leave, we're really finished." And Anne coldly said, "Stand up and speak clearly." Red Eyes, still crying, recounted Lord Demon Queen, "There's no King of Kings anymore. The previous battle plan has turned into bubbles. If you leave, we will completely become heroes' pets." And Anne said, "I've been in your world for 2 years now, and I understand you a little, but we're not interested in participating in your activities." Red Eyes begged desperately, "But Lord Demon Queen, you can't just watch your subordinates become others' pets." And Anne stroked her chin thoughtfully. "It seems to make a little sense. It reminds me of those damned cultivators." "What was your previous plan?" Red Eyes recounted. "Our plan was to attack the combat systems of the 4 major academies. You humans have a saying, 'Children are the future masters.' We believe that winning against heroes is already hopeless, so we will destroy their future, leaving our monster descendants a chance to win against heroes." And Anne nodded understanding. "So the monsters in this world live so miserably." The woman with a single braid curiously asked, "Are the heroes of this world very strong?" Red Eyes poured out his emotions. "They're not just strong heroes, are a mobile hack. I, as a monster king, get beaten every year. I even want to commit suicide, sob sob." The woman with a single braid continued, "Far away from you. I heard you say that your King of Kings and the top hero of this world have similar strength. So they aren't extremely powerful. At least they're very weak." The hooded boss stepped forward and added, "Lord Demon Queen, you are mistaken. Heroes are not as simple as you imagine. Our world has a strange energy source assisting heroes. We all call it the hero's passive skill. Our world truly has hacks." The two women's eyes widened, wondering what is a passive skill. Red Eyes replied, "That's right, it's Tears of Love, Light of Justice." The two women were dumbfounded upon hearing this. What kind of strange thing is that? Red Eyes continued, "Take the Rainbow Battle Team and Superman Guangbu as examples. The Rainbow Battle Team's ultimate move is the Energy Core Cannon. Superman Guangbu's ultimate move is Light Wave Attack. These are their active skills. They also have a passive skill. This is the passive skill that all heroes know. Every time our Monster King sneak attacks, the world beats heroes until they are barely alive or even dead. It's when our Monster King dominates the world. Then strange things happen. People in this world will unite. They shed tears together or are very sad, raising their hands, calling it Tears of Love and Light of Justice. After that, heroes who were originally barely alive or even dead will suddenly spit blood and revive. After reviving, the hero's strength increases dramatically. Furthermore, they become unreasonable, instantly killing our monster king with one move. Gradually, we can no longer defeat heroes. As he recounted, Red Eyes wiped away his tears of humiliation. The hooded boss chimed in. That's right. All my ancestors died by this move that year. When the King of Kings saw this move appear, he immediately fled. That's why he's still alive. The two transformed demon queens widened their eyes upon hearing these words. What kind of strange law is this? Red Eyes slumped down, his body trembling, saying, We have tried every method, from starting with one-on-one combat to forming alliances, then sneak attacks, poisoning, all useless. No matter what, heroes don't die, they are not saved. They are directly invincible. We can't do anything. Countless days and nights we monsters also thought about giving up. If we can't win, then life and death are up to fate. But then, the more we thought about it, the angrier we got. Why do we monsters living in this world fall so low as to become tools to make heroes look good? I'm not convinced. We still want to fight sooner or later. There will be a day when we will step on the faces of heroes and trample them. Hearing Red Eye's story, and Anne patted his shoulder in sympathy. She wiped away a tear that was about to fall, saying, I understand. Red Eyes joyfully asked again, Really? And Anne continued, We are all villains from two worlds. I can clearly understand your feelings. The heroes in your world are not much different from those insidious cultivators on our side. I've decided. I'll give you some strength. Maybe it can help with this. You guys take this. Looking at the bag, and Anne gave him Red Eyes, asked, What is this? And Anne introduced. This is a cosmos bag used by demon cultivators. Inside are 46,000 sets of demon cultivator magic treasures, perhaps enough for you. Hearing the number 46,000 sets, the four demons were completely stunned, and Anne continued, This is best used with your body and blood to activate. But there are 4 magic treasures inside. You must use them carefully. 1 quasi-demon king, magic weapon, 2,000 blood key treasures, 1 god transforming blood key treasure. Don't let it be that you still haven't killed the enemy, but you die first. All right, we're leaving. First, you guys try your best. Red Eyes asked in a panic, Lord Demon Queen, where are you going? And Anne said, This world of yours has too many fun things. We haven't played enough yet. I heard there's a large-scale amusement park opening in the north. Let's go check it out, you guys. Try your best if you really can't handle it. There's a demon pigeon inside to send a message to us. The demons were moved, their faces red, stammering, Lord Demon Queen. They bowed in unison and shouted, Have a safe trip. When the 2 women had left, the demons looked at each other suspiciously. Such a small bag, does it really contain over 460,000 weapons? That's right. This is the first time I've seen such an item. One horn clasped his hands and prayed, King of Kings, your death is worthy. After we defeat the heroes, we will set up an altar and worship you. The remaining 3 huddled together to discuss this time. We must trample the heroes on Earth. At the same time, in another place after the conference's decision, the top 10 great god-level heroes will serve as judges for this competition. Heroes below. Top 10 will be responsible for gathering intelligence about the King of Kings of Beasts. After obtaining intelligence, they will notify the top 10 to proceed with the execution. But the heroes had no idea that the King of Kings of Beasts was already dead at this moment. Earth was being swept into a chaotic battle between demon immortals, monsters, and heroes. 2 days later, the blonde MC updated the latest information about the match for all citizens on Earth. Hello everyone, this is BB Livestream. It's great to see everyone again. This monster hunting competition, I will be live streaming the entire process for everyone. Please follow my channel. It's the so-called, wherever there's a battle, I will be there. This is a grand battle feast that only happens once every 3 years. As a streamer, I will definitely not miss this opportunity. This time, I will use my life to live stream for everyone. Because this competition is different from previous years, great god-level heroes will be responsible for gathering information about monsters, but heroes in the top 10, great god-level, will be the judges. For this time, in previous years, academy principals were the judges, but this year it has changed to heroes in the top 10 great god-level. Although I don't know why the Alliance made such a decision, everyone doesn't need to worry. This time, our attention will focus on the combat system of the 4 great ancient academies, because the students of these academies have been suppressed by the top 10 great god-level heroes for many years, and still haven't been able to graduate today. Some students are even stronger than professional heroes, so this competition will definitely be much more special than previous years. Currently, I'm quite curious about which academy will reach the top spot. It truly makes us eagerly anticipate. On the small screen, a blonde young man watching the live stream grumbled, "This person talks too much if he didn't display a perfect combat image for us to see. I wouldn't bother watching his videos." Office workers also took advantage of the time to gather and watch the live broadcast. The person in the black suit resentfully said, "I want to beat him up last time. It was also because of him that we suffered so terribly." The blonde MC pointed to the robot behind him and introduced, "First we must thank our cameraman, great god-level monster Mr. I Robot. This time he will also be the one to show us the special combat images." Great God. I Robot got straight to the point. "He said he would double my salary? Then I would switch to working for him?" The blonde guaranteed. "Of course, as long as you live stream." Well, at the stadium, Ran Zihao excitedly said to his fellow disciples, "Finally, it's here. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Those damned Superman ninjas and mages, you just wait for me. This time we will wash away the previous humiliation." Sun Xiaolu frowned and said, "You 2 idiots did the teacher. Besides teaching you cultivation, also teach you to underestimate your opponents. Like this, drink less water with your brain. It's good for cultivation." Lanbin and Ran Zihao were scolded so badly they didn't dare to utter a single word. The person next to Lanbin whispered into his ear, "Cultivators should not be belligerent." Lanbin's temper flared up. He shouted, "You talk too much." A female fellow disciple came and asked Meng Qi class monitor, "Why do you have new clothes to wear and we don't?" Meng Qi replied, "The teacher said that every disciple of the heavenly god sect at each realm will have their own Tao robes. You will also have them later." She whispered into her classmate's ear, "Teacher Yan Sen's black robe is the clothing of the heavenly immortal realm. That set of clothes also has a female version that is extremely seductive." The classmate's eyes widened upon hearing this. Just then, the male lead walked over and asked his disciples, "Have you all arrived?" Seeing him, the whole group cheered in unison. Teacher Yan Sen. Yan Sen said to his disciples, "Everyone has seen Meng Qi, Xiaolu, Zihao, and Lanbin's cultivation robes, right? The sect's decision is that every stage of cultivation will have a completely new set of Tao robes. Everyone doesn't need to be envious. You will all have them later when you reach the key refinement stage. Because the dressing style of your world is different, I have made some modifications based on the original basis." Xiao Liu secretly looked at Sun Xiaolu, and even syrup flowed from his nose. "Master truly understands too much," Xiao Yi next to him retorted. "You don't understand anything. The teacher is adapting to local customs." Yan Sen continued, "All right, since everyone is still young and it's your first time leaving the sect for training, I will say a few more words who still remembers why we cultivate." Xiao Liu volunteered to answer, not to compete in intelligence or cruelty with others. Sun Xiaolu also enthusiastically stated for eternal life and the immortal Tao. Yan Sen nodded contentedly. "That's right. Propriety is the first standard of cultivation. We are not eager to fight. Although we are not eager to fight, it doesn't mean we are weak or afraid of fighting. Normally we don't fight, but if we do, we must fight to the death, absolutely not leave the opponent a single breath." The disciples secretly thought to themselves how vicious Yan Sen continued to explain, "Propriety is the first standard of cultivation. But when it comes to combat sneak attacks, insidious tactics and dirty tricks are also the first principles of a cultivator." Xiao Liu wondered. So this is how the predecessors fought. Yan Sen ignored him and continued to explain in the immortal world. "If you are even a little careless, you will cut off your own life. Although everyone lives in this world, where things don't need to be so ruthless, the principles of cultivation must not be forgotten. You can use weapons for sneak attacks, absolutely not barehanded. You can gang up, absolutely not solo, understood." All answered in unison, understood. The 2 brothers, Xiaolu Xiao Yi, were even quick enough to prepare weapons and hide them on their person. The male lead waved his hand and conjured a boat. "All right, let's go." From a tiny boat, Yan Sen gradually enlarged it to accommodate the entire sect. They quickly boarded the boat and moved to the assembly point. In no time the city appeared before them. From below, shouts echoed. "Monsters are attacking! Monsters are attacking!" The Mau Mau monster said to the commoners. "We monsters intend to attack this city. Please line up in an orderly manner and go underground to take shelter. Pay attention to safety. Prioritize the elderly and children." "Good, that's it. Be polite," a young boy asked Mau Mau. "Mr. Mau Mau monster, which academy are you planning to fight this time?" Mau Mau enthusiastically replied, "We plan to fight the Ninja Academy. I heard this time. They have hopes of becoming the strongest academy on the continent." The boy's father whispered to Mau Mau, "I suggest you fight the Southern Cultivation Academy. This academy has been really strong lately." Mau Mau was startled and confused upon hearing this. The Southern Ordinary Super Ability Academy, isn't that the weakest place? The boy's father replied recently, "They have a new teacher who is very powerful. He defeated great god-level heroes once in half a year, and currently half of the high-level heroes are still hospitalized." On the rooftop of a tall building, a few monsters were gathered eating and having fun. They even used magic artifacts from their cosmos bags as skewers. The green dinosaur munched on grilled fish and smacked its lips. "This world basically doesn't deserve villains anyway. I'm planning to take action this year. How about you?" The orange one next to him replied, "Me too. Refusing to be a meat shield, I've given up resisting." The white monster added, "The newly arrived King of Kings already abandoned us to travel. How could heroes be so easily defeated? For us to use these small weapons to fight the first battle, aren't we just telling ourselves to go find death? We are not that foolish later. When the combat systems of the 4 great academies come down, whoever pays a high salary, I'll follow them." On the blonde MC's side, he transmitted the information. "Dear audience, the competition is about to begin. This competition is overseen by the champion of the previous term, the Superman Academy. So our starting point this time will be from an altitude of 10,000 meters. The competition rules are still the same. As in previous years, one level 1 monster is 3 points, one demigod level monster is 5 points, one god level monster is 20 points, one god monster is 50 points, one great god level monster is 100 points. Additionally, there's a rule: the academy that reaches the city ground first will receive 30 points. In the end, the academy with the highest score will win. Without further ado, I invite the combat students of our 4 great academies to enter. Eastern Region Ninja Academy, Western Region Magic Academy, Northern Region Superman Academy, and our recently renamed academy, Southern Region Cultivation Academy. On the judging panel, each judge stood on a prearranged platform. The MC shouted loudly, "I almost forgot we also have our judges. They are all top-ranked heroes on the hero leaderboard. Top Great God Level, Superman, Guangbu. Second Great God Level, Superman, Black Yansen. Third, 4th, 5th, 6th, Rainbow Battle Team, 8th, Great God Level Mage, Lan Chi Chi. They all represent the highest combat power of our world, and are also the most representative figures for the combat systems of the 4 great academies. This time, they will serve as judges. If after the competition ends, academies achieve equal scores, the judges will vote to choose the winner, and they cannot vote for their own academy." The audience on the ground raised their hands and shouted loudly, cheering Superman Guangbu, Superman Guangbu. The audience watching on TV also continuously cheered, Superman Guangbu, Superman Guangbu. On this side, Guangbu heard clenched his hands, raised them to his shoulders, flexing his bulging muscles. Yahello angrily cursed that damned pervert after being dead for so long. He still has such a high number of supporters. Xiao Green calmly replied, "Although he's a bit perverted, he did save everyone when the world fell into darkness, so it's very normal for his number of supporters to remain unshaken." Yahello wondered again. "That's right. Why don't I see Superman? Hua Jia, isn't he a classmate from our academy? Why don't I see him?" Xiao Green gently said, "I don't know. A friend of mine said he saw him running naked in the northern hemisphere just before." The Ninja Academy arrived on the back of a giant black eagle, shouting loudly, "Listen clearly, attack people first. Later, as long as the Cultivation Magic and Superman Academies are down, all the monsters are ours." Understood. The teammates simultaneously raised their swords high and shouted in unison. Understood. A student from the Magic Academy worriedly asked, "How do we capture monsters later?" Yerong turned around and said, "Ignore the monsters. For now, deal with people first." The Superman Academy class monitor twisted his joints and shouted loudly, "Unleash all your power. Prepare for a group brawl." The Cultivation Academy's warship also arrived. Sun Xiaolu commanded, "Listen clearly. I'll guard the front. Lan Bin will guard the left flank. Zihao will guard the right flank. If anyone dares to approach, deal with them." Lan Bin and Ran Zihao replied, Okay. She then turned to Hu Mengqi and called class monitor. Hu Mengqi ran over present and accounted for prepare nuclear bombs. "Everyone here has successfully unleashed their power. It's up to you. We will provide some cover for you." Later, when fighting directly hit them in the face, Liu Xiaowai excitedly said, "Wow, that really won't kill anyone, right?" Sun Xiaolu frowned and emphasized, "Follow the teacher's words. Don't talk about life or death." The Liu brothers were again stunned, too. Vicious Xiaolu is more and more like the immortal the teacher always mentions. Healing-type heroes are busy again. A bell rang in the room. A professor stood up, megaphone in hand, announcing, "Everyone, prepare, begin." As soon as the shout ended, the Ninja Academy attacked. Ran Zihao and Lan Bin shouted in panic, "Damn it, they're just charging straight down." The Magic Academy was also stunned by the Ninja Academy's lightning-fast attack. The Ninja Academy student laughed gleefully. "Hello, classmates? I'm going ahead. Haha." The Superman Academy class monitor gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, this guy's goal is 30 points, trying to be clever in front of me. Let's see if I don't rip your leg off," saying that he immediately rushed to pursue. Ran Zihao bit his fingernails, eyes wide. No wonder these ninjas are so far from us, so they had a conspiracy early on. Although the rules stated the starting point is in the air, it didn't specify the position. This guy charging straight down, who knows how many times faster than us. Two students from the Ninja Academy and the Superman Academy continued to chase each other fiercely. Provocative shouts continuously echoed, "Come chase me. You uncivilized brute. You cowardly turtle, I'm targeting you." The commentator excitedly shouted, raising the heat of the match. "Amazing. Everyone is playing." Chase, the three major academies, never expected the Ninja Academy to play this trick. It seems the Ninja Academy has secured 30 points. The audience watching on TV also continuously waved and cheered excitedly, "Woohoo go!" The students of the Superman Academy and the Ninja Academy were now very close to the ground. The Superman Academy class monitor was about to catch up, gritting his teeth. "You're dead for sure." The commentator continued, "The Superman Academy is indeed formidable, worthy of being the previous term's champion, able to catch up from such a long distance, truly too strong." But at this moment a change occurred. The Ninja Academy class monitor turned around and threw something. The Superman Academy class monitor was stunned when he saw the round object in front of him. What? Bang! The white round object suddenly exploded, smoke spreading in all directions. In the dust cloud, only the coughing of the Superman Academy class monitor could be heard. Cough. Cough. It's smoke bomb. At this moment, the Magic Academy also began to attack. "Let's go." Just as they advanced, a little smoke grenades from the Ninja Academy struck, obstructing Ran Zihao and Lan Bin. On this side, they were also given a smoke grenade by the Ninja Academy. Both their faces were filled with panic. The Ninja Academy class monitor said gleefully, "No need to snatch, everyone gets a share." The Superman Academy class monitor was provoked to a furious rage. "Damn, I swear I will flay this guy." The MC quickly grasped the situation. The Superman Academy class monitor is helplessly going crazy. Lan Bin crossed his arms in front of his face, coughing a few times. Ran Zihao continuously shouted, "The Ninja Academy's shadow has reached the ground." Sun Xiaolu angrily yelled, "You too good for nothing. Brats, stop making noise, protect your positions." "Well, class monitor, start quickly, ignore them." Hu Mengqi worriedly said, "No. If they land first, we won't flatten the entire city, right?" Sun Xiaolu remained firm. Rest assured, he won't be able to land. The Ninja Academy class monitor was getting closer and closer to the finish line. 30 points are within reach. "Reaching the ground will be our domain, then we'll slowly deal with you guys." Yarong behind him was stunned and shouted, "He's almost on the ground." The blonde student worriedly asked Yarong, "What should we do?" A senior sister from the Magic Academy pulled out a sniper rifle and smiled brightly. "I'm aiming at him." The Ninja Academy class monitor still laughed loudly. 30 points, haha. The Magic Academy's senior sister aimed accurately, pulled the trigger and fired a shot. "I'll give you these 30 points. Bang, a loud explosion echoed in midair. All the students from the academies as well as the commentators and teachers were stunned. Ran Zihao's eyes widened. "No way. Sun Xiaolu immediately said, I told you these academies aren't that simple. Everyone raise your guard. Only the ninja class monitor's shoe fell to the ground. The Magic Academy's senior sister, smoking a cigarette gun over her shoulder, looked triumphant. Take that for showing off. The commentator immediately announced, breaking news, the Magic Academy Collective has thrown away their staves and pulled out rockets, machine guns, and laser-guided bombs. The senior sister, carrying a cannon, charged forward. Come on, girls, blow that guy up, the commentator then added. I feel like this competition is about to turn into a gang war between males and females. You're wrong with 2 guns in hand, said cheerily. Let's give them a little eye-opening. What's called physical magic. Ranzahao's mouth twisted. Oh my god, everyone is too crazy. Lan Bin also grimaced and said, Xiaolu is right to deal with those people, we must kill them. On the Eagle, the ninja class students were trying to heal their class monitor. Everyone was worried. Class monitor, try to hold on, heal quickly. Can you save him? The class monitor sat up, nose bleeding profusely. Damn it, too careless. It seems these weapons have all been reinforced. Class monitor, you're still bleeding. In the last competition, they were still poking people with staves this year. They brought out rockets. This truly is a new level of combat power. Yirong fired several shots continuously. Her face flushed with extreme excitement. Ha ha! Amazing! The Superman class monitor also flew over. So fierce, calm down, and think of a way to launch a sneak attack. Didn't you notice the cultivators from the Immortal Academy? Don't worry about them. They've been cannon fodder for 10,000 years. On the Ninja Academy's side, they were still desperately healing their class monitor. Unforgivable, unforgivable. They dared to make us lose face in front of the global audience. No need for 30 points anymore, everyone attacked them all. The students of the 3 major academies charged into the melee, beating them all down, not a single one to be missed. The commentator's voice resonated again. Ha ha. Everyone's gone crazy originally, a monster hunting competition. It has now turned into a chaotic battle watching. This is even more fun than watching monster hunting. It's just that I don't know which academy will win. The audience on the ground, and in front of their TVs were all excited, waving their hands and cheering. Fight, fight, fiercely. I bet the Eastern Ninja Academy. You didn't see the Western Magic Academy is also very strong, and the North hasn't even shown their strength yet. They were the previous term's champions. Strange. Why don't I see the Cultivation Academy? At this moment, Hu Mengqi slowly flew up on her sword. On the ground, everyone gathered and pointed. Quick look. What are the Cultivation Academy doing over there? The commentator on the helicopter continued to broadcast. Why are they always flying in the air? Are they planning to give up? Hu Mengqi's eyes were closed hands forming incantations. Ranzahao below anxiously asked, Class monitor, is it ready? Hu? Mengqi replied, It's pretty much ready. She glared at the students. Let me give you a little eye-opening. Chi-Si Dragon Transformation Art Level Up. Her hands began to wave, continuously circulating magic power, and 2 yellow yin-yang diagrams appeared. A circle of light burst forth with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the sky. Ranzihao and Lan Bin both gaped in astonishment. Speechless, Hu Mengqi raised one hand high, concentrating her spirit. Chi-Si Dragon Transformation. Ranzihao gasped and shouted, Isn't this Ming Wang's move? Lan Bin also shouted, Not an exception. This is just a small common strike. Sun Xiaolu frowned and angrily scolded, You 2 useless idiots. Can you stop being so surprised? Are you here to watch a play? This cultivation method has 6 layers in total. What we learned is just the basics. Hu Mengqi smirked. It can't compare to Ming Wang's power, but it's enough guaranteeing they won't even have their heads left. Seeing that small sun-like energy, everyone present gaped. The MC stared. Why does this thing look so familiar? One-eyed robot turned and said, I don't need my salary anymore. Can I go home? The commentator flatly refused. No, as a professional commentator, you must finish speaking even if you die. Xiao Hong and Xiao Green exclaimed in panic. It's a small common strike that damned Ming Wang's technique. Superman Guangbu, standing at the opposite pole, was also stunned. Ming Wang, what strike? I've never heard of it. Xiao Black shouted in shock. This isn't fighting. This is killing you. Guys are going too far. Xiao Red was surprised they even know this move. Yan Sen praised, Oh, they learn pretty fast. Lan Chi couldn't hold back any longer and shouted a reminder, Black Robe, Yan Sen, don't let your students act recklessly. Boom, boom, boom! The loud explosions from the Magic Academy's rifles still echoed. Ye Rong laughed gleefully. Ha ha, go die, all of you. I will send you off to the afterlife, the Superman Academy class monitor. And his classmates stretched out their arms and flew forward, constantly saying, think of a way to fight. Close-range mages are very fragile. Just then, the sound of the armor system increased. Beep beep, thermal reaction. A classmate pointed forward and said, class monitor. Quickly, look over there. Seeing that giant energy orb, the Superman Academy class monitor's expression subtly changed. Ah, it's over. Hu Mengqi's mouth curled up. Yeah, it's been discovered. The Ninja Academy class monitor flew closer to Ye Rong, wondering what's going on. Why is the Superman Academy so scared? Ye Rong was also puzzled. That's right, huh? What is that? Just 1 second after seeing that giant energy orb, Ye Rong and the Ninja Academy class monitor were startled, their mouths agape, shouting, oh my god, it's over. I forgot these meat shields also know this move. No wonder they always hid behind the Superman Academy class. Monitor shouted, announcing, everyone don't panic. I've investigated this move. They need at least a minute to unleash this buff move. We still have time. All 3 academies, Ninja, Superman, and Magic, combined and rushed to attack the Cultivation Academy. The commentator's resounding voice continued. Dear audience, the 3 great academies have begun to encircle. I didn't expect the Cultivation Academy, who always hid behind and didn't make a move, was secretly setting up this move. If this thing isn't used carefully, it might result in mutual destruction. The Cultivation class is truly too crazy. The Ninja class monitor loudly commanded Superman Academy attack from the front. We attack from the right, physical magic attack from the left. They take a very long time to unleash this move, and the person unleashing it cannot be disturbed. Let's deal with these suicidal guys first, then we'll fight. Seeing this group, Sun Xiaolu frowned. It's a pity they didn't become spies. She stood on the war chariot's bow and shouted loudly, class monitor, how is it? Hu Mengqi immediately replied, the dragon form isn't complete yet, it still needs time. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaolu's face filled with determination. She held her sword and stepped forward, preparing for battle. Leave it to us. The young commentator didn't miss any details. The Cultivation Academy is preparing to make their move currently. Their situation is not very optimistic. They are trying to buy time for their class monitor while also having to deal with the other 3 great academies. Ran Zihao's hand was already on the hilt of the sword hanging behind his back. I'm responsible for the ninjas, Lan Bin contributed. I'm responsible for the mages. We've trained for so long, it's time to test the results, but don't hold back, you damned rats. The Ninja Academy class monitor shouted again. They are too insidious. I almost died by their hands. He immediately accelerated and flew straight towards them. You damned little rats, don't think that, just because you learned some strange moves this year, you can show off. If I could defeat you last time, I can this year too. What else do you know, besides this move? Ran Zihao calmly replied, come here and try, won't you know? The ninja class monitor drew his sword and charged his mouth fiercely. Challenging, less nonsense, come here, 8-blade art ninja key slash. A sword was unleashed. Ran Zihao slightly tilted his body to dodge, and with a casual flick of his hand, he also unleashed the 9 Heavens Talisman cross sword. The sword chi grazed the Ninja Academy class monitor. He managed to dodge in time and saved his life, but his face was left with a bloodstain from the sword chi. Then his figure, like a ghost, swiftly appeared and disappeared, difficultly dodging those sword chi attacks. After dodging a series of attacks, he stared at Ran Zihao. What kind of sword technique is this? You actually have some skill to be able to draw my blood. Not bad fighting, like this is more interesting. Ran Zihao said nothing directly, kicked off the ground and flew to continue the battle. His lightning-fast speed made the Ninja Academy class monitor surprised. Too fast, didn't this guy use fire to attack before? Shaking off the negative thoughts, he gained momentum and flew quickly, his mouth still arrogantly scolding, don't underestimate others too much. Ran Zihao looked up and replied softly, didn't you say you would defeat me before come here? The commentator's voice resonated again. Charging forward is Hui Ying of the ninja class, blocked by Ran Zihao of the cultivation class, and they are fighting to a stalemate, truly too spectacular. It seems the southern cultivation class didn't just change its name, its strength has also greatly increased, and the superpowers they use are something we've never seen before. But if they continue to fight like this, they won't be able to determine a winner in a short time. The Ninja and Superman Academy magic will face big trouble. The audience below stared at the battle without blinking for a second, their mouths full of praise. I still remember last competition, Zihao couldn't defeat the Phantom. Right, both students from the two academies now had eyes filled with killing intent. Their competitiveness was surging. Huiying split off and quickly used the intelligent technique to summon a giant eagle. Standing on the eagle's back, staring towards, "All right, I admit I underestimated you. You have indeed improved much more than before." Ranzihao also softly replied, "It seems my cultivation is still not enough. Not like the teacher who can deal with you in one move." Huiying refused to give up and immediately flew to challenge "Let's go again." Ranzihao also accelerated and flew, coming right away. On another side, Lanbin's battle was much more spectacular. In mid-air, grenades continuously collided with flying swords exploding and illuminating the sky. Lanbin, one hand clasped before his chest, the other, spread wide eyes lightly closed, controlled his sword formation. The students from the Magic Academy looked on in fear. This cultivation is too strong. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen it. That's not right, class monitor. What should we do? Yi Rong exposed a heart-shaped watch on her wrist. "Leave this place to me. I'll deal with him. You guys quickly go and stop them from launching nuclear bombs." Hearing the class monitor's words, all the students participating in the battle flew off to assist. "All right, we're going." On this side, Huiying was pushed back and angrily said to his classmates, "You guys also go help. I'll deal with this rat." He then turned back to the Superman Academy, frowning. "Why haven't you made a move yet?" The Superman Academy class monitor bluntly said, "I'm worried about a trap." Huiying gradually lost his composure and shouted, "What time is it? Can you Superman Academy guys use your brains a bit? Have you seen the big orb in front? That's the trap. You also have to jump into that place." After the previous competition among the 4 combat systems in the Southern Cultivation Academy, only Zihao and Lanbin had some effect. I really don't understand. Now Lanbin and Zihao have been slowed down by me, and their class monitor can't escape you as the Superman Academy with the highest combat power. What are you afraid of, dealing with a female student? At Huiying's words, the Superman Academy also seemed to realize their weakness. They immediately rushed into battle. "All right, let's go." Ranzihao used his blade technique to surround himself, laughing gleefully. "Haha, you guys probably chose the wrong opponent." Huiying's face was filled with fear. "What do you mean?" Ranzihao replied softly. "Xiao Lu's cultivation strength is far above ours, and not by just a little." Huiying looked up at her, frowning and gasping. What on the Superman Academy's side? They still stretched out their hands and flew straight forward. "Charge for me, stop them." Lanbin softly announced, "Xiao Lu, they're coming." Ranzihao, riding his sword, reminded, "You should tell your juniors to deal with me and Lanbin." That's right. Xiao Lu let them see the strength of the half-step transcendent realm. Xiao Lu let them behold the peak of key refinement, the strength of the half-step transcendent realm. Key refinement to essence, key refinement to God, God refinement to void, void refinement to Dao, Dao transformation to immortal. The ninja class monitor was also startled upon hearing this peak. "What are you trying to scare me?" The commentator wearing glasses continued to comment. Students from the 3 great academies are all flying towards the cultivation class." Xiao Lu's eyes suddenly glowed with killing intent. She gently drew her sword. Sensing danger from afar, the Ninja Academy class monitor shouted, "Not good, danger, quickly turn back." But it was too late. All the people from the 3 great academies were aiming directly at the cultivation class's airship and attacking. There was no turning back. Only Xiao Lu was seen wielding her sword, surrounded by killing intent, supreme ultimate slaughter array. Everyone was horrified when they heard this move. A yin-yang formation appeared in the sky again. Everyone was trapped inside the formation. No one could move. "Damn it, I can't move, it hurts." Xiao Lu threatened, "If you don't want to be dismembered, it's best not to move carelessly." The reporter looked somewhat surprised. Is this dismemberment? The Rainbow Battle Team was also somewhat surprised. What kind of superpower is this? Supreme Ultimate Slaughter Array. Is this move specifically used to kill people? Then what else is there to fight? Guangbu looked dazed. This cultivation academy. Those who witnessed that technique also exclaimed, "Strong, too strong," using the strength of one academy to fight against 3 academies and not even falling into a disadvantage. And there's such a terrifying burst skill. The Cultivation Academy is too terrifying. How do we play like this? You're talking nonsense. Have you forgotten the principle of our world? You don't give up until the last second. Victory and defeat are decided in the last second. That's right. I think the Cultivation Academy also thought of this point before unleashing their ultimate move. This nuclear bomb explosion move is also too sinister. I really don't know where they learned it. Is it Black Robe? Yansen's move, didn't he unleash it before only he could teach something like this? Can they even learn this superpower? Maybe I heard you have to risk your life to train, and even then you might not learn it. My brother has 2 twins studying in their 2nd grade class. I heard they copied the sect rules until their hands cramped. Oh my God! What have they been through? Quickly? Look, what is the Superman Academy class monitor doing? He was trapped in the formation, observing the events unfold, lamenting one by one, one by one. Xiaolu also wondered, The Superman Academy class monitor angrily insulted. Since when have I had to endure such humiliation? Do you really think we, the Superman Academy, are a soft persimmon to be squeezed? Not good. The Superman Academy class monitor has gone crazy. Damn it, originally, the plan was not to let this brute go completely insane. Below, the observers continued to chatter. It's the Superman Academy class. Monitor's superpower. The stronger the rage, the stronger the superpower. Once rage surpasses reason, it will unleash transcendent extreme power. Last time, when the competition ended, the Ninja Academy originally won, but because of their dirty mouth, they provoked him to go insane, and in the end, they were beaten, losing the champion title. This guy has gone crazy, besides being crazy. Besides the top 10, great god-level other hero professions would also find it very difficult to suppress him, and he was beaten even more. The Superman Academy class monitor was furious to the extreme. Stop underestimating others. His hand swept out, shattering the binding power on his body. This also surprised Sun Xiaolu. Not stopping there, the Superman Academy class monitor looked up at the sky. The hidden power in his body reached its limit. After breaking free from the bindings and using that power, he charged towards the Cultivation class's airship. The MC loudly said, "This is the Superman Academy class monitor's unique ultimate technique, mindless combat." Ranzihao reminded Xiaolu, be careful. If he loses his mind, he will fight even more fiercely. Xiaolu was ready to face him. No need for you to remind me, I'll suppress. A bright blade flashed into the magic formation in the sky. Everyone present was alarmed. It's suppressed. The formation. The Superman Academy class monitor shouted in pain. His entire body was once again held in midair. At this moment, Hu Mengqi spoke up. "Everyone please hold on for a moment, it's almost done." Below, the class monitor was furious to the extreme. You're underestimating me again. Underestimating me again. Seeing this guy trying to break free from the suppression again, Xiaolu also waved her hand again, increasing her power. The Superman Academy class monitor gritted his teeth, trying to escape the suppression. The observers, whether through screens or at the scene, were a little scared. This guy losing his will, even professional heroes can't suppress him. But now he's being controlled by her alone. Are you kidding? The Superman Academy class monitor relied on this move to become the strongest among the 4 great academies. If he hadn't been suppressed by the top 10 great god level, he probably would have graduated early today. A student who can rival most professional heroes, appeared the strongest student in the combat system of the 4 great academies, might have to change. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't the Superman Academy class monitor still undefeated? He's just being controlled to deal with losing his will. Unless you knock him unconscious with one hand, he will just fight more fiercely. The MC continued. This year's competition is truly full of surprises. The Southern Super Ability Academy, which has always been a backdrop this year, used the strength of one academy to suppress the other 3 Super Ability Academies. Not only that, the Superman Academy class monitor's superpower, losing his will, relies on rage to transform into physical strength. So not only will he fight more fiercely, but he can also break through limits. Even professional heroes don't dare to face this ability head-on. Feeling the binding force getting weaker and weaker, Sun Xiaolu sighed truly. A difficult opponent. Other students witnessing the battle could only assess their equal strength they were about to finish. Quickly, go help the Superman Academy class monitor's loss of will as long as it's not lost. He can keep fighting. That girl has reached her limit. She wants to run your opponent. Is me. After blocking the Ninja Academy class monitor, preventing him from encircling Sun Xiaolu, he glanced at Ranzihao and calmly said, "What do you mean by doing this? We are so close even if your move succeeds. It will be mutual destruction. Ranzihao saw this, and smugly replied, Are you stupid? If we can unleash it, we will have a way to escape. The other guy saw this and could only resort to a dirty trick quick look flying saucer. Ranzihao instinctively turned his head to look behind him. Just waiting for that, the ninja class monitor assassin technique, birdcage. The moment Ranzihao turned his head, he saw himself trapped. He was startled to be hit by the move. The ninja class monitor had already turned and left what a clueless idiot such an old trick, and he still fell for it. This birdcage technique won't trap him for a long time, is of the essence. Ranzihao, trapped in the birdcage, could only scratch his head and yell careless. Xiaolu saw this and was utterly helpless, this good for nothing. These 3 great academy class monitors are the strongest from beginning to end. I'm still in the QI refinement stage. I can't knock this Superman class monitor unconscious with one hand. This guy, because of his rage, his combat power is getting stronger and stronger, plus the phantom distracting my focus. He might have already run away. I can't let the Ninja Academy's phantom come over. After escaping the human chess piece, Hui Ying swung his sword and charged. The rest of you come with me. The Superman Academy's loss of will, as long as it doesn't disappear, for a second will grow stronger and stronger. That girl is already too busy. Xiaolu looked at the group flying towards the class monitor. She snorted softly. Her hand transformed again. Suppress for me. Her eyes flashed brightly. She turned her head to look at that group of people. Her hand also waved in that direction. In an instant, the Ninja Academy members who were flying were held in midair. He Ying immediately stopped when he saw his companion suppressed in place. He was puzzled. Didn't you say she was too busy? It hurts. Xiaolu coldly replied, To deal with you weaklings I've already held back. If you dare to come over, I'll make you suffer 10,000 sword piercings. Have you heard me at this moment? Xiaolu's face had the aura of a terrifying overlord. The phantom could only helplessly give Xiaolu a hateful look. This damned woman. Xiaolu secretly smiled, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, I scared them. At this moment, Hu Mengqi's ultimate move was finally completed. A giant phantom divine dragon surrounded the blazing red sun. Those who witnessed it were trembling. It's over. Don't make noise. Maybe there's still another way. The Rainbow Battle Team seemed calmer when they saw it. At that time, they were in the mech. They couldn't see it from such a close distance, so those 2 monsters were actually so huge. Wow. If it continues like this, something will really happen suddenly. Hui Ying's eyes lit up. A thought flashed in his mind. That's right. Use illusion. He turned and said to his companions, Xiaoju, come here. Wei brother, you called me. They must maintain absolute calm. When using this move, you use illusion to disturb her. Xiaoju helplessly explained. I also thought of illusion before, but there are 3 types of illusion in total, with the help of medicine or face-to-face, along with sound transmission. Currently, we can't get there at all. If we use sound, the distance is too far. Even if I scream my throat out, the opponent won't hear. Hui Ying couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed the megaphone and yelled at, Xiaoju, is your brain full of shit? This isn't scientific. Scream for me. Xiaoju foolishly followed the instructions, holding the megaphone and screaming loudly. Xiaoju's scream echoed throughout the space, reaching Hu Mengqi. She seemed to have heard it. Sun Xiaolu also turned around. Class monitor, is it ready? Hu Mengqi slowly opened her eyes and softly said, It's done. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself in some room. Yan Sen, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood beside her and suspiciously asked, Where is this place? Yan Sen looked over and faintly said, What are you thinking? Hu Mengqi's cheeks flushed slightly. Teacher, I know. In reality, Hu Mengqi suddenly vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Her mental state was damaged. Sun Xiaolu's expression subtly changed. Class monitor. Hu Mengqi fell down, clutching her stomach in pain, weakly saying, I'm under an illusion. How could the teacher pick 2 stars for me? Xiaolu asked with concern. Are you okay? Hui Ying took the opportunity to act recklessly. Good opportunity. Small explosion. Six-eyed Mao Gui brought it. Sun Xiaolu reacted in time and unleashed a counterattack against that move. Cutting the six-eyed Mao Gui in half at this moment, Ranzihao had broken out of the birdcage trap. This tiny broken cage wants to trap me. Bang, a small explosion from the six-eyed Mao Gui scattered violently in front of the group. Hu Mengqi fell from the sky. Sun Xiaolu immediately pursued her, but she was stopped. Xiaolu, just leave me alone. Quickly, go replace the chi. Sea Dragon Transformation Art. The second and third layers of this Chi Sea Dragon Transformation Art are different. Even if the caster is interrupted, it won't disappear. If no one replaces it, it will explode on the spot. Moreover, the gathered life force and spiritual energy will lose control, they will become agitated, and the power will be even greater than before. Sun Xiaolu was startled upon hearing this. She quickly looked up. What? While the Ninja Academy members, seeing their success, shouted, "Ha ha ha, it's a success, we've dealt with these suicidal guys." Hui Ying realized something was wrong. Too loud. Everyone shut up. Why is that big orb still there? Xiaolu slightly frowned. The miniature instant teleportation talisman that I refined is in Zihao's hand. Currently, he's still in the cage. The class monitor can't use bombs. What should I do? The commentator shouted, It's gone berserk. It's about to explode." Seeing the dragon falling into a berserk state, the Ninja Hero Academy members, I knew it. These damned cultivation class members, if they can't control it, don't release it unexpectedly. Guangbu bent down, seemingly ready to make a move. Yansen secretly assessed Zihao's thoughts are not focused. Lan Bin only cares about his own combat power. Class monitor, Hu Mengqi, made a big mistake. Xiaolu is unassailable, but her killing intent is not decisive enough. The path of cultivation is never smooth sailing. I hope this battle will make you all grow. Only Yansen was seen slowly reaching out, his hand suppressed for me. Superman Guangbu had just approached the large dragon when he froze. Yansen's hand subtly squeezed. The Chi Sea Dragon Transformation Art disappeared to everyone's astonishment. It's controlled too simple. Guangbu was still standing there, stunned, then turned and stared at Yansen, speechless. The Magic Academy members were also surprised their teacher was too strong. Yansen then faintly spoke again. "All right, that's enough." At this moment, Sun Xiaolu also helped Hu Mengqi. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just need a rest." "I'm sorry." "Xiaolu, it's my fault for being weak." Xiaolu comforted. "It's not your fault. Everyone is responsible. I'm just very curious. We've trained for so long, our minds should have been incomparably firm. How could such a trashy illusion at a long distance hit you? What were you dreaming about?" Hu Mengqi could only lower her head and shyly say nothing. The Ninja Academy members could only breathe a sigh of relief. "You scared the hell out of me. It was resolved so easily. Then how big is this gap? But I still feel like something is wrong outside." Hui Ying shouted again. "Everyone pay attention. The cultivation class has given up. Raise your guard deal with the remaining academies. The champion is ours." The magic witches were displeased. Big talk. The Superman Academy class monitor said, "We've just started dealing with the Ninja Academy. Then we'll deal with the Magic Academy." Suddenly the MC shouted the Cultivation Academy landed first, receiving 30 points. All the students were startled. What are they doing? Oh, I remember now. On the ship, Xiaolu had quickly helped class monitor Hu Mengqi, who was stepping down behind him, was his twin brother, Lu Xiaoyi. These three great academies only know how to fight and kill. So many people don't know how to take a detour. They're all idiots. Actually, we started dispersing to the back even before the fight began. We originally thought the other academies would send people to follow, so we took a few more detours. They're really stupid. It seems we overthought it. Hui Ying, the Ninja Academy class monitor, angrily said these two good-for-nothings. His classmate quickly stopped him. "Class monitor, calm down. Currently, we are still at an altitude of 10,000 meters, class monitor. What should we do now? Still fight at this point. The cultivation class has already landed first. Fighting no longer has any meaning. Let's go hunt monsters." The Superman Academy students cheered joyfully. "Haha, Xiao Yi Xiao Lu. These two are good in teacher." Yansen looked at them happily, secretly thinking these little brats who haven't reached Kui refinement are actually quite interesting. The Superman Academy and Magic Academy chose to give up. "We'll also go down and get 30 points first. It's nothing a god-level monster could counter us. Let's go." "Yay, wrong." The Magic Academy girl also pulled down her hood and coldly said, "We're going down too." Just like that, the monster hunting competition was entering its climax in the early stage of the battle. The Southern Super Ability Academy, now the Cultivation Academy, which was originally a stepping stone, ended up getting 30 points. The four great academies for victory, all prepared for the second battle. Therefore, today, no one expected the first big trouble coming. At this moment, at the amusement park in the northern part of Earth, Superman Hua Jia ranked 9th on the Superman strategy board, who had been missing for a long time after being beaten, here was staring at the two beautiful transformed demon beasts in front of him. There was a shout, giant monsters attacking, help. The transformed demon beast named Ling Ling threw down the toy in her hand. Damn it. What kind of trashy game zone is this? Not fun at all. And Anne laughed. Ling Ling, don't get agitated, it's just a game. Humph, not fun, I want to flatten this place. Everyone was still in a state of panic, quickly running to take shelter together. It's not good. The amusement park was attacked by monsters too strong, a giant structure of over 10,000 square kilometers. She waved her hand, and it disappeared. Superman, Hua Jia's voice echoed. Is it ancient city or ancient? Nah, neither. We've never encountered this type of giant combat power monster. Hearing the small monster next to them call them Demon Queen. Superman Hua Jia's mouth curled up. A new type. Interesting. Two guardian monsters walked up to the transformed demon beasts and said with such a big commotion, will it attract high-level professional heroes? Ling Ling glanced at the two of them. Are you looking down on us? The guardian monster shook his head. No, only high-level heroes are relatively scary. That's right. The scary ones are the top 10, great god level. They have surpassed the realm of humanity. There are 50 or even over 100 great god level heroes in this world, but they are not on the same level as the top 10. Great god level heroes. The gap is not just ordinarily large, they are called top 10 because they possess the peak power of the world. Each of them has a unique characteristic, so when they unleash their passive skills, they will also be different. Ling Ling asked, is it your world's tears of love and light of justice? No matter how many times I hear it, it still feels annoying. The two gate-guarding monsters quickly said, that's just a shorthand name that we monsters call their skill, based on their characteristics. There are still some small passive skills. For example, some heroes have a passive skill. If they don't kill you instantly, they will become stronger and stronger. The activation method is also very strange. There's rage or various recollections. Killing recollection is remembering an awkward moment in the past at some point and wishing you could commit suicide. There's no reason for their extreme advancement. It's very absurd. That's right. I heard Superman Guang Bu is about to turn that strange passive skill into an active skill. So, Lord Demon Queen, you are our pillar. You can't underestimate heroes. Ling Ling also sighed in boredom. Humph, besides cultivators, I've truly never been afraid of anyone. At this moment in front of them, a blonde young man landed. He was only wearing a grass loincloth covering his private parts. Ling Ling and the other monsters looked over. The two one-eyed monsters, upon seeing the newcomer, their eyes nearly popped out. It's the top 10 great god-level hero, Superman Hua Jia. We originally thought that with Lord Demon Queen here, as long as we didn't face the top 10 great god-level heroes directly, we could definitely destroy their future. Why did we encounter him so quickly? And why is Superman Hua Jia in this distant northern region? Superman Hua Jia smiled cunningly. Demon Queen indeed, a new type. This time my battle armor has upgraded. I've been running around naked for 3 years, just for this day after upgrading. My battle armor will definitely allow me to return to the top 10 great god level, and now I've encountered a new type of demon queen. If I can subdue her as a pet, I might be able to push the rainbow battle team down heaven. Truly treats me too well. Thinking this, he began to speak. I won't say much more as long as you can be my pets. How much salary do I need to pay? What I have is money. Ling Ling asked in confusion. Pets. This little rookie wants to make us his cauldron vessels. Such arrogance. On another side, the Superman guy sneezed continuously, as if someone was cursing him repeatedly. On this side, Ling Ling said, An, don't move, let me do it. We don't need salary. If you defeat me, I will go with you. Superman Hua Jia gleefully pulled off the rope wrapped around his waist, revealing a blue and red belt. That's good, no need to bargain this time. My battle armor has been upgraded to its limit. It's no longer on the continent. Let me show you, watch carefully. Then he transformed into a very cool Superman. The monsters saw this and worried Lord Demon Queen, be careful. He's the type who, if not killed within 1 second, will fight more fiercely. But Ling Ling firmly blocked the Superman's first move with her foot. Then the two continuously attacked their figures so fast that the naked eye couldn't see them. Anne pulled out an umbrella from somewhere, set up a temporary chair, and gently sat down. Took out her glasses and sipped her fruit juice. Hey, you two come here and make tea. Just like that, she watched the battle while drinking tea. Until 2 hours later, Ling Ling skillfully unleashed a fatal blow. Superman Huajia was sent flying dozens of meters away. Ling Ling proudly blew on her hand and said, "Aren't you the type who, if not killed within 1 second, will fight more fiercely? We've been fighting for over an hour. Why don't I feel you getting any stronger?" Green Superman Huajia heard this and angrily shouted, "Open power armor." But Ling Ling appeared behind him in a flash, faintly asking, "Can you do it?" He took another palm strike when the smoke cleared. Superman Huajia stood up, trembling. Cough, cough, why is it like this? At this moment, his battle armor had a hole in it, revealing his face. He looked at Ling Ling and wondered, first of all this time, "My battle armor has been upgraded, and it can unleash infinite power armor energy, like when I fought Black Robe Yansen. Why have I leveled up several times, but I still can't touch her, and she's even looking at me with disdain? I'm a slow-burning combat type, fighting for over 2 hours. This new type has always been yielding, allowing me to gradually surpass my limits as a combat-type hero. This is an insult." But Ling Ling looked at the Superman. She secretly thought, are those two little monsters trying to scare me? I don't feel anything at all. If they really dare to lie to me, I'll cook them both later. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful force emanated from Superman Huajia's body. He roared in anger, "I will not lose any more." Ling Ling's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, who?" the two little monsters shouted in panic. He's recalling the legendary recollection kill has appeared." Superman Huajia painfully recalled his memories. "My son, my era has ended from now on. You are the protagonist of this world." At that time he was too young, he didn't know what was happening. He just looked at his father with emotion. His father gave him a token, and then left as he walked. He loudly said, "As long as your will is immortal, you will possess incomparably powerful strength." Superman Huajia looked at the surface in his hand, startled. "This is super ancient." The little monster was extremely terrified, clutching its head and crying out, "Ah, this is the move. Monsters are scared by heroes. This is what makes us monsters fall into endless fear." Superman Huajia laughed madly. "Haha, Palama energy cannon." The two terrified monsters hugged each other. He's unleashed his ultimate move. Superman Huajia's unique ultimate technique. And Anne, who was calmly drinking water nearby, commented that name sounds stupid. Ling Ling was not afraid. Instead, she was extremely delighted and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I feel it so strong. Those two really didn't lie to me. This power level suddenly jumped to another height, just like we advanced. Your world actually has such a way to advance interesting. I want it too." And On looked at the light in the sky and turned to the two little monsters, asking, "What does this Palama fireworks mean?" The pink little monster immediately replied, "It's Superman Huajia's ultimate move. He uses the superpower within his body to convert the energy of the battle armor to produce hydrogen. And this battle armor's origin comes from refracted sunlight, when the high-energy particles produced by refracted sunlight pass through the surroundings of the Palama cannon. The Palama cannon will collect hydrogen and fire high-energy hydrogen through its equipment. Then, it will fire high-energy, positive hydrogen ion balls, causing large-scale damage." And Anne didn't understand and turned to shout, "Speak, human." The green monster immediately replied, "It's firing waves." Superman Huajia shouted a sky-shattering roar, and the Palama fireworks also shot towards their group. Ling Ling was not worried at all. She calmly laughed loudly. "Ha, interesting, I'll try too." Ling Ling thought of an ice cream, then suddenly said, "I got it." The Palama energy cannon was now held neatly in Ling Ling's hand. Superman Huajia heard this and shouted, "Don't underestimate me, you bastard." Ling Ling immediately threw the Palama cannon in her hand forward and replied, "Then I have it too." Two large streams of light clashed. Superman Huajia saw this and said in surprise, "What?" That stream of light illuminated the entire sky, and Anne and the little monsters also became blurred within it. Boom, boom, boom. A large explosion with a radius of tens of thousands of miles covered this area, destroying everything it spread to. Yansen was standing high up. At this moment he felt something, then sniffed. Lan Chi flew from afar and saw Yansen standing there, stunned. She immediately asked what's wrong. Yansen replied nothing. "There's a very familiar smell like last time. Strange, when I was young I was only 2,000 years old. Why can't I remember?" Lan Chi looked at him and grimaced. 2,000 years. Yen Sen looked at her and explained, truly in our world as immortals who doesn't live for over 10,000 years, I'm just like a child in front of them. Lan Chi didn't bother with that question anymore. She carried 2 baskets of food and said, "Has the child eaten?" Yansen sat down and said, "Immortals don't need to eat. Eating isn't necessarily just to fill your stomach." Then he turned down to look at the students below and said, "Maybe they're done." Lan Chi replied, "There's still another afternoon." The MC below held the mic actively reporting the cultivation representative. And the magic representative are eating hot pot together. It seems this competition has entered a decisive stage. Currently, the major academies have continuously gone up to report scores. Ninja Academy, 120 points. Superman Academy, 110 points. Magic Academy, 90 points. Currently, the Cultivation Academy has not gone up to report their score based on the scene transmitted by the iRobot. The Cultivation Academy's situation after getting the first 30 points is not very optimistic. Above, everyone was still fighting fiercely. A little monster held up a sign and said, "Second half, whoever wins, I'll follow them." At this moment, Ran Zihao and the Ninja Academy class monitor were fighting fiercely, neither willing to yield. Zihao said, "Are you done yet?" The other guy immediately replied, "With me here, you damned Zihao don't even think about getting a single point." Zihao was not to be outdone and continued, "Aren't you getting any?" "Either," the other guy replied. "Don't mind me." The two just kept fighting from the ground to the sky and from the sky back down to the ground. On the other side, 2 little monsters held out their hands and said, "Give us money." Lan Bin and the others were confused. What? The white little monster immediately said, "You see as a monster currently not bound. Right now, we have to be your hero's pets, so you must abide by your living order. I'll be blunt. How much salary will you pay me?" Lan Bin cunningly held up 3 fingers and said, "How about this number?" The little monster crossed its arms over its chest and scoffed, "Your cultivation class is too poor. I'm a god-level monster. After all, the Ninja Academy students who sweep the floor get paid more than you." Lan Bin was so angry, he cursed. Damn it, he was about to charge and fight it. Everyone stopped him. Lan Bin calmed down a bit. Lan Bin tried to add, "Our teacher just debuted and hasn't earned any money yet." A classmate pulled him back and said, "Let's think of another way." The little monster stood there and raised its hand, saying, "That's right. You are righteous individuals. Don't think of using force. We are civilized beasts." Lan Bin looked at Yan Sen and said, "Black robe." "Yan Sen, it seems you miscalculated in our world. Money is also very important." Yan Sen took out a spirit stone and said, "This isn't fake. I always carry it with me, only thousands of tons of spirit stones. In my small world, there are still hundreds of thousands of spirit mountains, not yet exploited." "Stop it!" Lan Chi angrily shouted. "Even if you are flowing with wealth, your money from over there can't be used here." Yan Sen exclaimed upon hearing this, secretly thinking even spirit stones have amazing effects on mortals. But unfortunately, the people here truly don't know how to recognize good goods. Everyone above was fighting back and forth. A Ninja Academy student rushed out wailing, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used illusion to mess with you. In the illusion, I won't say it. Please let me go." Humeng Chi fiercely chased after that student. "Don't even dream. No matter what, you must die today." That guy ran desperately, shouting as he ran, "Help!" Killing to silence. At this moment, Xiaolu was stunned, thinking, strange. Why isn't there a single monster? A Ninja Academy student looked at Xiaolu and loudly said, "Everyone listen. Stay away from that woman." Yirong also shouted loudly, "Everyone pay attention. Don't go near this woman. This woman's strength is unfathomable. Don't waste time on her." A Ninja Academy student was negotiating with a little monster. He held up 4 fingers and said, "How about this number?" The monster pondered. "This much?" Another student hid behind the wall, observing. He saw Xiaolu walking forward and sent a signal, "Hey, Brother Hey! Xiaolu from the cultivation class is coming your way." Brother Hey heard this and said in shock, "Not good." He hugged the little monster and cried out quickly, "Move away." The little monster looked at him and said, "What do you want to do? Don't think of using force. You are heroes." Little Hey looked at the monster holding up 5 fingers, worriedly saying, "How about this number deal?" After the 2 words deal were spoken, the little monster was immediately put into a card. Xiaolu was chasing the figure from before she stopped and said, "Strange, I clearly felt someone here just now." Just like that. Because she was too strong, she seemed to be completely isolated. Monsters ran away when they saw her, and students from other academies also fled in disarray. The MC reported student Xiaolu is isolated after the aerial battle. Just now, the three great academies all saw the strength of the cultivation class, especially student Xiaolu. Currently, Xiaolu of the cultivation class has been kicked out of the battle situation. However, I seem to have encountered this situation in the previous competition. I think it was called the "Don't Take Your Friends to Play" strategy. It was a move devised by the Ninja Academy to deal with the Superman Academy class monitor. The Superman Academy class monitor heard this and angrily said, "So that's how it is, no wonder I didn't see a single person or monster that year." He recalled the scene of last year's competition. He wandered around in a daze, seeing no one. Where are the people? His fellow student put an arm around him and comforted him. Why do I feel so sad? The MC continued to update the situation. 3 hours left until the end of the competition. The current situation is very unfavorable for the cultivation class. The Ninja Academy class monitor, who was fighting Zihao, laughed loudly and said, "Haha, you guys are finished. What's the use of getting the initial 30 points? Now there's less than 3 hours left until the end of the competition. You won't get a single point. We already have over 100 points. You can't catch up, even if you change your blood. I sincerely advise you don't fight anymore. Quickly, go cry in your teacher's arms, haha." Zihao angrily cursed. Damn it. At this moment on the other side, Lan Bin was still arguing with the two little monsters. It turned around and waved, "I'm going, you poor guy." Lan Bin was furious, scratching his head. "It's over. It's over." A cultivation class student pointed at the competition clock and shouted. Lan Bin quickly, "Look." Meng Qi was also very anxious. Xiaolu on this side was no exception. She frowned and observed. The Superman Academy class monitor turned to look at his fellow student and said, "The cultivation class is out later. We'll directly snatch from other academies." The other guy immediately replied, "Yes." The MC looked at the scoreboard and shouted, "The cultivation class gained 130 points." Everyone froze in surprise, not understanding what the hell was happening. What after this announcement, it seemed to have attracted everyone's attention. The Ninja Academy class monitor also exclaimed, "What's going on?" The MC continued, "I just saw the news. It's really not fake." Xiaolu Xiaoyi, with their arms around each other, looked at the countless monster collection cards in their hands and arrogantly said, "Truly a bunch of idiots looking down on us." Hai Ying disbelievingly shouted in anger, How did these guys do it? A few minutes ago, the two of them had a transaction with the Mao monster." Xiao Liu pointed at the video of Yan Sen fighting the black entity and said, "Have you seen it? This is our teacher, incomparably powerful. He just debuted half a year ago, but he has defeated all the top superhumans in one go, advancing to the 2nd rank, great god level." Mao exclaimed in surprise. "Oh," then said, "What do you want to show?" Xiao Yi approached and put his arm around the monster, saying, "You see, based on our teacher's strength, it's only a matter of time before he reaches the top, great god level. Our teacher's future is limitless. We don't care about money, so I'll give you this price." He extended his hand to offer a price. Mao saw this and happily said, "Really, Ao?" "Of course, but even if we have money, we can't spend it. So we have to see if you are worth that much money. So we will pay in installments only. Half will be given each month, and the remaining half will be paid in 6 installments next year. How about this?" Mao thought. Xiaolu rubbed the monster's head and continued, "As long as we don't fulfill the agreement, you can immediately gain freedom." Hearing this, Mao happily replied, "Deal, immediately." Xiao Yi took out a card and said, "Okay." Hui Ying of Lingling's class was infuriated, shouting, "Those shameless cultivation academy guys actually borrowed monsters." Lan Qi looked at Yansen playfully. "It seems you have to sell your looks." Ran Zihao on this side also laughed gleefully. "Xiaoliu, Xiao Yi, you two are truly geniuses." Just like that, the competition had entered its later stage with Xiao Liu and Xiao Yi's method of borrowing monsters. The Cultivation Academy, led by Yan Sen, achieved a good result, despite the other academies jointly trying to eliminate them. After running out of ways to suppress the cultivation class, the other students also focused on acquiring monsters. The entire competition was also entering its most critical stage, all striving for the final victory. At this moment, an airship was slowly flying over the competition area. Several figures emerged from inside the airship. None other than the 4 great beast kings wielding weapons bestowed by transformed demon beasts, shouting, "Prepare to attack." At the crossroads, the cultivation class was gathered, asking each other how much they had gained. Everyone seemed to feel their emotions rising. The class, after all, had a chance to win this year. Only Xiaolu seemed doubtful. She said something's wrong. Have you noticed? Except for a few god-level monsters, we haven't seen a single great god-level monster. Ranzi Hao asked in confusion. Xiaolu, what are you saying? Xiaolu said nothing more, but her face was very serious at this moment. Ranzi Hao saw this and said that seems to be true. In the last competition, we could still see a few great god-level monsters jumping around, but now not even a single strand of hair can be seen. It's strange. Suddenly Xiaolu said, Xiaoliu, Xiaoyi, you two come here. Xiaolu held several formation flags in her hand and gave them to Xiaoliu and Xiaoyi. Take these, based on the positions I marked on the map. Firmly plant the formation flags. The two Liu brothers immediately obeyed, guaranteeing to complete the mission. Ranzi Hao breathlessly asked Xiaolu, Xiaolu, do you mean that the monsters are preparing? Xiaolu replied, I don't know. Being careful isn't wrong. At this moment, Xiaoliu whispered to Xiaoyi, lately, Big Sister has been coming to the teacher for tutoring every day. She's becoming more and more careful and cautious with everything. Xiaoyi also nodded upon hearing this. Hu Mengqi also spoke up. Xiaolu is right. From the beginning I felt something strange, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Everyone should still acquire other monsters first. That's right. Xiaolu, what is this formation of yours? Xiaolu replied, it's something I researched myself. It can give me the strength of a quasi-QI refining god transformation for 10 minutes, but it still needs your help. Ranzi Hao and Lan Bin looked very confident and said, don't worry, leave it to us. Hey, I also want to see what power the QE refining god transformation realm truly holds. Alright, you two quickly go plant the formation flags. The two of them quickly went right away. Xiaolu's recent attitude is somewhat in line with the teacher's wishes. Xiaolu replied, why care about that? You're the leader. How do we follow? When they went far away, Xiaolu looked forward. She secretly hoped she was just overthinking. On that airship the Beast Kings were observing. The red-eyed one trembled and said, did you see everything just now? The man standing on the pole in the middle. Another one with 2 horns also trembled. He saw a new, never-before-seen hero. Is he a newly ascended great god-level hero? I don't remember this person. Who is he? But that strike just now was terrifying after that big orb and the contained power explosion. The quantity was unknown. He waved his hand and it disappeared. Even though the one-horned one was still trembling, he comforted them. Everyone, don't be afraid. Just now, Lord Demon Queen sent a message. The hero's passive skills are not unbeatable. Let's proceed with the old plan. The 4 gathered together, chatting lively. One said to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Later, we will do this, and then this. Lan Chi saw Yansen standing there stunned and asked, what's wrong? Do you smell your hometown again? Yansen nodded. Very close. Back to the red-eyed monster, he instructed his subordinates later. When we control the top 10 great god-level students, they'll be handed over to you in 30 minutes. Destroy their future. Finished, they jumped off the airship and set off. One of them transmitted a sequence into space. His laughter echoed everywhere, haha. The space was now sealed. Everyone was extremely surprised, not understanding what was happening. They all looked bewildered. Space sealed. What's going on? When space was sealed, radio waves were also affected. The audience watching was interrupted and very angry. This person shouted, that person yelled, what's going on? Why is there no more image? No image. Even the broadcasting station couldn't grasp the situation. They were bewildered, asking themselves what was happening. The red-eyed one cunningly ordered, while they haven't discovered it yet. Quickly pull them into the isolated small space. Another one reminded, don't shout, this space sealing sequence is my first time using it. Very quickly, groups of top 10 heroes were sucked into the small space. Fortunately, at this moment, Yansen managed to remember. He shouted happily, I remember, now it's the transformed great demon. Lan Chi heard the first word and was already sucked into the small space. What did you say? What great demon? Xiaolu's group had not yet been sucked into the small space. Lan Bin frantically called out, Xiaolu. Xiaolu, look over there. Above, 4 subordinates of the black-robed group were carrying spears and planting them in the middle. Having finished, the 4 looked at each other in confusion. Did we do it like this? Yes, the instruction manual says so. Blood Covenant spirit weapon manifest as soon as they did that. A terrifyingly strong light blasted all four of them far away, each in a different corner. The aftershock left a cloud of thick smoke. The smoke attracted everyone's attention. They looked at the smoke filling the sky, bewildered what happened. What is that over there? No one knew what it was. They just looked up high in that direction. The smoke cleared, and a figure gradually emerged from within. It was another transformed great demon-human body, but a leopard face, its gaze looking down. Xiaolu's whole body trembled as soon as she saw it, saying, "It's a transformed demon beast. A demon beast. Why is there a demon beast here, and it's a transformed one, and it's even in the god transformation stage?" Everyone just stared blankly. "A demon beast?" the Superman Academy class monitor asked. "Does Xiaolu from the cultivation class know about this new type of creature?" Ranzihao's group ran over and asked, "Xiaolu, do you know?" Xiaolu replied, "There are so many books in the Academy's library. Haven't you all read them?" Mengqi continued, "That leopard person is a monster from teacher Yan Sen's world, a transformed demon beast, first-level blood key god transformation." Lan Bin and Ranzihao asked. In surprise simultaneously, the class monitor read it. "Humph. Only you two haven't read it." Everyone realized they were in trouble. In the sealed space, Lan Qiqi's face was still very bewildered, while Yan Sen laughed gleefully, "Ha ha, transformed great demon." Then Yan Sen picked up Lan Qiqi and landed somewhere he only laughed loudly after stopping. "Now I remember my brain is truly sluggish." Lan Qiqi softly said, "I'm sorry I can't fly." Yan Sen chuckled. "It's okay," Lan Qiqi asked. "What was that great demon you mentioned earlier?" Yan Sen explained. "It's a name for a type of demon beast that transforms into an immortal in my world. You can also understand it as a monster from my world. The only difference is that they have completely transformed into human form. They become immortals. They are very pure even after becoming immortals. They are always deceived. But their personality is very stubborn if I'm not mistaken. The king among kings in your world has also died." Hearing this, Lan Qiqi looked shocked. "How do you know?" Yan Sen pointed into the distance. Look at it, the two red-eyed demon kings and the one disguised as the Grim Reaper were holding instruction manuals and reading very carefully. "The monsters of your world are holding the standard demon law artifact of the transformed great demon, preparing to deal with us." Lan Qiqi looked puzzled upon hearing this. "What is a standard demon king law artifact?" Yan Sen smiled with interest. He said, "That's a weapon that has been tested by demons, so it must have a spirit. I just happen to have an urgent matter to ask them." Lan Qiqi looked dazed. "How do you plan to ask them?" "Of course, by capturing them and asking." Yan Sen immediately waved his hand, reverse space seal. Then a triangular block immediately appeared. Outside was a cube encasing the red-eyed one and the other one. They became confused. What's going on? What happened? What's wrong? Still memorizing the incantation. Suddenly, Yan Sen carrying Lan Qiqi appeared in front of the red-eyed one. Bewildered, "Why does this new hero give me a bad premonition?" Yan Sen looked at the two of them, saying nothing, just smirking. On the Zhuanzhu continent, except for humans, anyone with an opportunity can cultivate to immortality, including livestock and poultry. Some animals, because they received an opportunity, absorbed qi into their bodies and formed elixirs within their divine bodies, eventually gaining divine abilities and transforming into demons. But according to the rules of the demon path, to comprehend the heavenly Tao, one must have a human form to take another step. They need to undergo a total of 4 transformations: form, transformation, blood, qi transformation, blood, qi, god transformation, blood, qi, void, returning blood, qi, Tao, integration. When they have completely transformed into human form, it means they have entered the immortal position, illusory ascension, because they are fierce beasts that transformed into immortals. Everyone likes to call them transformed great demons more. Lan Qiqi looked very serious. "You have sealed the space. If that's the case, your students outside will be in danger." Yan Sen secretly thought, "I can't protect them forever. They need to grow." At this moment, the blood key god transformation great demon drew its sword from its sheath. Everyone around also quieted down. The 5 individuals with the highest combat power here instinctively stood closer together, focusing their observation around them. Soon Xiaolu nervously said, "Everyone raise your guard. Listen to my command." The Superman Academy class monitor also shouted, "Everyone don't panic, isn't it? Just a new type. We're not useless. The Blood Key God transformation great demon looked at the three monsters below and said, "If you have chosen a host, please tell me who to cut down." A little two-horned demon shouted, "It's these Superman Academy students monsters from another world. Please deal with them quickly." The Blood Key God transformation. Great demon replied, "All right, rest assured, before your blood runs dry, I can definitely deal with them." The four little demons looked dazed. Blood. One of them looked at his palm. The cut had already stopped bleeding, but he still didn't understand. On the street below, the Superman group was ready to attack. The leopard demon's mouth curled up. "Then I won't be polite anymore." Seeing it about to attack, Yahello shouted, "Run." The Superman Academy class monitor shouted, "Prepare to fight." But the cultivation group ran away. The Ninja Academy class monitor frantically shouted, "Ah, you cultivation class are cowards." Yahello ran while shouting, "Everyone pay attention. Don't confront that demon beast directly. You can't beat it." The leopard demon swung its sword to kill the strongest. First, who is the most powerful? The gray monster pointed and shouted, "That guy, the one in the red cloak." However, the leopard demon didn't charge there, but instead pursued Yahello. "Wrong, she's the strongest." Yahello was running with all her might. At this moment, her face more strained than ever. The leopard demon's sword flew at super speed, Yahello said, in fear. "He's a demon sealed in a weapon. As long as we run and wait for those monsters to bleed dry, we'll be safe." Seeing that sword-charging Ranzihao's group anxiously shouted, "Yahello, be careful." Just as that sword was about to touch Yahello, a figure suddenly flew over and blocked the sword for her. Lanbin and Mengqi also looked back in surprise, quickly landed on the roof of a tall building. Seeing the person who blocked for her was injured, Yahello worried, "Xiaoyi, are you okay?" Xiaoyi had a long gash on his right shoulder, though it hurt a lot. Xiaoyi still said, "I'm fine. It's a small wound, big sister. We still need to rely on you." Yahello tried to treat Xiaoyi at the same time. Yahello stood beside him and boldly said, "Humph, you want to hurt our big sister? No way." The leopard demon charged forward and said, "Quite united, huh? But you're just martial artists. You can't withstand me yet." The Superman Academy class monitor flew up to meet the challenge. "Do you really think I'm a scarecrow?" What do you mean? She's the strongest? I haven't even determined victory or defeat with her yet." The leopard demon was a little surprised to see someone blocking its way. Yahello was also startled and exclaimed, "Superman class monitor, you. Take the injured person away. I'm full of pent-up anger with nowhere to vent. Come on." The leopard demon saw this and advanced relentlessly, waving its hand behind it under the bewildered gaze of the Superman class monitor. In less than 2 seconds, it closed in and punched him straight in the stomach. The Superman class monitor's stomach hurt so much that tears and snot streamed down his face. He was sent flying very far, passing through one building, then 2 more, with no sign of stopping. Yarong and the Ninja Academy class monitor were both horrified by that power. A volume instantly defeating the Superman Academy class monitor, he lay slumped beside the ruins. Yarong and the Ninja Academy class monitor said in shock like this. He lost. Why? After that one strike, the leopard demon looked down in confusion. Where are you? Where did you go?" Yahello and Yahello had managed to hide behind a distant building. The leopard demon cunningly smiled as expected of a cultivator. Their running speed is also top-notch. Outside the battle zone, the MC was blown away, but didn't forget his duties. "Dear audience, the situation is critical. Top 10. Great God-level heroes are all isolated in different spaces. The students are fighting hard outside the encirclement." The iRobot said, "Currently, news cannot be broadcast. What are you still blabbering about? No one else can hear you." Ranzihao said in fear, "Yahello, you probably can't instantly defeat the Superman class monitor with one move, right?" Yahello said, "Of course not. Suppressing him has already been very exhausting. Based on the Superman class monitors fighting more fiercely as time goes on, the longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it is. For me, it's very difficult to defeat him." In another building, continuous beeping sounds rang out. The person in the office picked up the phone and said, "What's wrong? What exactly happened? I don't know. Currently, communication is interrupted. People inside can't get out and people outside can't get in." The staff member on the phone anxiously said, "Understood. I know, Chairman, it's a space lockdown. Currently, the students and several great God-level heroes are trapped inside." The chairman heard this and ordered quickly organize a rescue team. "Where are the 9th and 10th great God-level heroes?" The staff member replied, They went to the ends of the earth to search for the king of monsters and haven't returned yet. Currently, we don't have time to mobilize high-level heroes. Unless they feel something is wrong and return first, the chairman was angry upon hearing this. Everyone watching the battle angrily shouted, "Why is the image still not connected? What the hell are they doing?" Turn on the TV. An angry person threw the remote and shouted, "What kind of live shorts is this?" The scene shifted to the outskirts of the city rescue team. Number 1, the space reflection screen was cracking. The 143rd ranked God-level hero shouted, "Has it been deciphered? Yet my grandson is about to win the 124th. Ranked God-level hero said, "It's done." The 124th ranked God-level hero pressed, "Enter done." A small gate appeared. How the 143rd ranked God-level hero asked in confusion, "How do we enter the 124th ranked God-level hero?" said, "Just crawl in." The 143rd ranked God-level hero tried to crawl through that tiny little gate, but his head went in and his tail didn't. He kept trying. Finally got through. "Are you kidding me? How can I enter like this?" Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed the 143rd ranked God-level hero's shirt. Startling him, the 143rd ranked God-level hero was thrown backward. The 34th and 39th ranked great God-level heroes appeared next. "Leave it to us." The staff at the headquarters quickly said, "Chairman, the 39th and 34th ranked great God-level heroes have arrived at the designated location." The chairman replied, "Very good. Tell them they must ensure the students' safety." The image of the mountain began to reappear on the screen. The people rejoiced quickly. "Look, there's an image." Everyone outside the plaza cheered with joy. The 2 God-level heroes were still there. The 143rd ranked God-level hero said, "Has the information been restored?" The 123rd ranked God-level hero replied, "It seems so." The space reflection screen had a giant hole in it. The commentator continued to broadcast information. "Dear audience, the situation is very critical. Just now, the Beast King used its space lockdown skill to cut off the signal. I also accidentally dropped my plane. Currently, the top 10 great God-level heroes are fighting the Beast Kings in different spaces. The monsters who knows where they found help are incredibly powerful. The new type of monster appeared on the field for less than 10 minutes. The Superman Academy, Cultivation Academy, Ninja Academy, and Magic Academy were all defeated because the Cultivation Academy chose to flee at the very beginning of the battle. Currently, only the Cultivation Academy still retains some strength. It's just that no one knows where they hid. If the high-level great God-level heroes still don't come to rescue our students, their lives will be in danger. The leopard demon at this moment grabbed the Magic Academy class monitor. Ranzahao anxiously shouted, "The Magic Academy class monitor is about to be squeezed to death." Yerong stammered in pain. "Ugh, so much strength. I'm about to die." Suddenly, Yerong noticed something from afar. Lan Bin was charging towards them. The leopard demon saw this and sneered. Lan Bin swung a blow, but his sword shattered. Lan Bin exclaimed in surprise, "What the leopard demon said finally revealed yourself, huh?" Then it threw Yerong towards Lan Bin. Lan Bin caught her. Both were pushed far away by that strong force dragging on the ground. For a long distance, Hu Mengqi exclaimed in shock, "Lan Bin, it's just a cloud of dust." The dust slowly faded. Yerong worriedly asked, "Lan Bin, are you okay?" But a second later, Yerong was startled to realize Lan Bin's hand was touching her chest. Yerong angrily shouted, "How dare you!" She was about to throw a punch, but Yerong stopped because she saw that Lan Bin had already fainted. Everyone watching looked dazed and said, "Who is that? Never seen before. A new type of monster looks so strange. Ah, so strong." The leopard demon gently waved its hand. Let's see how you run this time." In a flash, a sword appeared in his hand. He fired it at extreme speed straight towards Yerong and Lan Bin. "I'll cut you two first." Suddenly a rock flew from somewhere. The leopard demon hadn't even reacted when it was hit by that large rock, then crashed loudly into the nearby building. The 34th ranked great God-level hero appeared. He used his super energy enhancement ability to strengthen his physical abilities by 6 times and said, "So it's a new monster, causing trouble." Ranzihao surprisingly said, "It's the 34th and 39th ranked great God-level heroes, Superman, Black Gold, and Platinum." Black Gold said, "Platinum, you are a healing type. Go heal the students, then send them away." Platinum replied, "Okay." Black Gold then said, "You are too close. Take the injured away from here. Ye Rong was trying to carry Lan Bin away. Ye Rong replied, Understood. The Cultivation Academy group also said, The high-level Great God-level heroes have come to rescue us. Let's go out and help rescue the injured, then leave here. However, Sun Xiaolu shouted, Stop talking, all of you. Don't go out, follow the plan. Her sword plunged into the ground. Her cloak was also stripped off activate formation. A faint formation wave flowed out, power gathering towards Sun Xiaolu. Boom, a powerful aura spread out in all directions, with her as the center. Zihao said in a daze. Damn it, have your formations been set up? Yet, Xiaolu replied. They've been done for a long time. Split up and place them in the outermost southwest corner of the city. Sun Xiaolu looked at everyone with determined eyes and said, I am the eye of this formation. Later when I go out, you all take my place. I've already refined Qi to the outermost southwest of the city. For the formation, the rest of you quickly hide. Hu Mengqi replied, The eye of the formation is the weakest point of every formation, but also where the spiritual energy is most abundant. Transforming oneself into the eye of the formation allows one to gain greater power. Ran Zihao also said, Why didn't I think of that? All right, you don't need to think too much. This formation has a flaw. I can't go out and fight. Once I go out, the formation will stop, so I need your and Zihao's help. Lan Bin maintained the operation of the formation. A huge explosion appeared, the MC shouted in surprise. The smoke cleared, and the leopard demon reappeared, staring at Superman Black Gold. Black Gold observed from afar and said, Since the monster descended here, this is the first time I've seen a monster that can withstand such an attack. Little cat. I'm here, you won't hurt any student. Being called a little cat. The leopard demon's face darkened with anger. The MC continued. That's right, this is the aura of a high-level, great god-level hero. Superman, Black Gold, defeat him. Let this new type of monster witness the power of a hero. Hearing this, the people below cheered with joy. Deal with him. And the monsters hearing these words couldn't help but say in anger, These damned humans. The gray one looked at the green one and asked in confusion, What's wrong with you? The green one replied nothing. At this moment, the leopard demon was truly enraged. Its demon power surged, and its sword gradually transformed. Black Gold detected this from afar. At this very moment, the leopard demon shouted, Demon release, suppressed chi kill. Superman Black Gold flinched, only to see a red streak of light shoot past at a terrifying speed. In an instant, it pierced through Superman Black Gold's body, making everyone present disbelieving. Fresh blood oozed from Superman Black Gold's mouth. His abdomen had a hole pierced through, and he fell from the sky. At this time, the leopard demon said, Your whole family are cats. The monsters shouted excitedly, Wow, top-notch for you who boast so much. The staff at the headquarters quickly reported Chairman Superman Black Gold has been defeated. The chairman exclaimed in great surprise, What? Are there any other high-level, great god-level heroes nearby? Now the staff replied no. Superman Black Gold was also killed currently, except for the top 10. Others would probably be seeking death if they rushed in. The chairman said in horror, It's over. The people seeing the scene, their spirits all collapsed. How could it be so fast? This is already a combat power level above Beast King. It's over. The leopard demon observed, Platinum healing Black Gold, he said in surprise. You even know how to heal, But don't even think about it. Immediately, the leopard demon flew there at an incredibly fast speed. Die. Lan Bin shouted Xiaolu Sun. Xiaolu gritted her teeth. In a flash, she charged past the leopard demon, startling him and making him stop. He said in surprise, What was that? Sun Xiaolu only stopped after flying up to the heavenly palace, then slowly made the motion of drawing her sword, aimed straight down. A full power strike of Qi, refining God transformation, charged straight towards the leopard demon. Locked on the leopard demon couldn't evade, its eyes widened because of this power. A single sword strike cut the vast city into two halves. Everyone who saw it was astonished, from the Cultivation Academy to Platinum and Black Gold, and even the witnessing citizens, their eyes widened. The sword strike continued, showing no sign of stopping. This made the commentator and the eye robot shout in horror, Oh my God! Ran Zihao said, Is this the power of Qi, refining God transformation? Ye Rong was speechless. Lan Bin hesitated. The entire city was split into two halves, and space was torn. Sun Xiaolu was also startled by this destructive force. She exclaimed, Damn it! Yet within the white smoke, there were coughing sounds. Sun Xiaolu said in surprise, not dead. The leopard demon was severely injured, spitting blood from its mouth, but not dead. It said Qi, refining God transformation. Interesting, the people below were stunned quickly. Look, he's bleeding. The leopard demon began to get serious. It seems I have to use my true strength. Sun Xiaolu confidently said, I'm not afraid of you. The leopard demon wiped away the blood and said, then why did you run before? If you weren't in Qi, refining God transformation, would you have appeared? You cultivators are all the same as before. Sun Xiaolu shouted, say what you like. Come on. All right, come on. On the great northern hemisphere, the Blue Hat and Flowerhead of the Superman Academy were present. Flowerhead confirmed that the thermal reaction just now was here. Blue Hat continued, I remember there's a large amusement park here. Suddenly, Blue Hat pointed forward and shouted loudly, look over there! They only saw a large hole not far in front of them. Flowerhead was startled and exclaimed, damn it. This deep hole is too exaggerated. It's definitely the king of monsters, no doubt. Hearing coughing sounds from the hole, the two looked down and saw Superman Hua Jia lying there still alive. Then they both jumped down to investigate. Superman Hua Jia weakly said, I lost. The two quickly asked, are you Superman Hua Jia? Are you okay? Superman Hua Jia shook his head. I'm fine. Blue Hat curiously asked, did you fight the king of monsters? Superman Hua Jia shook his head. They are not the king of monsters. They are even stronger than the king of monsters. Blue Hat and Flowerhead heard this and looked at each other in a daze. Blue Hat cheered excitedly. Could it be the new type just now? The testing ground sent news saying a new type of monster appeared. Could this be their king? Flowerhead laughed along. Very likely these two didn't think much. They jumped onto the bank, forgetting the injured Superman in the hole, happily talking to each other. As long as Superman Hua Jia teams up with us too, no matter what monster it is, it's just trash. Let's chase. After flying for a while, Blue Hat suddenly realized, where's Superman Hua Jia? He looked down and saw him still lying in the hole. Superman Hua Jia huddled in a corner and said, I'm not going good luck to you two. The two were speechless upon hearing this. Superman Hua Jia continued, you two don't need to persuade me. If you want to fight, go back to headquarters. The world is no longer peaceful over on the two female demons' side. And Anne turned to Ling Ling and asked Ling Ling, why didn't you kill him just now? Ling Ling replied innocently, he looks quite handsome, so I spared his life. The green monster wiped the sweat from its brow and secretly prayed, King of Kings, may you have a pleasant journey. Ling Ling turned and said loudly to the two monsters, you two. The two monsters jumped in fear and replied, present. We are not bad. Ling Ling held out a sketch and said, I want to ask you, in your world, are there righteous people who wear this kind of clothing? The green monster shook its head and held up a model of the Superman Academy, saying, no, according to my understanding, they all dress like this. Ling Ling smiled cunningly. Satisfied, very good. In this world, no one can defeat us. The pink monster asked in confusion, Lord Demon Queen, who was that person you showed us just now? And coldly replied, meditation. Let's go, there's nothing fun to play anymore. The two monsters asked in confusion, Lord Demon Queen, where are we going now? Ling waved her hand. Let's go overthrow your world and see how your monster kings fought. The two monsters just stared with wide eyes, silent. At the same time, on Sun Xiaolu's side, the fierce battle between her and the transformed demon beast was ongoing. Both were at the same level, trading blows. Sun Xiaolu took a punch from the leopard demon, and the leopard demon also took a punch from her. The two fought from east to west, from west to east, tired of fighting on the ground. They fought in the air in just a blink of an eye. They had exchanged hundreds of blows. This made everyone present horrified. They separated once more and charged in again. The leopard demon gritted its teeth. Humph, less boasting. Boom, the two exchanged punches, neither gaining the upper hand. Everyone started chattering noisily. A guy in a yellow robe muttered, this can't be real, right? The one in the green hat nearby blurted out, did Xiaolu take some kind of stimulant that's at least top 10 level strength? The bespectacled, high-ranking cultivator standing nearby nodded in agreement. That's right, just then Ling Ling and An also witnessed the battle. The monster hunting competition, mixed with battles between demons and immortals, monsters and heroes. The situation was extremely chaotic, just as the unstoppable demon was about to unleash a massacre. Xiaolu set up a formation, forcibly upgrading herself by one realm demon and immortal at the same level, who is ultimately more powerful. Sun Xiaolu had now reached the key refining god transformation realm. She confidently provoked her opponent. How does it feel? The transformed demon beast sneered in response. It's just like that again. Before it could recover, Sun Xiaolu quickly charged at high speed, punching the opponent's cheek hard, leaving him no time to react. Not stopping, Xiaolu kicked high, striking the opponent's head again. The transformed demon beast plunged to the ground like a rocket, only cursing. When he was not far from the ground, Sun Xiaolu was already waiting there. Smack! She continued to kick the transformed demon beast directly in the face. The guy was kicked like a ball flying through a tall building, screaming in pain. Despite being heavily beaten, the transformed demon beast did not give up. He stood on top of the tall building and shouted down, "Don't think that you can rely on the formation." Before he could finish, he was startled. Where is she? Sun Xiaolu had already flown past Earth and into the atmosphere. She clenched her hands and held her breath, calming her mind. Then her hands unleashed a golden stream of yin-yang energy. A small sun once again appeared. Qi a dragon transformation technique. Second level 2. Golden dragons twisting around the small sun immediately appeared. Even Ran Zihao gasped. It exploded in an instant, so it turns out that reaching Qi refining god transformation allows one to walk in the air. Although our difference is only one level, this gap is too big. Gomengqi continued. Teacher Yan Sen once said that in the cultivation world, the difference between one realm is the difference between heaven and earth. Countless low-level people cannot defeat one high-level person. From above, Sun Xiaolu shouted down, "You ask what I rely on. I rely on the hacks my teacher gave me. Taste this." Looking at the two divine dragons descending, the transformed demon beast widened its eyes and exclaimed, "What?" Ran Zihao also shouted loudly, "Xiaolu, do you want to level the entire city?" "We're still down here," Mengqi reminded. "Stop yelling. Xiaolu has her own sense of proportion." The transformed demon beast gritted its teeth, furious. "Don't underestimate me." He stubbornly charged forward, confronting Sun Xiaolu's power. "Get out of my way." The final outcome was still a tragic defeat. His body was sent flying 1,000 miles away. All the heroes present were utterly astonished. Ling Ling and An recognized this as the power of a cultivator at first glance. Saying, "Why are those bastards here?" she turned to the two monsters and interrogated them. "Hey, you two didn't. You say there were no cultivators in this world?" The two monsters hugged each other in fear, stammering, We don't know." Ling Ling pulled An's hand. "Not good. An, let's run." An hesitated. "Wait a moment. Let me check their levels first. 1 peak, Chai, refining 1, mid. Chai, refining 2. Early stage, the rest are all martial artists." Ling Ling heard this, drew her sword, and turned around. "Run, what kill the enemy, eradicate the clan, we must avenge this." An quickly stopped her. Ling Ling, calm down first when dealing with cultivators. You must be calm. Ling Ling said, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm several levels higher than them. One sneeze from me can scare them to death." And An reminded Ling Ling, "Do you still remember what these cultivators like to do the most?" Ling Ling asked in confusion. "What?" And An repeated, "It's hiding their cultivation, then pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You thought he was weak, but in fact he was very strong. Only at the very last moment did he subdue you. You had to be obedient." Ling Ling heard this and slapped her hand, acknowledging, That's right." And An continued, "None of these cultivators are good people. They are cunning and insidious. If you want to deal with such people, you must know them well before making a move." Ling Ling nodded repeatedly. That's better." After being sent flying, the transformed demon beast continued to suffer a terrifying explosion. He desperately ran, successfully escaping the explosion. Lan Bin witnessed this, so astonished he stammered, Did it explode?" Ran Zihao continued, "This is the first time I've seen someone able to unleash this move." Lan Bin nodded in agreement. This huge explosion must have had 1,600,000,000 tons of explosives. The continental shelf is about to shift. The transformed demon beast, after escaping, returned triumphantly, laughing, "Ha. This move looks quite intimidating, but it's nothing." Sun Xiaolu chuckled. "Didn't anyone tell you?" the transformed demon beast asked in confusion. Sun Xiaolu, with 2 streams of spiritual energy, smiled cunningly and said, "This move is infinite release." The transformed demon beast shouted in surprise, "What?" The crowd buzzed. This nuclear blast move of the cultivation class is truly vicious. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Ling Ling asked. An, did you hear that? An gritted her teeth and replied, Materialized spiritual energy. No consumption of spiritual power. No consumption of stamina. This is the cultivation technique that pervert wrote. Sun Xiaolu at this moment was full of aura. She confidently said to her opponent, "Let's see how many times you can take it. The transformed demon beast could only roar in helplessness, you old man." Sun Xiaolu raised her hand high and shouted again. The transformed demon beast waved its hand, trying to delay. "Wait, don't rush." However, Sun Xiaolu wouldn't let him. She directly said, "Just unleash 10 consecutive shots first." The transformed demon beast cowered and shrieked. He struggled up. "No, I can't let that woman mess around." Everyone below forgot about fighting with other academies and cheered for Xiaolu. Xiaolu, keep fighting like that, fight until he shits himself, hit him in the face. Haha. Cultivation class beat him. Suddenly, the transformed demon beast stared at the cheering crowd, laughing evilly, making the others dare not utter a word. The transformed demon beast grabbed its sword and charged towards them, shouting loudly, "Take this, you laugh! If I can't deal with her, can't I deal with you?" Zihao's group saw this scene, their mouths agape and eyes wide. "Oh, my mouth, Xiaolu, save us." Sun Xiaolu smiled coldly. "You want to break my formation?" The transformed demon beast ignored her and charged forward. "Take these 10 consecutive shots, destroy her formation. Let's see how you boast now." The people from the 4 great academies below hugged each other in fear, screaming loudly. The very next second, a shaking explosion occurred. The people from the 4 great academies were dazed, not understanding what happened. Sun Xiaolu actually used her sword to stop the transformed demon beast. The demon beast scoffed bone-shattering explosion, finally willing to come down. I won't give you another chance to unleash that move." Xiaolu glanced at her teammates. "No, this place is too close to the formation. The battle range is too large. We need to find a way to get away from here." She temporarily increased the distance from the monster, then took the opportunity to quickly grab a handful of sand from under her. The leopard demon burst out laughing. "Ha! Out of options, huh? Besides that move, what else do you know?" Taking advantage of the close distance to the demon beast. Sun Xiaolu quickly threw sand in the opponent's face. The demon beast squinted and shouted, "Ah, my eyes, cultivation dirt." After finishing her action, Xiaolu flew away, not forgetting to shout back, "Who wants a fair duel with you? Come on, let's both take damage." The monsters on the rooftop saw Sun Xiaolu approaching and waved their hands in panic. Don't come over here." The leopard demon angrily chased after Sun Xiaolu and cursed. "Damn it, stop." This successfully lured him away from the battle range. Watching this fierce chase, the spectators held their breath, clutching each other. Seeing him about to catch up, Sun Xiaolu stopped running and dodged to the side. The leopard demon seized the opportunity, swung its fist towards Xiaolu and said loudly, "You fundamentally don't understand. What is true key, refining God transformation realm, smack." Sun Xiaolu took a punch straight to her lower abdomen. She grimaced in pain. She asked herself, why is it like this? Mengqi stood below, worried Xiaolu. Boom, Xiaolu was sent flying far away. Ran Zihao asked himself, what's going on? Is the spiritual energy cut off? Mengqi continued, we've always been circulating spiritual energy. The formation hasn't weakened at all. Xiaolu had just landed. The leopard demon appeared behind her. I don't know who taught you your cultivation technique. It's truly powerful. If you continue to unleash it a few more times, I might die by your hand. But from beginning to end, you've relied on the formation to upgrade your realm. After finishing speaking, he slammed his elbow into Xiaolu's chest. Watching Xiaolu being beaten, the lively spectators grimaced in distress. The monster continuously attacked. Although we are at the same realm 300 years ago, I already reached Blood Qi God transformation. You've only been there for a few minutes. Xiaolu was hit and crashed into a nearby apartment building. Her fellow disciples could do nothing but helplessly call her name Xiaolu. The transformed demon beast continued to speak in a condescending tone. I understand how to use power in this realm much better than you. You are still too naive. Witness the full power of this realm as the leopard demon attacked with all its might. The little demons used their blood to summon him. Now he was falling everywhere. The rumbling sounds of the attack echoed continuously. Many tall buildings were destroyed. The Superman Academy class monitor said with tears in his eyes, it's over. The Ninja Academy guy also couldn't control his emotions. Xiaolu buffed up and still couldn't fight. We're really finished. At this moment, Xiaolu and the demon beast clashed head-on, both exerting their full strength. The shock made the ground tremble, and the spectators' limbs trembled. Xiaolu mocked her opponent. "I cultivated for 2 years and reached peak key refining. You're still at blood key. God transformation after 300 years. Do you still have the face to say that? Truly shameless?" The transformed monster couldn't argue back, just gave a stiff laugh. "Aha, still stubborn." He clenched his fists, emitting a dazzling golden light. Xiaolu, standing close, felt a strong impact, feeling as if she was about to be blown away. After a while, Sun Xiaolu finally couldn't resist anymore. She crashed into a tall building again, passing through one building, then another, only stopping at the third building. Despite being quite heavily injured, Xiaolu still struggled to stand up. The leopard demon at this moment used its full power, wanting to provoke me and weaken my last bit of blood. "Can you think too simply? This is enough to deal with. A half-baked key, refining God transformation like you. The winner between us cultivators has been decided." And the little demons at this moment were all powerless and collapsed. Lan Bin was so scared, he huddled in a corner shouting, "Ah, terrifying demon energy." "Sun Xiaolu," retorted teacher, always said that if you encounter difficulties, there's nothing a formation can't solve, and if there is, then create a more powerful formation. The transformed demon beast frowned in doubt and asked formation. Everyone there, including her fellow disciples and the 2 demonesses, shared the same question as the monster formation. Xiaolu added, "I don't know if I can succeed, but I'll only know after trying." Having said that, she bowed and assumed a defensive stance. Lan Bin and Ranzihao shouted in unison, "Wait this move! Form the spirit gathering formation. Summon sword, immortal. Ming Yang." The sky at that moment showed brilliant red formation flags forming a circle. The transformed monster asked in surprise, "Since when?" Before he could process it, a gigantic Ming Yang appeared. Its size alone was enough to crush dozens of demon beasts with a single stomp. Ming Yang shouted at the transformed demon beast, "Lowly demon." Not just that demon beast, but everyone in the Cultivation Academy, the streamer Robot Eye, and the civilians present all stared in awe. The people from the Magic Academy pointed and discussed that cultivation class. Those brats, each and every one of them, is too exaggerated. And Anne gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "This woman must die." Ling Ling next to her chimed in, "Absolutely cannot let her grow up." Ming Yang stared at the leopard demon and said, "Lowly demon beast, dare to be arrogant in front of this king." The leopard demon's eyes almost popped out as it shouted, "Underworld sword, immortal Dao integration stage, your old man." Then, without hesitation, he grabbed the group of small demon beasts and planned to escape. At this moment, he finally admitted, "Cultivator, you're good." Sun Xiaolu tattled teacher Ming Yang. "He wants to escape." Ming Yang drew his sword and growled, "Want to run." He raised his sword high into the sky and struck down with all his might. Making the transformed monster turn its head and see that strike, it shrieked in panic, "Oh my God!" Boom! One strike from Ming Yang was enough to distort the city's geology. With no other choice, the transformed monster had to beg the 2 demonesses for help. "Great Demon King, save me." Huge explosions continuously increased. A vast area of space was engulfed in a sea of fire. The smoke cleared. Looking at the large hole in front of them, everyone present was horrified. The Ninja Academy group cried miserably. "My home!" Lan Bin realized something. Teacher Ming Yang's destructive ability is truly top-notch. Ranzi Hao reassured, "It's okay. Our house isn't in that direction." Ling Ling and An An's expressions grew increasingly unsightly. The 2 were looking for a suitable opportunity to act, seeing the 3 small demon beasts fly up, but not seeing the transformed demon beast. Ranzi Hao was surprised. Was he defeated and forced back to his original form? Falling freely from an unimaginable height, the 4 small demon beasts were all unconscious. Ming Yang spoke loudly as a warning, "Bullying the disciples of our Tianshen sect is truly courting death." Even Sun Xiaolu was amazed. "Damn that bottomless pit teacher Ming Yang. You're too exaggerated. This one strike of yours used up all my spiritual power." Ming Yang chuckled in response. "Normal operation at such a low realm. You can already summon me, which is enough to prove your cultivation talent. If your teacher Yan Sen saw this, he'd probably wake up laughing even in his dreams." Sun Xiaolu secretly thought, it seems, that this formation, when not yet at peak key, refining God transformation, should still avoid being used. "I don't even have the strength to escape." Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Wait, why hasn't teacher disappeared yet? Ming Yang said, do you know that you are currently in a very dangerous situation? Sun Xiaolu's eyes were full of doubt. Am I in danger? Ming Yang nodded. That's right. I can clearly feel that in the north of your world there are two individuals emitting terrifying killing intent. They are your adversaries. The two people Ming Yang mentioned were none other than Ling Ling and An An. Sun Xiaolu inquired further. Are the ones you mentioned? Great demons. Didn't we just deal with one? What's the big deal? We can just deal with another one. Ming Yang's expression was serious as he shook his head. You are wrong. If they were to emit killing intent in front of you, you wouldn't even need to fight. You would already be scared to death how powerful they are. I don't need to elaborate. In front of them you are just an ant. Sun Xiaolu then began to panic. Is the gap really that big? Ming Yang chuckled. Haha, no need to worry, aren't I still here? Sun Xiaolu hesitated, but now, I'm no longer in the QI refining God transformation realm. Where would I get the ability for you to use that strike again? Currently, I don't even have the strength to escape. At this moment, she suddenly remembered, wait, this formation hasn't disappeared yet. It's still slowly circulating spiritual energy into me. A light flashed in her mind. Ming Yang, are you burning your lifespan to maintain the formation for me? Ming Yang smiled cheerfully and reassured her, I still have a few thousand years of lifespan, enough for me to burn if something happens to you. Sect Master Yan will also skin me. Both sides are losses. It's better to do a good job and then ask your Sect Master Yan for 1,000,000 years of lifespan. He will also give it to me. Sun Xiaolu hesitated and stammered, but Ming Yang cut her off no more. But do you have a way to deal with this now? Sun Xiaolu replied, that's right. Can you break those spatial barriers in front of us? Ming Yang plunged his sword straight into the ground and said, this kind of childish spatial lockdown, I can break it with just one finger. Xiaolu hastily said, then quickly, save teacher Yansen. Ming Yang hesitated. I guess that won't do. Xiaolu frowned, questioning life. Why? Ming Yang explained to her, does he still need you to save him? You don't even know how much fun he's having inside. Your teacher Yansen had already set up a reverse spatial lockdown. No one can enter it except himself. Sun Xiaolu anxiously asked again. Then what should we do? Ming Yang smiled cunningly. Then I'll go arrange it. Your teacher Yansen is probably about to come out. I alone am not their match. I need to find another helper. Xiaolu was startled upon hearing this and exclaimed, who? From within the space, the Rainbow Team's robot controller struggled to emerge from the ground. Although not injured, he lost quite a bit of strength. Facing them was the two-horned demon riding on the head of a giant Qilin. He laughed mockingly. My grandparents sniff. Sniff, have you all seen it? After centuries of separation, I can finally see the pathetic and struggling appearance of a hero. My grandparents, if only you were still alive today. The Rainbow Team's people heard this and just sneered. Silently, the Qilin said to the two-horned one, You're about to cry, are you done? The two-horned one said in a choked voice, Sorry for the disrespect. I get abused every year, never get a chance to hold my head high, so I'm a bit overly excited. Having said that, he pointed at the Rainbow Team and threatened, heroes today, you won't escape. Monsters from another world will kill you immediately. After the Qilin spat out a fireball. The Rainbow Team's robot controller jumped high and shouted in unison again. However, their robot encountered a malfunction. At the critical moment, the system reported that it could not absorb solar radiation, insufficient energy. The two-horned one laughed gleefully. Ha ha, heroes, you're doomed. Before he could harm anyone, a red streak of light shot past, startling the two-horned one. What? The thing he spoke of was Ming Yang. In a flash, Ming Yang had taken several of the Qilin's fangs, not forgetting to taunt, brother, you're weak. The green dragon monster's face was distorted by this strike. The Rainbow Team was extremely panicked upon seeing this. Why is this bastard here? When the green dragon monster fell to the ground, it was also when Ming Yang unleashed streams of solar energy down. Not knowing what was happening, he was pulled out of the barrier by Ming Yang. Boom, inside the barrier. A terrifying explosion increased, the barrier cracked. Then Ming Yang threw him down into the city. He angrily cursed loudly. You're old man, I don't need your help. Ming Yang coolly replied, without me, you would have already died. The students of the Ninja Academy, Magic Academy, Superman Academy, and the Dazed Academy, Ming Yang super ancient #1. Not just them, everyone who witnessed it was terrified. unable to utter a single word. They looked up at the spatial crack where a green dragon was flying. Oh my god, what is that monster? Definitely not a robot. Is this your kind? Ming Yang casually said, brother, you're really weak. You can't even defeat this kind of merchandise? He frowned. Who's your brother? If it wasn't for the radiation isolation inside, I could even deal with you. After this is over, we'll fight to the death, okay? Whatever you want. At the same time, on the other side, the red-eyed one and the cloaked one were still standing stiffly there. The cloaked one was continuously drilling through the spatial barrier. The red-eyed one screamed, help someone help us. Mommy, I want to go home. Sniff, sniff. What kind of spatial lockdown is this? It can even lock oneself inside. I don't know. A young man dressed as an imperial guard flew and cried, looking no less miserable than the two monsters. Just now he cried out, begging, please spare me. I truly don't know where the celestial realm is. It turns out he was the spirit weapon of the transformed quasi-demon king. In the peaceful deep blue sky, a dazzling golden streak of light appeared. Two people, a man and a woman, slowly landed. Lan Chi said you crippled someone, then healed them, then continued to hit them. Aren't you too cruel? Yan Sen, hearing this, proudly stroked his chin. Am I cruel? When I fought in the celestial realm as a child, I never took anyone's life at most. I only crippled them for life. Lan Chi was speechless upon hearing this. Ha 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 ha! You're not cruel, you're brutal. She cursed silently. You might as well just kill them. Yan Sen then calmly continued trying to trick me. The dirt on your body has the aura of the other side, and you tell me you don't know. The Imperial Guard shouted, I really don't know, but when he turned his head he looked dazed. Where did he go? When he looked straight again. Smack. Who knows when Yan Sen had appeared in front of him, raised his hand, smack another punch straight to the face. Boom, he was sent flying to the ground again. Yan Sen's foot was even trampling on his face. I'll give you one more chance, are you going to tell me or not? Lan Chi couldn't help but remind him, I think you should tell him. The Imperial Guard truly wanted to cry. I really don't know. I'm just a small demon. Why don't you believe me? Sniff. Sniff. Lan Chi helplessly said he's crying so much he's about to wet himself. Perhaps he really doesn't know anything. Yan Sen then stomped his foot hard only to see the surrounding ground cracking. He glanced irritably in another direction. Somewhere off Earth, a mysterious figure completely covered in black cloth, damn it. I was almost successful, unforgivable. At the battlefield where Ming Yang was, the green dragon monster shouted, finish them. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a fireball straight down, all of you die. Ming Yang saw this and shot into the air. If you're not going to act, don't get in the way. He charged towards the fireball and kicked it away. The fireball was kicked back up into the atmosphere and exploded. The green dragon was a little angry and gritted its teeth. Is he the sword immortal of the underworld? The two-horned demon continued to order, don't worry about him directly. Destroy the ground. The green dragon monster received the order, raised its head to the sky, accumulated energy, then spat out dozens of other fireballs downwards. Ha, just like that. What I have is blood. Let's play slowly. You want to play this trick? Ming Yang flew up. His figure like a ghost, in a blink of an eye, he kicked away the fireballs. Ranzihao's group watched this scene with a little fear. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. The green dragon gritted its teeth. The underworld sword. Immortal is one realm higher than me. I am not his match. The two-horned one cursed loudly, then self-destruct. A fish dies. The net breaks. I believe that as long as we have one breath left, Lord Demon King will definitely come to save us. Seeing the green forest monster take a deep breath and absorb all the fireballs, its body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. The two-horned one laughed loudly. You come here. If you dare to touch us a little, I will make your humans disappear along with the atmosphere. The students of the academies heard this and were terrified, only crying out vulgarities. Suddenly the system's 01 reminder sounded, core condensation pulse energy completed. Full of power, Gerlora 1 roared, ha ha ha! The ground beneath his feet began to crack. Sensing the powerful energy spreading, everyone present simultaneously looked back. At this moment, 01 had raised his power to the highest level, lightning flickering around him. Even the green dragon monster was startled. Dao integration stage. He has unleashed full firepower, damn it. Disappear, all of you. The green dragon monster roared fiercely. A blinding light illuminated everything around. It seemed to want to self-destruct. Ming Yang quickly rushed forward. Don't even think about achieving your goal. But before Ming Yang could reach him, a massive yellow energy beam shot forward from underground. That energy swept past Ming Yang, then charged straight at the green dragon. In an instant, it struck the green dragon, utterly annihilating its soul. Even the two-horned one was no exception. His last words were "damn heroes," just like that. The battle was resolved, the Demon King's artifact shattered, the two-horned one fell from it to the ground. Though one raised his mighty gun, weren't you fighting very fiercely before? Ming Yang and Shaolu looked over in a daze, then landed again. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Enro 1, it seems you're not bad either. Enro 1 sighed softly. Foul-mouthed one, it's our turn now. Ming Yang shook his head. No, there's still bigger trouble following Ming Yang's gaze. And Ling Ling and the two little demons were still standing there. The two women said nothing, slowly drawing their swords. When the match ended, all the spectators watching the match on the big screen cheered happily for their victory. Ha ha ha, that's great. I thought we were done for, that's right, haha. Long live Ninja Academy. Long live Cultivation Academy. Long live Magic Academy. Sun Xiaolu witnessed the event and could only cover her head helplessly. These people were on the other side, and Anne had fiercely assumed a defensive stance, then flew away at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. When she reappeared, she was behind Ming Yang, and her sword also struck down. Poof, fresh blood gushed out. Ming Yang screamed in pain. Null. One looked back in surprise. What? Ming Yang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Students' war zone, plus spectators watching on screen, all panicked. Sun Xiaolu shouted, "Teacher Ming Yang, what just happened?" 001 quickly went to support Ming Yang. He asked anxiously, "Hey, are you okay?" but quickly discovered something. The two Demon Kings slowly came into everyone's view. Who are they? Where did they come from? I don't know. Never seen them before. So strong, oh my god, damn it. Definitely not human, what exactly are they? Are they great demons? Sun Xiaolu worriedly cough. Teacher Ming Yang, are you okay? I'm fine. You obediently wait inside the barrier for me. Sun Xiaolu heard this and became even more worried. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Damn it, as if knowing her intention, Ming Yang shouted, "Stop. If you remove the formation, you'll be killed immediately." Sun Xiaolu still wanted to say something, but Ming Yang said seriously, "Their goal is you. You cannot let them achieve their intentions. Don't worry about me. Honestly, stay there." Ling Ling crossed her arms and said, "Oh, so this is playing with lives, huh?" And Anne flew over like a dazzling ball of fire in the sky. Sun Xiaolu shouted loudly, "She's coming over here!" And still wants to harm others. Null. One immediately stood in front of Ming Yang. "Ha ha ha! Do you think I'm Ling Ling saw this and simply extended her index finger, gently pointing. 001, who was originally boasting, suddenly felt immense pressure, then was crushed to the ground by an unknown colossal force. When he fired, it caused everyone present to spin, almost getting blown away. Seeing this scene, the spectators' eyes widened and mouths dropped open. Their mouths could fit a chicken egg. Their eyes bulged out, unable to believe it. 001's outer shell gradually cracked. Read Superman worriedly, 001. Everyone watching the battle once again worried about them, 001. Why, like this one move solved it so simply. Oh my god, are they monsters, probably. And Anne and Ling Ling flew over triumphantly. Ming Yang painfully took another hit. Once again, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" And Anne skillfully dodged a move. Turned around to see a beam of internal light flying towards them. That was none other than Superman Guangbu. The previous strike was also delivered by him to stop them. Sun Xiaolu was surprised her wounds are all healed. "What is this light?" Ming Yang weakly said, "This is not spiritual energy." Everyone who was tense suddenly felt relieved seeing Guangbu like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. They cheered, "He's the top great god, level hero Superman, Guangbu, haha, our world is saved. Superman Guangbu, kill them." 001, covered in cracks, slowly stood up. Cough. Finally, this bastard showed up. Black Xiao said, "I remember this bastard doesn't have healing abilities." At the same time, the black-robed monster was bound. "Great King, are you okay? We've brought Lord Demon King over here." Superman, Guangbu, and Anne were still looking at each other, assessing each other. This gaze means they're being underestimated. Another one, not wearing clothes. Superman. Guangbu raised his hand. His finger pointed forward. His finger actually retracted and unleashed a cannon. Whoosh, like a spear strike, a laser beam shot straight towards Anan and tilted her body to dodge. The laser grazed her body and shot far away. Anan dodged, but was still hit, scratching one side of her cheek. Superman Guangbu said, "I know you're powerful. The King of Monsters probably no longer exists. But if you compare the King of Monsters to my combat power, you might be at a disadvantage." Anan suddenly burst out laughing. "Interesting, haha, so interesting. Ling Ling, don't rush to act. Keep an eye on those two on the ground. I want to solo him." Ling Ling calmly stood still, crossed her arms, and replied, "Understood. That guy running around in shorts has something special. Pay attention." Two pillars of light enveloped Zero-01 and Ming Yang, suppressing them, and Anne looked directly at Superman Guangbu and said casually, "Come on, you damn pervert." Guangbu's mouth curved up. Dare to curse me. Refine energy. Unleash full power directly. Unleash the ultimate move. And Anne took a breath. "Does your world have no other moves? It's only so." She blew a breath and the move suddenly turned around, but Superman Guangbu flew over at extreme speed. His two hands slammed into. "And how about this?" And Anne flew backward, then hung vertically, her slender legs pointing straight up into the sky. She was also a little surprised. Superman Guangbu was smug at full power like this. "I can maintain it for a whole year." The opponent in the front 01 spoke. "Damn it, we've become a nuisance." Ming Yang was also surprised. "I didn't expect your world to have such a strong Dao integration stage peak expert." The audience cheered enthusiastically. "Go Superman," Guangbu hit her. "Give those monsters a really brutal beating." Enro-1 asked in confusion, "What is Dao integration stage?" Ming Yang explained, "Dao integration stage is the term for strength in our world. This brother of yours is already at the peak of Dao integration stage, only half a step away from entering the celestial realm. So that's how it is." But the scene switched to the male protagonist. Yansen's foot was still stepping on the head of the guy in the Imperial Guard uniform. Lan Chi-Chi advised, "Don't step anymore. He's already been beaten back to his original form. I don't think we'll get anything out of him anyway." "What should we do now?" Yansen coldly replied, "Let's go out." Returning to the battle between An and Superman Guangbu, the sky darkened. Superman Guangbu flew over and delivered a powerful punch to An. Ming Yang sighed. Dao integration. Stage can easily cleave mountains and seas. The peak is even more limitless. Already approaching and immortal, the people of your world have no spiritual energy, fluctuations in their bodies relying on their own flesh and martial artist realm, yet they can unleash the power of a peak. Dao integration stage. It's truly unbelievable. 001's head was full of question marks. He's a robot. No matter who you are, you must try your best to resist if you can buy a little time, then extend it a little more. Everyone was extremely excited to see Superman Guangbu fighting fiercely. That's right, fight. Like that Superman Guangbu. After fighting for a while, Superman Guangbu couldn't help but wonder something feels off. He punched again, but Anan remained unfazed, calmly saying, "Use a little more force. I'm still okay." Upon hearing these words, Guangbu's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated far, far away. His whole body was covered in sweat. "Are you kidding? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. This girl's power has exceeded the scope of our world. That year, the King of Monsters used a trick. I was injured while protecting the center of the earth, allowing that guy to escape. He originally thought that after years of cultivation and upgrades, when that guy appeared this year, I would definitely be able to instantly defeat him, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. This newcomer is much more powerful than the King of Monsters." Just like that, Superman Guangbu and Anan stood face to face again, not making a move. Anan looked at him and smiled. "Hey, aren't you scared?" Guangbu's mouth curved. What is fear? You're wrong in this world. Heroes become stronger when they face adversity. Activate reserve, electric motor power. Superman Guangbu began to enhance his own strength. The academy students worriedly earthquake. And Anne was not worried. She still stood very proudly. Superman Guangbu used all his power and shouted, "Unleash infinite light energy." A massive power radiated from his body, making everything around him feel pressured, even from such a distance. And Anne was even more excited. Interesting. She extended her hand, gently unleashed a move only to see a golden light beam shoot out. Superman Guangbu screamed miserably. 3 seconds later, the sky became clear again. Everyone looked up. What happened? What happened? They saw Superman Guangbu, who had been full of momentum now. just a crippled machine having lost both legs and arms, and a large part of his chest had also disappeared. Weak electric sparks flickered on his side, just like his current situation. Superman. Guangbu gasped. Pant. Why like this? The top great god-level hero has also fallen at the hands of a seemingly beautiful and weak girl. Anne felt apologetic. It seems I was too heavy-handed, but I still have to praise you. Your strength is also top tier in our realm. Unfortunately, at this moment, Superman Guangbu was in a dangerous state. The system within him had sent out a warning signal center, destroyed, cannot recover. Warning center, destroyed, cannot recover. His life force was decreasing after that warning. Superman Guangbu slowly fell like a withered leaf onto the top of a tall building, motionless. The students of the academies saw this and were extremely scared. They trembled and said, the top great god-level hero is dead. The spectators of the battle were also speechless. Anne was very calm. It seems I have won. Looking up at the sky. Superman, Guangbu secretly thought, I cannot die. I cannot fall. I am the number one in this world. If I fall, I lose everything. I absolutely cannot fall. I once promised you. I only hope you give me a little of your willpower and power. Who knew the system relying on Superman? Guangbu's willpower actually automatically recovered. Then suddenly, a super dazzling energy radiated from where he lay and also let out a surprised gasp. He's here. Tears of love, light of justice. He was clearly dead just now. There's no heavenly reason, truly shameless, no logic at all. Hearing these words, 001 was a little angry. That stinky monster, what kind of light of justice, tears of love? It's unbearable. This is the faith I just reminded you of. If you don't want to die, don't mess around. At this moment, Superman Guangbu had used all his vitality and absorbed a lot of fire energy from the surroundings, and Anne sensed that terrifying aura shocked its ruined. Below, the observers continuously cheered. Superman Guangbu defeat him. Come on, our hero of hope, no matter what desperate situation he faces, always overcomes it, feeling the power constantly flowing through his body. He couldn't help but be surprised. What are you doing? Where's my part? Superman Guangbu had truly returned strong. A hero will absolutely not be defeated easily. Absolutely. Not the broken arm slowly glowed. Then pushed forward, a full power strike was unleashed, firing straight towards Ann. Sensing the power of this strike coming, Ling quickly reminded Ann, watch out. At this moment, Superman Guangbu seemed to have risked everything, no longer caring about anything. All the energy in his body was released. The sky flashed so brightly that nothing else could be seen. It seemed like something was shattered. A pink light shone from the rooftop where Superman Guangbu was standing to a skyscraper not far away. When the sky became clear again, that light also gradually disappeared. The witnesses still didn't understand what happened. Is it over? Did we win? Superman? Guangbu struggled with his severely damaged body, but Ann still stood tall even if she was a little disheveled. Everyone was extremely surprised and Anne laughed loudly. Ha, powerful that blow, at least reached the immortal level. If my skin wasn't thick, I would definitely have been severely injured. Ha. Truly interesting. Not only does it resemble the power of an immortal-level martial artist, it can also bring the dead back to life. No wonder those little monsters are so miserable. It's strange if anyone can defeat them with this guy here. Ha. Superman Guangbu was exhausted at this moment. He growled in pain. Damn it, that was all my power. And Anne still had no intention of stopping. There's a saying on my side, if there's a give but no take, it's impolite. She put her hands together, preparing to unleash a deadly immortal technique. From within Anne's body, golden chi streams rose, followed by the ethereal image of a soaring phoenix appearing. Everyone below screamed in horror. Oh my God! What is that? A bird! This is the immortal technique. Blessing incantation of the 9 heavens. Ranzihao heard these words and couldn't help but tremble. Immortal technique. The majestic phoenix soared in the sky. Guangbu looked at the phoenix and said angrily, Damn it, I've reached my limit. And Anne fought with increasing ferocity. Hearing that, she chuckled. Then I won't hold back, ha. With that, she put her hands forward. The phoenix transformed into a blazing golden fireball and shot straight towards Superman Guangbu. 01 saw this and immediately said he's definitely dead. If he's heavily injured this time, he won't be able to recover to his original state. Quickly save him. Ling heard this and said gravely, "Take care of yourselves first." She casually threw a blow to control 001 and Ming Yang. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Sun Xiaolu is doomed. Just then, a huge jade-green sword appeared in the sky. It plunged straight into the ground, forming a sturdy shield. Boom! Boom! The massive explosions outside the sword caused by the Phoenix's attack continuously resounded. However, behind the sword, neither 01 nor anyone else was harmed. Arrow 1 looked at the sword and realized something. This sword is that weapon. The Phoenix was now pressing close to Superman Guangbu. Just then, Yansen appeared standing in front of him. He gently threw a punch. The approaching Phoenix was so pained its eyes almost popped out. Then it was knocked backward. Yansen snorted softly, so annoying. And Anne and Ling Ling on this side were extremely shocked, their mouths agape, screaming in unison. "Holy cow!" Ranzihao, standing below, laughed heartily. "Ha ha! It's Teacher Yansen." The atmosphere suddenly fell into a state of silence. Seeing the person standing in front of him, Superman Guangbu said emotionally, "It's the Black Superman. Thank you for earlier." Yansen immediately replied, "No need to be polite." The people below exclaimed joyfully, "He's the world's number 2. Ha ha, he's here to help us. That's great." Yansen looked at Lan Chi-Chi, who was still hugging his neck. He raised an eyebrow and said, "You can get down now." Lan Chi-Chi agreed, and with that she removed her hands from his neck and jumped down. Ling Ling and An on this side still hadn't recovered. Yansen looked at them smugly, provoking them. And Anne said, "That's an immortal." "No, it's an immortal of the Foundation Establishment stage." Ling Ling nodded. "That's right, peak. Heavenly Immortal Foundation Establishment." And Anne said angrily, "Damn it, I knew it from the force and aura emanating earlier. It was a supreme, heavenly immortal realm, but this aura feels very chaotic, different from what we've seen before." After confirming Yansen was at the Peak Foundation Establishment stage, and Anne calmed down, so it's Peak Foundation Establishment hearing that Ling Ling next to her couldn't maintain her composure. She said in fear, "Don't say it so lightly, he's already at peak. Then the two of us at early stage are not his match." Everyone below raised their hands, conveying confidence, excitedly, talking to each other. The world's number 2 has come to help. Ha ha, give him strength. A beam of righteous light was transmitted towards Yansen. He didn't know what this was, so he pushed it away and grimaced. "What is this game?" The people below saw this and were extremely surprised, their mouths agape, unable to speak. Yansen wiped his hands with a handkerchief, then calmly looked at the two girls and said, "All right, tell me where the immortal realm is. I need to get there quickly to catch a few old farts in his heart. He thought, dare to throw me into this hellhole. When I get back, I'll strip you all naked and beat you." Ling Ling hesitated to reply, "But we don't know." And Anne raised her hand to stop her looking at Yansen. She said resolutely, "You humans, all cultivators are cunning, if I tell you. Now you'll look for an opportunity to ambush us, right? We're both early-stage heavenly immortals. If we fight, no one benefits. How about you? Let us go when I return. I'll use a demon crow to send you a letter. How about that?" Yansen, without hesitation, crossed his arms over his chest and replied, "No." And Anne was furious. She said angrily, I'll say it again. Even if you're at peak, the two of us at early stage working together can still severely injure you," Yansen said, without changing his expression. "No." And Anne couldn't maintain her composure and shouted, truly stubborn, "Why don't you understand?" Ling Ling quickly held her tightly. After calming down, Anne let out a soft sigh. "Fine." Then she pointed into the distance. "Look quickly. There's the immortal realm." Yansen happily looked in the direction of her hand. Where? And Anne and Ling Ling took the opportunity to split up, each running in a different direction, desperately fleeing. Yansen saw this and smiled sinisterly. "Want to run?" He slowly flew up into the sky. Then he muttered the incantation of the immortal technique, Golden Net Restraint. With him as the center, a gigantic restraining net shot straight up into the sky. Layer after layer of restraint was created, covering the entire world. Ling Ling and Anne tried their best to break out but couldn't, and Anne turned back furiously, shouting, "Can't get out." She looked at Yansen and said decisively, "Do you think we're scared? Then we won't run anymore. If it's a fight, then it's a fight. Who's afraid of whom?" Yansen calmly replied, "Have you two not seen the coffin yet? Why are you not shedding tears? If you won't tell me where the immortal realm is, then I'll have to be merciless." Yansen slowly extended his hand. Black flames appeared at his fingertips. A deep, oppressive aura was released. Ultimate technique. Super soul art. And An and Ling Ling exclaimed in surprise, Super soul art, damn it, that's malicious. Ming Yang said at this moment I should go. Now I've burned almost 800 years of my lifespan. Xiaolu, you are safe now, but don't be too careless. Remember, as a cultivator, you must remain vigilant at all times. Son, Xiaolu said. Sadly. Teacher Ming Yang. Ming Yang continued, remember to tell teacher Yan Sen to compensate me. I, son Xiaolu replied blankly. Okay. All right, enjoy it. This is an immortal level battle. It will be of some help for your future growth. Even in the cultivation world, it's rare to see such a scene. Just as he finished speaking, Ming Yang disappeared, leaving son Xiaolu to fall. Lan Bin shouted, Xiaolu. Hu Mengqi scolded, you straight guys only know how to shout. Having said that, Hu Mengqi quickly jumped to Sun Xiaolu's side. Hu Mengqi supported Sun Xiaolu, and the two landed on the rooftop of a building. Hu Mengqi worriedly called out, Xiaolu-san. Xiaolu replied, I'm fine. Yansen's mouth curved up. Then I'll begin. Ling Ling was extremely scared. Anan shouted, come on. Then are you afraid of me? In a flash, Yansen flew at super speed, Ling Ling said in a panic. An, he's coming. Yansen aimed directly at Anan's position. Ling Ling quickly shouted again. This isn't a joke, having said that she also flew in front of An to block Yansen, buying time for An to gather power and unleash her immortal technique. Ling Ling struggled with Yansen. Surprisingly, she, with her early foundation establishment cultivation, managed to block a strike from Yansen at peak foundation establishment. At this moment, An was also unleashing her magic power. She shouted, her two hands raised straight to the sky. A red sphere was emitting energy, shooting straight up, then splitting into many small fireballs. In each small fireball was a different fire phoenix. This is the ultimate move. Phoenix light obscuring heaven, watch me blow you all to smithereens. The people below ran frantically due to the heat. They shouted, burning, 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 oh my God, we're about to become roasted pork hocks, save us. The nearby green grassland was instantly scorched. The ground also began to crack due to the heat. At Guangbu's location, many notifications popped up, warning, warning, extremely high temperature, extremely high temperature. Guangbu looked at his recovering arm, which was cracking due to the heat. He felt very uncomfortable. This temperature is unscientific. What kind of monster was I fighting just now? In front of Guangbu was a bright object, like a second sun. The light was too dazzling. Guangbu tried to cover his eyes and cried out, ah, ugh! Yansen, who was fighting, noticed below. The trees were withered. The entire city was silent. He casually grabbed Ling Ling's leg. She exclaimed in surprise, what then Yansen casually spun her around a few times before throwing her to the ground. Boom! She was sent flying through a skyscraper. Yansen once again caught up again, grabbing those long legs. Ling Ling's head was spinning at this point. As soon as she regained consciousness, she struggled and shouted, let me down. Yansen said a stubborn child should be taught a lesson. Ling Ling was not afraid, still speaking defiantly. You pig of a cultivator, you stinky rotten egg, Yansen said again. Speaking nonsense adds another layer of sin. Suddenly a loud shout, I will roast your world dry. Yansen slowly looked up only to see the heat from the sky spreading downwards. From Yansen's palm a blue energy stream appeared, immortal technique. He clenched his hand. Immediately a tsunami hundreds of meters high appeared next to the city. The people in the city exclaimed in terror, damn it, the wave crashed down. It swept around all the buildings, giant water dragons appeared. The MC stammered in surprise, CCC. Yansen pulled Ling Ling out into space. This is the immortal technique. Gathering sea dragons. The people below all paid attention and exclaimed, oh my God, it's cool now. The water dragon immediately plunged down in the direction Yansen pointed. The water dragon charged to confront the fire phoenix. Both charged, forming a white mist steam pouring down into the city. The people fled in fear. The steam had dissipated, and the city returned to normal, Ran Zihao said in horror. It's over, isn't it? The ninja class leader replied. Probably the bewildered citizens said to each other, no way, he didn't use our faith. Why is he still so powerful? It's illogical. Could it be that it's not the final episode yet? In the misty steam there was a vague figure. Yansen and An were still fighting. Yansen said, I'll say it again if you tell me now it's still not too late. And An replied, don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't tell you. Behind Ling Ling rushed forward, intending to sneak attack with her sword. Let her go. Ling Ling slashed straight at Jansen's neck. Clang, a cracking sound rang out. To Ling Ling's astonishment, the sword in her hand actually shattered into many pieces. What? Impossible. The demon flood dragon trial is forged with heart blood after transformation, not to mention seriously injuring him. But why is there no trace of injury on him? Ling Ling looked back in fear and said he is not a heavenly immortal foundation establishment. He is at the golden core stage. And Anne originally intended to rush forward, but hearing that, her eyes immediately widened. She quickly retreated. He's not foundation establishment, is he? It's over, Jansen said coldly. I already gave you a chance. Releasing a seal in his body, Jansen seemed to have shattered it. Boom, boom! As his cultivation was released, lightning also flickered in the sky. A gigantic lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking straight down at Jansen, causing the entire city to shake. Lan Chi-Chi, lying on the rooftop, felt the shaking and said, I remember this feeling. Suddenly 2 beams of light shone down. They returned to Ling Ling and An. The 2 girls were also crushed to the ground by this demonic pressure. An said in fear, Great Immortal, it's a golden core, Great Immortal. Looking at Jansen now, he was a giant lightning ball. And Anne exclaimed, Oh my God. Ling Ling lowered her head to the ground and said angrily, This level, whether in the celestial realm or the great celestial realm, for 8 generations we have not seen it. Great Immortal, why do we have to encounter this in such a small world? We won the special prize, how unlucky is this? And Anne burst into tears, damn it. Lan Chi-Chi quickly announced, Everyone pay attention. If you don't want to go to the hospital, don't look up anyway. Don't stand up. Ran Zihao's mouth stammered something. The ninja class leader next to him also said, My eyes aren't blind. You don't need to tell me I can stand up. The people below also struggled. They said to each other in surprise, We are how far away? Half a globe, sniff, so scary. Oh my God. And Anne stood up, still determined to launch another attack. Ling Ling quickly stopped her. And Anne, it's dangerous. Don't stand up. And Anne gritted her teeth. I will absolutely not yield. Jansen slowly opened his mouth. Is that so? Ling Ling's eyelids seemed to want to tear. No. Jansen flicked his finger. Immediately, Anne suffered immense pressure. Blood even seeped from her eyes. She was crushed down to the street again. The pressure was immense. The force was so strong that it affected the Earth itself, pushing it away. Earth's orbit had deviated far from its original orbit. The robot eye exclaimed in shock, Oh my God, Earth has left the solar system's orbit. The commentator's mouth dropped open. According to scientific explanation, once Earth leaves its orbit, the sea level will rise and Earth will become a large ice ball. Due to the influence of gravity, other planets in the solar system will also become chaotic. If not handled well, it could lead to stars colliding with each other. Ran Zihao shouted in fear. Teacher, you're going a bit too far. Jansen said nothing. The people below said to each other, Is he a god so scary? Sun Xiaolu also said in surprise, So, the great immortal who can destroy the world in the books means this. Hu Mengqi replied, We will also reach this high level in the future, right? The entire city was silent. Only Jansen's figure flew in the sky. He flew closer to An. And Anne, covered in injuries, said, I will absolutely not yield to you. Ling Ling advised, Anne, all right, that's enough. And Anne couldn't stand steadily anymore. She knelt on the street. No, absolutely not. I will never bow down to anyone. And Anne's palm unleashed demonic energy. Hu Mengqi was puzzled. Based on teacher's personality, as long as she tells him where the immortal realm is, he'll probably stop. Why bother? Sun Xiaolu said the book says that although demons are very good at fighting, they don't listen to subdue super stubborn great demons. Relying solely on martial force is not enough to conquer them. The Ninja Academy class leader suddenly said, So your teacher can also transform Lan Bin. And Zihao retorted, Our teacher has always been like that. After a moment of silence, Anne slowly spoke. Don't you want to know where the immortal realm is? Jansen frowned slightly and remained silent. And scoffed, I will never tell you in this lifetime. Then she waved her hand, unleashing a blow straight to her own head, intending to commit suicide. Jansen also did not expect this situation. Ling Ling screamed Anne. She trembled, trying to support An's body. I will go with you. Sun Xiaolu and Hu Meng. She stiffened, dead. She'd rather die than yield. And Anne's life gradually faded you. You will not know anything. Yansen remained silent. A stronger aura erupted around him. This was clearly anger. Feeling the radiating aura, Lingling trembled nascent. Sol Yansen gently flicked his finger. Time actually reversed. Earth, which was knocked out of its orbit, moved backward, returning to its original orbit. The pressure that had crushed Anan before. Anan, who was crushed, also gradually recovered the scene, then shifted back to when Yansen had just released his aura. Anan opened her eyes once more. She looked around in a daze. At this point, they had returned to the scene where the ninja class leader said, "So, your teacher can also transform Lan Bin," and Zihao shouted, "You just said that the two froze." Huh. I remember we didn't say that earlier. And Anne completely didn't understand what was happening. She trembled, looking at her hands. I clearly remember I stopped breathing. How could it be? Ling lay prostrate on the ground, saying in disbelief, the power of a void immortal's law time reversal. Yansen crossed his arms over his chest, truly stubborn. But until I know where the immortal realm is, you won't die committing suicide. A few more times will only increase your suffering. At this moment, Ling finally understood, in front of a true great power. It's not about dying tragically or anything, but about wanting to die but being unable to die. Ling was terrified and despairing. Yansen stepped towards Anan, placing his hand on her head. And Anne trembled, not daring to resist. Guangbyo uttered one word, "die." Yansen used Super Soul Art on Anan. Reading memories, a serene blue sky appeared. Two children, presumably, and Anne and Ling when they were a few years old. Yansen stood aside, observing their warm and joyful atmosphere. Leaving them there, he slowly departed. In the tea shop, he overheard cultivators discussing, "Have you heard the demon tribe in Bei Mai gave birth to two princesses who from birth completely transformed into human form, becoming demon immortals? That's terrifying. If given more time, the demon tribe will definitely rule over us humans. Two immortals are enough to crush all our human cultivators. Currently, the major sects and rogue cultivators have allied, preparing to nip these two princesses in the bud before these immortals grow up. It sounds like they desire the demon immortals' inner core, wanting to become immortals themselves. That's more like it. In the cultivation world, if you're weak and small, don't blame us for being cruel." One day, flames were everywhere the sky. Anan stumbled and fell to the ground. The transformed demon beast, dressed in Imperial Guard attire, said to the leopard demon, "I don't have much time left. Quickly. Take the young miss away first." The leopard demon held an Anne on his body. Ling was at his feet. General Chi shouted, "What are you still doing? If the young miss's inner core is snatched, I will hold you accountable. Go!" The two children cried out in fright. Yansen watched the leopard demon carry the two children and flee. He fell silent, not knowing what he was thinking, and Anne cried out, "Father, mother." But they hadn't run far when countless lights descended from the horizon. This is the immortal summoning great formation. Heavenly immortals descending to the mortal realm. Human cultivators chased closely behind the great demon was right in front of them. The leopard demon put the two children down and instructed eldest young, Miss second, young Miss later, go straight along this path. Don't look back. The two were scared. Don't leave us. Sniff, sniff. The leopard demon bowed. Your subordinate is incompetent. I can only accompany you to this far, young miss. Take care. Having said that, he drew his sword and charged back to block the pursuing cultivators. Human cultivators, I'm here. A cold sword pierced through the leopard demon. The other person didn't even bother to look at him. A talisman carried the two children and fled. The two fell into the rushing river nearby. The strong current instantly submerged their small, weak figures. Yansen observed everything. No wonder they were so stubborn. The biggest variable for An and Ling was that after falling into the river, they arrived in a world full of illusions. The two huddled in a small alley looking at the strange surroundings, so scary. And where is this place? I miss home? I don't know. The two were chased through 8 streets by a completely black creature. They walked through a vast desert, cultivating together, striving to overcome. Still being chased through 8 streets by the completely black creature. Until one day, many years later, when both had grown up, that ugly black thing was also trampled under their feet. They ventured together into outer space. The place they set foot on was Earth. Yansen left in Anne's memories. He spoke a string of strange, ancient words. Ling was tense. The others were also speechless. The civilians observing were also stunned. Even Guangbu didn't understand the situation. Ling Ling murmured the soul-searching technique was not damaged. Yansen turned and left. If you don't know why waste so much effort. Get out, I don't want to see you anymore. And Anne didn't understand anything for a moment. Yansen said gravely, while I still have some patience, quickly disappear. Ling Ling propped herself up. You will really let us go? Yansen raised an eyebrow. What do you still want to stay? A current ran down Ling Ling's spine. Yansen reminded you must compensate for all the damage caused by the monsters here at full price. The two little demons took out some gold coins. Compensating. We're compensating here. There's another cart behind. No need for any more, it's all unnecessary. The half-humanoids were confused. You've given too much. Guangbu propped himself up. We can't let them go. Ling Ling dragged An and run. The two great demons grabbed the two little demons. The four demons fled together at super speed. They zipped over the tops of the city buildings, about to disappear on the horizon. Guangbu was anxious. We can't let them go. Black Superman. Yansen, do you know that what you're doing will have very serious consequences? They are too strong, many times more powerful than the King of Monsters. If we just ignore them, something big will happen. Yansen's expression was a question mark. Guangbu continued. You see, they can easily destroy our planet. Guangbu calmly. I think I can do that too. Even so, when the time comes, solving them again isn't that good enough. Guangbu tried to persuade him. I know you're strong, but what then? When our era passes, what if they return? They look even younger than our students. By then, our students won't be their match at all. Yansen said, I trust my students, and besides, I live longer than those two girls. Guangbu was surprised. Why? Yansen said casually, because I am an emperor immortal. Guangbu was stunned upon hearing these words. The two great demons, and An and Ling Ling, clearly heard something. The superpowered individuals were stunned and silent. The two great demons fell face down onto the rooftop. The two little demons were thrown onto the ground. An tried to raise her head. Ling Ling, help me a little. My legs are like jelly. Looking to the side, Ling Ling had been clinically unconscious for who knows how long. And so this monster hunting competition also ended because of teacher Yansen's final move. The Earth deviated from its orbit, time shifting against the heavens to alter fate, directly scaring everyone, so the Alliance decided not to hold any more activities for 10 years. Due to the intrusion of the monsters, the competition was interrupted. The major academies did not win the competition, and each took their own little monsters home. 1 month later, the world changed again. The statue in the center of the world from Superman Guangbu was changed to Black Superman Yansen. After that event, teacher Yansen's ranking went from second to the world's top superhero. His action figures were distributed worldwide, and the cultivation class escaped poverty. But the story is not over yet at Tianxin's sect. Ran Zihao asked, Hey Xiaolu, have you seen teacher Yansen's son? Xiaolu replied, No, I haven't seen him for days. I don't know where he went. Teacher's dormitory. Yansen, after searching every nook and cranny, finally smiled. Found it. I'm so forgetful. I wonder if I'm getting old. And An and Ling Ling secretly observed from a distant rooftop. And An, is he really an emperor immortal? Judging from how he treated us earlier, it feels like it couldn't be wrong. 9/10, sure he's hiding his cultivation. Ling Ling swallowed nervously. Terrifying. Whether we can successfully become his disciples depends on today. The two crouched low, moved quickly, follow me. Ling Ling didn't understand. And An, didn't we swear before that even if we died we wouldn't let an immortal see the gate? What are we doing? And An countered, is he human? That's a legend even more powerful than the Supreme Venerable in legends. If he's a legend, then hiding here is useless. We're several levels below him. He won't be bored enough to open his divine sense and kill us. Ling Ling nodded. That's right, what should we do now? And then decided to directly charge forward and become his disciple. Ling Ling grabbed her sister's arm. And then that's an immortal emperor, I'm scared. And An comforted her. What's there to be scared of? He doesn't eat demons. Yansen, on the other side, snorted softly. The two great demons immediately shrank back. And An said, count to 3 and be brave. Ling Ling agreed. Okay, 1, 2, 3. The two great demons disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they landed in Yansen's room. And Anne's eyes were serious. Senior immortal we. Before she could finish her sentence, both were expelled by Yansen. The two great demons fell with a thump into a pile of garbage bags. Ouch. The garbage truck started emitting beeping sounds. The two demons cried, "Boo-hoo-hoo, we're still alive! I haven't even clearly seen him, and I've already been thrown out." Yansen's eyes were like dead fish. What the hell? After that, the two great demons didn't give up and continued to follow Yansen. He flew quickly forward. The two great demons eagerly chased after him. Yansen turned his head. The two demons immediately ducked and hid. Ling Ling asked, "Were we discovered?" An replied, "No. There's no spiritual energy fluctuation on him." So the two demons peeked out. The two girls found the front empty and shouted, "Where are they?" Both eagerly searched, not paying attention to their feet. Both stepped into a trap and were pulled upside down, a demon catching rope. Both were left hanging from a signal pole of some house. "Oh, ow, ow, help!" Yansen indifferently warned one last time, "Don't follow me." In a small wooden house in the desert, the two little demons were eating a meal with a side of vegetables. One demon asked, "Lord Demon King, what's wrong? I don't know." "Oh, well, don't ask too many questions. You might live a few more days just like that." The two little demons no longer cared and enthusiastically ate their meal. The two great demons, feeling down, sat drawing circles in the corner of the house. And so day after day passed, the students' noisy voices, "Class is starting, class is starting." Old classmates greeted each other. "Good morning, Brother Lu." "Good morning, Brother Chen." "Brother Lu, how was your winter break?" It was all right. Ever since the competition ended, I have a feeling that this year I can definitely guide QE into my body. That's good. Brother Lu, this has something to do with injuries, right? Based on your talent, it would take at least 20 years to guide QE into your body. Someone looked at Ran Zihao and asked, "Zihao, bro, what are you doing?" Ran Zihao, with a brush in each hand, danced like flying on paper. "Ha ha ha, homework is due soon. I haven't finished writing yet." Yansen entered the classroom. "Students, the holiday is over. I hope everyone can study hard in the new semester and become immortals soon." The students looked at the pile of scrolls and almost dropped their eyes. "These bamboo slips are the new textbooks for this semester. Inside are records of various immortal realm herbs and their effects, a total of 480 billion herbs. Of course, you don't have to copy them this time." The students secretly let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Yansen announced, "Within 10 years, memorize all 480 billion herbs." The students immediately drooled. Ran Zihao stammered, Teacher Yansen, what do you want to do with such a request?" Yansen stood on the podium looking down at his beloved students. "Welcome everyone to Yansen's second cultivation lecture hall. Alchemy. Memorizing these herbs is just the first lesson. Once your strength increases, remembering these herbs will be simple, students. Alchemy is a long process, don't rush. In the cultivation world, if you have extraordinary innate talent and diligently study for nearly 100 years, only a few people can reach the rank of a first-grade alchemist. The profession of alchemist, whether in the immortal realm or anywhere on the Zhuanzhu continent, is a formidable existence. A first-grade alchemist can rival an entire great nation." The students were surprised. Yansen continued. "Of course, the alchemist's own strength is not that strong. Some people don't even know how to fight, but that person can make others stronger and better at fighting." Ran Zihao exclaimed. "Fuck the others," whispered. "Isn't this a programmer writing hack code for others?" Yansen chuckled. "In the time to come, I will teach everyone how to identify, grow, and cultivate herbs, as well as the effects of producing and fusing different types of herbs during the learning period. I will provide individual guidance to each student. Have you all understood clearly?" The students unanimously replied, "Understood." And so, under the guidance of teacher Yansen, we unlocked 111 new pages of the cultivation world. That year, we were diligently studying, and there were also 2 pitiful great demons trying to become disciples. And Anne was sad. "I want to go to school." Ling Ling was also dejected. "Me too." Just when we thought that teacher Yansen's previous lightning strike in the competition would calm the whole world, but in a world where magic cultivation, ninja and superheroes coexist, the battle of wits and courage between each system had just begun. In the night sky at some cathedral, the one true believers were chanting prayers of unknown meaning. "Summon, awaken our king." A pale hand with long black nails reached out from the coffin. Vampire Dracula awoke. He asked who summoned me. The human reverently, "It is I, your highness. I have long admired your highness." Dracula was puzzled. "Human," the other person replied. "That's right. Vampire. An external energy was transmitted into him from now on. You are one of us." The human felt his body seemingly surging. Dracula's voice echoed throughout the castle. Immortality will soon descend upon the mortal world. Blending with the agonizing screams of the person imbued with power, Vampire Dracula revealed his sharp fangs and evil eyes. Somewhere in the world, something strange had been born. The major academies and the Superhero Alliance were completely unaware. At the same time, the Alliance had finally finished repairing the city, starting the graduation exam for heroes from the academies. A group of people stood on a high place. Those idiots from the Alliance have finally repaired the city. We have studied in this strange place for 20 years. Having gone through so many years of training, we are no longer weak. Nothing can stop us from graduating. Longhair said to his friend. This time our examiner is the black-robed Superman Yan Sen from the cultivation class. The Superman Academy class leader stiffened upon hearing that it's over. The graduation exam is about to begin. The location is still the same. You are still those people? A familiar feeling cheers from all the stands. Hu Mengqi was curious. I wonder who will be our examiner this time. Lan Bin confidently. Anyway, as long as it's not teacher Yan Sen, we can all pass. Sun Xiaolu adjusted her sleeve. That's right. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The chief examiner appeared. It was Lan Chi, long-time no-see cultivation class students. Ran Zihao's mouth dropped open. Sister Lan. Lan Chi smiled. That's right. This time I am your examiner. According to the Alliance's rules for the previous graduation exam, each academy's examination grounds were distributed in different areas of the city. The examiner for the Ninja Academy is Superman Guangbu from the Superhero Academy. The examiner for the Magic Academy is the Rainbow Squad from the Ninja Academy. The examiner for the Superhero Academy is the black-robed Superman Yan Sen from the Cultivation Academy. I don't know what the Alliance ate this year, arranging all the top 10 superheroes in the world to be the chief examiners, since the academies are fiercely competitive with each other. This interleaved examination method is truly malicious. Xiaolu saw his teacher at his academy's graduation arena and couldn't help but be surprised. Ah, teacher, Yan Sen, aren't you an examiner for the Superhero Academy? Why are you back? Yan Sen explained, Oh, I left a clone here. Xiaolu was stunned. A clone. The two idiots, Lan Bin and Ran Zihao, seeing familiar faces, cheered. So it's Sister Lan lol. Sun Xiaolu frowned again. She asked Sister Lan, What are the rules this time? Lan Chi crossed her arms after the monster-catching competition. Weren't you recognized by the world as the best academy? The rules this time are very simple. If you can touch my face within 10 minutes, you can graduate. Sun Xiaolu asked. Starting now. Lan Chi snapped her fingers. Then let's begin. The 10-minute clock started counting down. Sun Xiaolu shot forward like a bullet. She swung her sword with all her might. Lan Chi caught the blade with one hand, truly worthy of being a student taught by black-robed teacher Yan Sen. Her moves are truly vicious. This is just a small assessment. Do you really want to chop me to death? Xiaolu was shaken by Lan Chi's aura. Everyone focused their attention on the confrontation between the two girls on this side. Sun Xiaolu already looked weak, her whole body trembling, emitting weak cries. How could this be? While Lan Chi remained extremely tough, showing no signs of weakness. Ran Zihao and the others were confused. What level is Sister Lan's strength? Hu Mengqi said. I don't know anyway. It's not peak. Qi refining. Suddenly a shout, Xiaolu, be careful. Lan Chi was still very calm. I forgot to tell you kids. I'm going to fight back, ha. A purple beam of light was shot from Lan Chi's hand. Ran Zihao and the others gasped. Holy cow, a wave is coming. Sun Xiaolu immediately jumped aside to dodge. When the beam of light was about to shoot towards the audience, Lan Chi swung her hand, sending the beam of light into the air. Then pressed it down again to make you kids suffer a little. Seeing that move return once again, the students of the Cultivation Academy widened their eyes and gaped. Why does this move look so familiar? In just a split second, their arena exploded. The audience, frightened, dodged and raised their hands to the sky as if surrendering when the smoke and dust cleared. A hand holding 4 talismans was raised. It was Ran Zihao, his face stained with blood, his eyes spinning. He looked truly miserable. This is fundamentally not a wizard. I want to report this to the Alliance Education Bureau. The others were still in shock after the explosion. Are we still alive at this moment? Everyone finally regained their composure. In the 4 corners of the stadium there were 4 swords. Those were Yan Sen's swords. So when the explosion happened earlier, the male protagonist made his move. Lan Qiqi saw this and showed a very displeased expression, still covering up flaws. Sun Xiaolu had also recovered to a ready-to-fight state, the Qi refining and God transformation battle. Let's quickly transfer spiritual energy to Xiaolu. Okay, Xiaolu Zihao is almost done. It's alright, just a little less time. Lan Qiqi was even more excited. This is what I've been waiting for, come on. We won't lose so easily. As soon as she finished speaking, both sides charged at each other as fast as two gusts of wind, one golden from Sun Xiaolu, one pink from Lan Qiqi. But as soon as they touched Lan Qi flipped and kicked Sun Xiaolu directly in the face, causing her to somersault backward. The students watching were once again surprised. Sun Xiaolu painfully grimaced in anger, her brows tightly knitted. In the past, she had never had contact with the top 10 God-level experts. How can she be so powerful? Lan Qiqi continued to kick her leg backward. Then she spun in a circle like a top kicking towards Sun Xiaolu. Sun Xiaolu was truly angry. Her recent training in fighting was not in vain. Sun Xiaolu extended her hand, unleashing a grappling technique intending to grab Lan Qiqi's foot, but unexpectedly, Lan Qiqi was a step faster than her. She smiled sinisterly, so dangerous. At this moment, students from all academies were striving hard for graduation. At the same time, on the other side of the world, the sky was gray wind and rain raged, lightning and thunder enveloped the castle, creating a terrifying scene. A few shadowy figures, completely covered with unseen faces, walked in the rain. Suddenly a voice spoke. Is this the place? Yes, S-Class, Exiled Zone. At this moment in the arena, everyone was still cheering, very enthusiastically. Hit her, truly embarrassing for the master. Hit her, can you do it? If not, let me go up. And Anne cheered with great enthusiasm. She even punched the little demon monster, sending it flying from the audience seats. Truly pitiful for this little demon monster. Not only that, but she also threw everything she had down below. Half-empty water cans, half-eaten apples, crumpled paper snack bags. She swung her arms and legs, shouting left punch, not right punch. If it were me, I would have hit her already. So weak, did you not eat breakfast? Seeing this overly enthusiastic action, Yansen was startled and glanced over. Seeing this, the two girls slumped to the ground, their faces blank with an unreadable expression. Sun Xiaolu and Lan Qiqi were still fighting fiercely. Sun Xiaolu's face was somewhat tense. The two girls, Anan and Lingling, watched from the stands and commented truly, humble masters, senior disciple is probably about to lose the one in pink clothes. One look, and you know she's at the peak of the Qi refining and God transformation stage. Very likely, she has reached the soul refinement and void return realm. So what? First of all, not to mention, Xiaolu, using the Qi refining and God transformation realm to fight, she seriously lacks experience, and the difference between someone at the early stage and peak is also very large. Didn't she know summoning sword immortal Ming Yang Dao integration stage? Then she should also set up the formation. Summoning sword. Immortal Dao integration stage when at the Qi refining and God transformation stage was already very heaven-defying and could only unleash 1,000th of his power. A wave of the hand would deplete all spiritual energy. Facing the soul refinement and void return realm, hitting is good. Not hitting still means losing. So it's a sure loss, isn't it? Didn't they say touching the face wins? If you use your brain, there's still a chance. The atmosphere in the stadium was still extremely tense. Lan Qiqi and Sun Xiaolu were still exchanging moves. Lan Qiqi cunningly said, "Do you think that seeing my fight with your teacher, Yansen, made you think I'm easy to deal with? You are not on the same level as your teacher." Sun Xiaolu still refused to give up. I can't fight against the top 10. There's still a small distance. I need to find a way. With a punch, she pushed Lan Qiqi back. Then Xiaolu shot to a distant place. Her hands began to unleash the Tai Chi diagram. A powerful white dragon appeared along with that huge sun. That made anyone who saw it gasp in surprise. Sun Xiaolu shouted loudly. This second-level Qi transforming dragon, although not comparable to Ming Yang's move, also has greater power than the previous move. Let's see how you intend to counter this move. But Lan Qiqi had already appeared behind her. Xiaolu's expression changed slightly, since when Lan Qi chuckled, "Injuries heal before you unleashed this move. Could you see where you were, or are you saying you want to break the pot?" Lan Qiqi threw a powerful kick that sent Sun Xiaolu flying far away. Lan Qiqi slowly descended. "I won't let you graduate by this method at this moment. Sun Xiaolu's move transformed another level. Everyone who saw it was stunned. They're crazy. Lan Qi saw this and angrily unleashed all her magical combat overload 1000%. The power spread. Pink light beams appeared, as if their next battle would be even more intense. Ling Ling saw this and said, "Look, I told you early stage, soul refinement, and void return." Sister Lan used all her power. It's not good for a top 10 to use all her power on students. The creator of this move must also be a mentally twisted person. Truly insane. Luckily, it's only phase 2. Lan Qi thought to herself, I have to use my real skills. She tilted her body and unleashed a move towards the fiercely glowing dragon. Xiaolu took this opportunity to also unleash a move, good opportunity. At this moment, the pink light illuminated the entire stadium sky, making everyone extremely scared. They all screamed terribly. Then, when the battle was over, the sky was clear again. The scene was strangely peaceful. The students of the Cultivation Academy were all prostrate on the ground, smoke and dust still lingering. Ran Zihao said, "Did it touch the formation? Can no longer be used." Lan Qi was still very calm, very regrettable. If your speed had been a little faster just now, you would have touched it at this moment. Sun Xiaolu's hand was still clenched into a fist, almost touching Lan Qi. Xiaolu was now trembling on the ground. Damn it, just a little bit more. Lan Qi then said, "Congratulations, you have graduated." Lan Qi extended her hand in front of Sun Xiaolu. The audience heard this and were overjoyed. They shot fireworks and cheered loudly. "Congratulations to the cultivation class for graduating. That's awesome. You are the first batch of top students to graduate from the Superpower Academy. In over a decade, you must continue to work hard in the future." At this moment, the remaining students of the cultivation class were also moved to tears. Some had to cover their faces to hide their tears of emotion. "Ha ha 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 ha, that's great. Finally graduated, sniff sniff. Oh mom, since kindergarten, I've been studying here for over a decade, and finally I can graduate." On the arena, Sun Xiaolu was still kneeling on the ground far away from her. Lan Qi stood with her back turned, looking very proud and cold. Sun Xiaolu asked, "Didn't you say touching the face counts?" Sun Xiaolu cunningly replied, "You made me use all my strength so you can graduate, the four of you. Combined are enough to crush the vast majority of hero professions below the top 10. Head towards the top 10 in the world, work hard. Don't limit yourselves to hero professions. I know that your cultivation class's key refining and god transformation realm is just a small preliminary stage. I believe that one day you will be countless times stronger than me." Sun Xiaolu, sitting on the ground, could only stare blankly in surprise. "And so we graduated, becoming the first batch of top graduates in over a decade in the academies. But what made us ponder was that Sister Lan, a student more powerful than many hero professions, there were also a few from the Superpower Academy. Not just our Cultivation Academy. Sister Lan, who was known as the King of Assessments, had previously worked as an assessor for hero professions and would not change established rules. I don't know why Sister Lan, who has always been upright and just turned a blind eye and made exceptions for us." At this moment, the students of the cultivation class had walked up to them. The four of them were Lan Bin, Ran Zihao, Sun Xiaolu, and Hu Mengqi. Their eyes were extremely bright, their faces radiant with joy. In their hands, they held their Superpower Academy graduation certificates. But just 1 second later, their certificates were confiscated. Yan Sen said, "Confiscated when you become immortals. I will return them to you." The students at this moment could only cry with tears streaming down their faces. "Boo-hoo-hoo. Although you have graduated in this world in my place, you are still in kindergarten. Continue to cultivate for me, have you heard?" And so one sentence from teacher Yan Sen confiscated all our graduation certificates. Ran Zihao, who hadn't even had time to rejoice, shed tears again and secretly thought, saying that means it will take hundreds, even thousands of years before we can truly graduate. Xiaolu saw this and just darkened her face, comforting him. "Oh well, it's nothing big. I really don't know what you guys are thinking. Starting from guiding QI, graduating and becoming a hero, no longer holds much appeal for me. Anyway, I've already graduated. The next goal is immortality." The people behind, upon hearing these things, were also very surprised. Ran Zihao calmly assessed, suddenly feeling that Xiaolu was incredibly cool. Hu Mengqi also had her own thoughts. A bright and beautiful smile appeared on her face. Yan Sen also looked back at this moment as if scrutinizing. The N-class graduation assessment ended perfectly. Like this, there was also an airplane with a red ribbon hanging in the sky, the N-Class Superpower Academy graduation exam, as if to celebrate their victory. Boom, of course it wasn't perfect. The Magic Academy and Ninja Academy failed to graduate. And the Superhero Academy also broke the record for the fastest failure in 100 years being written into the school's history. Once everything was done, we all returned to school to begin a journey of abuse lasting 10,000 years. At this moment, Yan-sen was teaching his students how to grow herbs. Alchemy cannot be separated from herbs, and herbs cannot be separated from cultivating the soil. So let's start abusing from the most basic. A single herb not only needs to be judged by its quality age, and so on. This is a long-term teaching program. Have you understood? Ranzihao heard that and loudly replied, understood. After that, master and disciples diligently cultivated the fields and planted herbs. Suddenly the male protagonist Yan-sen stood behind two female students with freckles startling them. Then he waved his hand and sent the two girls flying into the sky, revealing their true forms. It turned out to be An-An and Ling-Ling. The two girls screamed in fright as they flew into the sky. Ranzihao, seeing some figures flying into the sky, rubbed his eyes and asked, "Is there something strange mixed in?" Yan-sen calmly replied, "I don't know." The students eagerly gathered around Chen Keishan, admiring the herb she successfully cultivated. Xiaoliu rubbed her chin, smiling brightly and praising Keishan. "The quality of the herbs you cultivate is also excellent." Chen Keishan's cheeks flushed. She smiled shyly. Other students clenched their hands and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right. This is the herb inside the blood-cleansing pill formula. It's the hardest to cultivate. Do you have any secrets? Tell us." Chen Keishan carefully held the precious herb and gently replied, "I don't know if I have any secrets. I don't know why I remembered all over 1,000 types of herbs after seeing them. Once some herbs I knew how to grow without even looking at a book." Liu Xiaoyi lightly slapped his face, showing helplessness. Comparing people to people makes people mad. The plant killer group of 4, Sun Xiaolu Ranzihao Lanbin Hu Mengqi, every plant they planted withered and died. The 4 stared at Chen Keishan with admiring eyes. Sun Xiaolu clenched her hands, crying and wailing. "It's already the 100th plant. I clearly followed the instructions in the book. Why did it still die?" On this side, Ranzihao even resorted to spiritual methods, taking 3 incense sticks to pray for the herb to successfully survive, while Lan Bin held a shield and danced around the herb to help it grow faster. Despite the students struggling with their herbs, Yan-sen calmly sat in his room sipping tea. After a while, he looked at his students and thought to himself, "That's enough." Hu Mengqi's face clearly showed sadness and disappointment because she couldn't grow a single herb. A few days later, in a classroom in a high-rise building, the room was filled with colorful balloons and a 3-tiered cake. The students cheered, "Congratulations, happy birthday, class leader." Everyone held sparklers, trumpets, and blew joyfully in contrast to everyone else. Hu Mengqi grimaced in anger, clenching her hands. "I said I wouldn't celebrate my birthday anymore. These guys still came." Lan Bin curiously asked, "How old is the class leader this year?" Liu quickly covered his mouth, stopping him and whispering, "Don't you want to live?" Not only the class leader but even Xiaolu has become extremely sensitive to age since cultivating last time. Liu Xiaoyi said the wrong thing and Xiaolu stuffed him into the toilet. Hu Mengqi heard their words. She turned back, trying to suppress her anger. "It's clearly my birthday. But why do I want to chop these people? I hate birthdays. Birthdays are supposed to be a day full of ceremonies, a happy day. But they have become a hateful day for all the female students in the cultivation class." Sun Xiaolu called Ranzihao aside and asked, "Why didn't you call Teacher Yan?" Sen Ranzihao immediately replied, "I called. I came to inform him 2 days ago. But I don't know where Teacher Yan-sen went traveling these 2 days. I haven't seen him anywhere." Suddenly the doorbell rang. Ranzihao spun around and smiled brightly. "Ah, didn't he arrive?" Hu Mengqi immediately changed her attitude, running off, her face bright as if relieved. "Let me open the door," seeing her like that. Sun Xiaolu's face was a little bewildered and puzzled. The door opened, but it wasn't Yan-sen. It was a group of students from the Superhero Academy. "Happy birthday." Hu Mengqi clearly showed a look of disappointment. She coldly cursed, "Get out." The class leader of the Superhero Academy threw a large gift at her, then swaggered into the party, his face filled with joy, shouting loudly, "Ah ha ha, party party." Inside, students from the Ninja Academy and Magic Academy were already there. They held plates of birthday cake eating, with relish. The class leader of the superhero academy was surprised and quickly asked, Why are you here too? Hui Ying immediately replied, How can we miss a party? Yerong also said, You're too late. All the students taking advantage of the birthday party played, danced, and shouted loudly, Let's party! Let's take a photo together! Finally, Sister Lan and a few god-level heroes also came to wish Hu Mengqi a happy birthday. Of course, only teacher Yan Sen didn't come. The party gradually ended and most of the students had dispersed. Hu Mengqi alone, holding a plate of birthday cake, walked out into the hallway and headed towards Yan Sen's room as she walked. She sniffled and complained, I'm so done with these people. I swear I'll never have a birthday party again. She pushed the door open, entered the room and placed the cake on the table. Yan Sen sat at the tea table, his eyes lightly glancing over. Hu Mengqi quickly changed her attitude, looking at him brightly and asking, Haha, teacher Yan Sen, you're back. Yan Sen coldly replied with a grunt. Then he grabbed the sword on the table and threw it straight at the student. Hu Mengqi quickly caught the sword with both hands, her face slightly scrunched up. Yan Sen stood up, walked to the door and said, Follow me. Although Hu Mengqi didn't understand anything, she still replied, Yes, yes. The two went to an open area. Hu Mengqi walked behind, constantly asking teacher, Where do you want to take me? Yan Sen stopped, looked up into the distance and remained silent. Hu Mengqi, seeing her teacher's terrifying silence, also widened her eyes. She huddled slightly, trembling, then she also looked around at the surroundings. I remember this place, haha. Yan Sen seriously asked, Are you ready? Hu Mengqi's face was blank. She asked again, ready for what? As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Sen lightly touched the back of her neck. After a split second, the sky suddenly turned dark. Yan Sen pulled Hu Mengqi up to the moon. Hu Mengqi screamed, terrified and pale. Hey, teacher! Teacher Yan Sen, you're going too far. Yan Sen remained calm and said softly, Today I will teach you a move, a unique sword cultivation technique of Tian Shen sect. Watch closely, I will only do it once. Immediately, the swords formed a circle around Yan Sen as he acted. He explained, in the immortal realm, there is a specialized profession for killing people. They don't practice cultivation techniques. They don't practice alchemy. They follow a different cultivation system than ordinary cultivators. Comprehending the path of sword cultivation will allow them to kill people with their eyes closed, even from tens of thousands of miles away. The divine sense of a cultivator can clearly see the attack movements of others. The mental sense of a sword cultivator can predict the movements of others. Watch closely. He began, his hands crossed, activating sword ki. A sword strike launched. A move countless swords that had surrounded him earlier charged straight forward, targeting Earth. Sword ki slashed down from the moon to Earth. A mosquito was merrily flying around, preparing to find prey. Suddenly it was cut into hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of tiny pieces by the sword ki. Even its cells were sliced. Even its gene sequence was split in two. They began to shatter. Tiny particles in the lotus chain were also swept by the sword ki. In an instant they shattered into even smaller pieces. And so countless such mosquitoes were chopped down. Behind some rock, Anan and Ling Ling's sisters looked up. The two demon kings couldn't help but gape in horror. Mengqi trembled slightly. Teacher just did something terrifying. Yan Sen turned his face and responded with dangerous eyes, waiting for you to comprehend the realm of sword intent. You can also destroy an entire race with one sword. This is sword cultivation. Yan Sen put the sword back into its sheath, then lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice, The realms of sword cultivation are distinguished as sword ki, sword stance, sword intent, sword domain, and sword Dao. The more you comprehend, the sharper your sword will be and the more people you can cut. Hearing this, one would expect Hu Mengqi to be overjoyed and excited, but her attitude was completely the opposite. She sat trembling, her eyes wide, her teeth clenched in fear. Yan Sen continued, You have great talent, aren't you? Very poor at comprehending cultivation techniques. This profession is very suitable for you. The sword manual of this sect and this sword are all given to you. Hu Mengqi held the sword in her hand hesitantly. This is your heavenly sword, teacher. Yan Sen replied. Take it and use it. I don't need it much. In a flash, he led his student back to the original place. All right, go back. Happy birthday. Hu Mengqi still sat blankly, her face dazed as if she still didn't understand anything. Television began to break the news. This is the evening news of heroes yesterday afternoon. All species of mosquitoes around the world seem to have gone extinct. Not a single trace found, all mysteriously disappeared. Relevant heroes have investigated this matter currently. There are no clues in the store. Lan Bin, while eating a piece of bread, asked what's wrong with the class leader. Ran Zihao, sitting nearby, also said, I don't know. Hu Mengqi was still recalling her teacher's light sword strike standing on the moon more than 300,000 kilometers away, wiping out an entire species. She still hadn't fully recovered, she said in a trembling, incoherent voice. Sword cultivation? On this side in the wooden house in the desert, the two sisters who had secretly seen Yan Sen's sword technique also slumped their faces onto the table in frustration. Night gradually fell. At the vampire organization, the leader Wang covered his mouth with his hand, revealing his fangs, smiling mysteriously. A subordinate carried the hero's corpse, following closely behind. Ha ha, the top 10 god-level righteous figures of this world are also too weak. They look quite powerful, but in reality they're nothing. It seems that if Wang wants to rule this world, it's within his grasp. Ha ha, making me search so hard. Lord Dracula S-class exiled prisoner. Suddenly, two dark figures appeared above. Dracula sensed it and looked up in surprise. Above, there were two mysterious people. One of them said, Kid, rebelling against the protagonist in this world requires great courage. Dracula gritted his teeth. Who are you? The two mysterious people mockingly said, What era is it? Now still these old, outdated thoughts. Can't you have a little bit of progressive spirit, you idiots? The purge has begun, the villains of the other world. On the Superhero Academy side, Xiao Hong sat up and asked, What's wrong? Number 001, replied a familiar feeling. I have a bad premonition. At the Cultivation Academy, Yan Sen sat at the tea table, leisurely enjoying a refreshing cup of tea. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Ling Ling turned and asked, Anan, did you learn Master's sword technique yesterday? Anan replied, Learned nothing at all. Strange, in broad daylight like this, why isn't there anyone? A strange object appeared in front. Ling Ling was even more curious. What is that? A red dinosaur-shaped robot stood majestically in front of the two. It just stood there, not speaking or answering. The dinosaur Superman suddenly grew larger. I checked the system log, and Ling Ling SSS class exiled prisoners from the cultivation world. A bit troublesome. Ling Ling was confused. It knows us and continued exiled prisoners. What do you want to do? The dinosaur Superman put his hands on his hips. You have been caught. Ann stepped forward and asked, Hey, do you understand human speech? Who are you? Suddenly the dinosaur Superman in front spoke, transforming then a transformation sequence. Slender arms, a delicate face. In just a flash, it gradually transformed into a different shape. Battle form ready, looks incredibly cool. A face many times more handsome than that dinosaur head. He is ancient hero number 003. On the Rainbow Squad side, number 001 suddenly screamed. Not good, Xiao Hong asked in confusion. What's wrong with you? Number 001. 001 angrily stomped his foot and cursed. Those damn bastards are back. What those idiots? At the headquarters, the latest information was transmitted. High-energy reactions appeared in Waitangchin City. The president glanced and asked his assistant, What's wrong? The assistant replied in a panic. I don't know. The magnetic field. Energy is not like our current heroes. It's very similar to number 01. The president stared and asked ancient superhero, surely it's not wrong. Back to the two female demons, suddenly a wave of power slammed into a nearby highway overpass. The two great demons looked up. Another green dinosaur appeared. It assessed the two great demons and reminded, Opposite is an SSS class prisoner. Have all humans been evacuated? Do you need help? 03 shook his head and replied, No. 03 powerfully raised his hand towards the two female demons. The two demons were full of suspicion. Suddenly a terrifying stream of power shot out from his palm. The two female demons' expressions changed slightly, and they quickly fled at extreme speed. Boom, boom, shockwaves radiated out, covering a wide area. The entire sky of Y City was enveloped in a magical golden light. Looking up at the sky, the president looked completely overwhelmed and exclaimed, What is this situation? The Rainbow Squad was also shaken by this power. They shouted, Oh my God, no. Way did your brothers do this? 001 explained it's 003's nuclear energy, compressed space, seal. The Cultivation Academy also felt this unusual tremor. The students were shaken and couldn't even stand steadily. What happened? It can even reach this far. Mengqi glanced teacher, this is Yansen, held her coldly, saying what happens outside has nothing to do with us. Continue with your abuse. The entire Y city was then sealed by a layer of white light looking at the space below. And Anne shouted loudly, Where is this Ling? Ling continued, I don't know. Didn't it explode just now? Xiaohong wondered what is 003's nuclear energy space seal. 001 explained. It is the use of high-density nuclear clusters to form a plane. 003's special rule power, suppressing the space on the plane. After suppressing Ling Ling and Anne for a while, 003 happily said, Done job finished. On the plane, Ling Ling was flustered what to do. And Anne, without a word, used all her strength to break through the plane and charged straight down at 003. I'll end your head. This level of space can't stop me seeing the enemy attack. 03 reached out his hand, wanting to use space suppression on her again, but Anne dodged it, then kicked 003 directly in the face. 003 was kicked, flying backward, slamming into the building opposite before finally stopping. The green dinosaur Superman on the rooftop of a nearby building scoffed, I told you to be careful. Ling Ling said in a deep voice, We're not easy to bully. I'm angry, the consequences will be very serious. The green dinosaur loudly, Number 03, are you still alive? From the pile of analysis, 003's voice rang out, Can't die truly powerful. Somewhere at the headquarters of ancient superhero, two figures stood there. They were the pink dinosaur Superman and the yellow dinosaur Superman. The pink one asked, Can number 003 handle it? The yellow Superman reassured, Don't worry, this isn't the first time he's done this. Next to them was a very familiar face, none other than Dracula. The vampire was also bound and gagged at the same time, unable to speak continuously, making muffled sounds. The sound of conversation echoed. So, where is he? He said nothing. Perhaps he still wants to stay in this world. Then let's draw. Lots. The vampire heard this and struggled continuously, tears welling up in his eyes. He wasn't silent because he didn't want to speak, but because he was gagged and couldn't speak. Is that okay? Back to the battle between the two female demons and 003. And Anne charged forward with her sword challenging, let's solo. 003 clenched his fists, his body in a ready-to-fight stance. Come on. 003's hand shot forward, spatial dimension. The fourth dimension space suddenly distorted, splitting into illusions. In a flash, the two great demons were once again restrained. After a while, he continued, Space has classifications, newly arrived demon kings. How do you two newly arrived great demon kings feel about this move? The two of you are indeed different from other transmigrating criminals in the second dimension. We can compress your internal organs and brain into a sheet of paper. Not only can you remain unharmed, but you can also transcend thought. Fighting you, I will go all out. I acknowledge you. No sooner had he finished boasting than he was slapped in the face. A large rock flew down and hit him on the head, making him shriek. 003, angrily, looked at the green Superman on the rooftop and shouted, What are you doing? The green Superman pointed to the left and loudly said, How long are you going to ramble? Look, is there anyone in front? Your ultimate move shot forward. Now 003 was dumbfounded and turned his head to look. The place that was just suppressed had now turned into two teddy bears with two large words written on them. Idiot. Then he heard the green dinosaur roar, Are all your parts made of urine? 03 blamed himself. She said she wanted a duel. I was fooled. Ling Ling and Anne had long since run away as fast as they could. Ling Ling said, I thought I was stupid enough. I didn't expect that guy to be even stupider than me. And Anne, I'm not convinced. And Anne continued, Sooner or later we will find our territory again. Currently we are not their opponents, yet. Let's escape quickly. When I successfully become a disciple, I will definitely split them in half. A3 slumped to the ground in despair, complaining, Damn it, my program says IQ 120, yet I was fooled by those two bastards. The green Superman added salt to 03's wound. I think your IQ is negative. 120, that's more accurate. You said you wanted to solo, so I gave you the most important task, 003. Said I have captured so many exiled prisoners. They are the first ones to fool me and escape. This is the first time I've encountered this. Damn it, Cultivation World, I want to solo with you guys. As if hearing 003's complaints, Ling Ling and Annan secretly cursed idiots useless. And so the two disappeared into the horizon no longer seen. A moment later, the loudspeaker transmitted news. New news. Super hot. Fresh news. Ancient superheroes have awakened. Ancient superheroes have awakened. A young man in a green shirt said to the bald man next to him, "Have you heard the news? Ancient superheroes have appeared," the bald man asked. In shock, "No way is it true or false." The green shirt raised his phone in front of the bald man, as proof. "If you don't believe me, look." On the president's side, he said to Guangbu, "The appearance of ancient superheroes will lead to big waves and strong winds." The Rainbow Squad, upon seeing the news, was no less panicked. "No way. Number 001, your brothers are too strong." 001 sneered and denied. "Humph, who are their brothers?" The Black Superman continued. "Number 001, but they are much stronger than you." 001 coldly said, "So strong that year, I could press them to the ground and beat them." Suddenly sensing something, 001 flew out the window before the bewildered eyes of the Rainbow Squad. 001 went to reunite with his two old teammates. Seeing 001, 003 spoke Big Brother. "Long time no see." 001 frankly said, "Who's your big brother? Stop trying to establish a close relationship." 003 said with disdain, "Really weak, too weak. Your current strength is not even 1,000th of what it was that year. You can't even use the power of rules now. Big brother, I can defeat you with one finger." 001 shouted, "Stop babbling, why are you looking for me?" 003 got straight to the point. "You've been on Earth the longest. I heard the center say that there's an exiled prisoner on Earth who has surpassed SS class. We want to know who he is and where he is." 001 replied, "You let the center calculate a bit, isn't it done?" 003 shook his head. "His Highness, the center can predict the future but cannot fully understand him. There's no intelligence at all." 001 chuckled to himself. "Heh, so even the strongest center can't handle it." 003 continued, "You've been on Earth the longest, so I need your help. Who exactly?" "Is he?" 001 revealed. "The person you're talking about is the one at the Cultivation Academy." 003 was startled upon hearing that. It's the Cultivation Academy again." 001 added, "As someone who used to be your brother, I advise you not to provoke that person. You won't even be able to try to unscrew a single screw." 003 showed arrogance. Is that? So it seems Big Brother is unwilling to reveal more information. I'm leaving." "Big Brother, I have one more thing to say. We hope you come back. Leave humanity. Come back to the center. You will be stronger than before." 01 flatly refused. Wrong, humans are much stronger than artificial intelligence. Xiao Hong, who was eavesdropping with her teammate, covered her face in excitement. "Oh, so ancient heroes all talk like this. So Chunibyu, I like it." Xiaoke wondered. "Number 01, what is the center?" 001 explained. "It's something that can make time stand still and can predict the future. An artificial intelligence computer." The Black Superman gasped in awe. "Wow, no way. They rely on the center to absorb solar energy. Haha, so that's how it is." Number 01 even had good intentions, reminding his brothers not to provoke that pervert from the Cultivation Academy. 001 turned his face away. "I didn't tell them not to go." "Heh, those bastards are dead for sure." The Rainbow Squad heard this and froze, stammering, so insidious. The male protagonist, as if sensing someone speaking ill of him, continuously sneezed uncontrollably. Then he looked back at the Rainbow Squad with profound eyes. On Ling Ling and An's side, as soon as they returned, An burst out at the two little demon monsters. "Eat, eat, eat. Only know how to eat. If you still haven't successfully become disciples tomorrow, I will boil you." The two little demons desperately protected their rice bowls. The pink demon stammered, "Your Highness Demon King, you two want to work under a hero, right?" An replied, "That's right." So what the pink demon calmly said while eating, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" 20 years of working as hired hands, we are experts in robbing positions," the green demon continued. "Your Highness Demon King, were you two thrown out by some heroes?" And An nodded repeatedly. "That's right." The pink demon burst into tears, patting An's shoulder to comfort her. Sniff, sniff. "Your Highness Demon King, we understand we were also treated that way back then. In this world, it's not easy for us monsters to survive," Ling Ling growled, reminding them. "Speak less. How did you earn so much gold?" The pink demon recounted between sobs as a monster. "Not only do you have to work under heroes for 7 parts of your winnings, you also have to steal jobs from other fellow monsters." Seeing him being too long-winded, Ling Ling anxiously asked, "Are you going to tell us or not?" The pink demon presented a red box and replied, "Simple, give gifts." And An's eyes widened. "Give gifts?" The pink demon nodded definitively. That's right. Give gifts to the person next to them. Go through the back door so that person can speak well of us once the gift arrives. There will be work immediately. Ling Ling and Anan shouted in unison, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" The two little monsters hugged each other trembling, saying you didn't even ask. Acknowledging the plan, An invited Ling Ling, let's go. That day at the Cultivation Academy, Ling Ling and Anan came together to meet Yansen's students. Seeing the two, Ranzihao looked very surprised and shouted, "Ah!" Immediately stepped forward, sword in hand, ready to defend. It's them. Again. You two don't cause trouble. This is teacher's barrier. Meng Qi continued. Last time you even impersonated two of my classmates to come here. Sun Xiaolu stepped forward to stop them. Everyone wait a minute. I feel like they're not here to cause trouble. What do you two want to do? And put her hand into her chest, pulled out a large sack of weapons from her chest. Ling Ling also took out a similar sack. Seeing the large number of weapons, all the students of the Cultivation Academy stared in astonishment and exclaimed, "What?" After distributing the weapons, everyone went together to Yansen's room. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Xiaolu and Xiaoyi and two female students secretly eavesdropping. Ranzihao asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Xiaolu smiled cunningly. "Do you know? Teacher Yansen and Sister Lan have been teaching in the dormitory for a very long time and haven't come out yet." Ranzihao got angry. "Hey, how did teacher teach you? It's not allowed to eavesdrop on elders talking." Though his mouth was stiff immediately after Ranzihao and everyone else gathered at the door to listen. When did this happen? Xiaolu meticulously recounted half an hour ago when Sister Lan came in. Her face was full of reluctance and even a little red. Ranzihao asked further, did teacher see reason? Did you see teacher Yansen's expression? Xiaolu replied, I didn't see it clearly. Just then, a very sensitive sound came from inside. Ah, it hurts. This made the students freeze on the spot. Then they all leaned closer. The force was so great that it even knocked down the door, and so they all fell inside with a crash. And so the students looked up in a daze, seeing a scene unlike what they had imagined, and fell silent. Yansen, holding scissors in one hand and a surgical knife in the other, asked suspiciously, What are you doing? Ranzihao gave an awkward laugh. Haha, nothing. Xiaolu chimed in explaining we just slipped when we walked past. Oh right, teacher, what are you doing? Yansen didn't mind explaining. Oh, your sister Lan agreed to let me conduct experiments to understand your abilities in this world. Lan Chi-Chi's eyes welled up with tears. She sprang up and asked, So have you understood yet, darn it? Yansen casually unleashed a burst of firepower, saying, Your world has a strange magnetic field in the universe. Your bodies can communicate with this magnetic field and thus gain power like this. Ranzihao exclaimed, this is Meng Qi continued superpower. Looking at the dancing flame in Yansen's hand, Zihao continued, This is not spiritual power, it's fire element superpower. Yansen nodded slightly. Getting a bit more proficient as he spoke. He raised his index finger on his other hand, and immediately several drops of water appeared on his hand. Xiaolu excitedly widened her eyes and cheered teacher, contrasting attributes. Yansen wondered, is that? So there's also this type of attribute after saying that his eyes glowed again, emitting a laser-like beam that made the students gasp. Once more they jumped up in fright. Teacher, Yansen. All right. Yansen complained, so boring, no spiritual power is good to use. Xiaolu wondered, your superpower must belong to the acquired awakening type, right? Ranzihao continued. I was also an acquired awakening superpower user before, although I can't compare to you, teacher. Yansen, you're too abnormal. Lan Chi-Chi chimed in. I'm an innate superpower user. What you're doing is equivalent to a child. Learning to walk as soon as they're born, calling you a pervert, is even belittling you. Yansen's eyes were full of doubt. Is it that difficult? Can't you feel it? Why are you looking for me? Mengqi replied. It's about the great demons. Xiaolu chimed in. That's right, those people keep blah blah, speaking well of the two female demons. After listening to a long speech, Yansen asked, after speaking so many good words, Have you forgotten that they wanted to kill you before? Have you received some big gifts or something? Mengqi scratched her head awkwardly, denying, of course not. We only took a tiny bit. Mengqi's tiny bit here means an entire room full, right? Yansen nodded lightly. If you don't mind what happened before, then I won't say anything more. You have no ambition. Call them to come find me. Menki and Shoryu happily succeeded. Not long after, the two female demons came and knelt before Yansen Master above. Please accept this disciple's bow. Yansen slowly poured tea. You yourselves are already great demons. Why do you still let yourselves suffer injustice? And An replied, being able to join under an immortal emperor is an honor for a little demon. Yansen took a sip of tea. You also know now you dare to bribe our disciples. And An bowed her head. It was all given. I didn't keep anything. Yansen asked again. The guardian beast of this sect must at least be an early-stage demon venerable. And An was startled. Demon venerable Yansen turned and said, if my senior disciples speak well of you, then go guard the gate when you reach the venerable stage, then come and be my guardians. The two great demons immediately agreed. Yes, Master Yansen smiled bitterly. Seriously. You're still thinking of this gift-giving trick. And so the two great demons flew straight out of the sect, like two flashes of lightning. When 003 and the green dinosaur Superman returned to headquarters, they were scolded. What the hell did you guys do? How could you fail like that? If the two of you had acted together, it wouldn't have been such a mess. 003 apologized. I don't know. They're very powerful. Not only can they break two-dimensional space, they can even deceive four-dimensional space. The green dinosaur Superman asked again, what's wrong with you guys? The pink dinosaur sighed. Dracula ran away. We came back to get this. Then we didn't see anyone. The green one slapped his forehead. You idiots, I truly admire you. A sphere with countless galaxies floating on its surface, hovering above their heads, said in a deep voice, all right, it's the central artificial intelligence computer, the core of all ancient superhumans. I3, Your Highness the Center. I have thoroughly investigated a portion of the exiled prisoners who surpassed SSS class are from the Cultivation Academy, the supercomputer said in a deep voice. No rush. Every 100 years is the day when the sun's nuclear fusion reaction is strongest. By then, we won't need your big brother. We can also unleash immense power. That day will come in 2 weeks. Then we will beat all the scum from the other world and package them back to their hometown. The dinosaur superhumans immediately nodded. Yes. The world my mother left behind does not allow those from other worlds to cause trouble. In another place in the vast desert, the sun shone brightly. A few vampires gathered together. Aren't you known as the best puncher in the vampire family? Why were you beaten so badly by those scattered assassins that you wet your pants? The other one showed his broken, jagged teeth. Aren't you ashamed to say that my teeth are all broken from biting? And what about you? Were you riding a rocket to escape? I did that to preserve our strength. Look, didn't I save Lord Dracula? The one with broken teeth gritted. You're good. If you hadn't run away earlier, would Lord Dracula have been caught? Another one wearing glasses said in a deep voice. All right, you two stop arguing. Listen to what Lord says. Then he turned to look at Dracula. Lord, now, what should we do this time? There's no way soon we will be caught by those ancient superhumans. Dracula spoke. Invite the Hobbs vampire family, ancient vampires. However, they hadn't gone far when the one with broken teeth shouted, oh my God, we're about to be sun-dried like African chickens. If we still can't find this person, we'll die here. The white-haired one also complained. It's too hot. The one with glasses said, Lord, are you sure the legendary ancient vampires are in this desert? Dracula affirmed, no mistake, probably here. Before my mother was destroyed by humans, she told me about a very powerful type of vampire. There was no specific information. She just said they could only be found in the hottest places in the world, which is here, saying that he formed hand seals and muttered strange incantations. Then he raised his hands high to the sky and shouted loudly, Open sesame! In front of the group of vampires, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared. Leading to a completely different space. Inside was a primeval forest. This is truly real. Dracula rejoiced. I thought my mother was crazy and talking nonsense with this incantation. The silver-haired and bandaged one who was just arguing now showed affection and celebrated together. Haha, Mom, we're saved, damn. Earth, did you think only you had ancient heroes? And so the vampires all stepped into that mysterious world. The surrounding scenery couldn't help but make them exclaim, My God, who would have thought that under this deadly hot desert there would be such a vast jungle? Suddenly laughter echoed from somewhere. Ha ha! The group followed the laughter to a waterfall. This place turned out to be a resting place for some humans. No, they were vampires. They were playing volleyball. A moment later, from the bushes, the newly arrived group of vampires looked out in surprise. Are they the Hobbs family? They don't look very strong. Lord, are you mistaken? The one with glasses explained. Don't you see they're just children? At this moment, on the volleyball court below, a girl in a pink bikini sat down complaining. No more playing. No more playing. You guys are too good. We're leaving. First, the blonde next to her glared, pretending what you basically didn't play seriously. Another person spoke. That's right, tomorrow. We still have to go to school. Let's go pick up the ball. Dracula saw that girl intending to pick up the ball in the sun. He shouted in fear, "Be careful, that's sunlight!" He bravely rushed out, intending to save the girl, but ended up falling flat. His subordinates saw this and anxiously shouted, "Lord!" The girl saw Dracula suddenly rush out. She was a little startled and shouted, "Ah!" Dracula looked very surprised and asked, "Are you okay? This is unscientific?" The girl asked in a daze, "Who are you?" The vampire's face suddenly became haggard, tears welling up. He lay sprawled on the ground. The surrounding ground also cracked. The remaining vampires screamed loudly. "Ah!" Dracula mumbled in a daze. So strong I can't move. "What kind of ability is this?" a few vampires quickly explained to the girl in pink. "They're family? Ha ha! Don't get excited, we're vampires," the pink one exclaimed. "Oh, so they're my kind. Sorry. I thought it was some bored person spying." The group of young men and women behind heard the commotion and looked over what's happening. "What happened?" The pink bikini replied, "Their fellow kind from the outside world." Then they, along with the Hobbs vampire family, all got into a truck and headed back to the base. Dracula now looked nothing like a lord. He sat timidly huddled, not daring to breathe heavily. To dispel the tense atmosphere, the black-haired man spoke. "You guys are from outside. I've never seen you before." The blonde chimed in. "Criticizing your clothes are too rustic." "Ha ha!" Dracula gave an awkward laugh. "I thought this place was just a jungle." The enthusiastic girl in pink replied, "Of course not. This whole place is a world. Everyone here is a vampire." Dracula looked surprised. "All vampires?" The pink one nodded. "That's right. This world, including us, was entirely created by Sir Hobbs alone." Dracula widened his eyes and exclaimed. Hobbs the blonde handed the pink one a bag of blood, saying, "Hobbs, try this fresh animal blood." The girl took the bag of blood and replied, "Thank you, Hobbs." At that moment, Dracula's group realized that everyone's names were the same. The blonde shook her head and denied not the same. She pronounces it as 6,07356. I pronounce it as 6,073,737. Dracula wondered, "You don't drink human blood." The white-haired girl coldly said, "No way we'd drink it. If we drank human blood, it would only lower our own abilities. Only a fool would drink that." At this moment, their car had also entered the bustling central area. An orange-haired ant leading a dog came up to their car and asked, "Are you kids back from your picnic?" The pink one replied on behalf of the group, "Yes, Aunt Hobbs." The bandaged one whispered, "Lord, look at them. Everyone here is stronger than you. All their vampire powers exceed level 10. The one with glasses reminded his teammate to speak softly. "Even the dog over there can defeat us. So scary." After greeting the orange-haired aunt, the truck continued to drive. The pink-clad woman inquired, "Oh, right. I still don't know what you gentlemen came to our world for." Dracula hesitated. It's Poloba." After a while, hearing his story, the pink one exclaimed, "You mean those 5 or 6 colored robots?" Dracula asked in surprise. Do you know them?" The white-haired one continued, "Of course and they are eternal enemies." The black-haired man chimed in ancient times. "They wanted to eradicate us, but they couldn't. In the end, we agreed to a pact. They retreated and hid in the sun. We returned to our world river water, not offending. Well, water, have you fought them?" At this question, Dracula burst into tears. Boo-hoo. Of course I hadn't even seen anyone before. I was knocked unconscious by a hand. They even locked me in a bottle. I was almost castrated. The white-haired woman comforted them. "You're lucky to be alive. Those are all people with the power of rules. We don't even have that yet." The black-haired man added, "Especially that guy number 001, their leader. That guy is the one who can solo with our 5 Hobbs elders," Dracula asked in doubt. So strong," the black-haired one affirmed. "Of course, that's why our clan fears number 001 the most." The blonde chimed in. "This isn't even the most important thing. The most troublesome is that center guy Dracula was completely bewildered." "The center." The blonde nodded slightly. "A being with many types of rule power, an artificial intelligence computer." Dracula became increasingly disheartened. Hobbs, the black-haired, comforted him. Don't worry. Our Hobbs family isn't vegetarian, you are also vampires, so of course you're considered our kin. If you violate the pact, don't blame us for being impolite. Dracula raised an eyebrow and asked in the Hobbs family, can you girls decide? The pink one affirmed. Of course we can, we are vampire number 6,00735,000,000. The last one's Hobbs created, he loves us the most. Noticing that the journey was quite long, Dracula wondered, where are we going? Black-haired Hobbs replied to the third elder's house. She's the only vampire in our clan who can predict the future. The newly arrived vampires heard this and couldn't help but be surprised. Pre-predict the future. No way. The black-haired one nodded. That's right. Whenever we leave our world, we always go to the third elder's house to predict whether our trip will be smooth. Dracula, as if not believing his ears, exclaimed, so powerful. There's even this kind of vampire. White-haired Hobbs affirmed, of course, there is the third elder is the most respected person in our clan. The car continued its journey. Until late at night, it stopped in front of a magnificent castle. Everything here was new in the eyes of Dracula and his companions. Upon entering, the young members of the Hobbs clan respectfully bowed to the woman in the black cloak. Hello, third elder. Seeing them, the third elder asked directly, have you come to me to prepare to leave this world? Pink-clad Hobbs smiled friendly and replied, as expected, of the third elder. The third elder reminded, stop flattering me. Even a ghost could guess. Don't rely on Hobbs's love for you to do whatever you want. The bandaged one whispered, Lord, look at her. Is she a vampire or a sorceress? The blonde standing next to him heard and explained the third elder once held a position at the ancient magic academy. After seeing Hobbs's power, she chose to become a vampire. The pink one got straight to the point. Third elder, we came here to ask you to predict a little about the future. The third elder nodded. I know, let's begin. The third elder held the sphere in her hand, circulating spiritual energy and muttering some strange incantation, making the sphere glow brightly. The pink one anxiously asked third elder, how is it? Will our trip outside the world be smooth this time? The third elder replied, good. Ha ha. It's truly too good. Their big brother, ancient S-class hero 001, has fractured with his brothers. Their big brother is currently weakening and can't hold on much longer. The pink one cheered joyfully. Really? Ha ha. That's great. That number 001 is the most hateful. The white-haired one continued without him. That bunch is simply no match for our Hobbs family. The third elder continued. Moreover, we don't even need to make a move. Someone will deal with them. Not even a single screw will be left. Haha. They also have this day. The pink one jumped up and down. Yeah, that's awesome. Who is that person? Suddenly, the old woman's expression changed. Wait. Why? Everyone asked worriedly. What's wrong, third elder? She said with a fearful expression. Why can't I predict the future anymore when I look at this place? Looking at the figure's back, she wondered, who is he? After becoming overly agitated, the third elder was given a ticket to the altar to admire the cremation chicken. She investigated a place she shouldn't have investigated, investigating an immortal emperor. How could she survive? She's currently lying motionless, lifeless. The last generation of Hobbs knelt before the third elder's portrait, crying incessantly. The blonde one said, amidst sobs, Third elder, you died so tragically, good or bad, you're a demon. How can you just die like that? You haven't even left the door. How did one person die like that? Third elder Dracula's group also teared up in emotion upon hearing this. Suddenly, 3 men in black rushed in from somewhere, hastily asking, what happened to you? The pink one replied, First elder, fourth elder, second elder. The blonde quickly recounted, we don't know why either. Last night we wanted to leave this world, so we went to the third elder to inquire a bit about the future. The third elder said, who is he? Then she died unexpectedly. The first elder's face was mournful. He wondered, how can this be? The third elder said she was born on the same day, same month, same year. So why did she go 1 step earlier? The second elder patted the first elder's shoulder, comforting him to grieve less. The third elder's funeral was thus held solemnly with the most dignified ceremony. Black-haired Hobbs burst into tears. We still haven't left the door yet. The third elder died so unclearly, it's too unjust. I really can't understand. As a demon, how can you die? The sky at this moment was gray. Someone in the mourning crowd asked, have you called Hobbs yet? Another replied, already called. Looking at the increasingly gloomy sky, everyone asked in confusion, what's wrong? Everyone look up. Hobbs is coming. Dracula's group also looked up. They were curious who Hobbs really was. After a few minutes, Hobbs finally appeared. The black-haired woman trembled and loudly called Hobbs. The bandaged one also widened his eyes and stammered, Could he be the vampire who created that world? Dracula replied. Perhaps it's him. Hobbs asked everyone in a daze what's wrong. The black-haired woman recounted Hobbs. It's like this, That's why the third elder died so unexpectedly and inexplicably. Dracula looked at Hobbs, his face gradually changing. Terrible, terrible. There's not a trace of blood energy on him. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The black-haired woman approached Hobbs and continued. Hobbs, what happened to the third elder? Why did she die? Hobbs coldly stated his thoughts died from fright. As if disbelieving her ears, the black-haired woman stubbornly asked again, died from fright. Hobbs affirmed, that's right. I ask you, did the third elder leave anything behind after that? The black-haired woman, holding a magic orb with a line of blood-written text, offered it up. Oh, before she died. Unexpectedly, she desperately used her last breath to write down 4 words. Cultivation Academy. I don't understand what it means. Suddenly, Dracula spoke. We seem to know a little in the world. We just arrived from, there's a cultivation academy perhaps. That's what it's referring to. The first elder excitedly shouted, that's right. The death of the third elder cannot be forgiven revenge. We must have revenge. All the members of the Hobbs family raised their hands, shouting in unison revenge. At this moment, Jansen was leisurely sipping tea. He had no idea that while sitting in his house, he was about to face unexpected trouble. After finishing the third elder's funeral, the first elder and Hobbs went to a secluded place to talk privately. The first elder said, what exactly happened? You couldn't possibly not know who he is. Hobbs coldly replied, a deity from that world. The first elder's eyes widened, asking a god. The male protagonist, as if sensing someone speaking ill of him, showed a dazed expression, looking around innocently. At this time, due to the appearance of vampires, ancient superheroes, and the various academy systems, the world gradually became chaotic. Jansen, who originally wanted to live a stable, normal life, never expected to make enemies on a tea-drinking day without even understanding why. Outside the academy, the sunset scenery was beautiful. The leopard demon in human form was sparring with Xiaolu. As it received her moves, it said that's right to cultivate qi and transform into a god. You can't just rely on brute force. Your cultivation academy's qi transformation to god realm can be even stronger. Xiaolu continued to spar with it, the human form demon, while receiving her moves. Instructed, I know your strength is in formations, but others won't wait for you to set traps. Don't bet on luck every time. The two continued to fight continuously for several hours without stopping. Xiaolu chased after the leopard demon. She activated a formation, shouting loudly, formation activate. The human form demon quickly dodged. You shouted so loudly your dodge was too obvious. The two continued to fight and train intensely in the air. Ran Zihao Hu Shu and others were sitting at a tea table observing the match. Sun Xiaolu. She's already at the qi transformation to god realm. We're still stuck at the peak of qi cultivation. Hu Shu, sitting opposite, replied, Who told you guys to only think about flirting all day? Hu Shenquei asked class leader. What are you doing? Meng Qi replied, meditating. Ran Zihao and Shen Hui whispered to each other. The class leader hasn't reached the qi transformation to god realm, yet luckily he's staying with us, lol. Meng Qi calmly said, If you don't want to be chopped into 100 pieces, then shut up. The two of them hugged each other in fear, so brutal. The monsters next to them, serving food, pouring tea, and bringing desserts to the two, said, You guys are already very strong. Look, only the 4 of you in the whole class are the most powerful. I heard that many in the class have cultivated for over 3 years and are still stuck at some early warrior stage. That's right. That's right. At this moment, outside the academy, an Anne sliced a fly in half with one sword. She sternly said, Don't even think about flying in here. A passerby, curious, looked in and was startled by Ling Ling's shout. What are you looking at? Ling Ling raised her sword and loudly declared, This gate is under our protection. If you want to live, get further away. The person ran away in fright, shouting, Oh my God, there are monsters. In the desert, another dimensional gate opened. A group of people wearing identical suits and sunglasses, plus some Hobbs vampires emerged. Earth, we're back. The supercomputer system immediately notified the superhumans the Hobbs family is back. Why did they come here without saying anything? I almost forgot about this group of enemies. The red one continued, I hate that bunch. The yellow one, with his arms crossed, focused on the system and added, we don't even want to deal with them. What are they doing here? The green one calmly replied, I don't know. Nothing good ever comes from these people appearing. The red one anxiously asked, so do we need to clear out our other exiled prisoners or not? The system heard this and replied, other exiled prisoners are temporarily put aside. Let's deal with the Hobbs family first. The blonde-haired Hobbs looked at everyone and said, this time, Hobbs sent us out first to train our junior vampires. Leave a few Hobbs here to guard the gate, and the rest follow me. Then he turned to Dracula's group, who foolishly asked, have you all taken the serum that Hobbs gave you? They immediately replied, taken. Before coming here, Hobbs had given them several white porcelain vials and saying this is a serum that can temporarily upgrade a vampire's strength. I'm entrusting my 4 students to you, protect them well. The blonde-haired one continued very good with it. You will be able to fight alongside our Hobbs family. Superhero Academy, Magic Academy, Ninja Academy, and the newly arrived Cultivation Academy. You wait, our Vampire Academy is the true top dog. And so the vampire group continued forward. After walking for a while, the blonde-haired one turned to the leader of the previous vampire group and asked, what's your plan? He excitedly replied, world domination. The blonde-haired one, hearing this, furiously slapped Dracula across the face. You damn idiot. Can you have some ambition? What era is this? You ignorant bunch still want to dominate the world. Being a villain is one thing, but you don't even have the smarts for it. You deserve to be beaten. Dracula held his face and whimpered, So what should we do? The blonde-haired one replied, open a teaching class and spread our system across this world. We must make the people of this world believe in our great vampire family. This is our goal. The vampires, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, I think I understand why those robots were willing to risk their lives to exile them. Cultural infiltration is more terrifying than world domination. So what do we do now? Attack directly? The blonde-haired one suddenly said, seriously. Currently, our biggest enemies are 2 targets, the Cultivation Academy and those robots from the Ninja Academy. The Cultivation Academy killed the 3rd Elder. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Jensen, what does that have to do with me? The blonde-haired one added, this time when we came out, there's a chance they detected us. Those robots will definitely consider us a major enemy. We will definitely become their primary target. It seems we need to figure out how to deal with those ancient heroes first, then talk. A few days later, at the main gate of the Cultivation Academy, 2 small monster beasts ran back in a panic. Your Highness Demon King. Your Highness Demon King, it's bad, something big has happened. The 2 small monster beasts ran quickly and then stumbled to the ground. Ouch, Ling Ling saw this and asked, why are you so tense and rushed? The pink monster beast whimpered and recounted, this morning the Demon King Naka went to buy vegetables. A group of people suddenly appeared from nowhere and kidnapped Demon King Naka. And Anne heard. This angrily drew her sword and said, what, don't speak yet? Ling Ling beside her was also extremely furious. Who are they? The 2 small monster beasts continued. We don't know either. They were dressed very simply and they had some strength. And Anne became furious and said, dare to kidnap my subordinate, I think they're tired of living. Demon King Naka was now tied to a wooden pole, sobbing boo-hoo. The blonde-haired vampire stood far away, observing with binoculars and asked, do you think they'll come? Dracula excitedly said, they'll definitely come when those ancient superhero robots appeared. Their first target was me, and these 2 auspicious items from the Cultivation Academy. When they captured these 2 monster beasts, they caused such a stir that the whole world knew about it. The blonde-haired one praised, very good. Are you confident? Dracula observed and replied, don't worry. If it were anything else, it might not work, but slandering and framing others, we're professionals at that. All right, no more talking, they're here. Ling Ling and An, faces full of killing intent, advanced towards the Demon King. Is this the place? There's no one else? The Demon King snorted loudly, and the gag fell off. He hastily said, don't come here. This is a trap. The 2 looked confused. Before they could react, the blonde-haired man shouted loudly. The vampires heard the command and simultaneously took out the blood elixir from their bodies, gulping it down. Then a vampire with a red glowing tongue looking terrifying charged forward, laughing loudly, ha ha! Cultivation Academy, stand by and be captured. and Anne's kick sent the vampire's face flying backward. This powerful kick made Dracula's tears and snot flow everywhere. The blonde-haired man angrily shouted, "You four idiots, the medicine hasn't taken effect yet." Ling Ling looked at the black smoke in front of her in a daze and asked, "What was that just now?" And Anne frowned, "I don't know. So ugly." And so Dracula's group was severely beaten, lying motionless on the ground. The blonde-haired man, seeing this, shouted, "You're so useless. What are you doing? Standing there blankly. Come and help." A group of people in black suits and sunglasses ran up. Some held guns, others held knives. The blonde-haired man shouted again, "Are you all idiots? Capture them alive." Ling Ling turned to an Anne and asked, "What is it really?" And Anne replied, "I don't know. Let's talk after we blow them away." The two, combining their swords, charged into the suited vampires, like wolves among sheep. But they were too numerous. Ling Ling looked up at the sky and reminded, Anne, there are still more above." In the distance, another group charged down like rockets, and Anne and Ling Ling dodged left and right, no matter how fast they were, and Anne and Ling Ling remained unharmed. The blonde-haired man, now enraged, slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, "You useless good-for-nothings! All the effort raising you was wasted. You're truly unreliable. I should have known better than to bring you out. Let's go." The four of them charged forward together, still having to do it themselves. But before they could look cool for 2 seconds, Ling Ling kicked him in the stomach, saying, "You're not even as good as them, you child." The blonde-haired man was in too much pain to speak. His face distorted. Ling Ling added, "Children who haven't even grown. All their hair, shouldn't try to imitate adults and go out fighting." On this side, the suited men once again resurfaced from the ground, and Anne grabbed them by the neck one by one, almost slamming them together. These people were so numerous that Anne could create a giant ball to roll them around. The black-suited people spun in a vortex, and then flew out from all sides, falling to the ground. The tragic sounds echoed throughout the area. Then she drew her sword, and several lines of sword chi slashed out, scattering them. The blonde-haired man saw this and screamed in horror, "Oh my God, the car's overturned." And Anne put away her sword and angrily said, "So young, yet trying to capture demons, are you tired of living?" Dracula's vampires, the medicine now absorbed, seemed to have gained strength. They snarled, looking very menacing. The blonde-haired man, who had been badly beaten and sprawled on the ground, saw this and laughed with delight. "Ha ha ha ha, the medicine is working. This is the special elixir personally made by Hobbs. It can increase a normal vampire's power several hundred times. Let them see what true strength is. We're capturing demons, seeing, and preparing to teach this guy a lesson." Ling Ling quickly stopped her. Then she slowly bent down, gripping the hilt of her sword, and faintly said, "Great demon technique." Dracula laughed joyfully. "Ha ha ha, this is the feeling, amazing. I feel full of power all over my body." But no sooner had he spoken than Ling Ling unleashed a single slash. It cut them so that not a single piece of armor remained on their bodies. The vampires cried out in pain, "Ow, ow." The sword key even shredded their clothes. These guys instantly became supermen in underwear. Even the strongest Dracula was beaten so badly he couldn't retaliate, screaming in pain. Looking at the mighty Anne in front, the young Hobbs family members' mouths were agape, wide enough to fit a chicken egg. A mother boo-hoo. We hit a steel plate. Ling Ling sighed, and here I was dealing with this bunch seriously. They haven't matured at all. She finished. She looked at the students and asked, Anne, what about them? Why don't I catch 2 of them and ask who they are and what they really want to do? And Anne turned her face away and replied, "Killed them all. Don't want to know anything at all." The young Hobbs family members heard this and immediately shrank back in fear, hugging each other. Hobbs, save us. In another world, Hobbs was sitting in an incredibly magnificent palace. As if sensing the plea for help, he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Ling Ling and Anne both seemed to feel it, and immediately turned their eyes towards the spatial passage, only to see Hobbs stretch out his hand. Even from so far away, the two felt an incredibly terrifying pressure weighing down on them. The ground beneath their feet also gradually cracked due to the power. This power not only affected Ling Ling and Anne, and both of whom simultaneously spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but all the vampires there were also sent flying into the air. The blonde-haired man whimpered and complained, "Hobbs, your power is a bit too much. We're still here." Hobbs sternly clenched his hand. Ling Ling and Anne were pulled into the spatial gate. The other side of the spatial gate was Hobbs's residence. The two fell face first in the middle of the grand hall. The elder asked, "Are they dead?" Hobbs immediately replied, "Not yet, just temporarily unconscious. Their physical constitution is stronger than I imagined. They won't die so easily." Looking at the two girls on the ground, the elder continued, "These two demonesses. These two little girls actually have such powerful strength. Are they really just gatekeepers?" Hobbs replied, "It seems so. It's truly unbelievable." "Oh, Hobbs, why did you bring them here? What is your plan with those students?" Hobbs calmly said they probably want to pin this kidnapping incident on those ancient superhero robots, so that the two factions fight each other first, and then we can sit back and reap the benefits. The elder gave a thumbs up in approval. "Haha, your students are good. Those guys originally wanted to deal with outsiders. Haha, this time, even if those ancient superhumans jump into the Yahello River, they won't be able to wash away all their sins." Outside, after the matter was resolved, the blonde-haired man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So scary I almost died here again. Everyone be vigilant when you go out these days. Don't reveal your faces." A vampire, who was severely injured earlier, was being supported by a man wearing sunglasses. He said gratefully, "Thank you," the other replied. "No need to be polite." "That's right. Why haven't you yet?" The vampire smiled sinisterly, put his hand in his mouth and replied, "It's an act. I have to see it through. Last time I fought those robots, I bit off a piece of their paint." After speaking, he threw the piece of paint to the ground. This piece was not big, but he believed Mengqi's group would find it. Sure enough, 2 days later, that piece of paint was brought back to the Cultivation Academy. Mengqi and everyone had returned. She reported the situation to Yan Sen. "We've searched for 2 days. We've searched everywhere we could, but we still haven't found anything. It's just that, at the last place where our sect's divine beast disappeared, we found a piece of component." Yan Sen heard this. His face darkened, looking very terrifying. Seeing his face, everyone in the academy was frightened. Lan Chi anxiously followed him and said, "Black Robe, Yan Sen, calm down a bit. What if things aren't as you imagine?" Xiaolu next to her frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not like your family's demon is missing. With the strength of this whole world, the only ones who can deal with great demons besides our teacher Yan Sen are those ancient superhero robots. Even if they didn't do it, they can't avoid being involved." Lan Chi whimpered and said what Yan Sen turned to his students and said, "You all wait for me at home for 10 minutes. I'll be right back." This made Lan Chi's hair stand on end. Lan Bin turned to Ran Zihao and whispered, "Masters, we're all going to die," expression. "I guess something big is about to happen." Lan Chi still tried to follow. Wait a moment. Hey, you are the hero of this world, don't you? Still want to rebuild your sect? You can't do that." Yan Sen looked at her and replied, "You're thinking too much. I'm just going out for a stroll. Look at me. Do I look like the kind of person who would kill an entire family if something didn't go my way?" Lan Chi angrily shouted, "Your killing intent is practically written on your face." Yan Sen added, "What does this have to do with me rebuilding my sect?" Lan Chi quickly replied, "Of course it does do. You know how much influence ancient superheroes have on this world. It's been decades since ancient heroes appeared in this world. They have saved this world countless times. Their influence is extremely high. Currently, they stand on the side of justice, even if you say that great demons also belong to the side of monsters. If you fight them because of a demon, then you will become a villain. At least you can't represent the Cultivation Academy to make a move. I know someone who can help you solve this problem." At this moment outside, everyone was carrying luggage moving. 2 people were talking to each other. "Did you hear? Black Robe Yan Sen's pet was kidnapped by an ancient hero," the other replied. "Is that true or false?" "How could it not be true?" "I heard Black Robe." Yan Sen's face has been dark for days. That day, the Superhero Alliance issued a red warning. "Heroes do not enter a state of tension to prevent impact. Do not leave the door. You see for yourself, is there any hero on the main road right now?" His friend said in fear. "Don't say anything more. Let's go. Take refuge quickly." Yansen was now standing at the gate of the Ninja Academy. Black Xiao rushed in a panic to report Mom. Yellow Xiao and Red Xiao also anxiously followed and asked, "What's wrong again?" Black Xiao stammered in fear. Black Robe. "Yansen, he's here." The others heard this and exclaimed what Red Xiao fainted from fright. "Why is he here? Although those ancient superheroes belong to our Ninja Academy, we have nothing to do with kidnapping his pet." Only 01 remained calm with his arms crossed over his chest, saying, What's all the fuss about? If he wanted to make a move, he would have flattened this place with one palm already. Why would he wait for you to come back and report? He's not here to deal with us. At that time outside Earth, the sun shone brightly over a large area. The sun's temperature was rapidly increasing at this moment in the atmosphere. Several figures stood in the void. In their hands, they held a thermometer once every few hundred years. The sun's radiation has reached its strongest. Superhero 03 said, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's deal with the Hobbs family first. Then we'll send those scums from the other world back home." The next day, dawn slowly illuminated the entire city. The vampires on this side said in fear, "What happened? Is it an earthquake?" Those Avengers also exclaimed anxiously, They're here what? The 5 superhero heroes charged from afar. Led by 03, suddenly a loud sound echoed stop. Seeing the person approaching, Red exclaimed in surprise, Big Brother. Has Big Brother thought things through? Do you want to return to the center side? 01 immediately replied, "You guys are having a beautiful dream. Who would conspire to do evil with you kids?" 03 frowned. Big Brother's language system is still the same. No problem at all, Big Brother. You're as weak as a little chicken. Now I'm too lazy to bully you. Did you specifically come here today to defeat us? 01 calmly stood with his arms crossed over his chest and replied, "That's right. No mistake." At refuge shelter number 1, someone ran in from the door in a panic and shouted loudly, "They're fighting! They're fighting!" Someone inside saw this and said, "Were you in the mountains?" "We're not blind. It's being shown on the TV screen." Only heard 03 laugh loudly, Lowell, all right? If you say so. Gigantic transformation. In an instant, a colossal leg appeared. Then under the horrified gaze of everyone present, the 5 of them transformed into 5 colossal, incredibly majestic forms. Big Brother, I really don't understand what you're thinking. How are you going to fight us now? Be polite and call you Big Brother, but actually, in my heart, you're just a pile of shit. Well, one was not angry at all, but calmly asked one last question. Were the 2 pets from the Cultivation Academy kidnapped by you? 03 boastfully replied, "What if they were, what if they weren't?" A true man never needs to explain. Knowing this guy's personality too well, 01 secretly thought, So it wasn't them even, so he wanted to teach them a lesson, so he intentionally twisted the facts. He said, "So that's how it is." Black Robe. Yansen was done by them. Quickly kill them. Yansen heard the sound from the communicator. He was extremely furious. He slowly took out a transformer from his body and injected energy into it. Under the admiring gaze of the rainbow superhumans, Yansen threw the transformer forward with great force. 01 caught it. Power was instantly transmitted. A terrifying surge of power centered around 01 began to spread out. The blinding light made it impossible to look directly. "Brothers, your big brother is back." The light gradually faded. 01 had now transformed back to his peak state, his body gradually changing from white to a cool black. Everyone, including the Rainbow Battle Team, was bewildered. Feeling the pressure, the other dinosaur superhumans immediately became highly vigilant and focused. Air 4 trembled. What is this? This is the full power of his peak era. How can he do it? Ranzahao below shouted in panic. "It's not good, teacher." Yansen drove the mecha over there. Xiaolu angrily replied, "I'm looking, Humeng Chi." Also exclaimed worriedly, "Teacher." Yansen sat in the mecha looking at the equipment inside. He exclaimed, "Oh, it's more advanced than before." Red Superman and Black Superman exclaimed, "Ah, at that time, we didn't even have mounts." The vampires suddenly flinched. He's the one who can solo with the 5 top heroes. Is he revenge? The blonde-haired one gritted his teeth. It's him. 03 was not afraid at all and began to dig into the corner. "Big Brother, if you've recovered, then come back with us. We won't dwell on what happened before, and I can apologize for what I just said. I'm telling the truth. If you come back with us, you'll definitely be even stronger than before." His reply was a powerful punch that landed directly in his lower abdomen. "Take that, returning to you guys." 03 was sent flying far, far away, even crashing into some star in the solar system. He punched through that star and still didn't stop. He slammed into another star with a loud crash before finally stopping. Under the horrified gaze of the witnesses, 01 formed hand seals and conjured a small flying sword. Then the small flying sword rushed forward again at an extremely fast speed. Along its flight, it grew larger and directly stabbed into the star that 003 had just collided with. Once again carrying that star, it slammed directly into 003. The onlookers were incredibly shocked. Their mouths could now fit a durian. WTF, we don't want to watch a fight like this. Ranzihao said in surprise. How did teacher know how to drive a mecha? Zhao Lu turned and glared at him. How would I know? Earth is about to be doomed. Oryu 01 was now brimming with fighting spirit. He looked up at the remaining guys managed to deal with one. Green Superman snorted, then turned to everyone and said, Everyone don't panic. 003 is right now, is when the sun's radiation is strongest, we're not that bad. Before he could finish speaking, 001 had already appeared in front of him without anyone knowing when. Green Dinosaur's next words stopped abruptly. Instinctively, he threw a punch straight at 01's face. But this punch did not harm Brezo 1 in the slightest. Brezo 1 looked down from above and asked, What are you doing? These words made the blue-skinned dinosaur Superman tremble instantly. A brilliant red light from 01 sent the green dinosaur Superman flying far away. Green also rushed forward a kick already landed, but was also thrown back by 001. The two were simultaneously repelled. Green shouted loudly, What are you doing? Blankly, What exactly are you doing? Blue replied, Sorry, I thought of some scary things. You think again Nero 3 is so strong? Yet he was also crippled. We must give our all. But 001's figure had disappeared. Green didn't see anyone and shouted, Where is he, Red? Immediately replied ahead. What does he want to do? Not good judging by Big Brother's personality, he wants to use a direct ultimate move. 01 took out a heaven-shattering halberd and pointed it straight down. Green shouted, Do505 is also the yellow dinosaur Superman. He immediately turned and said, Understood. They unanimously used their power of rules. 3 pillars of green, blue, and red light shot straight up into the sky, forming a defensive circle. This is the absolute defense, the fire barrier. The onlookers watched this scene, their mouths agape. Oh. In the air, 01 slowly raised his long halberd and shouted, Immortal art. Green Dinosaur Superman stood frozen in surprise. Immortal art. 01 directly swung his long halberd down. Boom! The fiery red energy struck straight at that absolute defensive layer, yet it tore through it completely. The ancient Supermen couldn't resist. They could only scream miserably. Ah, ah! His ultimate move isn't thermonuclear energy cannon, is it? Oh my God, everyone in the refuge witnessed this scene and had no words to describe it anymore. Everyone clasped their hands and chanted Buddha's name, some even held ancestral tablets in their hands. Of course, the most miserable were those ancient hero robots. What kind of ghost thing is immortal art again? The earth also shook after the battle. The young Hobbs students and the vampires were also scared, speechless in the refuge. A student wearing his belongings went outside and was immediately asked by another, Where are you going? Classmate, he replied, I want to emigrate to another planet. The central system at this moment announced, 01, have you changed to a new master? 01 calmly stood with his arms crossed over his chest and replied, That's right, Central from now on I will follow him. Central angrily cursed aloud, God damn it. Then 01 flew up. With it, as the center 5 streaks of light shot in different directions, simultaneously shouting fusion. Immediately, the 5 ancient supermen actually merged to create a colossal creature. The vampire Dracula saw this and said, So this world still has something like this? I was wrong. This world basically doesn't deserve villains. 001 said with an unchanging expression. Black Robe Yansen, I need more energy, is that okay? Yansen was still leisurely drinking tea at this moment. Hearing this, he let out an oh. Ranzihao below said, Teacher, Yansen has changed. Meng Chi next to him also agreed. That's right. He has changed. 001 anxiously, called Black Robe Yansen. Yansen gently nodded, understood, then he casually pointed a finger. Under the horrified gaze of the students, 001 also gradually transformed and became larger than ever before. On one side of the earth was a Tyrannosaurus Rex, its body several times larger than the earth formed by the fusion of 5 ancient heroes. On the other side was a black dragon formed by 001 with Yansen's power. 2 colossal monsters were glaring at each other. The black dragon, several tens of times larger than the earth, was no less imposing than the Tyrannosaurus Rex formed by the 5 heroes. The students below could only gape with wide eyes. Oh my God, the black dragon emitted a sound. This is what kind of energy? Ha 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 ha. It's amazing, brothers. I'm invincible. The ancient supermen's eyes widened in surprise. What is that? Yansen calmly and boredly said, You don't need to be so reckless. 001. Immediately replied, understood, this is already the limit I can bear, but it's enough. The Superman quickly urged the central bite him to death, 001. Immediately replied, let him bite, saying that the black dragon once again opened its mouth and spat out a golden orb exactly like the move of the Cultivation Academy. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was also no pushover. Its mouth opened, spitting out fire that even blocked the sun. The onlookers watching this scene burst into tears, their bodies trembling like shaking dogs, hugging each other tightly, fearing that the earth would explode from this one blow. Ranzihao's group also gaped. Not knowing what else to say, the two monsters simply charged at each other. Golden light shot out from the Tyrannosaurus, Rex tearing through the wind as it flew. 01 was not weak either. A lightning-fast reddish-purple light shot up to block it. Boom, boom, the two sides collided and fought. The earth was immediately engulfed in blinding light. Air currents from the explosion pierced from the sky to the earth's surface. Feeling this surge of power, the people on earth could only complain to the heavens and curse the ground. It's over. In the North Pole, the ice had begun to melt rapidly in the blink of an eye. The ice sea had turned into a dry, cracked sea. After all the Antarctic ice and snow melted, the sea level area increased sharply. Floods, storms, and various natural disasters in coastal cities also increased. If not resolved in time, the downstream system would be destroyed. The earth would begin to enter an ice age. The people watching the battle in the refuge said blankly, let it be destroyed. I don't want to live anymore. Back to the battle between the two colossal beasts. At this moment, the black dragon had tightly coiled around the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex struggled to break free quickly. Retreating, the black dragon opened its mouth and spat out countless golden attacks forward. The two chased each other, leading the battle to the very end of the earth, chasing all the way to Mars. The reporter looked at the monster transmitting the news and shouted, why is there only video, but no sound? The monster angrily replied, I can keep up with their speed that's already burning incense for luck. They continued, one chasing one, attacking all the way to Saturn, then to Uranus, Neptune, the South Pole. From the observatory, two people outside Earth saw this and said to each other, where did those two bastards come from? The other replied, probably Earth. I don't want to have any connection with Earth for the rest of my life. Dracula said, trembling slightly, oh my God, they even fought through the banking system. The blonde-haired man happily continued, very good looking at the situation, they won't last much longer. It's our turn to enter the field now. They continued to fight non-stop, damaging countless planets they passed through. Suddenly at this moment the Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped. Its body slowly changed and transformed into a heavy cannon. The barrel pointed straight backward. Countless nuclear warheads were fired. In an instant they stopped the Black Dragon's advance. Era 01 was not to be trifled with. He gently blew a puff of air, and those nuclear warheads changed direction, flying towards a nearby planet. But the ultimate move was still to come. The Tyrannosaurus Rex shouted loudly, the gun barrel rotated and locked. The Black Dragon froze. 001's figure appeared, his hand slightly extended. An arrow materialized. Then the sun moon, heaven and earth, formed a bow. 001 pulled hard, immortal art, sun-slaying arrow. The sky and earth seemed to darken. The robot's screen also went black. The people in the refuge angrily roared, where's the image? Why can't we see it anymore? Damn it! No sound is one thing. But why is there no image? We lost connection at such an important moment. The vampire group at this moment seized the opportunity to act. The blonde-haired man looked at Dracula's group and asked, is it okay, now? They replied, it's okay. An MC at this moment was trampled underfoot and couldn't speak. The blonde-haired man continued, very good. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Remember, the speed must be fast. Absolutely no time for these heroes to react. At the evacuation zone, the black-suited people had also arrived. One person held up a little girl, seeing the girl being taken away. Her mother said in fear, what do you want to do, my child? They each took a child. Very quickly, countless children were taken away. On this side, the blonde-haired man was writing something while making the children put their handprints. He said, very good, from today onwards, you little ones are members of our Vampire Academy. I hope, after you arrive at the academy, you will study hard. At the Superhero Alliance headquarters, an employee rushed in to report, it's bad. It's bad. Chairman, A group of people appeared from nowhere and kidnapped children all over the world, the chairman said in surprise. What? Do they have any distinguishing features? The employee immediately replied, I don't know. According to those present at the scene, they wore black suits and sunglasses and looked exactly alike. The chairman said in horror, the Hobbs family. At City Y, Dracula was blowing something. He boastfully said, this way is blocked. Heroes Lol Guangbu immediately replied, is that? So that's right. Guangbu calmly stood with his arms crossed over his chest and said loudly, it seems the villains this time. Are you all worthy of celebration? The Hobbs family members flying in the sky all stopped because below them was the Rainbow Battle Team. Red Xiao spoke first. Even without 001, we can still deal with you just fine. Hobbs family. A vampire whispered, according to intelligence, this woman is not simple. Be careful. Lan Chichi grabbed one of the Hobbs family members by the head and shouted, do you really think our world has no one left? It seems that kidnapping the two great demons of the Cultivation Academy was also partly your doing. With that, she threw this guy to the side, preparing to unleash her full power. At the headquarters, the chairman hastily instructed his subordinates the urgent matter. Right now is the Hobbs family. They are extremely dangerous. Activate the red high-level alert. What's the situation now? The employee following him replied, their numbers are truly too many. They're kidnapping children all over the world. Currently, the top 10 God-level heroes are all active outside. They have all been bogged down and cannot effectively stop them. The blonde-haired man observed the situation. He said very smugly, now is the time when quantity matters, not quality. The chairman heard this and angrily said, so where are our other professional heroes? Where did they go? Was raising them a waste of effort? Our numbers are not fewer either. The employee immediately explained, because the Cultivation Academy's pets went missing. They were afraid of accidental injury and have all locked their doors. The chairman was enraged and roared, what the hell is going on? It's been more than half a day. Where are the heroes? The employee was still constantly contacting them. I don't know. 10 minutes ago, I sent the current situation. A white-haired girl, a student of Hobbs, looked at the blonde-haired man and said, such a big commotion, will they be targeted by avenging heroes? There are quite a few strong fighters in their world. The blonde-haired man immediately said, don't worry, they won't. Early on, before we started, I told the Hobbs to add another layer of locks outside their doors. They've already locked them. They can't get out. The girl sighed and said, that's convenient. Just a few locks can control them. Can't they don't. They know how to break down doors and get out. No, I've scattered poison around the locks. Even if it doesn't kill them, it can make them unconscious for a few days. The chairman saw that the situation hadn't changed at all. He angrily said, what the hell is going on? It's been over half a day. Where are the heroes? The employee was still constantly contacting them. I don't know. 10 minutes ago, I sent the current situation. The blonde-haired man was moving with everyone to the academies. He laughed loudly. Ha ha. Very good. They're probably dead. Proceed with the second plan. The rest of you divide into 4 teams. Go to the east, west, south, and north areas, capture as many as you can. As soon as Hobbs finished speaking, the class leader of the Superhero Academy charged at him and struck him with a palm. But he was also not a pushover. He landed very lightly. Oh, it's someone from the academy. The class leader of the Superhero Academy angrily said, capture one more person for us to see. The blonde-haired man sneered contemptuously and said, lol, you came at just the right time. I was just about to look for you. It saves us the trouble of wandering around. At the Cultivation Academy, a person delivered a letter and said this is a notice from the Superhero Alliance asking you to go out and help. Xiaolu heard this, immediately tore up the notice and said, we're not going. We're not heroes. She turned to look at everyone in the academy and said, listen, even if the earth is split into 2, it has nothing to do with us. Those with high cultivation stand in the front. With me, the rest stand in the back. Everyone shouted in unison, yes, big sister. The other side said in surprise, You all want Xiaolu. Drew her sword. We still have to guard the house. On this side, the blonde-haired man boastfully looked at the Superhero Academy group and said, Lowell, your academies are really regressing. You're so weak. The others angrily said, what are you talking about? It's not your turn yet to make us all go. He looked at the brown-haired girl next to him and said, of course, don't say I'm not giving you face. Sending out one of our strongest to fight them is enough. Looking at the girl in the orange shirt, Yerong said in surprise, Is she the strongest among them? Hui Ying of the Ninja Academy couldn't hold back anymore and charged forward directly. Damn it! Stop looking down on others so much. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl hit him with a palm, making him spit blood. The blonde-haired man became even more smug. He said, "Well, you have to make others respect you too." Seeing the class leader of the Ninja Academy being beaten, Ye Rong's group and the Superhero Academy were stunned. What? The orange-shirted girl's eyes suddenly changed. The blood domain was activated. Staring at them, the Academy people immediately felt that something was wrong. The Academy people exclaimed, What kind of move is this? My heart is beating so fast I can't move. Damn it." The blonde-haired man said, "I can control the temperature and blood flow of you all. Such little power, you idiots." At the Superhero Alliance headquarters, the employee received the report in a panic, looking at the chairman, the Superhero Academy, the Ninja Academy, and the Magic Academy all failed. The chairman also panicked. What good heavens, it's only been a few minutes. On this side, the Academy people were badly beaten. The blonde-haired man was a bit disdainful and bored. "All right, the next target is this place. Killing the third elder while still living comfortably inside this academy, nothing can stop us anymore." They then advanced menacingly into the Cultivation Academy. After a while, one of them wondered, "Why is it so deserted? There's no one around." The Ninja Academy, Superhero Academy, and Magic Academy all showed up. Only the Cultivation Academy is playing solo, not even willing to show a single person. How cowardly. Hu Mengqi was sitting inside drinking tea at this moment. Hearing this, she angrily crushed the teacup, slammed one hand on the table, and tea splattered. Gently waved her hand, the water droplets turned into ice needles shooting straight towards the blonde-haired Hobbs. The power of those ice needles was truly terrifying. The tall buildings they passed through were all split into two sections. The blonde-haired man screamed in panic, clutching his wound and howling, "Ah, it hurts!" The other three exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" Lan Bin saw this and screamed in terror, "Ah, class leader, since when did you become so strong? No way." Meng Qi was extremely angry. "This is just a warning. How dare you little devils bark nonsense in front of my teacher's sect's door." Ran Zihao playfully turned to look at Meng Qi, teasing, "Wow, class leader." How majestic. Meng Qi snorted and turned away. The blonde-haired Xiao Wu said in pain and anger, "Damn it, cultivation class, you shameless cowards playing sneak attacks, no real strength." A piece of his ear had been cut off, but the vampire's healing ability was gradually recovering. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, it hurts so much." The employee reported the situation to the chairman. Chairman, they are fighting the cultivation class." He turned around in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh." On this side, the white-haired girl said, "So, what should we do now?" Charged straight in, the blonde-haired man replied, "No, I just came to blow them up and prove who is the strongest academy in this world. With the Cultivation Academy's tendency to sneak attack if we rush in directly, there might be a trap," the brown-haired girl continued. "So what should we do?" The blonde-haired man suddenly opened his mouth and shouted in rage, "Come out and solo." As soon as he finished speaking, Bop Ran Zihao walked over and kicked him in the face. "I've tolerated you for too long." The people behind saw Xiao Wu being hit and angrily said, "Another sneak attack. How shameless." Ran Zihao turned to look at them and smiled provocatively. "What about it?" The white-haired girl flew up. Zihao felt this power and thought to himself, "Not good, too excited. This girl is stronger than me." A hand grabbed the white-haired girl's sharp claws. Xiao Lu had come to help. The two girls fought fiercely. After separating, the brown-haired vampire girl flew up. Her hands stretched out her mouth, muttering, "Blood wants to use the blood domain again." Right at this moment, a sword energy flew and stabbed directly into her hand. She screamed in pain. "Ah!" She was immediately pulled by the sword energy and crashed into a nearby building. The one who just attacked was none other than Hu Mengqi. Only then did she speak. "You came to the wrong place. Isn't living well enough." The chairman turned to the employee and asked, "How is this cultivation class? They won't listen to calls, and now they're fighting on their own." The employee replied, "It seems the Hobbs family challenged them first." On this side, a person from the Magic Academy told the class leader of the Superhero Academy class, "Leader of the Superhero Academy, it seems they are fighting at the Cultivation Academy now." The class leader of the Superhero Academy slowly got up. Those vampires are going to suffer on this side." They were still fighting fiercely, shouting loudly, releasing their power. The orange-shirted girl had also escaped Meng Qi's binding sword energy. The two reunited. "I thought you were so strong, you gray-haired guy, your class. Besides those two girls, You're no different from the ninjas before. Ranzi Hao was not angry, but instead very excited. He said, "You're absolutely right. I'm no different from the ninja class. But who said our cultivation class only fights with fists, fu-fa-fu strengthening body technique?" The talismans were taken out and started to take effect. Suddenly, Hu Mengqi took out a black silk scarf and covered her eyes, her face full of killing intent. She advanced forward. Lan Bin stammered in surprise. Class leader. In the refuge, someone ran in and shouted loudly, "Big news. The cultivation class has made a move. We have to bring those kidnapped children back." Another person said angrily, "We're watching. Don't overreact like that." One or two people at this moment were climbing a building using cameras to film the battle. Indeed, every world has a few people who are tired of living and don't care about their lives. And the Cultivation Academy was fighting fiercely at this moment. The sunglass-wearing Hobbs punched Lan Bin. He was sent flying backward. Ranzi Hao quickly rushed over to hold his friend tightly, preventing him from falling. He forcefully threw Lan Bin up. Lan Bin took the opportunity to counterattack with a punch to the guy's face. Suddenly Xiaolu was sent flying. Lan Bin grabbed her arm. Then he forcefully threw her up below. Ranzi Hao shouted, "Xiaolu, are you done?" Xiaolu replied, "Done." Killing formation, the large 8 trigrams formation appeared. The Hobbs family members exclaimed in horror, "What is that, a killing formation?" The orange-haired guy who was so arrogant earlier was now sweating profusely from fear. Suddenly, countless golden sword energies shot down from the formation. The blonde-haired man screamed, "Get out of the way, quickly!" But it was too late. The others didn't have time to react and were hit. They were pinned in mid-air by the swords. What kind of power is this? The Magic Academy people observed with interest, never seen it. We're seeing it for the second time, too. The class leader of the Superhero Academy also commented, pierced straight through their bodies. This time, the cultivation class is truly malicious. The Ninja Academy, people continued at that time. We received special treatment. The superhero class leader added, "No, the power of this move is even greater than before." Xiaolu alone suppressed those 4 people, not letting them struggle. Everyone in the refuge also exclaimed in admiration, "The Cultivation Academy is so strong." Xiaolu of the cultivation class is much more powerful than before. Ranzi Hao below happily reminded this chi transformation. To God Realm's killing formation can cover the entire city, you can't escape. The blonde-haired man shouted, "Just like that. You shameless bunch are just like your teacher. Shameless, vile, lowly Xiaolu." At this moment seemed to have reached her limit, she said in anger. "How dare you insult my teacher?" "This is for your stubborn mouth." A giant golden energy orb appeared. Seeing that the blonde-haired man dared not utter another word, Xiaolu shouted, "Why are you not saying anything? Speak." The vampires stared blankly at the orb. "Oh my God." Xiaolu threw it down with force. "No need to snatch. Everyone gets a share." The white-haired vampire girl with the highest mental fortitude woke up first. She quickly rushed over and kicked the blonde-haired guy and the one with glasses, sending them flying to the ground, not forgetting to yell, "If you can't beat her, don't provoke her." After pushing back her 2 companions, she alone faced Sun Xiaolu's ultimate move. Boom, a terrifying explosion, a mushroom cloud rose. The blonde-haired guy's eyes almost popped out his mouth. Agape. "Damn, are you shameless bunch, really, students?" The entire city was engulfed in red. The guy with glasses was speechless. The explosion slowly dissipated. Ranzi Hao excitedly said, "Did one person get hit right?" At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Originally thought the white-haired girl had turned to dust, but suddenly pieces of her body gathered together, gradually forming her original shape. "Ow, it hurts so much." The Academy people exclaimed in horror, "What LOL. Strange, isn't it? Our Hobbs family vampires, besides being afraid of pain, are immortal. Xiaoqi's recovery speed is several hundred times ours." The destructive power of the explosion left no residue. If Xiaoqi hadn't kicked us apart earlier, I guess it would have taken us a few days to recover Cultivation Academy. I admit you are strong, but it should end now. Xiaoqi stared at Sun Xiaolu, then rushed forward at an incredibly fast speed. A pounced Sun Xiaolu dodged sideways, then countered with a punch. The two fought fiercely, their speed too fast for the naked eye to see. Xiaoqi fought and said, "You are much stronger than those few class leaders of the trash academies. I admire you. Although we are physically equal, if we continue to fight like this, you're just wasting your stamina." Xiaolu frowned and replied, No need to remind me, the blonde-haired man excitedly said. LOL. That's right. Xiao Qi fight like that exhaust her. Xiaolu then flew onto the building in front to rest and regain strength. Ranzihao said worriedly. It's over. Xiaolu is no match. Lan Bin behind him continued. It's okay. We still have the class leader. The blonde-haired guy heard this and provocatively said, LOL. All right, your class leader is probably struggling badly. Xiao Wu is the strongest among the four of us. She also has half the power of rules. How can your class leader fight our Xiao Wu? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed from behind, turning their heads. Xiao Wu had been terribly beaten by the class leader. The Hobbs family members were horrified. Hu Mengqi at this moment still had her eyes covered, the sword in her hand like a blade that could touch everything. The Hobbs family members anxiously shouted, Xiao Wu, no way! Xiao Wu, where is your power of rules? Xiao Wu hit by Mengqi's fatal blow, said weakly. Cough, I can't control her blood. In the sky, Mengqi still stood straight, surrounded by countless flying swords. Xiao Wu continued. Her blood doesn't flow, it stops flowing. The blonde-haired man was shocked. What impossible is she even human? The Cultivation Academy students also commented, in fear is this sword cultivator profession so terrifying. It seems our sect already has a sword cultivator. Hu Mengqi was still wearing a black silk cloth over her eyes, looking very beautiful and mysterious when the sky lit up. Hu Mengqi flew down and stretched out her hand. The Hobbs family members saw this and anxiously shouted, Let's go together. I want to see what kind of sword cultivator they're talking about. Before they could finish their sentence, Hu Mengqi had already flown in front of them. The speed was too terrifying. The youngest of the Hobbs family stood frozen in place. Mengqi's sword quickly pierced through all of them in a flash when Mengqi circled behind them. They were all hit and screamed miserably, flying backward. Zihao's eyes widened this speed. Oh my God. Xiao Wu of the Hobbs family also flew over, intending to punch down. But she was already discovered by Hu Mengqi, who raised her sword to block her. One hand grabbed Xiao Qi's mouth, the other hand held the blade and spun Xiaolu around and around. 1-against-2 tightly suppressed. At this moment, the blonde-haired Xiao Wu was angry and wanted to rush up to avenge his teammate. Damn it. But he didn't expect that Hu Mengqi's speed was much faster than his what wasn't. She blindfolded. How can she still see? Hu Mengqi had now turned around, preparing to swing her sword towards him. Sword light flashed. Half of the city within a 1,000-meter radius was affected. The students of the Superhero Academy, Ninja Academy, and Magic Academy just watching also suffered the same fate, being cut by Hu Mengqi's sword energy. Some lost their hair, some had their hats torn. The buildings that her blade cut through also shared the same fate of being destroyed, and the distant witnesses could only comment wearily, All right, City Y can't be lived in anymore. This time, the Cultivation Academy is truly skilled at destroying houses. Sun Xiaolu's group, Ranzihao, were wide-eyed. Damn, a sword cultivator can use their mind to predict others' actions. Ranzihao replied, That's right. Why can the class leader still see? Closing her eyes is also to perceive better, you idiot. At this moment, Hu Mengqi had soared like a rocket. The blonde-haired guy was cut through his body. Severed, he screamed, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was extremely angry in her eyes. A flame of hatred burned to the extreme. She fully opened her blood domain. The people on the ground were still intently observing the situation. Do they want to risk their lives? The blonde-haired Xiao Wu shouted, Do you think you can win like this? We are immortal. Even if you are stronger, it's all useless. Hu Mengqi replied with a hint of disdain. Is that so? Xiao Qi of the Hobbs family asked irritably, Where is she? But in the city landscape there was no one to be seen. At this moment, Hu Mengqi had flown out into the galaxy, standing on some floating asteroid very far from Earth. In the far distance, the sun could still be seen shining brightly. Lan Bin and Sun Xiaolu were very surprised to see this sword-intent realm. Oh my God, it's only been a few days. Hu Mengqi at this moment extended both hands in a ready-to-strike posture. The Hobbs family vampires were very worried to see this. This move is dangerous. Run Xiao Wu dug into the ground and roared, I'm hiding underground. Let's see what you can do to me. But at this very moment, his heart suddenly thumped a few times, alarming him of life-threatening danger. Mengqi finally drew her sword, countless sword energies with her as the center shot straight towards Earth. These sword energies were like microscopic chains cutting to the heart. Cells? were cut off. Then the gene sequence was fragmented. Finally, the super microscopic molecules were also cut apart. In an instant, everything was completely cut away with one sword, leaving no residue. Lanbin and Ranzihao were stunned by this scene. After that series of events, the city sky became clear again. The sunrise was incredibly brilliant. At this moment, Hu Mengqi slowly descended to earth. She removed the black silk band from her face, looked around and calmly said, "Clean." Lanbin and Ranzihao were so scared they wet themselves. Both collapsed to the ground. Everyone screamed in fear. What kind of sword technique is this? The onlookers were so frightened they couldn't utter a word. Sun Xiaolu asked, "Can the class leader unleash it?" Zihao was stunned. "What, Xiaolu, you know this sword technique?" Sun Xiaolu angrily shouted again. "The class leader has long since entered sword cultivation, and there's also a sword manual shared in the library that teacher Yan Sen gave. Don't you all read books? I don't want to talk to you anymore." In the magnificent castle, Hobbs's residence, the Great Elder, was also horrified to see this scene. "Oh my God, what kind of swordsmanship is this, Hobbs, your student?" Hobbs said nothing, slowly extended his hand, his power slowly taking shape. On Earth, suddenly the sky changed. Sensing something, Meng Qi immediately turned her eyes to look. A split second passed, regenerating the molecules, regenerating genes. In just a moment, the Hobbs family members returned to their original state. All the cultivation class students were suddenly surprised. What was that just now resurrection on the spot impossible? Their genes and molecules were clearly cut. While all of them were surprised, Xiao Wu had already regained her composure. So dangerous. Hobbs is still amazing. Hu Mingqi once again tried to draw her sword. "What, at most, I'll just strike again." But at this moment, Xiao Wu waved her hand. "Don't waste your energy. I admit the four of us can't beat you. But do you know what it means to be resurrected and reborn? In ancient times, not long after returning to our world, our Hobbs reached the level of master of creation. Even if all the ancient heroes came here with 10 more centers, they might not be a match for our Hobbs. Don't waste your energy." Cultivation Academy saying that he unleashed a palm strike forward. Blinding light enveloped Hu Mengqi. Hu Mengqi was repelled by this blow, sent flying onto the roof of a nearby building. At the same time, in the distant galaxy, a blinding light suddenly shone down. It was where the battle between Orowa 1 and the fused Tyrannosaurus Rex of the 4 ancient heroes took place. One gun, one bow aimed directly at the opponent. The arrow fired by 001 carried destructive power, shooting straight towards the beam of light fired by the giant gun. This colossal power was unstoppable. The ancient superhero group screamed miserably. What the hell is immortal art again? Not only did one of them destroy the ancient superhero's power, but he also put a hole through the galaxy. One snorted softly. Brothers. The truth proves that people are much stronger than artificial intelligence. The super artificial intelligence orb suddenly cracked. On the male protagonist, Yan Sen's face, an unhappy expression appeared. He shot away like the wind, leaving the ancient Mecha 001 standing in a daze. "Wait, Black Robe. Yansen, the fused robot of those ancient superheroes, has suffered many cracks." Yansen rushed over 1 foot, pressing on his face. He seemed to have lost all patience, his eyes showing no mercy. His eyebrows tightly furrowed, his voice emotionless, asking, "Where is my sect's divine beast?" I ask again, "Where is my sect's divine beast?" 03 said weakly, "I don't know. We didn't do it." Suddenly the blue dinosaur shouted, I remember, besides us, the Hobbs family could also kidnap your pet. We robots won't lie." 01 stood on the nearby rock and said, "Are you talking about the vampire family that has been fighting us for several hundred years?" 005 replied currently, "Only they have this strength. If not them, then who could it be?" Feeling the killing intent emanating from Yansen, 001 quickly reminded him, "Calm down. First, this, Black Robe. Hobbs is not simple. Why don't we make a plan first?" But before he could finish speaking, Yansen had shot out of the space, leaving behind thick smoke. He rushed to Earth at the fastest speed. Sensing his aura, the students cheered. Teacher is here." But the vampires were suspicious. Something is coming wherever Yansen passed. The vampires were incinerated into dust. Then he broke through space. In a flash, he rushed to Hobbs's world. When he stopped, he was already in Hobbs's palace. Hobbs also spoke at this moment. This is a world with many layers of restrictions, yet he could find this place in an instant. Amazing. Is this a god? Jansen looked at him deeply without speaking, just quietly, observing and evaluating. At this moment, the ancient superhero supermen could only hide behind a rock, whispering to each other. Big brother without him. You're just a good-for-nothing, without the central. You're not even as good as a good-for-nothing. The vampires on the ground, after seeing a series of Jansen's actions, still didn't understand what was happening. The blonde-haired man even asked suspiciously, "Who is that man? He seems to be their teacher." The cultivation class students were excited. "Teacher Jansen is here, you guys are in for it." Returning to this side, Jansen said indifferently, "I'll give you 3 minutes to return my divine beast, otherwise I will destroy your world." The great elder of the Hobbs family saw this, and quickly put his hands out to stop him. "Where do you think you are right now?" Spatial displacement rule. In an instant, Jansen was teleported away. The vampires said he was moved to our world's universe. It's one of the great elders' space-time rules. The council of elders of the Hobbs family stood on the roof looking down and asking, "Great elder, who is he?" The great elder replied, "A disturber." They lined up in order: the great elder, second elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, sixth elder. The ancient supermen hiding behind the rock muttered, "This scene is too familiar, it feels like we've met before." "Go Hobbs family." Then from the ground many Hobbs family members flew up into the sky. "Go, don't allow this person to step into our world." Jansen looked down from the distant galaxy at their vampire planet. Then he raised his index finger. The Hobbs family elders began to howl. All vampire clones surrounded him. Jansen just pointed his finger. A beam of light shot towards the vampire planet. The light was blinding, covering an entire large planet. Boom, this single finger actually pierced through the planet. Shouwu and Sholu gasped with wide-open mouths. Our world." Humongchi couldn't help but be startled, "Teacher." The pierced vampire planet also began to crack. All the inhabitants of the vampire planet also gradually faded. With the cracking of their planet, they only uttered lamenting words. "Ah, no way." And then nothing else, all had vanished. Jansen looked down expressionlessly at the planet he had just drilled a hole through. "Sorry, it's not even 3 minutes yet. This is my smallest power." At this moment, the people standing on Earth were incredibly surprised. He didn't restore them all. 60 billion. Hobbs are dead. Xiaolu and Xiaowu's group flew up, looking through the hole in the sky to observe their vampire planet gradually cracking. They were all teary-eyed, our Hobbs. The cultivation class students also looked scared. "Hey, this is the first time I've seen teacher destroy a planet, how patient." At the same time, the vampire planet was truly devastated. Smoke dust and landslides were everywhere. The great elder of the Hobbs family was terribly injured. His body covered in wounds, his clothes tattered. He trembled and said, "Hobbs." Their entire planet was engulfed in raging flames. Only their castle remained intact. At this moment, Hobbs coldly said, "Sorry, the great elder was killed by a god. He cannot be revived." The great elder was severely injured, lying on the ground, unable to get up. He said weakly, "Hobbs, I agree to use my last life to give you a portion of my power." But Hobbs coldly replied, "Recover well. This small power of yours will only cost your life. Let me do it." "Great God. It is a great honor for me to be able to duel with you at this moment." Seeing that this guy was still arrogant, Jansen's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Hobbs slowly formed hand seals, only to see a powerful golden light shining behind him. Suddenly, the vampire planet, which had a huge hole, began to suck energy from the galaxy. Then it healed remarkably. Everyone on Earth observing the situation was also extremely surprised. The power of the great star, Hobbs. Oh my God, can it be fixed like that? Indeed, the vampire planet recovered at an astonishing speed. In just a few moments, the planet was restored to its original state. Jansen did not try to stop the entire event from happening. The people of the vampire planet standing on Earth were overjoyed. "Wah, our world is alive, lol. Do you see? Our teacher is also very strong. But what about our 60 billion Hobbs?" The planet had been restored. Hobbs once again extended his hand. "It's truly a pity that 60 billion Hobbs were killed by you if they can't be revived. Then recreate them." Wow. Only to see that those who had just fallen after Jansen's attack suddenly came back to life as if nothing happened. They were also extremely fierce. The people on the ground saw this and continued to comment, "Oh my God, all 60 billion Hobbs are alive again. I've never seen Hobbs do this before." Very quickly, many dark figures appeared in the sky of the vampire planet. They were all extremely fierce. "Howling outsiders are forbidden here. Do not enter our world." Suddenly, Jansen waved his hand towards the sky. In the middle of the sky suddenly darkened. The people standing on Earth watched in astonishment. Did he change Hobbs's entire ecosystem? Rain began to fall. Under the heavy rain, lumps of earth gradually appeared, growing hands, feet, heads, and began to move. The lumps of earth suddenly formed eyes, noses, and long hair. Then formed two incredibly beautiful girls wearing graceful ancient costumes. After that, countless other lumps of earth also turned into people. Everyone was endlessly surprised to see this, what? Molding earth into people. In an instant, an army of 60 billion cultivators was formed. Oh my God, what kind of monsters are these? The male protagonist, Yan Sen, still stood incredibly proudly. In the sky, many cultivators were also created. Sensing their aura, Sun Xiaolu was surprised. They are all immortals, perhaps called clay immortals. Suddenly, a girl in blue flew to Yan Sen and respectfully greeted Master Yi. Her eyes were brimming with tears, about to cry. Yan Sen, however, was very cold. You are not her, understand. This sentence made the girl suddenly startle and wake up. Disciple understands. The cultivation class students also understood. It seemed most of them were teachers, former students. Greetings, seniors. Lan Bin gently said, look at the beautiful big sister standing next to teacher. Isn't that the direct disciple teacher talked about? It's clearly her. Hobbs was extremely excited to see this. I've waited for this day for a very long time. Come here, great God. Suddenly, the people from the vampire world quickly rushed forward like arrows to attack them. The cultivation class students shouted, they're here. A immortal in blue, holding a brush, flicked a blob of ink into the air. The vampires suddenly seemed to be lost in a dreamscape. Where is this sun? Xiaolu was doubtful. Is it ink to immortal? The grand illusory mountain array. The immortal maiden in pink played mysterious music on a pipa. She powerfully strummed a tune. The vampires, caught by the move, cried out in pain. Ran Zihao asked in surprise, cultivation also has this kind of move. Why have I never seen it? The second elder of the vampires flared up in anger, growling and roaring. Everyone, don't panic with Hobbs here. They can't kill us. Another handsome immortal young man covered his eyes with a white silk ribbon, sitting calmly at a go board. Gently placing a go piece on the board, he slowly opened his mouth, heavenly origin. The vampires cried out in pain. I can't move anymore. What kind of move is this? The girl in azure had another move. Imperial immortal. Venerable, how can you foolish mortals fathom it? Foolish people only waste more air. Her sword gripped tightly, a sword slash cut out. In that instant, the vampires were disintegrated. Not even molecules remained. The cultivation class students were once again surprised. This move is... only to see the senior sister immortal wave her hand. The vampire planet seemed to change again, beginning to split into two. Just finished repairing and it's split again. The students were always scared as expected of the senior sister class leader. She used your move. Sword. Immortal confirmed she's family. And the blonde-haired Xiao Wu of the vampire planet was surprised. Was this molded from mud? So terrifying. The senior sister stood high above, looking down at the vampires and said, you don't deserve to live on. Hobbs and the great elder simultaneously looked up, only to see Hobbs raise one hand. Many red rays of light surrounded the entire planet. White pillars of light waved everywhere, even surrounding Yan Sen. Ranzihao asked doubtfully, is this using full power suddenly on the vampire planet? A shout was heard, great elder. The opponent is indeed very powerful this time. Hobbs created so many things, it has surpassed the sum of ancient to modern times. What's wrong with Hobbs? Is he seeking death? Gods cannot be defeated. The people in the refuge observed the events and commented, Hobbs has fulfilled his mission. Have you all seen it? The reporter with glasses replied to them, I have. Superman Guangbu, sitting on the rooftop, said, can this even be broadcast? Xiao Hong commented, it seems the boss over there is fighting very spectacularly. The fourth elder supported the great elder of the Hobbs family and said worriedly, Hobbs clearly knows he can't win. Why is he still doing this? The great elder explained, this is the mission of the Creator. Legend has it that above the Creator is a god, but no one has ever reached godhood, nor has anyone ever met a god after that. In this world, only the Creator can interact with a god to prove that he is not an ant in front of a god, like rushing to his death, sacrificing his own life. Hobbs knows that there is a god in the not-so-distant world. He also knows that his own life has come to an end. Hobbs intends to die here today. The people of the vampire world cried loudly, knowing this. The fourth elder was surprised. Just to prove something like that, he has to pay such a price. I can't understand it. Perhaps only those who reach such a high level can understand. So what do we do now? If Hobbs wants to prove in front of God that we are not weak, I am willing to risk my life with him. At this moment Hobbs bowed, preparing, only to see a figure shoot out as fast as lightning. Hobbs, at his fastest speed, charged forward and punched Yansen directly in the stomach. Yansen was sent flying across half of the vampire planet. It didn't stop there. He continued to fly several times around the planet, while the Great Elders group also rushed forward desperately to fight with the immortals molded from mud. Along Yansen's path, Hobbs threw another punch, sending Yansen towards the ground. Yansen was hit by this blow, falling straight towards the core of the vampire planet. Boom, boom, boom! Countless loud explosions continuously echoed. However, Yansen quickly escaped this move standing upright. Why did you stop? You only have half a minute left. Hobbs's expression darkened even more upon hearing these words, as if he had eaten a fly. Ranzihao and Lan Bin whispered, Teacher is getting a bit agitated now. Didn't you know Teacher Yansen is always polite? Hobbs slowly bent down and placed his hand on the ground, great mental power. Suddenly around the vampire planet there was a feeling of several times higher gravity. After that, Hobbs continued to charge and engage in close combat with Yansen. Even though Yansen was under pressure from that move, he still dodged every single move. After a while the two separated. Yansen calmly said, 3 minutes are up. Suddenly, his eyes slightly narrowed. All the immortals molded from mud looked over in surprise. In that instant, Hobbs felt this planet begin to turn upside down. Hobbs's planet, the galaxy, was slowly shrinking. Finally resting in Yansen's palm, you are very strong. No matter what world you are in, you can dominate one side, although you tried your best to prove something. I truly don't want to discourage you in reality. In my eyes, you are truly just an ant, bored of playing with the orb in his hand. Yansen continued. Sorry, you can't prove anything from my side. Saying that, Yansen clenched the orb in his palm. You are still just an ant. Only to see the orb explode into pieces. Hobbs's planet directly shattered. Hobbs screamed in pain. The planet shattered. He also screamed in despair as if all his strength had been drained. This is impossible. The senior sister, immortal, flipped and jumped away. The cultivation class students shouted loudly again. Senior sister. Senior sister. What just happened? I didn't see anything. Senior sister replied. Master has crushed someone else's world. Hearing these words, Ranzihao's group froze in place. The Hobbs family members fainted on the floor. Ranzihao shouted worriedly, this is bad. Our great demon is still inside. The senior sister said, don't worry, Master knows his limits. In the sky, streaks of light shone down. On the ground there was lush green grass. Hobbs lay on the green grass. Disheartened, I lost. I knew I would lose. But I didn't expect to lose in such an unbelievable way. Great God, can you tell me what kind of God you are? Yansen spoke indifferently. I am Yansen. Hobbs smiled and asked, LOL, you're so strong. Don't you feel lonely? Yansen looked at him lying disheartened on the grass and calmly replied, No. Hobbs suddenly continued, Your great demon is in a small world in the north of the world. Go ask the Great Elder. He will know where it is. Perhaps you don't even need to. Yansen turned his face away and said indifferently, A life of theft in the future will have no meaning. Hobbs startled and asked a final question. Did you use all your strength just now? Yansen turned around and replied coldly, Not even 1,000th. Hobbs heard this and suddenly smiled, a very gentle smile. You are not a god. You are even greater than a god. After saying that, Hobbs suddenly lost his inherent handsomeness and turned into a pile of dry bones. His planet also completely shattered. Only Yansen remained standing there. He gently waved his hand. The clear blue sky was peaceful again, as if nothing had happened. Golden sunlight shone down on a majestic figure standing there. The group of immortals flew into the sky. We should go too. Goodbye, junior disciples. The cultivation class students respectfully bowed. Senior brothers and sisters, take care. Hu Mengqi also gently looked up. Her eyes met the deep gaze of the senior sister. Both smiled simultaneously. Those people called us. We should go now. Ranzihao asked senior sister, Will we meet again? The female sword cultivator replied, I don't know, life and death depend on everyone's thoughts. After all, we were molded from clay. The senior brother, wearing an eye-covering scarf, handed Sun Xiaolu a scroll. Yes, that's right. This is the formation insight I've compiled. I hope it will help you, junior sister. Thank you, senior brother, Ranzi Hao said to Lan Bin. No matter how I look at it, she doesn't seem like someone molded from clay, huh? The two sides exchanged sentiments. Everyone who was once a fellow disciple didn't have anything good. These are all the fruits of our cultivation. Please accept them. The pink-robed senior sister said to Lan Bin. Please give my regards to the senior brothers and fellow disciples who haven't arrived yet. Lan Bin's cheeks flushed. Yes. The group bid farewell. Goodbye. Junior disciples, senior brothers and sisters, take care before leaving. The senior sister threw something down. An arm reached out and caught the scroll. Ranzi Hao laughed. Class leader. Hiding your sword won't work. Senior sister knows you're a sword cultivator. Hu Mengqi held the scroll, her eyes darting to him. Shut your mouth. What do you think teacher will do with the senior brothers and sisters? Ranzi Hao replied. I don't know. The senior brother knelt behind Yansen master. Yansen handed him a scroll. This is a cultivation world. I drew myself. Go play by yourself. Don't disturb me. The senior brother opened the scroll. He respectfully said, Thank you for your grace, master. The senior brother pulled the hand of the female sword cultivator who was still lingering looking at the man. Let's go quickly. All simultaneously flew in one direction into the world. Inside the Shanhei map, Yansen drew, after everyone entered the painting, also closed itself. The vampire grand elder looked up doubtfully. He's bewildered. Am I still alive? Yansen flew closer to him. The grand elder shouted, You! Yansen reassured him, Don't worry, your boss is still alive. After a while, the grand elder led him to the place where the two great demons were held. Luckily, you came early. If you had come a little later, I would have already handed it over to you. Yansen looked at him indifferently. Oh, is that so? The great elder waved his hand. Don't say you don't believe it. Those two little rascals really eat a lot. They're thick-skinned and can't be reasoned with. They cause trouble after just 2 sentences. Truly naughty. Never mind, you'd better see for yourself. Yansen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Inside, the Demon King was feeding Ling Ling cake. Behind them was a pile of sweets, and the two great demons were happily playing on a rocking horse. The great elder lamented that they could eat 6 billion boxes of a month's food rations in one day. Yansen silently listened to him ramble. Truly can't afford to feed them quickly. Take them away. Yansen spoke up. Hey, you two. The two great demons turned around. It's teacher Yansen, LOL. Yansen turned around. Let's go. The two great demons shouted, Come here, and Anne instructed the Demon King to take everything away. Before passing by the great elder, he didn't forget to stick out his tongue and roll his eyes, teasing him. Nye. The group left. Demon King Naka carried a huge bag of food and followed. The great elder collapsed helplessly. Originally, it was a battle between vampires and ancient heroes, but in the end, due to the involvement of the great demons, both sides were badly beaten by teacher Yansen, and the fight was declared over. Apart from teacher Yansen's battle ending, those unfortunate poor guys were captured and locked up. The children were successfully rescued. Unfortunately, the 4 Hobbs students escaped. Their teacher Hobbs wanted to prove himself not to be inferior in front of teacher Yansen, not hesitating to lose his own life, although not dead. He's crippled for life, honestly. I admire him a bit. Not every ordinary person has such courage. As for our teacher Yansen, the great demons here, because they ate too much and didn't know how to go home, received punishment from teacher Yansen. This matter has finally passed a phase. This incident caused a series of events. After that, we still did what we did. Farming remained farming. Alchemy remained alchemy, as if nothing had ever happened. Yansen nodded. It seems everyone is making good progress in their respective fields. It's time for everyone to tutor themselves. Almost forgot there are still some unlucky guys because they weren't very happy with each other. They had to suffer the destructive blow to Earth. A large city disappeared without a trace. The moon was slammed onto Mars. Whether it's a hero or an ancient hero, this behavior is extremely malicious. They must take responsibility for the impact of this malice. They flew 55 million kilometers from the moon to pull it back. 001 stood outside directing, Come on, push, 1, 2, 3, go. And the work of rebuilding the city, as well as compensating for the ecological impact the moon brought. A child looked up at the sky. Mom, look, the ancient warriors move around Earth according to the moon's cycle. Big brother, how long will it take for the moon to pass by? I wonder. Because the sun-slaying arrow brought not a few disasters to the universe. The endless void could threaten Earth, because the sun-slaying arrow was shot off-center. It was preserved, but it used its own laws and body to hit the sun-slaying arrow into a crack and get stuck. Let's welcome peace for a while. Hu Mengqi approached teacher Yan Sen, didn't stop working. What's wrong? Hu Mengqi handed him a letter. This is something the Hobbs family sent to you. It seems to be a certificate of sworn loyalty until death. Yan Sen looked at the content of the letter. I am Hobbs, sworn to be loyal to God until death below is his seal. Jensen was curious. Can he still talk? Hu Mengqi gave a wry smile. If he can talk, there's a problem. He relies on language equipment. This is what their great elder wrote for him. I heard that Hobbs has registered as a hero in this world, a second-tier supreme god-level superhero. Jansen realized. So the ranking in your world isn't based on contributions to the world, but on strength. Everyone claims it haphazardly. Hu Mengqi replied, Did you just find out? Teacher, she asked. So what about this person? Jansen replied, Leave him be. The sky turned clear again. The Hobbs students asked Great Elder when will Hobbs wake up. The Great Elder looked gloomy. I don't know, it's very serious. The blonde-haired man said first the third elder was blown up. Then Hobbs was crippled for life. Our great Hobbs is not weak. Why is that? The Great Elder sighed. Being able to survive a duel with a god is already very lucky. The blonde-haired man looked downcast. Originally, 60 billion. Hobbs now less than 90 million remain. These are all I brought to Earth. Shao-Chi wiped away tears. I miss the elder Uncle Hobbs and Aunt Hobbs a little. The Great Elder comforted, wait for Hobbs to recover and create more. A warning. Sound echoed. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. External enemy invasion. The Great Elder worried what's happening. The guard rushed in to report, it's not good. Great Elder. Someone broke in. The Great Elder was stunned. Who is it? Has the god come again? The subordinate reported that it was the Dwarven Kingdom. The space gate rippled, sounds of fighting and killing continuously echoed kill. The Dwarven army emerged with murderous intent. The leader ordered surround these evil vampires for me. The blonde-haired man shouted, Great Elder. The Great Elder was also worried at this moment, just at this time. The leader of the dwarves laughed cunningly. A subordinate nearby asked Prince Hobo, Aren't they supposed to be 60 billion Hobbs? Why don't I see anyone Hobo ordered? Go to their main hall and see. In the main hall, Hobbs' residence, it was desolate. The vicious goblins spared no one they met. The blonde-haired man was stunned. Goblins the Great Elder couldn't believe they would ally with such low-level creatures to attack us. Hobo's booming voice said, Aren't you afraid of lacking people? It seems we overthought it. When he saw Hobbs lying unconscious on the sickbed, his eyes widened, and he let out a long, oh. Hobo chuckled sinisterly. Prince Hobbs, mighty last time I saw you. You were very healthy. Why have you become a dry corpse in less than 300 years? The Great Elder shouted, You are not welcome here. Quickly, leave. Hobo snorted softly. A powerful aura erupted from his body. The Great Elder was caught off guard and hit. The Hobbs students felt the pressure on their bodies. What was that just now? Hobo haughtily said, Great Elder, you are no match for me now. I truly don't know what courage you have to talk to me. Quickly kill them. Hobbs on the bed subtly moved his fingertips. Hobo was immediately thrown out by some force. He fell face down, the pressure filling the entire castle. Hobo was continuously suppressed, spitting out several mouthfuls of fresh blood, cough, cough. Powerful as this, the creator, it's already like this, just moving a fingertip made this entire planet tremble. Sorry, I offended you just now, we were just joking. The Great Elder conversed with Hobbs. He looked sternly at the dwarves. Hobbs said, then turned back to say to your king, Everyone is a dry corpse, so don't mock each other. Hobo reached out. Cough, cough, all right. Then you hand over the broken fragments of the map of the gods' ruins to us, then we will leave. The Great Elder readily gave him the map here. Hobo was surprised why so fast. The Great Elder replied, Our Hobbs doesn't need it anymore. Hobo suspiciously made an O sound. The Great Elder told him the divine belief of our Hobbs family is much stronger than your belief. Hobo dusted off his clothes. Keep bragging. He turned around and ordered his subordinates, let's go. The blonde-haired man was restless. Great Elder, what's going on? What should we do now? The Great Elder sighed, we're in big trouble. In the dwarven palace, dark clouds covered the sky. The dwarven king sat on his throne. Hobo respectfully said, "King Adan, you guessed right now that disgusting vampire king is just a dry corpse." King Adan let out a shrill laugh. "Lol Hobbs also has this day, who told him to dare to mock me back then, saying I couldn't get up anymore, right?" Hobo presented the fragmented map. The fragmented map of the god's ruins has been retrieved. King Adan praised very good. Hobo requested instructions. "The remaining 2 parts are still in the hands of the elf beastmen. Should we steal them back for you now?" King Adan waved his hand. "No hurry. Dealing with these guys. We must be extremely careful. Wait for me to recover my strength. Then we'll talk. Let's put this aside for now. I have something I want you to do." On this side, the blonde-haired man wondered, "Great Elder, is there still a dwarven world here?" The Great Elder replied, "Not just dwarves. Besides Hobbs, there are also 3 great creators, elves, dwarves, beastmen, called the World of Chaos, 3 great dry corpses. The main thing is that they have remaining fragments of the map of the god's ruins in their hands. I remember Hobbs just advanced to the creator stage to find a god. He didn't care how much of their world was affected. They hate us very much." The blonde-haired man was stunned. "Oh, is that?" So the Great Elder sighed. "They are very strong. If we talk about challenging them, just based on their dry corpse state, they might be 50% as strong as Hobbs. Their creator level is much more ancient than our Hobbs, but they can't do anything to Hobbs. Hobbs often goes to harass them. Although the creator is very strong, their subordinates are very weak. Hobbs goes once and wipes out tens of millions of their people. Do they have a way? No. In conclusion, for someone like Hobbs, it's taking advantage of your illness to take your life." The Dwarven King finally couldn't bear it anymore, so he handed over the remaining piece of the map of the god's ruins to us. The blonde-haired Xiao Wu asked, "Where are the other 2 pieces?" The Great Elder replied, "The elves still have one." The 2 tribes, beastmen and humans, immediately fled without hesitation as soon as they heard Hobbs advanced to the creator stage. Xiao Wu wondered. So the Dwarven tribe, the Great Elder said, "The Dwarven tribe is quite iron-willed. They expose their world to the outside. We can't let them know that Hobbs is now like them. These guys won't let us off the hook. Now they are just afraid that their bodies cannot leave their world once they recover their strength. Any of them, even Hobbs at his peak, cannot resist them." The kids' mouths dropped open. "No way, that strong Hobbs is already very strong." The Great Elder replied, "After all, they are creators. This level has far exceeded our scope of understanding. I want you to go to Earth for a trip." Everyone felt goosebumps. "No, I don't dare to go there anymore." The Great Elder reassured, "This time I'm not telling you to provoke the Cultivation Academy again." "It's something else," Xiao Wu asked. "Are you looking for help?" The Great Elder shook his head. "No, belief in gods is just our willingness. I have met this god. He won't care about kids fighting like us." Inside the messaging group of the 3 other creators, a message appeared. "Damn, Hobbs is now a dry corpse." The Elf King immediately replied, "Damn, really?" The Beastman replied with a smiling emoji. Hobo reported, and King Adan nodded very good. On the other side, the blonde-haired elf asked, "King, the vampire king, is also a dry corpse." The Elf Queen was a dry corpse sitting on her throne. She nodded. Poor little Hobbs on the other end. The Beast King, after hearing the news, slammed his fist on the armrest of his chair. "LOL, you rotten vampire, you also have this day. I've been hiding in this dilapidated cave for 300 years. Finally, I can go out. I let you be arrogant. Damn vampires, truly disgusting. Relying on being the youngest creator, bullying others everywhere serves you right." A subordinate respectfully asked King, "What should our next step be?" The Beastman King said, "Recovering strength is the most important thing now. The vampires are still lucky his combat power was also stolen. Once the Elf King or their Dwarven King recovers their strength, we will surely die. Pack your bags. I have something I want you to do. Go immediately." The subordinate respectfully obeyed. On the other side, the female elf asked, "King, are we going out now?" The Elf King calmly said, "No hurry. The dwarves and beastmen are not good guys. If they recover their strength, we will definitely become their slaves. I absolutely will not let that happen. Zhu Gian, you are the most powerful monarch level in the chaotic world. I am quite at ease with your work. I have something I need you to do." Yu Gen respectfully guaranteed to complete the mission. On Earth, a new enrollment period has begun. Loudspeakers blared, "The Academy is recruiting again. Which hero academy is the strongest? The Immortal Cultivation Academy has taken 3/10 of the strength. A reporter asked a stay-at-home mom, "Which academy do you plan to send your son to?" This time the mom replied, "The Magic Academy." The reporter was curious, "Why not the Immortal Cultivation Academy? It's very strong." The mom replied, "Whether it's strong or not, that's not the point, but the threshold is too high. I don't want my 30-year-old son to have to copy school rules." Just like that, the annual enrollment period began next month. Teacher Jansen didn't know his academy was about to face the problem of not being able to recruit students. However, with Teacher Jansen's personality, he didn't care about this activity. Recently, he was a bit busy, especially conducting training sessions for the students. Genvar took Humonki to a certain planet. Humonki began her training course. Jansen flicked his fingertip. A meteorite shot past, heading towards Humongchi. Her eyes widened. But she quickly regained her composure. A sword slash cut out the sword, energy split the meteorite in half, and at the same time, it rushed towards Jansen. Jansen used a shield to block everything. Humongchi tried to attack from behind. Unfortunately, she was blocked by a branch from the male protagonist. He even slowly commented, "Your basic knowledge is not solid enough." Humongchi slid on the ground, pushed backward. Jansen lightly held the whip and cut across. Humongchi fearfully leaned back to dodge the blow. The sword energy from the small whip passed her, cutting towards a nearby planet, splitting it in half. Humongchi was so scared she almost cried. "Teacher, if I get hit by that, I'll be cut in half." Jansen approached, placing the branch on his student's neck. Immortal cultivators who haven't experienced life and death won't meet the standard. Understood. Humongchi trembled, understood. Back on Earth. Jansen sat on the podium. Lanbin and Ranzihao stood below, sweating profusely. Jansen didn't speak, so they could only swallow in their dry throats. After a while, Teacher Yan said recently, "You two haven't been studying hard or submitting your assignments. Do you want a beating?" He wrote down 2 words on the painting, Demon Realm. The 2 boys were so scared they gestured wildly, explaining, "No, no, no. We didn't submit assignments. Not because we're lazy. We're researching the latest spellcasting method." Jansen glanced at them. "Is that?" So the 2 boys nodded vigorously. It's true, we didn't mean to lie to you, teacher." Jansen frankly said, in terms of artifact refining and spellcasting, "You two have no talent whatsoever." The 2 boys were disappointed. "Oh, is that so?" Jansen asked, "Do you truly crave power that much?" He wrote down 2 words on the painting, Ghost Realm. Lan Bin wiped away tears. "Not again. At first, we were the top combat power representatives of the cultivation class. Now, when we go out, we have to bring 2 bodyguards." Ranzihao also wiped away tears. "It's too pathetic." Jansen said, "Actually, you 2 aren't weak as long as you can fuse. You can even be stronger than the class leader. Fuse." In their minds, both imagined the scene of them clasping hands and combining like in Dragon Ball. They shouted, "Who would fuse with this idiotic dead rat? I'd rather die. I won't fuse with this 4-eyed chicken. I still want to smash this 4-eyed guy." Jansen frowned. "I don't mean that." The 2 immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Can you explain more? It's just a misunderstanding." "Phew, you scared me so much, my wings almost flew off." Jansen opened the completed painting. The 2 were curious. "What are you doing, teacher?" Jansen took out 2 brocade pouches. "Here are 2 brocade pouches. Open them when you encounter danger on the other side." The 2 idiots each took a pouch. What does that mean?" Jansen waved his hand. The 2 students immediately felt a huge suction force. Soon they disappeared into the painting. They landed in 2 different places. Jansen calmly enjoyed his tea. "Good luck to you 2. Ranzihao and Lan Bin fell into the small world in the painting. Too surprised, both screamed miserably. Ranzihao shouted, "Where is this?" The place he fell was the Demon Realm, teacher. Jansen, you're not trustworthy. Lan Bin fell into the Ghost Realm, a gloomy color. Boohoo, help. The sound of impact and screams echoed. Ranzihao landed with his lower body upside down. The boy cried, "I don't need power anymore. Boohoo, this place is too scary." Suddenly, he remembered the brocade pouch teacher gave him. "Here are 2 brocade pouches. Open them when you encounter danger on the other side." So this boy didn't listen to teacher's instructions and opened it immediately. Inside, there was a piece of paper that said he should only open it when in danger. Didn't he understand? The expression on Ranzihao's face was truly unique. "I don't have a brocade pouch, do I?" Just like that Lanbin and Ranzihao were thrown by Yansen into a small world to train two timid modern kids experiencing the cultivation world for the first time, will they grow up? At the alchemy area, Yansen named various herbs: firefoot grass, valley flower, vine life-generating leaf mulberry root. What happened? Again Chen K. Shan replied, resurrection, pill, restoration, pill, bone, growing pill. All have the effect of invigorating blood and restoring essence. Yansen praised very good wild berry grass, fox's delight, plum thorn date fruit, plus what can form a healing medicine. Chen Qishan was confused teacher. These are all poisons, the books don't write about them. Yansen gave the girl a light whip. The books don't write prescriptions, does that mean they don't exist? Alchemy cannot just rely on books, you need to use your brain to think your own spiritual energy senses each herb the fusion will bring about effects and changes in the fire. Chen Keshan cried teacher Yansen, I know that it's just that my brain truly can't take it anymore recently. To refine and overcome tribulation for the sex divine beasts, they eat pills like beans, at least dozens of kilograms a day. Whether it's poisonous or not, they just pour it into their mouths. In the whole class, I'm the only one who can refine finished pills. How can a small alchemist like me raise two great demon beasts of the heavenly immortal stage? I'm just like a robot, basically, no room to think. Yansen stroked his chin. That's right. Overusing your brain, everyone's cultivation has been a bit tough recently. Integrating some relaxation also helps with cultivation. Keishan, is there anything special you want to do? Chen Keshan looked up at him with big round eyes. Yes, there is. Yansen had a premonition that he seemed to have said something he shouldn't have. At the amusement park, the two sat on a roller coaster. Chen Keishan shouted, hoo-hoo. A moment later, the two played bumper cars. Chen Keishan, sitting next to him, shouted, lol, teacher hit him quickly. Opposite them was a snot-nosed child, speechless. Chen Keishan sat on the carousel. Yansen stood watching. After a while longer, Chen Keishan pulled Yansen's hand and pointed in a direction that's the hammer game. Yansen hit down with one hammer, settling the mountains and rivers. The ball in the machine flew up. It flew out of Earth, straight into space, incidentally destroying some unfortunate planet. Chen Keishan happily held the prize, a huge bear lol. After playing, they returned to the alchemy path. It was already dusk. Yansen looked at the shining pill and nodded contentedly. High-grade supreme. Chen Keishan, with renewed spirit, continued to refine pills. Humeng Chi opened the door and walked in. Teacher Yansen exclaimed, is that Humeng Chi? Is something wrong? Humeng Chi held out a piece of paper. Enrollment is about to begin. This is a letter from the Alliance for you. They have something they want you to do. Yansen took the letter. Why didn't they just call directly? Combined summer outing, Humeng Chi replied. That's right. Because there are very few graduates from the academy. So the enrollment activity is held only once every 5 years. The enrollment period will also last for a while, perhaps about a quarter. To promote social progress, the Alliance holds a summer outing activity during each enrollment period. This time, it's our academy's turn to organize it. Yansen nodded. All right, I understand. Humeng Chi saw him about to leave and asked, so what about the enrollment activity? The male protagonist instructed you all just handle it. Somewhere on Earth. Two dwarves jumped out of the space gate. Prince Hobo, why don't we directly dispatch the main army? Hobo cursed. Don't you have a brain this time? We're here to steal something. What do you need so many people for? We must act faster. We must steal it before the elves and beastmen. Somewhere else, two beastmen figures also appeared. Ah, Prince John, for this low-level world. If we directly interfere, wouldn't it be over? John cursed. Shut up. This world isn't that simple. If we could just directly steal it, would we need to expend so much effort? The subordinate let out an "oh," not knowing if he understood or not. John asked, are the devices ready? The subordinate replied, they're all in the box. John nodded, very good. Suddenly the subordinate quickly said, Prince, I need to pee badly. John reminded him, go quickly and come back. A hand covered his eyes. Prince John, long time no see, guess who I am? A small dagger appeared from John's collar. On the other side, he gleefully said, I'll give you 3 chances to guess. John reminded Beastman, I don't know. You quickly let go of my hand. He thought it was strange. He didn't have any friends on Earth. His suitcase was secretly taken away and moved into a car. John was completely unaware. I'll count to 3. Release your hand. The Beastman's voice was hurried. Damn then. I'll let go. By the time John came to his senses, the other two had already driven away. He saw that the original position of the suitcase was empty. Only then did he truly remember he had been played. And those two were Xuejian and her subordinate LOL Prince. Xuejian the beastman is truly foolish, Xuejian agreed. The beastman's subordinate finished dealing with it and came back. Prince John, what's wrong? He hasn't even understood the situation and he's already been beaten. Ouch, don't hit. Don't hit. John roared, who told you to pee? Who told you to pee? The equipment has been stolen. Do you know that? Do you know that? At the Great Immortal Cultivation Academy, loudspeakers blared everywhere. The enrollment fair is about to begin. Hu Mengqi and Sun Xiaolu, representing Tianxin sect, went to recruit students. They couldn't help but gape. Huh? Are they really here to recruit students? An army of tanks and fighter jets lined up. Yirong, holding an A-47, stopped someone, brother. Are you unable to sleep all night because of insufficient firepower? So you came to enroll in our Magic Academy, our 24-hour global satellite positioning, and 3-in-1 informationization, full spectrum nuclear strike. No need to study hard. Come and receive a great gift. T-90 main battle tank, global stealth bomber, natural force enhancing combat power, nuclear submarines. Various types of weapons for you to choose. The person was immediately tempted and agreed. Hu Mengqi and Sun Xiaolu were attracted by the sounds nearby. Come take a look. It was the vampire's brother. Do you want power without working for it? Then come to our Vampire Academy. No need to study hard, just possess Hobbes' serum and you can gain power. That person said, I know your low-level Vampire Academy. You're afraid of sunlight. It's very troublesome. The blonde-haired man took out sunscreen. Your vision is limited, brother. But it's okay. Vampire. Sunscreen. You deserve to own it. Come and get a free gift. Husun both shouted in protest, You damned scoundrels, are you all people who get something for nothing? The Ninja Academy was no less grand. Enroll in the Ninja Academy and get a limited edition, super ancient robot in various colors that can transform. The Superhero Academy was even more extreme. The blonde-haired man directly showed off his superhero physique, demonstrating true masculinity. A crowd below gawked. Hu Mengqi and Sun Xiaolu's eyes stung their bodies stiff. The class leader of the Superhero Academy continuously flexed his arm and butt muscles, showing off his toned body while also appealing to everyone's psychology. If you're a man, come to the Superhero Academy. Hearing his slogan, Mengqi and Xiaolu almost vomited blood. All the competing teams were trying their best to attract students. Miscellaneous sounds echoed everywhere. Come on. Come on. Ancient, super ancient procedures, vampire sunscreen. T-90 tanks, are you men all blended together, making the enrollment fair feel like a chaotic market? Only the Immortal Cultivation Academy remained strangely quiet and deserted. Xiaolu looked angry, muttering, Are those damned scoundrels still human? They're dogs. Suddenly a familiar voice echoed, Class leader, senior sister, dealing with those scoundrels we shouldn't use ordinary means. Just leave it to us. Mengqi and Xiaolu joyfully recognized Xiaoliu Xiaoyi. Sun Xiaolu wondered, why aren't Lan Bin and Zihao here? We need them now. Xiaolu shook his head and replied, I don't know, I haven't seen them for days. He waved his hand, signaling to his fellow disciples behind him. This small matter doesn't require bothering the two senior sisters, carry it up here. Immediately the fellow disciples carried a pile of spiritual pills together. Xiaoliu held a loudspeaker and shouted with all his might, Sign up and get a pill. Come on, folks, the Immortal Cultivation Academy's secret longevity pills, eat one and live 30 more years. The other academies hearing this could only gape and exclaim, BTF pills. The candidates participating in the enrollment fair were also very excited about this generous gift. Xiaoliu continued, Are you still worried about not living forever or about white-haired people sending off black-haired people in your family? Then come and sign up at our Immortal Cultivation Academy. Just sign up now, and we won't just give you one pill. We'll give one to everyone in your family. The people present murmured in disgust. Is it true? Immortal Cultivation Academy? You're not tricking us, are you? Seeing a woman carrying a child approach, Xiaoliu immediately enticed Mom, Have your child sign up at our Immortal Cultivation Academy. The mom hesitated, But your academy. Before she could finish, Xiaoliu interrupted. Mom, are you losing sleep at night because of raising children with dry skin and no motivation in life? Then try our traditional secret only available at our Immortal Cultivation Academy. It's free. The mom took the pill from Xiaolu's hand, and as soon as she put it in her mouth, Xiaolu eagerly asked, "How does it feel?" Immediately, a transformation occurred from a stay-at-home. Mom, the woman instantly rejuvenated several decades after taking the pill. Even her daughter, whom she was holding, gaped, unable to recognize her mother. The ninja squad, seeing the miraculous power of the Immortal Cultivation Academy's pill, clutched their heads and screamed, "Oh my God." The vampires also jumped back in shock. Damn, the class leader of the Superhero Academy had the same attitude as the others, his face becoming doubtful of life such a thing exists. While the applicants expressed their admiration for the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Immortal Cultivation Academy, I love you guys. The other academies competed to point fingers and criticize, this is too much, isn't it? Who would exchange faces? I'm so old and this is the first time I've seen such a thing, you're going too far. Ignoring the obstruction of other academies, applicants pushed and shoved to register at the Immortal Cultivation Academy. I want to sign up. I want to sign up. Xiaolu cheered them on. First come, first served. Seeing the large crowd, Xiaolu calmed everyone down. Don't rush one by one on the other side. Keishan had to work hard to refine pills to meet the demand of the applicants. The other academies were now as deserted as an abandoned temple, furious to the point of turning pale. On one side, the lively enrollment activity was taking place. On the other side, in the demon realm, the atmosphere was extremely cold and gloomy. Ranzihao hugged a tree and whimpered, "No boo-hoo, it's too scary under the tree." A wolf snarled, as if it wanted to devour him alive at this moment. A human also appeared, a hunter with a bow and arrow and blonde hair, looking quite young. The blonde-haired youth next to him pointed at the wolf and said, "Aren't you a cultivator that's just a newly demonized puppy?" Ranzihao was so scared he almost peed his pants, screaming and crying, "No, this place is too scary. I want to go home, Mom." The blonde-haired man was none other than Yan Sen in disguise. Seeing his extremely timid disciple, he could only hold his head in helplessness. Then he channeled his inner strength and shot off, determined not to look back. Leaving Ran Zihao to fend for himself, Zihao was bewildered. Hey, where did that young man go? Lan Bin's situation was equally pathetic. Just a small snake had scared him into running for his life as he ran. Lan Bin screamed, "Help, there's a ghost." "Boo-hoo, I want to go home." The male protagonist and his clay-molded disciples stood high above, observing. The senior brother with the white blindfold quickly interceded for the two. "Master, don't be angry. The two junior brothers are still young and have room for improvement." Jansen coldly made a decision. Change this place one day outside is 10 years in here. Returning to the enrollment fair, all sides were still trying their best to recruit, shouting slogans, enticing with free pills for signing up. Everything was given away after completing the procedures. How annoying if you're a man. You must sign up. People from the Magic Academy and the Vampire Academy even rushed to tear at each other. Ye Rong grabbed the blonde-haired man's collar and said, "Damn you rotten vampires, you came to our Magic Academy to poach people." The blonde-haired man, not to be outdone, grabbed Ye Rong's collar and retorted, "We rely on our own abilities. Why shouldn't we?" After a fruitless argument, Ye Rong stomped off angrily. I can't stoop to your level." Xiaolu quietly asked his teammate, "Did you put the stuff in?" The blonde-haired Xiaolu smiled cunningly and replied, "It's all set." Xiaolu then asked, "You can't anger them so much." The blonde-haired man nodded. I know Ye Rong was too angry to speak, unaware that his opponent had attached a device to him. That evening at the Magic Academy, Ye Rong, even while bathing, was still very indignant, telling Xiaoying, "Those damned vampires came and took all our people. Aren't they just relying on having a strong teacher? What kind of arrogance is that?" Xiaoying agreed exactly. On the rooftop of a building in the Magic Academy, the bald subordinate said to Hobo, "Oh, Prince Hobo, it's so troublesome. Wouldn't it be easier if I just robbed them directly with one hammer? What's the point of wasting so much effort?" Hobo slapped the bald man, making his face twist. He angrily roared, "Get lost, you idiot! If we could just steal it, would we need to resort to stealing? This academy is not as simple as you imagine. Legend has it that this world has two super ancient heroes, the white-robed sorcerer and the black-robed sorcerer, and they founded this school. In ancient times, they dominated this chaotic world just by relying on the elixir of immortality. As long as they called out, countless species would go crazy. Their strength was unpredictable. Their reputation is much higher than the creators. The two peak figures of the chaotic world are not something you can imagine. It's just that, After the two great sorcerers disappeared, this academy wasn't the same. No one knows when this academy started needing guns to shoot people. As for something like Hengsen, we only know the legend that the formula for the elixir of immortality lies beneath the academy's grounds. We came to steal because we don't want to offend the great sorcerers. Understand, you idiot? Not far away, John and his subordinate also heard Hobo's conversation. The subordinate's eyes widened, muttering, "So that's it? No wonder the king told us not to act in the Magic Academy." Underground Zhujian and Tang Tang had also begun their operation. The two leaped gracefully, avoiding the infrared rays that crisscrossed the path. Their extraordinary skills instantly bypassed those laser defenses, reaching the end of the corridor. They discovered the secret room's button, and once inside, Tang Tang gleefully chuckled. "Luckily, we have the Beastman's male disguise device. Otherwise it would still be a bit difficult to enter without using powers." Seeing two glass vials containing white and black papers, Tang Tang approached and marveled. "Wow, there really is a formula for the elixir of immortality underground here, but why are there two bottles?" Not thinking further, Shuijian quickly put the two glass vials into her bag, not knowing what to do with them, yet sitting on the rooftop, John's subordinate saw two figures fly out. He pointed to the sky and urgently said, "Prince, look, it's our device." John went furious, punching his subordinate on the head and roaring, "You idiot! That's that BT Sheik Shui, Jen, they got the formula for the elixir of immortality. Chase them." Hobo on the other side had also heard everything John said. Hobo was stunned, asking himself the formula for the elixir. This isn't good. Chase very quickly. They blocked Shuijian's group. Currently, Zhujian had to face two hostile forces. Hobo extended his hand and said to Shuijian, "Out of respect for our past, you'd best hand it over." Shuijian sneered, "Eat your sht. Come and catch me then." With that, Shuijian moved in a whirlwind pattern, playing hide-and-seek with the two. Hobo was enraged by her taunts, roaring that. On John's side, his subordinate walked and said, "Strange, where did they go? They were clearly just here." Zhujian on this side quickly changed her outfit to that of a Magic Academy student. After changing, Shuijian gently sneered. At the same time, on another side, Jansen received a call from the guildmaster. The guildmaster timidly spoke, "Headmaster Jansen Law, the summer outing activity for new students, I told you about it last time." Before the guildmaster could finish, Jansen hung up, "I know." On the other side, Hobo and John were working together to search. Even the lid of a pot exploded. Hobo had to check. Hobo muttered, "Damn it, if I find you, I'll strip off your clothes and hang you up for a beating." The bald subordinate quickly reported, "Prince, it's already morning." Suddenly, a strange voice sounded from behind. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Hobo and John looked towards the statue and shouted, "Great sorcerer!" The two, scared, quickly knelt down. Hobo thought to himself, "The great sorcerer has been missing for almost 1,000 years. Why did he suddenly appear?" The white great sorcerer spoke. "Why did you trespass into my domain?" The two, scared, quickly kowtowed. "Sorry, we didn't mean to. We just wanted to mix some medicine for our king." Hobo also kowtowed, "Please, great sorcerer, forgive us." The black-robed great sorcerer stood up and pointed to a pile of feces in the distance. "See that pile of shot in front? Lick it clean." The two, scared, approached the pile of feces, sticking out their tongues. "Okay, licking it now." Suddenly, John realized something was wrong. "Wait, that's not right. How noble is the status of the Sorcerers Guild? Why would they make us juniors lick shat?" Hobo was also startled. "I've been tricked, only that Big Shuijian has such a perverted hobby." Seeing that she was exposed, Shuijian immediately played her hand, emerging from the white cloak with a mocking smile. Seeing her flash past, John quickly oriented himself and said to Hobo over there. They chased Shuijian for a while, eventually being led to the gathering place of the Magic Academy. On the Elder's platform, a voice spoke. "Has everyone arrived? Now we will begin calling out the new students' names." Shuijian looked at Tang Tang and asked nervously, "Did you write it down?" Tang Tang nodded. "It's handled indeed." After a series of names, Shuijian and Tang Tang were also called. Shuijian whispered to Tang Tang later, "When we go out, I'll hold back those two idiotic pigs. You take the medicine formula and run towards the Elf Kingdom." Tang Tang nodded in agreement. "Okay." Nearby, Ying Ying looked at Ye Rong and asked class leader Ye Rong, "Did you bring the equipment?" Ye Rong smiled triumphantly, carrying a multi-barreled gun, and replied, I brought everything. Not a single item is missing, Zhuijian. And Tang Tang saw that and could only freeze and stare at them with wide eyes. All right, let's go early in the morning at the Immortal Cultivation Academy. A large crowd had gathered there with various purposes. Everyone listened this time's outdoor summer outing activity for the Immortal Cultivation Academy. You must learn their combat system experience, understood. Tang Tang and Shui Jian rushed forward, raising their hands and shouting in unison. Understood. Zhui Jian whispered to her teammate, I have a bad feeling. Hobo hid behind a bush with John continuously cursing that damn beachy. On the Superhero Academy's side, the class leader also announced through a loudspeaker, All right, now we will begin calling names. New students, stand on the right. Old students, stand on the left. Please bring your transformation devices and prepare to depart. John's group, cleverly transformed into Superhero Academy students, to infiltrate Hobo was not to be outdone. He transformed into a Ninja Academy member with the same purpose. In front of the Immortal Cultivation Academy's gate, suddenly Shu Jian trembled violently. Tang Tang worriedly asked Prince Huigan, what's wrong? Shu Jian, sweating profusely from fear, replied, Not good. There's danger here. I have a bad feeling. We must find a way to leave here. Seeing them standing still, refusing to enter, the elder of the Magic Academy came to remind them, What are you two doing standing there? Hurry up and go inside. Tang Tang's face paled, and she replied, Yes, as Shui Jian walked. She muttered, I'm dead. Tang Tang wondered. Prince Shuigan, although I don't know where this is, the scenery here isn't bad. Why do we need to leave quickly? Su Jian shook her head. I don't know. This place just feels strange. I can't explain it. I have a feeling that if we go in, we might not be able to get out. She looked around, wondering, where are those two pig-headed guys? Tang Tang quickly pointed. They're in front. They're over there. The two held up their middle fingers and smiled cunningly. Hey, 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 want to escape from us? Dream on, sweetie, that stinky bitch. We're waiting for you inside. Su Jian was so surprised she blurted out, Huh, you two idiots. Inside, Meng Qi warmly welcomed Ye Rong, shaking his hand and saying, Welcome to the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Ye Rong happily replied, You're too kind. Where is your school organizing the summer outing this year? After all. Meng Qi shook her head. I don't know either. Teacher Yansen hasn't told us. Our teacher probably won't go. Suddenly, Tang Tang, looking bewildered, whispered to Sui. Jian Prince, look over there on the other side, where Ling Ling and Anan eating like machines. Zhu Jian slightly frowned, wondering monarch level. Not only Shui Jian and Tang Tang, everyone there was surprised by Ling Ling and An's eating capacity. Zhu Jin thought to herself, monarch level. No way. What kind of demonic place is this? After all, why are there monarch-level creatures here? She bit her finger, muttering, Damn it, if there are other monarch-level creatures here, then there must be a grand elder here. What do I do now? I haven't met him yet. If I do, I'll surely be doomed. John asked Tang. Tang, did you see the monarch eating over there? Hobo replied, I did. I won't be able to get out anymore, right? John's eyes welled up with tears. That's right, that bitch Shui Jian. I curse you. Mengshi told everyone, please students from all academies stand here, everyone be careful. The magnificent hazy scenery was displayed before their eyes. Ye Rong exclaimed in awe. Immortal Cultivation Academy. I can't believe you guys. The class leader of the Superhero Academy chimed in. I feel like half of my life will be spent in a cave. The mood of those who had infiltrated the academies, on the contrary, became increasingly terrified. Mengqi introduced. Welcome to Tianshen sect of the Immortal Cultivation Academy. John leaned close to Shui Jian and said, I have a bad feeling. Hobo said, Hurry up above. The male protagonist coldly floated in the air. His gaze was cold as he looked down. Hobo looked at the male protagonist and wondered, Is that him? John quickly pulled Hobo's head back and reminded him, Speak softer. Do you want to kill us? Tang Tang pulled her hat down, fearfully, calling Prince Shuijian. Shuijian reminded Tang Tang, Don't look at him. I hope he's strong enough to ignore us. Yansen slowly descended. He took out a scroll and said, Everyone has arrived. I won't say much more. Shu Jian secretly rejoiced. LOL, we're being ignored. Yansen continued, I've been requested by the Alliance President. This outdoor summer outing activity will be arranged by me. He threw out the scroll. Inside was a landscape painting the training location. This time is the world within the painting. Because it's been a long time since I've drawn, I accidentally added an extra stroke, causing the world inside to be a bit larger. Hearing the male protagonist say a bit larger, Meng Qi and Xiao Lu immediately felt a bit larger. Yansen added the time for the outdoor activity will be adjusted by me at normal speed. The world inside has developed for 1,000 years of history, so I don't know what the situation is like inside. Everyone must pay attention to safety. Hu Mengqi led them inside. Oh, I forgot to remind everyone, whoever dies in there, your teacher will not be responsible. Hearing that everyone was terrified and disheartened, even Hu Mengqi had to gulp. Without further delay, Yansen raised his hand and cast a teleportation spell, sending everyone into the world within. Screams began to echo. In an instant, they fell into another space. The class leader of the Superhero Academy wondered, where is this? What greeted their eyes was an ancient space with old, long-standing architecture. Those who had infiltrated also gaped in awe. Wow, where is this? On the ancient world side, old buildings stretched endlessly. Even though it was a space within a painting, this place created by Yansen also developed its own culture along the streets. Merchants' stalls continuously stretched out. The old stall owner loudly shouted to attract customers, "6th grade demon beast, 5 taels a pound, come and get your demon beast, inner core, come on, come on." Selling magic tools, high prices here, demon suppressing bell, soul calming charm, whatever you want, I've got it. Cultivators passing by, come take a look. On the upper floors were brothels where women also stood in the corridors, waving handkerchiefs and smiling, calling out to customers, "Esteemed sir, come in and play Chen Bai Xuan. Esteemed sir, do you still remember Xiao Kui, come in and play Shuke brother?" The class leader of the Superhero Academy and Hui Ying recoiled, their faces full of confusion. What the hell is all this? I've never seen anything like it. Ye Rong also grimaced, staring speechlessly. Sun Xiaolu looked around and asked curiously, "Are all these things real?" Hu Mengqi turned back and called, "Let's go quickly." In the tea room, the waiter carrying a tray with a teapot rushed to table number 1, coming right up. He placed a cup of tea on the table and smiled. "Esteemed guest, this is the tea you ordered." Yansen, in the guise of a young man, lightly raised the teacup to his mouth. The waiter, with hands clasped politely, said, "Esteemed guest, please enjoy," as soon as he sipped. Yansen coughed heavily, feeling uncomfortable. He turned to the waiter and asked, "Waiter, why is your tea so delicious but bitter?" The waiter was stunned. "Huh." Before he could say anything, Ling Ling and An An in male attire stood behind Yansen and slammed their hands on the table. Ling Ling grabbed the waiter's collar and roared, "You brat! Are you tired of living quickly? Bring us good tea, otherwise I'll cut off your head. Do you think we don't have enough money to drink?" "Are you looking down on our young master?" Yansen calmly raised his hand to stop them. The trembling waiter explained, "My humble establishment here. This is already the best tea shop." Yansen smiled brightly and turned to the waiter to reassure him. "Waiter, you don't need to be afraid. These 2 subordinates of mine are young. They won't harm you." Ling Ling subtly glanced at the waiter and silently said, "Aren't you bringing new tea yet?" And also turned to glare as if implicitly threatening, "Do you want to die?" The waiter's face turned pale with fear. He quickly and shakily replied, "Yes, yes, coming right away." Turning to go inside, the waiter still wondered who exactly is so young yet so intimidating. The quiet scene was then interrupted by a distant voice. "Hey, isn't that young Miss Tan and young Miss Zhao, haha? It's been a long time, I've missed you terribly." Yansen looked back at the sound. He saw a rather pretty girl pushing a young man away. "She must be young, Miss Zhao. What are you doing?" "Let go of my hand." The young master's hand was still stroking. Young Miss Zhao's face, teasing this young master finally sees you acting on your own. Yansen saw the scene directly in front of him and curiously asked the waiter what's going on up front. The waiter immediately replied, "Young master, you're not from around here, are you? You shouldn't pay attention to the family disputes among the aristocratic descendants. They happen very frequently recently." Yansen's face remained bewildered as he asked further, "Oh, how?" So the waiter gently explained, "Our place is called the Martial Nation. In the sky of the Martial Nation, there are a total of 6 immortal families. These 6 heavenly families are about to begin their selection examination for inner disciples. The aristocratic families of the martial nation are still very excited, preparing to bring their descendants to the immortal families for cultivation. As long as their descendants can be sent to an immortal family, the family's status will rise dramatically. Due to the limited quotas of the immortal families, your strength is inherently very strong. It's very possible for you to obtain the qualification to enter an immortal family. If you're not careful when you go out at night, those aristocratic families will unite with all the masters in their families and directly kill you once you die. A spot on the list will become open. Look at the man opposite you. He's bringing out a master of chi, refining, and spirit transformation perhaps tonight. That woman will be extremely happy. Yansen, indignant, flicked half a cup of tea towards that young master. He was cut across the face by a piece of the cup, causing his cheek to bleed. His subordinates panicked and shouted worriedly, "Young master, young master!" The two young ladies, Zhao and Tan, were also stunned, and the young master was furious, cursing, "Damn you dare to hit me!" He rushed forward and slammed his hand on the table, leaning close to Yansen's face and roaring, "You stinking brat, are you an adult? Yet do you want to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress again? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're the protagonist of this story? Today this uncle will open your eyes to what a dangerous world this is." The subordinate quickly ran to intervene. "Young master." "Young master." The young master angrily turned his face and cursed. "What do you want?" The subordinate pointed down. The teacup on the table, only half of it was missing. The water inside was not spilled at all and remained full in the other half of the cup. The young master looked down at the strange teacup on the table and fell silent, speechless. Yansen then smiled brightly. "Uncle, what do you mean by a dangerous world?" After saying that, Yansen chuckled again, appearing mocking and provocative. Then he rested his hand on the table, his eyes twinkling with a smile. The subordinate leaned close to the young master's ear and whispered, "Young master, it seems this guy isn't easy to mess with just by looking. You can tell he's the eldest son of some great family. Look at the two bodyguards next to him. Ling Ling and An Anwan with arms crossed over his chest, the other twisting his joints, stood back to back." The subordinate looked at the two and added to the young master, typical lackeys of a great young master's family, specializing in bullying men, women, old and young. "Young master, this is like a big brother meeting a second brother. You should plan carefully. Don't provoke them." The young master then pointed directly at Yansen's face, acting arrogant. "You stinking brat, consider yourself lucky today. This young master has business, so I might let you off. Just wait, let's go at the arrogant words of that young master." Yansen's eyes remained closed, sitting calmly and leisurely, not bothering to respond as they approached the door. The young master nervously asked if the other side was following. The subordinate immediately replied, "It seems not." With that, both of them ran for their lives quickly. Young Miss Zhao walked over, clasped her hands together politely, and said, "Thank you, young master, for your help." Yansen smiled lightly and replied, "No need to be polite.